Welcome home, Master.
Silence, wench. I'm not here to be horny. I'm merely here to evaluate the living conditions of my best friend, of whom may or may not be straddling the poverty line due to various Japanese socio-economic factors. I just want him to be happy.
Welcome home, Master.
What did I just say?
If somebody traveled back in time and told me that I would be taking time out of my day to explain how and why the story of Persona 5's blonde-haired delinquent affected me so much on an emotional level, to the point where I make a very, very long video essay to explain why, I would know exactly what to say.
Up until now on this channel, I have covered only one other male character in the series, that of Mass Effect's Garrus Vakarian. Garrus is Mass Effect's best boy, and granted in my eyes, he still holds that very crown. Persona 5's Ryuji Sakamoto, though, comes in a very, very close second, at least as far as that I'm concerned. This should tell you how high of esteem I hold Ryuji in if he's able to compete with the likes of Garrus within my mind. Ryuji is just as loyal of a wingman and best friend to Joker as Garrus is to Shepard and Mass Effect. And I mean that for real. I truly do think Ryuji is just that good. Ryuji is, for real, the Persona franchise's best boy. Someone that anyone would feel privileged enough to know and be fortunate enough to call your best friend. Someone that anyone could call upon in the most dire of circumstances when shit truly does hit the fan. Despite being fickle, impulsive, and headstrong at times, Ryuji is the type of guy to always have your back. And if necessary, he'll fight to the bitter end at your side. And as for the reasons why, well, stick around and let's find out together. For real!
Hey guys, BadgerKnight here. Welcome back to Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, a video essay series in which I take an exhaustive examination at some of my favorite characters in media, to explore and to explain why these same characters are simply the greatest of all time. Unlike last season, which was composed of a smorgasbord of lengthy analytical video essays involving the cast of Mass Effect, Star Wars, and Avatar The Last Airbender, this season of Dichotomy of a Character is going to be squarely focused on the characters of Persona 5 Royal. Throughout the season's run, we're going to be covering Persona 5's Anta Kamiki, Makoto Nijima, Ryuji Sakamoto, Goro Akechi, and Sumi Yoshizawa. All of these videos from this season and the last can be watched by checking the link in the description down below. However, now that I've said those names out loud, perhaps this season's coverage of Persona 5's cast of characters won't be limited to just those individuals. So if you there, yes you watching this video, if you have any other suggestions about who we should cover as part of this examination of Persona 5's cast of characters, please let me know down in the comments. Maybe there will be indeed a few more surprises in the future. If that's the kind of thing that you're into, then please all attack the like and subscribe buttons to stay posted on future Dichotomy of a Character episodes within the series. Anyway, I digress for now. In the previous episode, I, over the course of 12 hours and 40 minutes, spelled out why Persona 5's Anta Kamiki is not only a compelling and well-written character in fiction, but also Persona 5's best girl.
Oh, by the way, we gotta talk for a second.
Yeah, so I thought the Persona fanbase being overall toxic pieces of utter refuse was like an erotic meme at one point or another. But after my last video has been out for a couple of months now, I've seen that it's very much not just a meme. Little did I know that this toxicity is a tangible and real aspect of the Persona community. Being a toxic shithead is just the norm here. Being an asshole to people who have a passion for the franchise and are willing to explain at length as to why Persona's character writing is a cut above the competition apparently warranted these kinds of responses, which included death threats made out to me. All born out of merely disagreeing with the very premise and length of my last heist, where I covered Anta Kamiki's character arc in extreme detail. Wow. Society is more distorted than I originally thought. What do you do with this? What do you do with such distortion? Now, I do have my choice favorites of these comments, such as the ones where they insinuate that Persona 5's Anta Kamiki is nothing more than a lesser white woman, while being completely unaware of how unequivocally racist and xenophobic that very statement is. All the while saying that Persona 5 doesn't follow through on condemning slothful apathy, or even misogyny at any point within the game. Now, what I need you all to understand here, fundamentally, is that these very same people who reveled in such apathy and ignorance in my comment section are the exact kind of people that Persona 5 aimed to criticize within its metaplot. They are the same kind of xenophobic shitheads that slut-shamed on, and are wholly responsible for giving her such a complex about such things as well. They're also the same kind of people that refuse to back up Ryuji, their teammate and comrade, when he slugged Kamoshida in their defense, moving to then instead perpetuate all those nasty rumors that Kamoshida proliferated as he attempted to assassinate Ryuji's character to become in charge of the track team. This then, of course, allowed our favorite pervy teacher to then break Ryuji's leg free of any consequences. In a way, I've suffered in a similar manner. As is the case with Ryuji and Ann's character arcs, the slothful ignorance of their peers and their unwillingness to discard any of their preconceived notions about the world to, well, actually fucking learn something about the strengths and merits of the characters as people, not as pariahs due to be raked over the coals, attempting to cow me into compliance and conformity via threats and insults is the equivalent to being objectively evil as far as Persona 5's metaplot is concerned. Now, most of the harassment and threats I've received seem to stem from the length of the video in question, which in of itself is incredibly ironic, a concept that seems to evade Persona fans especially enough. The average viewer stayed on the video for about 8 minutes, and no, this isn't an issue with viewer retention or anything on my end. It's Persona community being unable to help themselves but look like absolute morons by refusing to, once again, engage with the media that they consume in a meaningful and constructive manner. The reason why the average viewer stuck around for such a short time was because most people just stuck around to write out a comment to assassinate my character. You know, it takes a special kind of thick-headed moron to click on a video that spends multiple hours, reach the 8-minute mark where I mention how Brandolina's Law has distorted the discourse around Persona 5 to the point of being blatantly disingenuous and objectively wrong, to then move to spend time writing out a comment that wishes death upon someone who is willing to explain why said media is really good, actually. Funny how the comments that I actually received from people who stuck around past the 8-minute mark were unilaterally positive, with many of them remarking about how I either added to their understanding of Ann as a character and or remarked about how I completely changed their own opinions about her as well. It's almost as if talking about a video game franchise that criticizes Japanese sociological norms, uses Carl Jung's theories in psychotherapy and developmental psychology as a framework for the subtext of the game, that in turn alludes to several mythological legends that run parallel to the character development of most members of the Phantom Thieves, is going to require some lengthy discussion. This is somehow very, very difficult for most people to grasp. The very reason why Dichotomy of a Character exists in the first place is to chronicle good character writing, and I suppose now, as a Phantom Thief, how said things of characters of Persona 5 are misunderstood by their utter dog shit communities. Why did you all think that Black Rider, the third horseman of the apocalypse, is my persona? I'm pointing out how crap and venetacious this community is, as it looked to rectify its ignorance. Then again, I suppose when you get comments from people within a catchy profile picture whose username is time to harass minorities, you would excuse me if I get a bit cynical about how this community possesses absolutely no self-awareness, unable to see the irony of the situation as they try to give me life advice. Speaking of Persona fans possessing no self-awareness whatsoever, you gotta love some of these comments who insinuate that in order for me to have a successful life, that the key to a meaningful existence is that I must pursue the opposite sex in such a manner wherein she's just another thing that I plainly own and possess. That she's going to be nothing more than a mere object for myself to brag about, display, and to parade and flaunt around. In essence, it would seem that the average Persona fan's musings about what the function of women must play within people's lives and within society is that I myself must treat women in the same manner. All that to say, Persona fans think women of merely a means of societal status, or objects for men to collect and covet, a commodity that only exists to be conquered. Needless to say, this is not only incredibly misogynistic, but also incredibly ironic. Restating this for like the upteen time on this channel, Persona 5 has 3 whole arcs, wherein the game unilaterally states that treating women not as people, but instead as a symbol of status, a commodity to be bought and sold, as a marker of social affluence, is not only incredibly sexist, but unequivocally fucking evil! Persona 5's most infamous villain literally sees women like Ann Takamaki as highly valued foreign commodity and therefore a symbol of status that Kamoshida must possess and then conquer to then in turn legitimize his rule over the students at Sujin. So then it follows that all of you illiterate morons who must also take things at face value are then insinuating that I must act like Kaneshiro, Haru's fiance, Masayashi Shido, and fucking Kamoshida, of all people, in order to lead a happy, fulfilling, and successful life. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, but I'm the one who fucking defended misogyny for nearly 13 hours on my last heist, where I drilled into my audience as to why these same people are fucking disgusting! You gotta hand it Persona fans here, for real, like, bravo. Bravo, Persona fans. This level of hypocrisy and media literacy is just unprecedented, but then again, it's only something I've seen within this community. In particular, mind you, this level of irony and total embarrassment could have all just been avoided by engaging with the media that you consume in a meaningful manner. Be it the Persona franchise as a whole, or watching my own heart-stealing escapades. Instead, ignorance and sloth reigns forevermore. No punchline is required whatsoever to set up this fucking embarrassing joke of a fanbase. I have done nothing, and yet y'all have just proved how rabid and nescient the Persona fanbase is, and why I need to be here. Frankly, I'm both pissed and slightly embarrassed that I even tried to elevate Persona, and thus its horrendous community, to the degree that I've tried to do with my similar efforts that I made within the last season with Mass Effect and KOTOR. The Persona community is just miserable to be tangentially related to, especially when its wretched members call their way into my comment section to further spread and project their misery to myself and to the people who actually want to be here for more wholesome reasons. As to how Persona, a series that possesses unilaterally positive messages, often focusing on topics that include how people are just more than stereotypes, how anyone with sufficient willpower can fundamentally emancipate themselves from all manner of suffering, has garnered such a despicable community around the series, remains such a mystery to myself and many others. I have no idea how we even got here in the first place. It is so ironic that the community that is surrounding these games engages in the behavior that both Persona 4 and Persona 5 directly condemn. So, in other words, Izanami and Yaldabaoth were unequivocally correct in their assessments of how human society functions, and I hate that. It would seem that the majority of people, including Persona fans, do not in fact want to seek out the truth of the world or think for themselves, choosing conformity and lies above all else. It's the worst and sickest kind of cruel joke. Make no mistake though, my sense of justice hasn't been dismayed from continuing on my efforts of stealing hearts. All the efforts to dissuade me from doing so have completely failed. If anything, I should be thanking you all. What you have done here is further vindicate my actions, thus justifying why I need to steal more hearts. To all those who sought to belittle and stop my want of doing so, know that all your attempts were meaningless and inconsequential. Frankly, all this shite community has done is further galvanize my efforts to steal all of your hearts! Oh man, really? A new mask? Courtesy of everyone who thought to dissuade me? Oh, there's my heart for you. And in the spirit of that, fool me once, fool me twice. That's nice. Oh my god. Well, as one very wise and one very annoying man once said, there is no evil, only ignorance. This malice must cease at once. Brandolina's law had a vice grip on society for far too long. Such a principle has distorted many hearts and minds, twisting them all into slothful apathy and ignorance. As the scales doth sway once more, it falls to me to balance the scales again. In the spirit of the Chariot Arcana and the lessons that we learned from Persona 5's Ryuji Sakamoto on this particular heist, it's time to blaze our own trail. After all, one of life's greatest blessings is the freedom to pursue one's goals. The only thing that's left now is to find exactly what the claim entails for Persona 5's bestest boy. Black Rider, let the pillaging commence once again!
In this episode of Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, we're covering Persona 5's best boy, everyone's favorite golden-haired and hearted Yonka delinquent himself, Ryuji Sakamoto. After finally getting around to playing and completing Persona 5 Royal and its spin-off sequel Strikers myself, Ryuji has quickly become one of my favorite characters, not just within Persona 5, mind you, but within all of gaming history. My favorite thing about Ryuji, and what I hope to demonstrate later within this video, is how Ryuji is written as this fickle, lovable idiot who, yes, possesses a few problematic eccentricities, but a heart of gold nonetheless. Despite society ostracizing Ryuji, completely failing to provide him with the means to succeed, while deeming Ryuji a worthless failure all the while, he eventually learns that in scraping at the bottom of the barrel, there actually lies a certain freedom within it, where Ryuji, being perceived as a scum of society, can enact his justice upon others free from the expectations of them, and defend others from further suffering, blazing his own trail all the while. This is Ryuji's justice, and is the sole reason why he, above all else, treasures being a phantom thief more than all of his teammates combined, something that we will define as we continue on later within this video. Now, while this message of Ryuji's character arc does get muddy from time to time because of certain writing hypocrisies that stem from Persona 5's joke quota, I have admired ATLUS's general treatment of Ryuji for that exact reason. Thus, it's from this perspective that we'll be asking and answering the following questions within this rather lengthy video essay, as we thoroughly analyze the character arc and ethos of Persona 5's Ryuji Sakamoto. Firstly, some ground rules. We're going to be skipping and omitting parts of the plot that Ryuji would not reasonably know about until it's literally explained to him, including but not limited to details about Makoto and Yusuke's home life and troubled childhoods, along with Ryuji's initial assumptions about Ann's dubious relationship with Kamoshida. Secondly, we aim to find out who Ryuji Sakamoto is within the context of collectivist Japanese society, and how Ryuji suffers as someone who fell out of favor with the status quo by daring to rock the boat. Coupled with that, we're also going to look at how such a society failed not only Ryuji, but his family and friends as well, stunting his growth and ultimately kneecapping any chance he has of finding success in more ways than one. Thirdly, we're going to look at the subtextual significance of Ryuji being assigned to the Chariot Arcana, as well as the implications of his various personas and the significance of his punk rock Phantom Thieves uniform. Following that, we're going to address ATLUS's herky-jerky character treatment of Ryuji, and how it really seems that ATLUS often doesn't really know what they really want to do with Ryuji as a character, even within situations where a sense of justice should apply. Finally, at the end of all things, we're going to find out why Persona 5's Ryuji Sakamoto is a compelling and well-written character worth celebrating. So, let's wake up, get up, and get out there to address the former points.
Now, before we even begin to spell out why Ryuji is Persona 5's best boy, it would be against my sense of justice not to do something first. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send another calling card to another target once more in true Phantom Thief fashion. Now, I hear you ask, Badger Knight. We already sent one to the entirety of the internet, and to Persona fanbase in general, calling them out for having a poor understanding of the games that they all supposedly enjoy. After pursuing such a monolith of Disorder Hearts in your last heist, who could you possibly send a calling card to this time? Well, ladies and gentlemen, our target this time is none other than the developers of Persona 5 themselves, ATLUS. Yonenaku!
To the slothful and wishy-washy writers of Persona 5. Sirs and madams, thou hast endeavored over the course of decades to lie bare the strengths of the human heart. Forsooth, even the most dire of plights and maladies, the fellowships yond all men crafted and forged together in valorous company, which only maketh us stronger, at which hour we all standeth against tyranny and the sin of sloth. And then one asketh, wherefore such fickleness hath afflicted thou? How hath such slothful manners taken hold within such laudable company, at which hour constructing a tale composed of a young sir, who is and hath garnered much unjust infamy, only for his creators to admonish him further, for the sake of seemingly baseless comedy. In seeking to understand such fickleness, we have come to the conclusion that we cannot endure and ignore such slothful hypocrisy any longer. Thus, we have decided to steal away those desires, and we will do so without fail. From the Phantom Thieves of Hearts.
My friends at ATLUS, you have put me and my sense of justice in quite the compromising position here. At the start of the last episode, when sending calling cards to the whole of the internet, and to the people who consume the media that you all produce, I defended your otherwise excellent character writing of all the female characters of the Persona franchise. I even defended what seemed to be an otherwise years-long critical and creative endeavor by your writers to critique patriarchal power structures throughout the Persona series. This multi-year creative endeavor, of course, culminated with Persona 5's critique of said patriarchal power structures taking center stage within the Kamoshida arc, along with how ATLUS wrote the character treatment for On Takamaki. It is one of the many reasons why the Kamoshida arc and the start of Persona 5 is so impactful, and lauded to the degree that it is. It's all due to how these different narrative elements interact with each other that make everything about the opening part of the game so memorable, as our maiden heist to steal Kamoshida heart sets the tone and the stakes for the rest of the game, as all the other targets that fantasies go after get exponentially more evil. This is something that I covered in great length in the last episode of the series, with On's role in the plot of Persona 5. And I'm only going to keep referencing it as we continue on opening with this episode of Dichotomy of a Character, as On and Ryuji do serve a devil and angel role throughout the opening parts of Persona 5, up until the beginning of the Kaneshiro arc. Now, I don't want to repeat myself, at least not more than I need to, so I encourage you all to watch the previous episode within the series, if nothing else but for context for that particular video. As always, you'll find a link to the video within the playlist in the description. Now, for those of you just tuning in, or for those of you who have kept up with the series and the previous episode where I did cover On, would have known that I went into great detail over the course of several hours about On's introduction to the player. To sum it up, it's utterly fantastic. Sublime. Everything involving her unique theme song, which plays only once throughout the entirety of the game, along with how her intro cutscene highlights her unique physical features by parking her right next to a boutique fashion shop that describes her outward appearance as a gaijin, despite being Japanese herself, which then interacts with more elements, setting up part of the reason why she's discriminated against by her peers and targeted by Kamoshida. We also learn that On's temperament in this cutscene too, something that's indicated by her response to Joker gawking at her. Instead of suplexing her with a hint of sudden sweetness or telling her to fuck off, she gives Protect-kun a gentle smile. This attitude is also present with the infamous beach scene with Ryuji as well, where he's caught oogling at On in her bikini, where On chooses to laugh at him instead of getting mad at him. Being the kind person that she is, it would seem that On is more interested in giving people the benefit of the doubt, or teasing them rather than starting problems. Either that, or as I argued in the previous episode, On knows that she's an attractive person and on some level or another, know that she's valued positively or negatively based on that particular appearance. The implications On's beauty has upon her mere existence within the plot of Persona 5 is something that's integral to her character arc, and something that Persona 5 defines extremely well. Almost too well, to the point where I want to use a term that I've only used once before in the entire history of Dichotomy of a Character on this YouTube channel. Writer's pet. Upon watching my previous videos where I covered the cast of Mass Effect all the way back in Season 1 of the series, I claimed that Liara, even before the release of Mass Effect 2, was treated as the writer's pet, having an overwhelming amount of agency and interaction with not only the crew of the Normandy, but with the wider Mass Effect universe. I mean, for God's sake, Liara got her own comic book series before Mass Effect 2 was even released that both foreshadowed her future DLC that she's going to be featured in, and explained how she rescued Shepard from the Collectors, along with getting Mass Effect 3 to aggressively suggest that Shepard should probably romance her, with Liara also getting the main theme song of the first game, retconning to being her own piano solo theme song in the Citadel DLC. It was quite a lot. You know, it's kind of messed up now that I think about it. I probably should have hit on those things a little bit more in retrospect, but, you live and learn. So, Now that we're thinking about this some more, within Persona 5, Ann is almost given the same treatment as Liara got within Mass Effect as the writer's pet, having the most influence over the plot when compared to that of her comrades. The incident that occurred with her best friend Shio Suzui directly caused the formation of the Phantom Thieves, and it's something that the game constantly has Ann harken back to at multiple points throughout the plot of the game. The problem with Persona 5 is that the game keeps leaning on this for Ann, with her favorite Japanese girl desiring to honor the years of kindness and empathy that Shiho has shown her. This is by no means a bad thing, in a vacuum. When taken out of that particular vacuum though, Ann is very much responsible for recruiting a third of the Phantom Thieves, and staying relevant in 4, maybe in as much as 5 of the story arcs throughout Persona 5. She is solely responsible for getting Yusuke, Makoto, and Futaba to join the Phantom Thieves, through simple acts of kindness and empathy and understanding. She has this whole spat with Makoto that ends up with them being good friends. She undertakes a daring plan to expose Madarame, while just having to recruit Yusuke onto the party on the side, by the way. And venting her desperate frustrations with Futaba's desire to just wither away in her room alone, Ann is the one who's solely responsible for getting the depressed Futaba to reach out to the truth for the first time in years. I should also probably mention that in her romance scene, Ann is the only romanceable confidant to blatantly lean in to kiss Joker before the screen fades to black. Ann is also given her more fair share of the limelight as the game's anime cutscenes as well, where the purpose of them is to often point out how her beauty affects those around her, with Ann responding accordingly to those situations that often involve her bouncing off Ryuji and his antics. Like, by Yaldabaoth, guys, she is just that narratively OP. That is just how much agency Ann is given within the plot of the game alone. And for all those who commented on the last video basically going, Ann is a mid-tier character who falls off, or something equally as stupid, I can safely say that those people didn't pay any amount of attention to the plot of Persona 5, or for that matter, any part of my video in particular. This also goes out to those who bitched at the length of the last episode as well. It clocked in at nearly 13 hours long, which, to be clear, was completely necessary. Keep in mind that I basically had to summarize half, if not the entire plot of Persona 5 Royal in one video because this quoted Japanese girl has so much sway over the plot of the game and all the characters that exist within it. This is not my fault. It is ATLUS's fault, and there's no way around that. Trust me, I have tried to make the video shorter, and there's no way around it. Ann literally has her hands in everyone's narrative pies. Speaking of ATLUS's intentions for both Ann and Ryuji, those anime cutscenes I mentioned earlier also seem to want to imply that Ann and Ryuji share a close relationship, a pre-existing bond that's certainly tighter than any of the Phantom Thieves by an order of magnitude. Now, this is not me saying I personally ship Persona 5's best boy and best girl together, and while I think that would be cool, the existence of the bond between these two characters is something that Persona 5 presents as being, well, objectively true. While they are absolutely established to be acquaintances at the very least from their time in middle school together, each shot framed around Ann and Ryuji within these animated cutscenes clearly indicates that despite their love-hate relationship with each other, they care about each other, and deeply so. This is best showcased within the cutscene where the thieves are attempting to escape Shido's palace. Every single shot in this cutscene includes Ann and Ryuji standing closely together at the center of the frame, leading the audience to the notion that both of them are the focus of the sequence. As we continue on, with Ryuji's death-defying leap, Ann, out of all the Phantom Thieves, is the only one to be scared for his safety as he makes the choice to risk his life for his team. She's also the only member of the team that encourages him to run as fast as he can, being overjoyed when he hits his target and is absolutely devastated when he seemingly dies. This happens all the while Ann, and to a lesser extent Joker, occupies the center of the camera space throughout the entire sequence as Ryuji perishes before her eyes. Even in what's supposed to be Ryuji's finest hour within the plot, the emotional impact that his death has upon the party is literally, not figuratively, directed and channeled squarely through Ann Takamaki. To be clear, I'm not saying it doesn't work or it's wholly ineffectual or whatever. In fact, I think it's quite the opposite. That being said though, it's still a very strange choice to give Ann all this screen time as opposed to giving it to Ryuji or any one of the other thieves for that matter. Now, I bring up the amount of agency Ann has because conversely, Ryuji is given no such clemency or detailed characteristics outside of his Confidant arc, at least not to an equal enough degree that Ann is. This is something I found very odd after working on her video and then this one for Ryuji. The amount of comparative screen time and plot agency Ann is given over Ryuji, or even the rest of the Phantom Thieves for that matter, is massive. In regards to the Kamoshida arc, Persona 5 seems more concerned with giving only Ann closure within this part of the game, instead of both Ann and Ryuji at the same time. Ann's motivations are clear here. I must avenge my best friend. While Ryuji's is a bit muddied and unclear. Yes, of course, he wants to take revenge upon Kamoshida, but the reasons why these two seem to hate each other isn't really given as much detail or narrative tension as Kamoshida blackmailing and exploiting Ann and Shiho. The details ATLUS gives us about Ann and the situation she's already knee-deep within at school are well-defined and paced out to great effect. By the same token, we really can't say the same thing about Ryuji. If anything, the fact that the plot has Joker play catch-up to him as to why Ryuji is considered delinquent scum or a lost cause by both his teacher and peers hurts his character overall. With Ann's intro cutscene, we can immediately ascertain why Ann is suffering at the hands of Kamoshida, given how Persona 5 practically beats both you and Joker over the head about how conformity is necessary to succeed in Japanese society. We only get one such overt interaction to Ryuji refusing to conform to collective social norms within Japanese society, which takes its form with Kawakami admonishing Ryuji for refusing to dye his hair back to its natural black color. That's really about it though. We get nothing about why everyone hates Ryuji until much later. This really does bother me, because Persona 5 often does this with Ryuji on several occasions within the plot. Ryuji's narrative impact, or rather Ryuji's lack of narrative impact, seems to get cast aside for seemingly no reason at all. His character motivations are often left by the wayside, only to be elaborated upon much later when its relevance has been greatly diminished. This has always struck me as particularly weird because Ryuji is our first party member, and when juxtaposed to Ann's role in the Kamoshida arc, he strangely has a relatively small role, despite being the sole target and method of how Kamoshida began to amass power at Tsuchin Academy in the first place. Kamoshida breaking Ryuji's leg was the singularity where shit began to roll downhill for the rest of the students at Tsuchin, especially for the track team and the volleyball team. But it all just kind of gets forgotten about after Kamoshida starts blackmailing Ann and Shiho. They're both compelling stories to be sure, but I don't think anyone can really argue that Ann and Ryuji are given equal amounts of time to explain who and what they are and why they exist within the plot. There's clear bouts of writing favoritism that's clearly directed towards Ann here. We only get that Kamoshida broke Ryuji's leg after Ryuji tried to take a swing at him. But the writing omits the important detail involving Ryuji's abusive home life, of which we will later find out that Kamoshida had exploited via the rumor mill to goad and trick Ryuji into taking a swing at him. This issue could have easily been solved by moving the dialogue he has with the team over Hotpot on June 11th, where he talks about his mom feeling as though he failed him as a parent, to being part of his Persona Awakening dialogue, or as Kamoshida berated him right before that specific event happens. It would work extremely well, as it would characterize Ryuji as someone who isn't just a punk kid who's freed himself from the expectations of objectively shitty people, but rather someone who feels great shame for upsetting his mom with a single moment of righteous fury. As we've seen how Persona 5 treats Ann, guilt is what motivates her character. The feeling of failing one's loved ones is used to an effective extent for her. Imagine what Ryuji could have been if he mentioned his strained relationship with his mom, and how Joker could have theoretically responded to that. It would work wonders to make Ryuji to be more of a sympathetic victim and a headstrong boy that wants vengeance upon Kamoshida. When you get down to the bottom of it all, I think it's a problem with the pacing of the opening of the game. 60% of the game's events take place within a flashback, with Joker telling Sai what he was doing up until when he was getting arrested. This includes Joker getting beaten over the head by the police, ever calling Joker trash while fully not understanding why the game withholds that most of the information until Joker gets his persona, Ann's excellent intro to the player, then subsequently dealing with the first foray into the insanity that is the metaverse with a guy and a monster cat that you barely know as the game dumps all this exposition all over you. Everything is happening at a million miles an hour and you don't really have time to process what the hell's going on. And when you're just starting to begin to understand, Joker gets his persona and Ryuji gets his shortly after, with Morgana being the most unhelpful third-party companion, as all he does is just insult Ryuji for not knowing anything about the metaverse, which is fucking weird. Ryuji is given no such clemency. On my first playthrough, I remember being very confused in the lead up to Ryuji's Persona Awakening sequence because we haven't gotten a clear-cut explanation of who and what Ryuji is by that point in the game, besides the school delinquent. If we contrast this notion with Ann, one of the key defining characteristics of Best Girl is her compassion. The narrative stops at multiple points and cuts away even to her having private conversations with Shiho to have her bounce off of her to make that characteristic clear. Granted, we do get a few key character traits from Ryuji sprinkled here and there, but it's nothing as concrete as Ann and Shiho. Until we really do his Confidant arc until after Madarame's palace, until that very point, we lack the knowledge of Ryuji's home life, and with that, the crucial bit of information that leads us as to why he attacked Kamoshida. Now we'll talk about the ramifications of Ryuji's father being physically abusive towards his mother and himself, and the implications of him both being an absentee father and a raging alcoholic, who eventually let both of them defend for themselves when we get into the Japanese context for this particular video. But for now, that point still stands. Ryuji deserved better and more exposition. 100%. Within the opening plot of the game, we can also easily say that Persona 5 gives Ryuji the role of dual protagonist. And if that notion kind of confuses you, I'd ask you what you were feeling when Ryuji ran to Kamoshida's office to try and slug him again, when he gets angry at Shido on Joker's behalf, if he merely breathes in the direction of his bestest bro, or when he gets angry at Akechi for insinuating that the Phantom Thieves are actually a menace to society, or really any other point in the plot where Ryuji gets angry on our behalf. How many of those times did your feelings on whatever was going on within the plot of the game align with Ryuji's dialogue and bouts of righteous fury? Think about that for a second. Yeah, so I'd say that you're thinking about more than a handful of times where you were right there with Ryuji, but every other action the plot has him take where he's not being the ultimate bro are very, very difficult to get behind. This problem with how Persona 5 initially characterizes Ryuji extends to how he just suddenly becomes an overt pervert, seemingly out of left field for no real reason other than for cheap comedy value that serves as the detriment of his own character and to some extent Ann's as well. Now, I have nothing wrong with a character like Ryuji being the way that he, at many points in the game, is characterized as a very fickle and unfocused person. Within that inherent characterization lies some potential for Ryuji being a bit of a hypocrite sometimes, which, to be clear, is fine. It gives Ryuji some innate character flaws that he needs to overcome by the end of the game. However, Persona 5 takes a lot of liberty with Ryuji's temperamental attitude to that degree. As we will define in greater detail moving forward, Ryuji starts out as initially abhorring all matter of lechery done by his peers by Kamoshida. In fact, his opening line in Persona 5, the first thing that Ryuji says when Joker meets him outside of Ayome Chomi Station is literally saying, "Damn it! Screw that pervy teacher!" We then build up this characterization of Ryuji when the thieves go after Kamoshida's shadow, where Ryuji is physically horrified and angered by the sexist cognitive projections of the female form within Kamoshida's palace. This attitude of utterly despising all matter of lechery extends into the Madarame arc as well, where he defends Ann from being stalked by Yusuke, a notion that is also elaborated upon when Ryuji goes to accompany her for the portrait, wanting to prevent Ann from being exploited by someone he perceives to be a pervert, masking his intentions as this weird art kid, a hunch about his character that Yusuke ends up vindicating for Ryuji. Then somewhere between those events, Ryuji just becomes a perverted butt monkey for no reason other than cheap comedy, because ATLUS. There's no other precedent for this characteristic of his other than the one time Ryuji comments upon Ann's catsuit on April 18th by going, "Damn!" A full party goes back into Kamoshida's palace, but that's really about it. Other than that though, Ryuji is a fairly straight-laced guy, and a normal dude with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, granted. The only argument that you can really make, and one that I personally have made within the last video where I covered Ann, is that all these cutscenes are made to serve her character development as she works to restore her own self-confidence, using her love-hate relationship with Ryuji as leverage to do so. As such, I'm not going to go over those scenes within this video because I did so last time, and because they really do seem to be made for the benefit of Ann's character and not Ryuji's. But still, despite that, just know the same sentiment still remains for Ryuji. Why is he suddenly getting all pervy with Ann and just women in general, when Ryuji is presented as being this honorable and well-meaning kid? This lack of concrete understanding of Ryuji's character motivations could be the reason why many parts of the game, where he's portrayed to be fickle and brash, are often misinterpreted as him being written as overtly sexist, without good reason, or even Ryuji's role within the plot being played up for comedic value at times. Speaking of bouncing off a silent protagonist, there's this need for Ryuji within the plot to speak for and agree with the player, as he, being the sole member of your party, Sans Morgana, is responsible for exposing any information to us about Kamoshida and the school's rumor mill. The problem with placing Ryuji as a source of information about Kamoshida's abuse is that Ryuji is characterized as being very dumb and tactless at every point in the game outside of the Kamoshida arc. While looking for information about the truth about Kamoshida's abuse and during his Confidant arc, Ryuji is definitely characterized as being a very introspective person, who often has issues communicating his intentions and emotions to other people. All that to say, Ryuji does have some emotional intelligence, and this treatment for Ryuji does somewhat stick throughout the game. But as soon as the Kamoshida arc is over, ATLUS drops whatever remaining emotional intelligence Ryuji has for the sake of comedy, which is fucking annoying. So, in essence, ATLUS has this character that's not given enough relevant exposition when it's sorely needed, that also serves as the game's secondary protagonist for a while, that tries to match the energy and sentiments of the players. All the while, ATLUS is trying to write and characterize Ryuji as his own unique person, with that intent being undermined by ATLUS wanting to make Ryuji the comedic relief character all the time too. It's a lot, and it's very confusing and frustrating. Writing choices like these are the types that give me conniptions, as they may contribute to how polarizing Ryuji is to most Persona fans. Why ATLUS admitted all these compounding incidents of trauma that Ryuji experienced throughout his childhood, that in turn caused Ryuji to swing at Kamoshida, just so Ryuji's Confidant arc would have some amount of content, is truly baffling. Why ATLUS didn't bother to elaborate on these details much later, whereupon the effectiveness of Ryuji's character motivations are going to be greatly diminished in favor of elaborating upon Yusuke's character and Joker's backstory as to why he got arrested, is very confusing. Ryuji needed some more character exposition. He needed more concrete details for his backstory and character, as to why everyone in the school seems to hate his guts, besides surface-level Yankee delinquent shit. With all those details, they need to be on the same level as the writing renders to Ann's friendship with Shiho, and otherwise, I would have no complaints. As another example, there's a stark contrast between how Ryuji behaves during his Confidant arc and within the main plot of the game as well. Something that carries over between the Japanese and English dubs of the game too, which we'll talk about very soon. In Ryuji's Confidant arc, we see that his decision to attack Kamoshida weighs heavily upon his conscience, which is also reflected with how much his injury still pains him physically, while also serving as a reminder of his greatest flaw, his short temper, fickle personality, and inclination towards violence. It's clear that Ryuji feels very guilty for his actions, and yet there's still this drive to both better himself and to atone for the trouble that he caused for his former track team, even if they aren't really totally receptive to those efforts either. Within this, we find that Ryuji, but beyond all reason given his background, is an extremely loyal person. He's willing to throw himself in the face of danger to save others from harm, which isn't something that he doesn't hesitate to do at all multiple times within the plot of Persona 5 Royal and Persona 5 Strikers. Whether it's admonishing Yusuke for stalking Ann, and wanting to paint her nude, running into Kamoshida's office with the intent of kicking his ass after Shido attempted suicide, or jumping in the middle of the street to stop a cab from catching up to Makoto, and rather famously, or infamously, Going for the ultimate Hail Mary sacrifice play to allow all of his teammates to escape Shido's palace, this inherent selflessness is a characteristic about Ryuji that is ultimately unquestionable. So then, why is Ryuji singled out as the bad guy during this part of the game, where Morgana leaves the Phantom Thieves for a short time? Despite the fact that the stupid cat harassed Ryuji throughout the whole game about being useless and dumb. Oh, and by leaving the thieves, Morgana then forces us into investigating Okuma's palace, eventually springing the trap Shido's conspiracy laid for them all. Oh, but being called useless once is too much for Morgana to handle, to the point where ATLUS tries to give him, Haru, and Kasumi character arcs at nearly the exact same time within the game. Why? Why would you do that? Like, why does the writing often hamstring Ryuji's agency within the plot or treat his opinions as if they don't matter? Oh, and following that, speaking of hamstringing Ryuji's character writing, ATLUS seems keen on not just doing that within the game itself, but also outside the game as well. As for what I mean, y'all remember that one scene where Ryuji swoops in at the last second to tank the entirety of Sanjion's attack intended for Joker and Akechi in the third semester? Remember how awesome that was, and how the game immediately segued into Rivers in the Desert right after that particular instance? Well, upon researching this video, apparently there's an interview recorded within the Persona 5 Royal Official Complete Guide that details how this cutscene was added very, very late in development, with the producer only including the scene at the behest of the design team within the game, because of how, quote, cool Ryuji looked when it was fully implemented, end quote. So, yeah. As you might be able to ascertain, I'm now thrust in a rather annoying position of either taking this moment as the culmination of multiple hours of stellar character development for Ryuji, where all of his best qualities are on full display here, and what was undoubtedly his finest moment in the entire game, or excluding it entirely, because the intent behind making such a scene has been expressly revealed by the writers as being nothing more than them adopting the rule of cool, with the thought process behind the entire scene being nothing more than an actual afterthought implemented when the game was nearly complete. Speaking of omitting scenes, I also have to decide whether or not to include the most infamous of decisions made by ATLUS, when they have the party Saiyans Joker and Morgana beat the crap out of Ryuji after he just saved everyone's life in the most heroic of ways, as Shido's palace was literally exploding. This is how Ryuji is rewarded for not just saving the lives of his friends in this particular instance, but for every heroic deed that he's done throughout the entire game. He gets the crap beaten out of him because, ha ha ha, funny? Again, why does ATLUS undermine this character's admirable characteristics of Ryuji with random bits of off-putting comedy and terrible jokes? Now, it's normally ground rule of this series that I don't normally include a game's cut content within this video, however tempting that might be. However, for such a scene that likes to be completely tone deaf for the sake of comedic value, you really have to wonder what the hell ATLUS was thinking here. Luckily, the Persona community's resident wizards, being Foz and Death Chaos 25, links to the channels and socials in the description, by the way, they found cut portions of the scene that contain some of the original intent for what the party does to Ryuji here after he seemingly sacrifices his life to save everyone after we clear Shido's palace finally. In the cut version of the scene, Ryuji was, to get it even worse. As Foz and Death Chaos 25 uncovered while day mining Persona 5, there's whole bits of dialogue and animations that were played instead of the screen fading to black, where the girls and even Yusuke and Joker explicitly and rather violently berate and kick the living shit out of Ryuji in excruciating detail. Like, take a look at this. We have Joker cracking his knuckles, On winding up to punch him after slapping the shit out of him just earlier, Yusuke giving Ryuji a quick jab to the ribs, Makoto using her skills as a martial artist, as we know she's trained in Aikido and stuff, to jab Ryuji in the gut, Taba uppercutting Ryuji, and Haru with the tamest form of physical punishment out of them all, choosing to just slap him. It's utterly ridiculous, and it's all done in the name of stupid slapstick comedy. Do you know what's actually funny? The look Morgana gives Ryuji as he lies on the ground, and the original dialogue that he has within the scene.
You troublemaker! This one's for Mona! I don't really...
Wait! What's this about?
This original dialogue that was cut implies that Morgana was the only one who didn't do this whole thing to Ryuji. He didn't even touch him or lay a finger on him or scratch him with his little cat paws. Which is hilarious, given how they were just at odds with each other earlier in the Okumura arc. It's so ironic. For all the horrific baggage this potential scene would have had Sato Persona 5 with, and Ryuji with, the sole silver lining here is that the implication that Morgana and Ryuji's relationship has become a bit more amicable after the Okumura arc where, again, the game frames Ryuji as being the bad guy there. What the fuck, ATLUS? Speaking of other bits of dialogue, you may have noticed that in the scene that both Makoto and Yusuke are completely mute. That is because they were originally supposed to say the following as they stepped even closer to Ryuji. Take a listen.
This is all because your everyday conduct is bad.
I'm taking advantage of this too.
This ain't making any... Hold on, okay? Come on, I almost kinda died.
You seem quite fine.
Do you actually want to die then?
I'll make sure to pick up your bones. I wonder what Ryuji will look like in death.
You guys are joking, right?
I'm feeling a bit hungry.
Yeah, basically justifying their own actions by saying that Ryuji has always been a bad person, despite the fact that he literally just saved everyone's lives here, and many times before that even. I feel as though I should also mention that the discovery by Foz in Deathcast 25 was actually picked up by a couple news outlets too, just so we can all understand how much everyone hated the scene with Ryuji, and what could it potentially have been. As such, this is going to be the only time where I bring up this scene in the video, as I, like many others, don't want to pay any more kind of lip service. Speaking of that, we have those two stereotypical camp gay dudes that pop up out of nowhere during the Kamoshida arc when we first visit Shinjuku to hit on Ryuji and try to pull him away to be dressed in drag. Now, I'm not always concerned with the stereotypes here, as they are offensive enough, and that goes without saying, that these characters themselves are immensely problematic. Barring that, though, what I was more personally concerned about is the fact that Joker just fucking leaves Ryuji there and for these people to just haul him away to Yaldabaoth knows where in the sketchiest part of Tokyo, during a part of the game where the next palace ruler is actively running phishing schemes that target high school kids like Ryuji to then be used as mules to run drugs and other illegal shit. Knowing this, ATLUS writes Joker to just leave Ryuji all there by himself, and Joker doesn't even bother to check up him until the next day. I say again, what the fuck were you doing, ATLUS? This is how we reward Ryuji's loyalty towards his friends, even like on a meta-narrative level. Like, what the fuck? Now, to ATLUS's credit here, they may have efforts to redeem and improve Ryuji's character writing in Persona 5 Strikers. Due to how Ryuji was written in Persona 5, he's at his best when he serves as Lancer of the Phantom Thieves, as Joker's right-hand man, and as everyone's bestest bro, living free and dying hard. Within Royo, though, we're given the chance to mentor Yoshizawa towards the end of his character arc, wherein he's discarded his desire to attain fame, fortune, and women by being a phantom thief. Ryuji is, of course, very excited to do so. But ATLUS, being ATLUS, plays this up as a joke for Ryuji, where the entire party basically tells him to shut the fuck up, and that he's being an idiot for bringing up such an idea in the first place. You can imagine my response to such an unreasonably hostile reaction there, but ATLUS seemed to have taken this and improved upon Ryuji's desire to mentor a new member of the Phantom Thieves by introducing Sophia into the plot. We'll go over this in more detail in the epilogue of this very video, but just to prime you all for that particular discussion, Strikers harkens back to how Ryuji handled Kamoshida, with Ryuji being the first to instill into Sophia the most important core tenet of the Phantom Thieves, including "Thou shalt not kill thine targets," and "Thou shalt only steal the hearts of thine enemies." He imparts these lessons to Sophia, while also showing shades of being a little bit more emotionally intelligent than his last outing. He's nowhere near On's level, of course, but it's clear that he has grown and learned to think before he speaks. This is very good growth for Ryuji in Persona 5's sequel, but in my honest opinion, it's not enough to offset ATLUS's former transgressions within the former game. Persona 5 Strikers is supposed to be the definitive swan song for the Phantom Thieves, chock full of fan service and callbacks to both fit the plot and the characters that, as they are by this point, grizzled veterans of stealing hearts. Persona 5 Strikers is that and so much more, but in this game, Ryuji is often introduced to Hungry Ramen Boy, that indeed does drop one of the most epic F-bombs in gaming history, with a few more choice scenes that actively regress upon his achievements within Persona 5. Indeed, the biggest missed opportunity is when the thieves visit Akira Konoe's trauma cell, and find out that Konoe's father was emotionally and physically abusive towards him as a child. Understandably, the Phantom Thieves, including Zenkichi, being a father himself, are horrified by this whole ordeal, but strangely, Ryuji barely says anything here, despite him sharing this general commonality with Konoe, who amounts to be the secondary antagonist for the whole game, paralleling Shido in many ways. Just to make my point clear, here's my initial reaction to the scene from my first playthrough of Persona 5 Strikers. Take a listen.
Akira Konoe escaped an abusive childhood and avenged his mother by killing his own father.
That's a lot to process here. And I swear to God, if ATLUS doesn't have the fucking foresight to write Ryuji into saying something here, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
He must have framed the entire thing as a robbery in order to avoid suspicion.
You're saying he's a victim of some high and mighty shitbag too?
He must have felt so trapped. There was nobody he could turn to.
It's almost as if there's a member of the Phantom Thieves who suffer the exact same thing. They should be talking about this. But ATLUS, because they don't like Ryuji for some fucking reason, refuses to write dialogue for such things. I don't understand. Why? This is your chance for the finale of the Phantom Thieves in Persona 5. You should have Ryuji touch base with this shit. Instead, fuck Ryuji, I guess. We had a whole subplot dedicated to Haru. We had a whole subplot dedicated to Yusuke. I mean, the whole point of this game is to have the Phantom Thieves fight the parallels of themselves, I guess. So Ryuji should absolutely be stepping up to the fucking plate here. Or, like, god damn it, I fucking hate this so much, man. Can we, like, cut the comic relief for 5 seconds? Because also, Ryuji in this fucking game His only purpose is to be Ramen Boy. Like, seriously, that's it. He's a guy who fucking swears and likes to eat. That's it. That's fucking it. That's all he fucking does in this game. Every single palace, or palace, whatever, jail, whatever the fuck you call him, is bookended with Ryuji going, oh, I'm hungry. There have been moments where this game has had me in stitches, laughing, where I had to walk away for a couple minutes. Ryuji has had like one significant dialogue in this game in regards to the death of someone else's parents, right? With the Kane when they visit the graveyard. That's about it. That's all his impact has on this fucking game, right? That's it. And it is a fucking shame that ATLUS, or who's ever fucking writing this game, doesn't see the potential of this character after putting in all this effort in prior entries. They don't know what the fuck to do with him. Give him like 5 lines right now and I'd be absolutely happy. I would not be talking right now. But because, I don't know, he needs to be the comic relief for some reason, or the butt monkey punching bag. He can't have any intelligent discussion, any like written dialogue at all, because he needs, for some reason, he must occupy this part of the narrative. Absolutely dog shit. All right, rant over. We still have a little bit more of a game to go. Granted, Ryuji can, or the game, the writing could get better, and have Ryuji actually pitch in regards to being the Phantom Thief and keeping up with all these themes of finding all the narrative parallels of the Phantom Thieves. Hopefully, maybe he says something very, very cool during the boss fight with the upcoming jail ruler, but I really doubt it, because ATLUS doesn't know what the fuck to do with Ryuji now, it seems.
I remain just as disappointed and frustrated with ATLUS as I was on that day. I mean, sure, we can go back and forth about how this was probably supposed to be Zenkichi's time to shine as a thief, but we already kind of did that with a Kanda's jail in Kyoto. So I have to ask, why wasn't Ryuji thrown at least a line here, quite literally? Even more so when we consider that Konoe's shadow is weak to electric attacks, which Ryuji, of course, specializes in, by the by. Still, despite these problems and repeated attempts to undermine and cripple Ryuji's agency throughout the plot of each game, there's still enough remaining value in his character to continue on with. Perhaps with some knowledge of Japanese culture and understanding certain common tropes that exist within Japanese media, we'll be able to understand why ATLUS chose to characterize Ryuji in this rather fickle manner within Persona 5. After all, in order to steal hearts, a Phantom Thief must first understand their targets and their inner workings of their cognition. So, let's begin our infiltration and, quite literally, get inside the mind of ATLUS to try and understand why they characterize Ryuji in this rather fickle manner. Let the Phantom Thievery begin!
Before we begin, I would like to reiterate once more that Persona 5 is a Japanese game made by a Japanese entertainment company that they have chosen to use as a form of critical commentary to criticize issues that are not exclusive to Japanese society. Again, while there may or may not be some general commonality shared with a Western audience, Persona 5 is solely about criticizing Japanese social and sociological problems exclusively. As I explained in great detail in the last episode of the series, where we cover Persona 5's on Takamaki, it is extremely important to understand the game's characters from a Japanese cultural perspective, to understand Persona 5's subtext, and to fully appreciate Persona 5 as a piece of Japanese media. If you would like to watch that episode for yourself, as always, the link's in the description. For the sake of brevity and a further contrast to her arc with Ryuji's, I gave the example of how a Western fan of Persona 5 might walk away with the interpretation that the entirety of the Kamoshida arc was just about critiquing the patriarchy, and how that kind of power structure enables the extreme illiterates to ultimately take advantage of young girls like An and Shiho via blackmail and sexual violence. While this is indeed a valid interpretation of An's role within the Kamoshida arc, it's really only about 80% of the entire story if we leave the Japanese context out. An's role within the Kamoshida arc is ultimately just straight up about Japanese xenophobia, about how An is unable to conform to the social norms of Japanese society as someone who is perceived to be a foreigner, despite being Japanese herself. If we couple that in with a few dashes of sexism and misogyny, we're then able to make a puddle into a pond, possessing a concrete baseline understanding of An's role in Persona 5, and how ATLUS intended to use An as a vehicle to tell that kind of story. A similar culture contextual reading can be done with Ryuji, in regards to how he's portrayed within the plot as well. As tropey and vain as his character writing often is, Ryuji arguably suffers from a problem that's of a certain similar subdivision to the sociological issues that plagues An, but goes about facing things the same with society very differently. While it's certainly possible for An to choose to hide both face and mind by, say, dyeing her hair black, or making attempts to mask her natural beauty, Ryuji seems to be directly juxtaposed to this notion of Japanese society wanting outsiders or abnormal individuals to just conform, seemingly of his own volition. While An's mere gaijin presence perpetually offends people, Ryuji's whole vulgar delinquent personality is something that he personally chooses to cultivate for the sole reason of offending other people. In other words, while society is actively working to gaslight An into thinking that her uniqueness is somehow an offensive hazard to herself and other people, Ryuji seems to be trying to be as inflammatory as possible, in an effort to actively reject that very notion. This rather weird but purposeful dichotomy between who will eventually be our first two party members, the extremely emotional intelligent An Takamaki, and the fickle bluntness that will eventually come to know Ryuji for, lends us to the realization that the Kamoshida arc is not only about criticizing misogyny and sexism with An and Shiho, but is about something else that squarely affects Ryuji too, the issue of classism. To begin to understand why that's the case, this requires digging into other bits of Japanese media, the history of the Japanese Tokugawa feudal class system, its impact on modern Japanese society, and the very story that might have inspired Ryuji's Confidant arc with the track team. Within bits of Japanese media, but most commonly anime, there exists a trope/cliche called Osaka no Baka, which in English means the idiot from Osaka. Now, Badger, I hear you say, Ryuji clearly lives in Tokyo, not Osaka. And to that I say, yes, I know, I played the game, so just bear with me for now. This character archetype has a few key defining traits, of which Ryuji does indeed possess. To start, the idiot from Osaka is nearly always intended to be a foil to the otherwise incredibly competent protagonist, which in this case would be Joker. They also be characterized as incredibly loud and passionate people, someone who enjoys drinking and fighting while also showing a certain disregard or even open contempt to stereotypical Japanese politeness. Additionally, the idiot from Osaka will almost always be either an idiot or a delinquent, often meaning that this character is incredibly book dumb or socially inept. Ryuji is definitely guilty of all of this, as he chooses to speak informally using words like y'all and ain't, in the English version of Persona 5. And if you play the game in Japanese, he uses words and phrases associated with young people and delinquents like maji. Characterizing Ryuji as someone who truly likes to give his friends shit as he holds them in the highest of esteem, counter to himself. This will either endear you to Ryuji or make you hate his guts. But no matter what your opinion on him is, another facet of the Osaka no Baka trope is that when these characters are often killed off, they immediately come back for a deus ex machina to save the protagonist and their party, redeeming themselves from all their previous bouts of loudmouth idiocy. A proverb exists to qualify this phenomenon, which goes as follows. Something that I'm going to completely butcher, so please excuse me. Baka wa shinna no danai. Or in English, an idiot can't be cured of idiocy unless they die. I like to call this trope the idiot never dies, and to wrap a few examples, we have Okuyasu Nishimoto from JoJo Part 4, and Mako Mankancho from Kill la Kill. Certainly not the brightest members of the respective cast, but it's a single act of redemption, or in Mako's case, multiple acts that emancipate them from being the butt of a joke, at least for a little while. Ryuji is also cut from the same cloth as the latter, at least before his moment of heroism is exchanged for some hilarious comedic value if you're Japanese, or some highly objectionable character assassination if you play the English dub. Here exists another dichotomy of the subs versus dubs debate, and this one, instead of being completely insufferable, actually has some merit to the differences in voice direction for Ryuji's Japanese VA, Mamoru Miyano, and Ryuji's English VA, your boy Max Middleman, wherein they are both directed to play up specific parts of both of these tropes with varying bits of success. This difference is best exemplified within that infamous scene where Ryuji's teammates beat the crap out of him after Shido's palace. In the Japanese version, he seems to be purposely taking an inflammatory position while teasing on for ugly crying over his death. With how Miyano delivers that line, it's clear that his reading of Ryuji is someone who's incredibly insensitive, someone who fully doesn't understand the ramifications of his actions, especially to hold on to the ikadene part of his teasing of An. Ryuji has also spoken in this manner throughout the entirety of the game, acting like an obnoxiously loud dork with his actions, and manner of speaking being played up to maximize the comedic impact he has upon every scene that he's in. With that in mind, I can definitely see how Japanese dub Ryuji would have least deserved that slap from An, and at most, why the rest of the party would beat him up for being so insensitive. If I compare this to Max Middleman's interpretation of Ryuji in the English dub of the game, Ryuji seems legitimately confused as to why everyone thought him to be dead.
What?
Didn't you die?
What?
Following that, you might have noticed that instead of being completely inflammatory towards An, Ryuji's lines are rewritten and localized to make him sound incredibly confused and bewildered throughout this whole ordeal. Instead of Ryuji responding to An's slap with a simple which in Japanese is something that is done to indicate mild confusion or misunderstanding of something, the localization team give Ryuji a new whole-ass line.
What did I do?
Which subsequently paints An and the rest of the Phantom Thieves as being overtly emotional to what ultimately amounts to Ryuji trying to defuse the situation with a joke.
What's this? Your crying face is so not cute.
In the English dub, this line comes off as nothing more than a bout of harmless comedy that by all means seeks to play off Ryuji and An's love-hate relationship with each other that has undoubtedly been solidified since the beach episode where she made fun of Ryuji for leering at her. I think this is where the core of this confusion lies for Western audiences, who object to the reasoning why Ryuji of all people gets all out attacked by the thieves. We've seen Ryuji and An take the piss out of each other throughout the whole game, with a scene at the beach being part of the relationship where everything starts to become a bit more amicable.
Having An ugly cry and grieve over Ryuji's death would be a natural progression and resolution for the relationship. However, this is only talking in terms of the English dub. The way this conversation was handled within this particular dub of the game, you come away with the interpretation that An really did consider Ryuji to be close to her in the end of all things. But now, that relationship is not so clearly defined due to how the comedy sort of fell through the cracks here. What I think ATLUS' intention here was to instead build further upon that love-hate relationship that best boy and best girl have for comedy, which lands somewhat in the Japanese version, but doesn't land at all due to how it was directed in the English version. The connotations of Ryuji being insensitive are still there within the English dub, but its effect is greatly diminished on account of Middleman's given lines of voice direction. Instead, the comedy lying within how the team all-out attacks Ryuji in response to his insensitivity to An's tears in the Japanese dub, Max Middleman's delivery changes the comedic angle of the scene to Ryuji's confusion about how his team thought him to be dead and An slapping him, thinking actions of those calibers to be completely absurd. Obviously, the localized version of Ryuji changed the context of the scene greatly due to how each line is delivered, but to the Japanese, generally speaking of course, Miyono's version is incredibly funny as he fully leans into the Ida from Osaka trope and applies it to Ryuji.
待てってなほら俺死ぬとこだったっぽいし
As for Middleman, Ryuji comes off as this very angry and jaded kid who's down on his luck. Someone who's frustrated with society, with himself, and with his lot in life. Someone that rings true on many other situations when contrasted with the Japanese dub. Max Middleman, in his portrayal of Ryuji, has him drop the more annoying and vocally coarse characteristics of Miyono's reading, as Ryuji does the funnies. While conversely, Miyono's readings of Ryuji don't necessarily reflect Middleman's more impassioned take on the character when Ryuji's temper truly flares.
にやけた面でこっち見てんじゃねえよ
Stop looking down on me with that stupid smile on your face!
The original intent for Ryuji's character is obfuscated somewhat in the localization, as instead of Ryuji being an idiot, nothing more than a walking stereotype that's played out for comedy, Middleman gives a new dimension to Ryuji that ironically runs counter to how the game desires to characterize him. Now, if you want to chalk this up to Max Middleman's talent as a voice actor, issues with the localization in Persona 5, or something else, that's up to you. The Japanese version of Ryuji is the one we're speaking about here for the purposes of this part of the video. Working to understand why Ryuji was written in this manner, and why ATLUS thought it prudent to include a moment where Ryuji gets his shit kicked out of him for comedy, we need to dig a bit deeper. As is often the case with stereotypes, such as the Baka no Osaka trope fitting Ryuji to a T, there exists a certain truth to them in reality. When characters like Ryuji are written to lean into this trope as a delinquent or as the butt of the joke, they usually speak Kansai-ben, a dialect of Japanese that's spoken in Osaka, Kobe, and Kyoto. Ryuji does not, as he does hail from Tokyo, but takes inspiration from the loudmouth culture of Osaka and the greater Kansai region. This is incredibly important to understand for Ryuji's character and where his delinquent persona comes from, as it does again stem from classism. For context, there has long since been an ancient rivalry between Tokyo natives and Osaka natives that stretches all the way back to when the Japanese would move the capital of the country every single time the emperor would die. This tradition originally started in Osaka, around the year 550, before moving out of the Kansai region entirely and into the Kanto region and into the city of Edo, or as it's now known as, Tokyo. With each move of the capital, each region experienced cultural differentiation, evolving, while the powers that be began branding the rivals as greedy layabouts, scummy country bumpkins, or conversely power-tripping noblemen. With this move, the spoken dialects of the imperial court over the course of a few hundred years changed from that of Kansai-ben to that of Kanto-ben. Over time, with each move of the capital city, each region began to carve out its own local customs, identity, and spoken language. And with that, a rivalry began to emerge between the two regions as a result of class strife, stemming from how the Japanese feudal caste system juxtaposed the lowly merchant class and the noble samurai warrior class from each region. A segment that, as you might expect, to have evolved into being commonplace if we consider that, historically speaking, the Kansai region encompassing cities such as Osaka began to slowly become associated with wealthy merchants, while the Kanto region began to be associated with the imperial court and the samurai, a region where the power of the shogunate was eventually centralized at. With the shuffling of the various regions of power, with the samurai of the capital being hailed as the ruling class of Japan, we can see where the sense of superiority and rigidity stems from when compared to other regions of Japan like Kansai. From the samurai's point of view, the noble class of Japan, people who hail from Kansai are nothing more than lowly merchants, the dregs of society only concerned with money and personal gain, having little to no respect to how they conduct themselves around the aristocracy. This is especially true when we consider that within the feudal Japanese class system, merchants are placed at the bottom of the Tokugawa class hierarchy due to the fact that, as merchants, they didn't produce any meaningful goods, thought of as nothing more than troublesome middlemen, sketchy hustlers, and hagglers, especially if they hail from Osaka and refuse to speak the dialect of the ruling class. As a small anecdote, this conventional wisdom still exists within both regions of modern Japan. Ask a Kansai native and a Kanto native to ascend and descend an escalator or staircase. I guarantee you that they will almost always bump into each other. While this surely does sound a bit silly, this stairway trouble actually stems from a classist rivalry between Kanto samurai and Kansai merchants. As the rumor goes, the samurai who lived in the Kanto region would always try and bear and pass strangers on the left. This was necessary because the weapons were always fastened to the left side of the body, and passing people in this manner would allow them to draw their weapons to defend themselves. As for people from the Kansai region, who are mostly composed of lowly merchants, they would prefer to pass people on the right side, as this position would prevent pickpockets from taking their money.
This phenomenon can still be observed to some degree within pedestrian traffic today, as Osakans will largely prefer to pass people on the right side when given the chance, with Tokyoites choosing to do the opposite. Per conventional wisdom, they will almost always bump into each other because the manner in which they pass people is so ingrained within their respective cultural identities, stemming from the stratification of society by the feudal system of the past. To characterize this stratification of feudal Japanese society a bit more, this strife between each region and each class first began in 1588 AD, when Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the second of Japan's three unifiers, issued a decree concerning a katanagari, or sword hunt. This decree forbade that henceforth it was illegal for farmers and peasants to possess any weapons. This was done out of fear of both errant peasant risings and to quell the violence of the chaotic Sengoku period marked by near constant civil strife. The end goal of this edict was to, of course, solidify the power of the samurai and more specifically the shogunate, laying the groundwork for the era of peace that the Tokugawa era and its four-tier class system ushered in on account of the shogunate, isolating Japan from the rest of the world, thus stratifying society into several extremely rigid class structures. The social hierarchy looked like this. The shogun was at the top, followed by the noble class of the samurai lords, then the bulk of the warrior class of samurai, then the peasants, then the artisans, and at the very bottom, the merchant class. As with any feudal society, the ruling classes benefit most from the status quo, and while Japanese society was already stratified into a pseudo-caste before, the Tokugawa era truly codified this into society as it aimed to restrict and control all aspects of every citizen's life via limiting social mobility. There were laws passed about what kind of clothing patterns certain classes could wear, what kind of houses and structures could be built, and how far people could travel within a single day. Everything was regulated by the government solely for the benefit of the shogunate, with the stratification of society bringing with it certain stereotypes for each class. Traditionally speaking, in this feudal society, the samurai were typically compensated for their service via payments of rice, or koku, and hardly ever in actual hard currency. The reason why the samurai were compensated with rice and other manners of gifts, such as land, was that it was too expensive to pay and maintain a standing army due to Japan's economy largely being based with agriculture. These rice payments were paid to support the samurai, their families, and the retainers in exchange for the lower class's protection of the peasant class. This is standard feudal society stuff after all. A samurai service was to the shogun, with the word samurai coming from the Japanese verb sabaru, which means to serve or to look up to someone. When juxtaposed to the dregs of society, the merchant class, the loathsome middlemen and parasites who profit off the labors of the betters, were not creating anything to be useful for society by themselves, we can see why this class was often looked upon with suspicion. As a Japanese scholar, Okusurai, wrote in the 1720s, assessing the general notion of the way the classes were treated differently, the samurai and the farmers are the most productive and important members of society and should be protected by the government, while merchants, on the other hand, carry an insignificant occupation. It should be of no concern to the government if they decide to ruin themselves. This stratification of Japanese society was an adequate system, so long as the samurai and the peasant class maintained a traditional and feudalistic way of living, with rice being paid to the samurai for the service, and the samurai protecting the peasant classes, with the class system keeping the merchants down away from accruing any true power within society. However, this rigid social structure would not last for very long, becoming more and more hollow with each passing year. The problems began to arise rather ironically with all the reforms the Tokugawa dynasty instilled within Japanese society, leaving the warrior class without any true wars left to fight, apart from the extremely rare peasant revolt, thus creating a power vacuum that was to be filled by other members of society. Before, during the Sengoku period, the peasant's life was that of piety and backbreaking work for the benefit of the nobles, done in exchange for the samurai protecting the peasants from all manner of belligerency. After the katanagari limited the potential for violent crimes and civil wars, the commoner class suddenly had a lot more time on their hands, allowing for their minds to wander away from the rice fields, as did the merchants see an opportunity to pad their pockets, questioning the efficacy of the nigh-defunct samurai class. Ironically, throughout the centuries of being ignored by the ruling classes of the state as the dregs of society, the merchants found new ways to feed off the lavish spending of the daimyo for their own benefits, as they centralized the power within castle towns, unintentionally urbanizing the country and thus moving away from the agrarian society that the Japanese economy was based upon. Coinciding with this urbanization was the practice of the alternative attendant system, designed to keep the samurai and the daimyos loyal to the shogun and strapped for material wealth. In essence, this system meant that the samurai would spend half their time within their home domain and the other half in Edo at the side of the shogun, forcing them to purchase and grow enough goods for their bi-yearly travel from Edo to home and back again. This system begot the lords to commission public works projects, such as roads and bridges, to make their journey to court all the more easier. This system quickly drained the lords of all the remaining funds, which meant lower stipends for the samurai, thus greatly diminishing their power, which then greatly benefited the merchant class and their pockets. Additionally, due to the nobles' need to keep appearances up, a fundamental need to gild everything that they owned, the nobles quickly became indebted to their merchants, both socially and monetarily. The dregs of society suddenly found that these stuffy old samurai who constantly looked down upon them for generations and generations needed their talents for commerce, a position that the merchants could easily exploit for more money. In other words, the same society that placed merchants at the bottom of the social hierarchy thus promoted their success via the shogun encouraging high governmental spending rates. Once seen to possess a useless occupation within the social hierarchy, merchants began organizing complex financial systems that the samurai were in no way qualified to create or maintain while they were away in Edo, lining their own pockets and diversifying their investments by allowing the nobles to take loans from them, then reinvesting their newly found wealth through patronage of the arts. Eventually, the wealth of these bottom-feeding merchants started a proto-countercultural movement as their vast war chests gained from selling goods to all brackets of Japanese society, ironically gave these scummy merchants access to better education, the power to influence culture through trading, but most importantly, challenging the power of those stuffy old samurai. Thus started the Ukiyo era,
the here and now era of Japanese history, flooded and patronized by the merchant class, creating this floating world where the merchants could live outside of Tokugawa society, living between the liminal spaces between the real world and the fantastical one that they created with their patronage. It is within this culture that Japanese woodblock prints, also known as ukiyo-e, were originally conceived. At its core, these prints were created by artisans and sold by merchants to parody the paradoxical power they held within society. Made to be as interesting as a photo or meme on your Instagram timeline, we can see this reflected within several of the ukiyo-e paintings of the era, which, to put it simply, were effectively political cartoons created by the merchant class that reflected and criticized this paradoxical rising influence that began to have over Japanese society and culture. As a result of the patronage of the merchants, a social paradox began to emerge, of which these same merchants chose to poke fun at in a self-deprecating manner. This was done through the merchants bankrolling brothels, kabuki theater plays, and most importantly, bringing about the invention of working-class artistic pieces like ukiyo-e paintings and woodblock prints. I have a few personal favorites, such as this one, where we see this rather large, well-dressed man swinging around his giant arms, sleeves packed with money for bribes as he barrels through a crowd of peasants and other merchants. I do believe that the kanji printed upon the top reads something to the effect of, instead of following the righteous or honorable path, this man let money enrich his life. This implies that the honorable path was to fulfill your role as a merchant within this stagnant society, meaning that your role was to help the shogun and or the emperor maintain power within society. Because this printing was created, you could probably guess what the dregs of society thought of that very notion. My other favorite printing is this one, where an old man, possibly either a merchant or a commoner wearing a golden yukata, is depicted holding what looks like either a mirror or a magnifying glass up to an unamused ronin or samurai, with the intent behind the painting being that of criticizing the socially superior but physically inferior ruling classes. This was the factual but self-deprecating and sarcastic art of the working class people, the comedic punk rock counterculture movement of feudal Japan, and holy shit, is it glorious. It wasn't all just sarcastic political cartoons, however, as most ukiyo-e prints were more concerned with expressing the frankness of daily life with sufficient window dressing, designed to be mass-produced as quickly and as efficiently as possible. It could be said that Japan is the only country in the world where, during its feudalistic era, portraits of the ruling classes weren't as common as depictions of the daily life of your average commoner, and we can thank the lowly merchant classes patronage of the arts for giving us these various insights into the common life of Japanese people. This is a common characteristic of the ukiyo-e era. There are rarely any depictions of lords, their samurai, or the shogun in this era of flourishing artistry. Instead, we have depictions of people just hanging out at tea houses, starting the day out by going to food stalls for some sushi and onigiri, seeing people hold their customers' retinue across rivers, or commissioning slightly more lewd things like woodblock printings of what would be the off-brand anime of that time period, depicting courtesans just doing the jobs, which both serves as advertisements and to further undermine the power of the shogun through depicting these rather hedonistic activities. This culture boom of art coincided with the inception of the kabuki theater, and most importantly, the rise of the Yoshiwaras, the red light districts that began to pop up as a result of the merchant class's accumulation of capital, which not only began to attract your average commoner, but even some people who were very close to the shogunate as well. A keen example of the influence of the kabuki theater had upon society was the Ijima Ukushima affair of 1714, where Ijima, a high-ranking lady within the shogun's harem, decided to attend a play in Edo. Smitten by the wonders of the theater and the talents of its actors, she invited them out for a night at a local tea house, straying far away from Edo Castle for far too long, failing to return at the normal hour. This was a huge scandal for the time, shaking the whole of feudal society, as the seductive and artistic power of the theater subverted the shogun's power and the goal of the class system to keep everybody within their place. The result was a massive crackdown on all parties involved. Ijima was placed in custody in another feudal domain, the actors were exiled, and the theater itself was destroyed, with over 1,000 people being punished for participating. A harsh punishment, but it did prove one thing. The feudal society that the Tokugawa was built and enforced was hollow at its very core, a social fallacy if you will. Ultimately, the government was powerless to stop all these hedonistic activities, as even the samurai got involved with kabuki theater, taken by the idleness and leisurely pleasures of the tea houses as well, and then being subsequently seduced by the courtesans of the Yoshiwara district as well, which, if you recall, were all bankrolled by the merchant class. Ironically enough, this life of seductive leisure would soon become the norm, as by the 18th century, many samurai clans became a relic of the past, and a ceremonial governmental position at best, given the relative peace of this time period. Even though the merchant class arguably had more influence over Japanese culture than the samurai themselves, officially they were not given any clemency for upward social mobility by the government. However, like all counterculture movements, the average of the ruling classes eventually caught up with all of them. And because Japan was still a feudal society, the regional samurai governors called daimyo were able to tax his merchants informally. In other words, the government could just arbitrarily force merchants to give the noble classes loans and interest rates favorable to the nobles, of which you might suspect they could also default upon or cancel at any time. As to how this was achieved, you may ask, well, it's because in the end, the samurai still had all the swords and the backing of the shogunate. Meaning that the samurai could swing said swords as they please, effectively nationalizing the entirety of the merchant class in service to the shogun.
We don't produce the food, it's...
These retaliatory measures against the bottom-feeding class that got a little too brazen with their money re-established the samurai as the nobles once more, with the samurai often laying the blame upon the merchant class for creating such class strife in the first place. As the merchants became poorer once again, the strength and power of the samurai waxed and waned over the next few centuries, with the Meiji Restoration, the Peru Expedition, and the assassination of the samurai Ryuji Sakamoto, the same man that ATLUS would then base Persona 5's Ryuji Sakamoto around, proving how badly Japan needed to modernize its economy and social structure.
In the interest of this theme of class strife, this Ryuji Sakamoto figure showed us that there was even unequal treatment among the lower and higher ranks of the samurai as well. Ryuji was a lower samurai whose clan benefited from the social mobility the merchant class offered, becoming sake brewers to then achieve the position of samurai in the first place. Ryuji was a key mediator in the Iguchi Village sword incident, a case of serial murder and strife between the classes of samurai. The brother of Throne-Shin Akita was killed by a higher samurai for possibly just bumping into him, which then caused Akita himself to kill the higher samurai in retaliation, thus avenging his brother. Things only settled down after Akita himself mediated by committing seppuku in front of his family, the salary of the Throne-Shin clan being confiscated shortly after his death for defying their betters, with the higher samurai receiving no punishments whatsoever, getting away scot-free. This caused mass desertions from the lower samurai, including Ryoma and his comrade Shintaro Nakaoka, pushing them further towards the mindset of advocating for democracy and the dismantling of feudal society in general, along with the Tokugawa class system, a mindset that Ryoma often reflected by wearing his traditional garb and Western-style footwear. The message this stratification in the class system offered was clear. It was made to oppress everyone but the ruling classes, with any resistance or retaliation being met with a harsh retribution, be it the destruction of a theater, the imprisonment of a noble lady, the nationalizing of an entire social class, or calling for the deaths of the lower bracket of the warrior class. The impact of the Tokugawa system had on Japanese culture and the different stereotypes it then created has remained for quite some time in Japanese culture.
With this in mind, some stereotypical traits from both regions begin to emerge. From the samurai's perspective, the Kansai merchant native is a self-deprecating comedian, only concerned and overly obsessed with the money he's hauling around his pockets to the extent that he's actively disrespecting his betters and placed within society. From the Kansai perspective, the noble samurai are cold, cruel, stiff, and out of touch, with no time for other people's bullshit. The temperament of these two stereotypes are still present within modern Japanese culture, but have taken on a much more different connotation. The stereotype of Kanto natives, and more specifically people from Tokyo being stern buzzkills, has remained to the modern day. But as for people from Kansai and Osaka, they have went from being thought of as lowly grinning muddy grubbers to still being that, in addition to being thought of as comparatively outgoing and friendly country bumpkins, the center of Japan's youthful and comedic spirit. Indeed, despite being looked upon as the lowest of the low in feudal Japan, Kansai, and more specifically, Osakan merchants were still the ones responsible for spreading culture and art through their trade, and thus developed a reputation for being, well, hip and with it. As the rumor once again says, if you take someone from Tokyo and Osaka out for a night of drinking with the goal of getting completely shit-faced, the Tokyo native will become a bit less poised than usual. They'll become almost as cheerful and sociable as the Osakan within their company. They may even begin to mimic and poke fun at the Osakan in their midst by making fun of their accent and social nature after loosening up quite a bit. The same way that my fellow American and British friends might make fun of Valley Girls, people from the Deep South, Bostonians, and even people from Ireland, Scotland, or Birmingham. As for the Osakan, this is the norm. Those will become more merry and cheerful with each sip of their drinks, as being pleasant and social hooligans is their default setting. And thus, the stereotype of Osaka natives being overly stubborn and Osakans having the gruff courtesy and attention span of a goldfish was born. Now, while certainly ripping on each other over a few drinks can be fun at times, this class's connotation of the stereotype still remains. In a much more modern context, it often has negative repercussions for those who aren't Tokyo natives. One such example can be seen with how some people who come from Kansai often feel the need to change the way they act and normally speak in order to fit in. This is a cultural norm in Japan, and one that has faced some amount of criticism in some forms of Japanese media, which of course we're going to go over in just a second, but first, some context. When Kansai natives choose to move to Tokyo or anywhere else where the population speaks a different dialect of Japanese, they often choose to adopt that local dialect, as it is seen as the polite thing to do. However, if one chooses to retain their native dialect and not conform to the standards, it is seen as a social taboo, as people who speak Kansai Ben are seen as lower class louts, on account of the impression the Tokugawa class system I mentioned earlier left upon Japanese culture. Even today, people from Kansai are seen as coarse, vulgar, and impolite hooligans, or even country bumpkins who balk and outright refuse at any chance to better themselves. Per this conventional wisdom, Tokyo natives think of themselves as exponentially more affluent than those who reside in Japan's hinterlands, like Kansai. This, when put into contrast with the capital citizens, gives most Tokyo natives the perception that Osaka is a place that's comparatively overly informal and unserious about mostly everything by an order of magnitude. If those same Kansai natives claim otherwise, they're just bluffing or flat out lying because classism. To use a rather extreme example, this discrimination based on dialect and language would be like someone from Glasgow or Birmingham moving to London and then suddenly speaking Upper Received pronunciation, the posh accent that's associated with British aristocracy. To be clear, certain derogatory assumptions are being made about the outgroup who aren't quote-unquote normal enough or speaking the Queen's English, to borrow a turn of phrase. At its heart, this trope that's so often seen in Japanese media is all about classism that's directed at working class people that have been for literal generations seen as the scum of society. Now, this sort of reputation for being lazy and laid back for all those who speak Kansai Ben comes from the rather relaxed reputation that cities like Osaka and Kyoto have garnered to their citizens when compared to that of Tokyo's. Japan's capital city is one with the densest populations on Earth, and with that comes a general demand to be in a hurry. That is to say, Tokyo natives have a comparative low tolerance for all this bullshit when compared to those from the Kansai region. It's because of this notion that, per conventional wisdom, Osakan standards of industry, production, quality of life, wealth, and overall tolerance of foreigners tend to be a bit more laid back and openly friendly than that of, say, Tokyo's. And for what that means to Osakans today, in addition to all the baggage we see within this rivalry today, most Osakans are seen as, well,
lovable idiots that are the punching bag for every joke. To list off a few examples of this trope from yours and mine's favorite weeb shit, we first have Ace Attorney's fiery tabloid photographer, Osawagi Natsumi, or Lotta Hart, as some of you might know her by her localized English name. Within the Japanese version, she is categorized as the walking embodiment of the Osakan stereotype, and the English localized version of the game, she is a walking embodiment of the deep Southern American. The first time Phoenix Wright and Maya meet her, she mentions that she's from the heartlands of her country, and in the same breath, she threatens to kick both of their asses while also admitting to country bumpkins like her being extremely dumb. All the while, the party does their best to keep up with her draws and yawls, saying that as Tokyo natives or city people, the manner in which she speaks in addition to the culture shock both Maya and Phoenix are experiencing is exhausting and difficult to keep up with. As a consolation, in the localized version, Natsumi/Hart offers to speak quote-unquote yank to Phoenix and Maya, but in the Japanese version, she offers to drop the Kansai dialect so the city folk can keep up with her. Interestingly enough, Natsumi's lampshaded commitment to be a one-to-one depiction of the classic Baka no Osaka trope was so dead on that within the official art book for Phoenix Wright that was released in 2009, it was known that many of the Osaka developers that worked in the game were somewhat displeased and angered at her depiction as both a country hick and a cheapskate. While it could be said that, in retrospect, Osawagi's depiction within the game was probably seen as a negative thing and mildly classist at best, it was really only saved from being really offensive by the overt lampshading that the Phoenix Wright games are known for. Be that as it may, the classism still exists, even if it's not supposed to be completely serious. For a more definitive example, and one that's most relevant to the subject of this video, we can see a smaller critique of classism within Chihaya Mifune's Confidant arc within Persona 5, both in the English dub and within the Japanese dub of the game. As Joker progresses through her Confidant arc, he discovers that Chihaya moved from her village out in the sticks to the biggest city on Earth, being that of Tokyo, and as such, Chihaya feels the need to hide her accent from Tokyo natives, from her customers, so that she's to be taken seriously as a fortune teller and not some layabout country bumpkin slumming it out in Shinjuku. This is a very important bit of characterization for Chihaya, and a rather sad thing for Chihaya to feel necessary to do. To conform or perish, really. As a matter of fact, we can hear this dichotomy play back to us in Chihaya's voice acting in Persona 5 Royal, so take a listen.
基本的に敬語しか喋れないし、方言を隠そうとして癖になっちゃって、こんなおしゃれな場所慣れてないですし。そんな困るっちゃけど、そういうの。ああ、また言葉。
Really? I'm so glad to hear that. I was so dang worried. I'm speaking in my country dialect again.
What you also might have noticed is that Chihaya in the Japanese version doesn't drastically change her intonation or start speaking some kind of equivalent to a Japanese southern drawl. As to why that's the case, generally speaking, when Western regional dialects are pitted against Japanese linguistic regional dialects, Western language often accompanies a change in intonation and some words to be contracted or shortened. You know, using y'all instead of you all and the like. However, for Japan, regional dialects often mean using different words to refer to the same concepts when compared to other parts of the island nation. In other words, your regional linguistic identity isn't necessarily tied to a southern drawl or a rough Brooklyn accent. It's tied to what words you prefer to use over others. The best example of this concept is how there are two words that are used between the Kansai region of Japan and the Kanto region of Japan to call someone a moron or an idiot. In Tokyo, you would say Baka, while in Osaka, you would say Aho. Now, you could certainly still call people stupid in Osaka by saying Baka, but there, saying such a word to others is considered highly offensive when used instead of Aho. So, if a Kanto native were to come to Osaka and start insulting people in this manner, being ignorant of the fact that it would be very impolite to do so, even in the most lighthearted of situations, the fact that this particular individual wouldn't be a Kansai native would be very obvious. In order to fit in, such people would have to consciously know what words to use over their native dialect to fit in with a lot, as not to constantly offend people. In knowing this information about how this core part of Chihaya's character was written with respect to this aspect of Japanese culture, and how it was subsequently localized to the West, we can see how Persona 5 plays upon this trope to then criticize this part of society by having her hide both face and mind, just to scrape by. The end result for Chihaya is that, with Joker's help, she needed to abide by this obtuse cultural practice, or be ashamed to hide her true self in order to try and fit in, feeling comfortable enough to drop this false Tokyo persona she's cultivated in favor of speaking in her truest voice, at least when she's around Joker.
As you might have already seen with Chihaya, this stereotype is also present in Japanese dubs of Western foreign movies as well. Anytime a movie is made in English that features a character that heavily leans on the deep southern stereotype, or really any stereotype that entails that they are from the heartland or rural areas of a specific home country, their Japanese voice actor will almost always be directed to give that character a Kansai accent. The best example of this is when you take what is objectively the best sequel ever to exist, Shrek 2. In the movie, Mike Myers puts on a fake Scots accent when voicing for the eponymous character. And as any self-respecting Shrek lore master like myself would know, Myers originally voiced the character without the accent, but later opted to re-record many of the voiceovers in this Scottish accent.
This is my swamp. Our swamp. Let go, donkey.
You let go.
Stubborn jackass.
Smelly ogre.
Fine.
This is my swamp.
Our swamp.
Let go, donkey.
You let go.
Stubborn jackass. Smelly ogre.
Fine!
The reason for it being that, at least within his mind, Shrek in its sequel were all about classism.
You had worker people, and then you had this people who were, for no reason, the king and queen. They weren't elected or anything. So I always thought that ogres were working people, growing up as a working person. So I thought I tried it as a Canadian. And it just didn't have any oomph. And then I said, can I record it again as Scottish? Because I know, fairy tales are a Eurocentric form. Scottish people are near and dear to me. I have relatives in Scotland and background in Scottish, and they're working people. It's a working people accent.
This does fit the themes of the movies extremely well, so what better gruff stereotype do you need to characterize an ogre that's not only vulgar, crude, and materialistic, but someone who also takes mud baths and showers? You need a voice that invokes an image of a scratchy, unkempt Highlander from the countryside, or more bluntly, someone who's not from London. As for the Japanese dub of the movie, Shrek will be voiced by Masatoshi Hamada, who was directed to localize and interpret the brutish, crude, and temperamental dynamics of Shrek's character into him speaking with a Kansai accent. Take a listen to this weird dichotomy between these two readings of Shrek as a character.
さあ行くでジャンボくんババーンとパーティーに飛び入りやまさにマブダチモードでそんなに彼女と仲良しやったらお城くっついて行ったらええやろだって俺はあんたといたいんだ何回言うたらわかんねえ俺についてくんのは許さん俺は一人で生きていく俺の沼で一人で仲間はいらんわかったか邪魔なんや足ばっかり引っ張る役立たずで鬱陶しいおしゃべりロバーな
Interesting stuff, I know, for both Persona and Shrek to have this sort of intersection, but again, let's just go back to Japanese media for the time being to list off the few best examples of this trope in action. To start, we merely need to reference what is objectively one of the best bits of weeb shit out there, Kill la Kill. Now, Kill la Kill is an anime that famously, but affectionately, rips on almost every single ecchi anime trope in existence, which is why its TV tropes page is fucking massive. For now though, I just want to focus on the plot of the 13th episode of the anime called Crazy for You. Given how Kill la Kill has a tendency to both make fun of and take these sorts of tropes in stride, the Baka no Osaka trope is in full swing here with a character known as Kaneo Takarada. Now, as you may guess, Takarada is from Osaka, and is the guy in charge of the academy that Sasuke wants to take over for herself, as she does things that will make Rover Ocelot very, very happy. Now, we can say that Takarada has a few characteristics that lean into the stereotypes from Osaka, and the trope that they are thought to fill within Japanese media. Takarada and his army carry themselves like complete greedy low-class punks, and based on this shot of what's supposed to be Takarada's army, composed entirely of Osaka natives, they certainly don't look like they have a lot going on in the space between both of their ears. Most of them seem to have this lecherous gaze about them as they prepare to fight, with some of their comrades in cash missing teeth, or having enormous ears, or even buck teeth, all done in an effort to make them look like low-class country bumpkins. They value picking fights, money, and material game over true self-improvement, seeing as the only way to subvert all problems and ailments. When Sasuke threatens to level Osaka, Takarada abides by it by saying he'll just use his hidden wealth to rebuild it. So, from a Tokyo native's point of view, Sasuke and Sangayama cannot fathom why someone would just laze about, throwing all his money and resources around like nothing. This, to both of them, is the Osakans' Achilles heel, as Sasuke does point out. Osakans are all bark and no bite, having no respect for each other or true connections to one another besides being lazy idiots with lots of money. Kill la Kill does play up this part of the Osakan stereotype for a comedic effect, and don't get me wrong, it's funny as shit as Takarada basically pimps out the entire city to fight for him, but it's still overtly negative. This negative connotation is something that is going to be present throughout most bits of Japanese media when talking about this area of Japan. But that's not to say that Kansai natives can't be painted as something a bit more wholesome, albeit with its negative connotation still remaining somewhat. Following Kill la Kill's rather hyper-stereotypical depiction of Kansai natives, we have one such example residing with the 2nd and 4th generation of Pokemon. This time framing the Baka no Osaka trope as being a bit more wholesome this time around. Often within Pokemon games, Game Freak chooses a locale that is a loose basis in reality. For example, Pokemon Sun and Moon is set in a location that takes inspiration from Hawaii, but the interpretation of the setting is taken from a Japanese tourist's experiences of the islands. It is from the outside looking inwards in another culture. This also happens with Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, as a funny bit of meta humor that can be observed is that we basically have the entire setting of this generation of Pokemon taking place within the Johto region of the Pokemon world, with the Johto region itself taking inspiration from the Kansai region of Japan. The cities that you travel to and the NPCs that you speak to within the game itself are entirely based off of most cities that exist within reality within the Kansai region of Japan, right down to a relatively underdeveloped country bumpkin aesthetic. Many places of Kansai cultural significance as well as the region's people are represented within this generation of Pokemon, including Goldenrod City and its gym leader, Whitney. When playing Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver in Japanese, you might be able to discern that Goldenrod, being the most well-developed port city in the Johto region featuring a radio tower and a national park, is in fact a dead ringer for Osaka, with Whitney's dialogue in the Japanese version of the game having her speak Kansai band exclusively. This also applies to her stereotypical temperament as well. If one word could be used to describe Whitney's personality, it would be youthfully naive and chaotic. While the most infamous traits are the fact that she's a sore loser and a massive crybaby, Whitney has a multi-layered personality, despite being the holder of the plain badge and using a team of exclusively normal type Pokemon. Whitney can be loud, cocky, energetic, cheerful, or even slightly ditzy and naive all at the same time. In other words, Whitney's a bit of a contradiction, an extremely emotional and unopposing childish idiot whose most admirable characteristics are that of being cheerful and keeping close ties to her community, all traits that fit in with the Baka no Osaka trope. However, that's not quite the whole story here. One other thing that's important to note here is what Whitney does when she's not battling at Goldenrod's gym. During her time off, she can be found at Goldenrod's department store on the 6th floor's rooftop atrium, taking a break from shopping around. This is an extremely important bit of cultural insight being shown here within Pokemon, as Whitney, to my recollection, is the only gym leader not to travel outside her hometown. Her life is just bouncing around from gym battles to running down the street to hang out in the town's department store. This serves as another bit of meta-commentary within these two generations of Pokemon, as Goldenrod City, being representative of Osaka within reality, has long been since considered the center of Kansei's youth culture in post-war Japan. We can see this represented in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, with all the trainers that you fight in Whitney's gym mentioning that their favorite type of Pokemon are the tenacious yet cute types, an aesthetic that's not well defined in the art style of this generation of Pokemon, but still remain upon closer inspection. In Pokemon Crystal, the sprites of most of the trainers that you fight in order to get to Whitney appear to be wearing certain markers of the Gyaru fashion subculture. While not particularly exclusive to Osaka, the implications of it being associated with it being a fashion trend invented by young people that aim to rebuke the status quo still remained, and thus it was quickly associated with Osakans. For starters, most of Whitney's trainers all look to be wearing their school uniforms and loose-fitting socks, though the tan skin might be a consequence of the Game Boy's color palette. Regardless though, the implication is clear. Whitney seems to enjoy being a part of the subculture and surrounding herself with like-minded cute people who are into gaudy fashion trends. As to why this seems to be the case as to why Whitney seems to surround herself with Genki girls like herself who are interested in fashion and cute stuff, we need to look at some Japanese history that involves Japan's burgeoning counterculture movement and how Osaka became so intertwined with those damn glue-sniffing kids from Hicksville, Kansai. If we go back into Japanese history to the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we can see where both this flashy sense of fashion and this trope sprang to life and then coalesced in these sorts of delinquent characters that we see today. They all stem from the rebellious youth subcultures that popped up during this time period within Japanese history. For context, in post-war Japan, many riots occurred within the country that stemmed from Japan doing its best to navigate both the nuclear age and the implications of how the upcoming Cold War will put a strain on international relationships with the country, as the Americans put military bases on Japanese soil. Due to Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution making it illegal for the Japanese to participate offensively in any foreign conflicts, Japan had to rely on stiff diplomacy with the West, as the country also tried to re-establish a national identity for themselves in this post-war world. As you may suspect, many of these riots stem from the restrictions imposed upon Japan by the United States-Japan Security Treaty, which in turn led to much more outrage and frustration among war veterans and young people, as from their perspective, Japan was being turned solely into an airstrip for America to fight communism in Korea and Vietnam, as both the economy and the country's culture was slowly but surely beginning to stagnate back into pre-war collectivism. This led to many pockets of disaffected youth and protests led by university students cropping up in Japan, with many gathering to protest both the security treaty and how the government for the time was failing to legislate for their own people during what was an uncertain time for both Japan and the rest of the world, as everyone began to fear nuclear Armageddon, something in which Japan, of course, has already suffered. Out of fear and frustration of the Americans astroturfing Japan to launch recon missions to the Soviet Union, anti-American sentiment began to rise. This dissatisfaction with the government led to many young people concerned for the future of Japan starting protest movements and then riots with the police, with said riots sparking immediate and moral outrage, with the affluent and privileged labeling those groups of young people who dared to question the status quo as delinquent, using terms like bozaku and yonki to define them. To be completely clear, this is an important part of the story to know, as while these disaffected youths were quick to adopt those derogatory and classist labels, they didn't create such labels for themselves. Society did it for them. For the term bozaku, this term did legitimately stem from the biker gangs that sowed chaos on Japan's highways as a response to the perceived loss of traditional values in post-World War II Japan. However, as time went on, its aesthetics and the name quickly became diffused, modified, and passed on to other youth delinquent cultures of the era. How this was done was also not the choice of these groups either, for what was originally a term that, when translated to English, means running out of control violent tribes, was once a term pointed squarely at the biker gangs that would start riots against the police in the 70s, it quickly became a catch-all term for young people whose modus operandi was fuck authority. Moving into the 1980s, with the power of hindsight, we can see that this was a hasty label thrust upon a group of people by the powers that be who were morally outraged by their mere presence. Those damn kids who dared and desired to replace monotony with abject chaos, an attitude that stems from an equal amount of disdain with the status quo, bringing to light the social issues that mainstream culture would rather not be seen. That it was indeed possible within Japan not just to be another brick in the wall. This sense of expressive freedom channeled through the cacophony of revving engines and customized and embroidered flight suits was this group's greatest contribution to Japan's counter-youth culture, paving the way for the Yankee aesthetic, which does require its own robust explanation. In the mid-80s and late 90s, Japan's disaffected youth became fascinated with Western culture as a means of escaping the overt politeness of Japanese society. Even with the rapid economic growth that this period afforded Japan, the culture didn't necessarily change all that much. While it was possible for a new level of unprecedented upward economic movement, some social barriers still remained within Japan. Oftentimes, young people became frustrated with this paradoxical era of opportunity, as the void that was Japan's middle class began to simultaneously grow and stagnate, leading to several more counterculture movements with the goal being to annoy the nesting dragon. These subcultures are thought to originate within Osaka, and more specifically, within Osaka's Namba neighborhood known as Amerikamura, literally meaning American village when translated to English. This was an area in the city in the early 80s that quickly acquired the reputation as the center of Kansai's youth culture, a place where you can find shops selling miscellaneous imported goods from America, as well as being the center of several comedy clubs. With the implications of that being upon the people from Kansai historically being seen as lower class louts or greedy impolite merchants, we now have the new connotations of the average person of Kansai being all those things while also being naive and childish. So to all those outsiders who observe these young people hanging around this part of Osaka wearing gaijin fashion such as baggy pants and Hawaiian shirts, they were branded as Yankee for their unorthodox and very boisterous, un-Japanese sense of fashion. This combination of Osaka being a center for young people to gather to shop for non-Japanese goods, as they poke fun at how backwards Japanese society could be sometimes, eventually garnered Osakans the reputation of being informal, naive idiots. Now, while Yankee was initially a term specifically to refer to those residing within this specific part of Osaka, Yankee quickly became a derogatory term to refer to all young people who showed even a hint of rebellion against the status quo. Something that was, over time, an aesthetic that became more and more commodified and associated with the Baka no Osaka trope. As these disaffected youths stayed with the media outrage that stemmed from the riots that occurred in the 70s, many chose to take these same labels in stride, as the term became more prolific within the modern cultural zeitgeist in Japan. In other words, what turned from a bunch of young Osakans buying American clothes became a semi-legitimate social movement that played on Japanese xenophobia and classism based on abject rebellion and the embracement of class distinction through quote-unquote offensive fashion, as young Japanese people made like St. Jimmy and became the needle in the vein of the establishment. Because these same Japanese youths couldn't break down the polite norms of their society, being expected to act and behave a certain way, the only way they really could express themselves was through fashion. Instead of hiding both face and mind, these Osakans, or Yankees, decided to be individuals, and were keen on letting others know that the post-baby boomers of Japan were slothful and way too comfortable and self-absorbed with the status quo. To the disaffected Japanese youth at the time, there was a certain appeal to the connotations and general gaudiness and vulgarity of Americans and American culture, after Japanese youth was introduced to American aesthetics and rock and roll music by American GIs staying on base in Osaka. And when I say American aesthetics, just think of the movie Grease. Now, as time went on, these young Yankee delinquents began to romanticize this gruff, rough and tumble culture, and used it as a means to refute polite society through dressing and acting a certain way that would offend those norms. In order to offend those norms, Yankee delinquent fashion involves slicking back your hair, modifying your school uniforms to appear messy and unkempt, wearing flashy bits of clothing to make yourself stick out, choosing to speak very loudly, and most of all, seeking out fights and solving problems through selective violence. Between the loud and proud fashion sense of these Yankee delinquents, often seen as naive idiot kids, along with the general reputation of Kansai and Osaka natives being low-class country hicks, a burgeoning stereotype began to form, being codified into comedic tradition by manzai comedy routines. Something that the famous Baka and Sakomi routine, the Japanese version of the straight man and wise guy comedy duo, was codified in Japanese comedic tradition by Yotoshi Matsumo and Hamada Masatoshi, popularizing this form of comedy by delivering it all in Kansai ben, with all of its snappy comebacks and slapstick comedy, eventually giving rise to the Baka no Osaka trope that we see commonly in media today. To tie this back to Ryuji and the infamous scene where the thieves eventually beat the crap out of him after finishing Shido's palace, we can begin to understand the cultural differences between Japanese comedy and Western comedy. To keep it short, slapstick comedy is king to the Japanese, especially when it's done to someone who's perceived to be the boke, or the idiot of the group, making fun of the Sakomi or the straight man's short temper. In this case, Ryuji is framed as a boke, trying to annoy on account of her being a very emotional person. And as you might suspect, the end result is, well, rather funny, at least in a Japanese context.
嘘だよなあ
So now that we understand why the scene was, in most respects, lost in translation, we have new connotations of how the Baka no Osaka trope evolved to be a mainstay in Japanese media today from its roots in Osaka, and how it influences modern Japanese culture today. On top of people from Kansai being historically seen as lower-class louts or greedy, impolite merchants, we now have the new connotations of the average person from Kansai being all those things while still being naive, childish, troublemaking country hicks who like to make crass jokes and annoy people. While this trope might seem harmless to these groups of disaffected kids, this is Japan we're talking about. If you're labeled as a delinquent or as some kind of social deviant, you'll likely either be bullied or discriminated against. These stereotypes became very real things with real impacts in reality, even as the Yankee and several other forms of delinquent fashion trends became even more and more commodified. While many youth subcultures began springing up worldwide around this time, while the powers that be accused them and generalized all teenagers of being drunken dope addicts and glue sniffers, those same groups, elites outside of Japan, were able to find some amount of sympathy, because being against the establishment was chic at the time. The opposite became true in Japan. In striving for class consciousness, Yankees became universally disliked as the childish punks they were thought of to be, which had dire consequences for some of its participants. While most Yankee men were able to grow out of or even retain some of the delinquent characteristics while moving into the workplace, the women, ironically enough, suffer the most under this conventional wisdom, especially if and when they decide to become mothers. These Yan Mamas, as they were known as, suffered due to the prevailing notion that all Yankees were just a bunch of layabouts, and as prevailing wisdom held, these sorts of delinquents, more so women in this case, were just a bunch of promiscuous high school dropouts that got knocked up by some dude. Another lost cause that will, in this case, quite literally, breed more bottom feeders. It didn't matter the circumstances of the pregnancy, or who she was with, or even if she was pregnant at all. The fact that this new mother was part of this delinquent culture in her youth meant that she was to be socially isolated by her peers and shunned by greater Japanese society. This is one such example that caused the formation of youth delinquent gangs as well. If society was to treat them like scum, then their peers were to become their own support structures. This is one of the few positive things we codified into the Baka no Osaka trope and the Yankee delinquent trope. These delinquent characters, despite having a penchant for being a bit daft, violent, and having an overall bad temperament, are often characterized and stereotyped to care deeply about their friends and fellow gang members. In most cases, these groups of delinquents are written to be their own support structures and homes away from home, as they all try to tell each other to stay gold, pony boy. This trope may also mirror some cases within reality as well. As is often the case with disaffected youth, these Yankee delinquent characters usually have some amount of family trouble written into the backstories, such as abusive parents, a history of neglect, drug or alcohol abuse, and much more. Now, as time went on, these sorts of delinquent groups and the Baka no Osaka tropes became romanticized and integrated further into media and popular culture, with the delinquent trope and its respective subdivisions being subverted to possess a more positive connotation in more recent years. Basically, being weird and different is still kind of taboo, but also kind of cool and charming. You can easily narrow down why this character archetype still persists today, as these delinquent youths are often stereotyped as possessing this strong sense of gang brotherhood, a community that purposely went against the grain to try to be unique while avoiding domestic problems at home, and in some cases, being written to commentate upon or criticize those same problems that allow for those same writers to subvert this trope into something a bit more positive and constructive. One of the few redeeming qualities we often see from this trope is the bromance between these sorts of characters, as they all possess a sort of ride or die with a homie sort of attitude, always willing to take a bullet for them if necessary. We see this reflected within several bits of manga and anime, with the most obvious depiction of both this stereotype and aesthetic being that from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, with Jotaro, Josuke, and Jolene to name a few. One thrilling characteristic that nearly all the JoJos share is a lack of decent parents or solid parental figures throughout the protagonist's life. However, despite that, they're all extremely compassionate towards others. For Jotaro, he's indicative of both the Yankee delinquent attitude and the fashion sense of the subculture. He famously wears flashy clothing even well into adulthood, while also coming off as an extremely gruff and sexist dude in part 3. But deep down, he's actually extremely well read, and cares a lot about his family, friends, and comrades. He'll never admit those things because, well, he's also a massive tsundere. For Josuke, his pompadour hairstyle is very special to him because someone, probably a local delinquent, saved both him and his mother from harm when Josuke was just a boy. Whoever this mystery person was, he inspired this mental image of a hero within Josuke's mind, of which Josuke does his best to hold himself to at all times. Josuke is also arguably the leader, or bancho, of his group, with his overall compassionate, level-headed, yet goofy and agreeable nature rounding out his group of friends and comrades. As for Jolene, well, she's Jotaro's daughter, whether she likes it or not, and shares many of the same characteristics as her dear old dad, minus the tsundere tendencies, all the while still being a bit naive. Of all the JoJos, Jolene fits this delinquent stereotype a bit more closely than her relatives. She never really had a good parental support structure, or a close group of reliable friends in her youth, as her father was barely around. She was also thought of to be a lost cause and a failure by many, and when it was truly society and others that failed Jolene, as is the case with most people who choose to immerse themselves in this kind of delinquent culture. This is also par for the course for Ryuji, as he is all of these things and more. While Ryuji himself might be a walking stereotype that is a result of years of bad classic stereotyping that, in some cases, does come off as hypocritical in a game that wants to criticize those very same issues within Japanese society, Ryuji still has a valuable place within the narrative of Persona 5. Is he still a blithering idiot? Yes. Is he loud and obnoxious? Sometimes. Is he a victim of the powers that be? Has society failed Ryuji, writing him off as a lost cause because of how he looks and behaves?
Absolutely.
It's because of his troubled background and how everyone treats him, along with his desire to be the stalwart protector of his friends, that makes Ryuji's story extremely valuable to Persona 5's overall plot, even more so when we understand the cultural context behind his character. Much like the real-life delinquent stereotypes and tropes that he was inspired by, Ryuji does his best not to try to let his detractors get him down by resisting at all costs, even if it involves him taking a hit both to his reputation and well-being, quite literally in his case. So with all the tropes and Japanese context understood, let's finally get into Persona 5 itself to see how ATLUS chooses to characterize Ryuji as the game begins. Let's get into it. For real this time. There exists a Japanese proverb, a rather infamous one, that aims to characterize the degrees people will go to ensure conformity within the context of the collectivist and homogeneous culture that is Japan's. The proverb is as follows: Dero kugi wa otoreru, or in English, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The proverb implies that people who are too different or conspicuous are to be criticized and sanctioned by others, that those within Japanese society who dare to act and behave differently than what's considered to be socially acceptable are coerced into being normal, or else, through bullying and social isolation. We'd see this on full display as soon as Joker moves to Tokyo within Persona 5, with a criminal record in tow. You are practically beaten over the head by the characters you initially meet during the game's opening about how you're expected to act, adapt, and most of all, conform to your new life in a new city unknown to Joker while on probation, convicted for an assault charge that he didn't commit. Before being forced out of his home by his parents, a false testimony, and a corrupt legal system to Tokyo to serve his sentence, Joker's sense of justice was plain and simple. If he sees someone in need of help, or sees someone using their power and influence for ill-gotten gains, Joker's sense of justice will compel him to step in and protect those in need. Joker's initial personality was that of rejecting abject slothfulness and embracing justice. Unfortunately, drunken rapey proto-fascists don't see it that way, and as such, Joker will be spending the next year of his life walking on eggshells, being as unimposing and as slothful as possible, hiding both face and mind, suppressing all thoughts of rebellion he has against the status quo until his sentence is over. Within his new life as a felon, Joker is constantly treated like a second-class citizen by almost everyone he interacts with, being forced to live in a dusty attic of a coffee shop owned by someone who treats him like a burden.
You protected some woman from a man forcing himself on her. He got injured, then sued you, right?
Yeah? Is there something wrong with that? Wait, is that why I got arrested? Because someone fucking sued me?
That's what you get for sticking your nose in a matter between two adults.
What?
You did injure him, yeah?
Hold on. I don't think I hit the desk loud enough. 1 second. What? Even after Sojiro manages to get the whole picture of Joker's arrest with all of its noble qualities, his conclusion is that Joker should have kept his nose out of the business of adults.
In other words, they got rid of you for being a pain in the ass.
This courtesy of being an unwanted pain in the ass is also extended to Joker by Miss Kawakami and Principal Kawaikawa, who welcomed Joker to Sujin Academy with a smorgasbord of put-downs and ultimatums.
To reiterate, just so we're clear, you will immediately be expelled if you cause any problems. In my opinion, you're nothing but a liability. But we had our circumstances to consider. Whatever you might have gotten away with in your hometown, those days are over. If you are thrown out from our school, there will be no place for you to go. Keep that in mind.
While we don't know much about Kawaikawa at the present moment, the way he says circumstances feels as though he's getting something out of rehabilitating Joker, making it sound like he has the power to ruin Joker's life at the drop of a hat. All this talk of mercy and kindness he spouts for allowing Joker into a school has to be complete bullshit. He has to be doing this to improve the Academy's reputation by rehabilitating a delinquent student, and one with a criminal record at that. As for Miss Kawakami, well, like Sojiro, she wants nothing to do with us as our homeroom teacher, and seems especially haggard, almost aware that dealing with someone who has the amount of baggage Joker is carrying as another burden that she already can't handle. In a way, Kawakami seems to be part of this prison too. As Joker's homeroom teacher, someone he would be spending 6 out of the 7 days of the week with, you'd think she'd be fighting for her students' well-being. However, the opposite seems to be true.
If by chance you cause any problems, I won't be able to protect you at all.
No one here is truly committed to helping Joker, and one has to wonder if such courtesies are extended to Sujin's other less problematic students. Well, there is only one way to find out after all, and as we wake up the very next day for school, our first objective that Persona 5 gives us is to live an honest student life, while also somehow not getting distracted by the multiple posters of Rosette strung about around Central Station, an impossible task for even the most immortal of men to do. I recognize that haircut anywhere. Is that what you're saying? Even still, we managed to make it to Ayome Chome Station, with the weather outside and the music matching Joker's hunched over and meek appearance, with his glasses either fogged up or glared up to hide his judgmental and piercing gaze from others. His rebellious spirit at this point had been holistically snuffed out by the powers that be. His justice didn't matter. Only self-preservation. After taking to heart that one slip-up could put Joker in jail for the rest of his life, he ascends the stairs from the underground subway to the street level. And, well, one of the best cutscenes in the entire game plays! I love this cutscene so much, and it has stuck me throughout every single playthrough of Persona 5. It sets the tone of the game perfectly. Not only are we introduced to Persona 5's best girl and best boy, but we are also introduced to the villain of this part of the game, along with the impression he leaves upon both best boy and best girl. Be that as it may, this moment of the game doesn't impress me due to simply how effective it is at delivering exposition. It's more so how the little morsels of background information that ATLUS included within this very cutscene that assists with how Persona 5 initially characterizes both Ann and Ryuji. For Ann, it's these blinking and missing little details that allude to her appearance being very flashy or even offensive, as she sticks out like a sore thumb. It counterpoints to how Joker's been basically beaten over the head by this point in the game about how he should just hide both face and mind and conform to Japanese society. In the previous episode of the series, I detail in great length about why I think due to all these contrasting details between Ann and Joker, make her intros to the player both very unique and very awesome. So if you're interested in finding out why that is indeed the case, check the link in the description for links to the previous episode where I do just that and even more. Of course, Ann isn't just the focus of this part of the game, even though attention is given to her in spades within this cutscene. She has her own theme song called Encounter, which only plays once throughout the entirety of the game, with this very same cutscene using multiple different camera angles to serve as establishing shots that seem to want to express Ann's beauty as both unnatural and overly flashy. As far as Ann's behavior and overall personality, she seems to be somewhat demure and kind as she waits for the rain to let up, seemingly to the point of being a dejected and lonely person, bordering on being a pushover, resigning herself to her fate for one reason or another as she gets into Kamoshida's car. Conversely, well, if Ann is implicitly characterized as all the latter, it will logically follow that Ryuji is the complete opposite of Ann, being explicitly characterized as being that of a headstrong, cynical, and vulgar person, which does follow due to a few outstanding reasons. Firstly, we can safely say that whatever methods ATLUS used to characterize Ann in her intro while she was still present on screen, its absences leave a void for Ryuji to fill and in some cases, subvert. Whatever awe Ann was intended to inspire about her appearance and personality, Ryuji flips that right on its head when he enters from stage left. Firstly, let's talk about Ryuji's overall appearance. While it isn't feasible for Ann to hide both face and mind given how she looks, we can certainly gather that Ryuji is someone who could conform to Japanese social norms like Joker is, but Ryuji for some reason or another chooses not to. We can easily observe this if we compare how disheveled Ryuji's school uniform appears to be compared to Joker's. Joker's uniform is all squared away, indicative of how much he wants to conform to Japanese society as a felon. There's no frills, no buttons undone, nor any pockets turned out. For Ryuji, his uniform's jacket is completely open and unbuttoned, revealing that, instead of wearing a white dress shirt underneath, Ryuji's wearing a bright yellow t-shirt with a star logo on it that reads ZOMG. Additionally, Ryuji has his pant legs rolled up over his ankles, and the suspenders that are attached to his pants are just kinda hanging out by his hips and sides. All this leads us to believe that whoever this kid is, he really doesn't have a care in the world for Sujin's dress code, and is actively trying to refute whatever rules are in his way. We can also draw some conclusions from how Ryuji chooses to act within this situation as well. Unlike Ann, Joker, and the rest of his peers that we saw run by earlier, expressing their displeasure with being inconvenienced by the rain, Ryuji completely disregards the weather to the point of coming off as rather headstrong as he makes a bead towards Kamoshida's car. Now, I say headstrong not only because of the rain, but also because I question what Ryuji's plan was here. Let's assume for a second that Kamoshida didn't leave Joker and Ryuji in the dust, with Best Boy catching up to Kamoshida's car, trying his best to persuade Ann to just walk to school normally. What would Ryuji even say to Kamoshida? What would Joker do in this situation? Would Ann still get in the car with Kamoshida? What would Ann say to Ryuji, or anyone else for that matter? Well, I think all those questions are kind of irrelevant, because Ryuji probably didn't even think that far. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not taking a dig at Ryuji, as his headstrong and fickle actions here aren't necessarily a bad thing. At this point, we get one defining characteristic of Ryuji. Despite his delinquent appearance, Ryuji seems to want to play the self-sacrificing hero. This is contrasted heavily with Joker's overall apathetic attitude he's recently adopted upon moving to Tokyo. For reference, the last time Joker saw a woman being coerced into getting in a car with a man who flexes his power and station to get what he wanted, Joker got arrested, sued, and saddled with a criminal record, losing sight of his ideal self in the process. It's why he's here in Tokyo in the first place. Contrast this with Ryuji, and we can see that out of everyone we met thus far, Ryuji seems to be the only one with a half-decent sense of justice and a certain sense of selflessness. All that to say that Ryuji is the only person we met so far within Persona 5 that possesses a fucking spine. If you recall, Sojiro and Kawakami seem to want nothing to do with Joker, and even admonish him for taking the actions that he's taken thus far to protect others, with Kabayakawa even masking his malicious intent with benevolence, implying that he's going to use Joker to better the reputation of his school. While Ryuji might be a bit of a headstrong fool, his heart is in an objectively righteous place. Unfortunately, our conquering hero was too late to render his help, and unlike Ann or even Joker, he has no theme song or leitmotif that expresses any desire to conform to society, or how their uniqueness is rather overbearing. Ryuji only gets the ambient sounds of the pattering rain and the cars driving by in the street, perfectly encapsulating his desperate attempt to save Ann, and how alone Ryuji truly is in his pursuit of righteous justice.
Damn it! Screw that perfect teacher.
All these characteristics of Ryuji we can glean from his initial appearance within this cutscene, but we truly haven't given him a chance to speak. So let's change that and find out more about Ryuji, and the ramifications of those first impressions that he leaves upon Joker and us mean for his overall character.
What do you want? You planning on ratting me out to Kamoshida? Huh? In that car just now, it was Kamoshida. He does whatever the hell he wants. Who does he think he is, the king of the castle? Don't you agree?
Okay, so a few things here. Firstly, take note of how Joker characterizes Ryuji here. In the absence of knowing his name, Joker labels Ryuji as Vulgar Boy, stereotyping him based on his behavior and overall attitude. Ryuji doesn't really help himself in this regard either, given how he's dressed and given his weak posture as well, with his knees bent and Ryuji himself slouching forward. This gives Ryuji the aura of that of a threatening troublemaker, especially when we consider that the first thing he does is threaten Joker. This initial vulgar characterization of Ryuji goes on to the point where he seems to be extremely cynical. He's of the belief that everyone is out to get him for one reason or another, going as far as to being suspicious of one of his peers watching his antics from afar. We also get Ryuji's opinion on Kamoshida, as well as a loose motive as to why he felt it was a good idea to try and stop An from getting into his car. Combining this with how Ryuji called Kamoshida a pervert as he was driving away with An in tow, well, perhaps we have reason to believe him as an outsider. Even more so if we consider that Ryuji already assumes that Joker was attending Tsushin Academy without actually asking him. Keeping up with this characterization of being rather headstrong, Ryuji's grilling of Joker's lack of knowledge about Kamoshida being a pervy teacher and all indicates that whatever evil Kamoshida implants to inflict or has already inflicted upon his students is an open secret that Tsushin students either accept or deny. It seems to have gotten to the point where Ryuji feels the need to stop and personally confirm where Joker, which again to Ryuji at this present time is just another random classmate, stands upon the matter. Once Ryuji figures out that Joker is indeed a transfer student, Ryuji then finally understands. If Joker had attended Tsushin Academy, he would know full well who and what Kamoshida is, and while the strangely beautiful girl with the platinum blonde hair who ran into earlier didn't balk at getting into his car. Now that both Joker and Ryuji finally understand what the hell's going on here, he offers to escort Joker to campus through taking a shortcut through an alleyway, knowing not that throughout this entire conversation, Ryuji and Joker have been saying the keywords to enter the cognitive world. Upon earning what they both believe to be Shujin Academy, Joker and Ryuji are immediately captured and thrown into a dungeon of sorts, as Ryuji tries to rationalize just what the hell is going on amidst all the screams of fear and pain echoing and bouncing off the stone walls.
The hell was that just now? Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa! You're shitting me, right?
After searching the cell for any clue as how to escape, the king of the castle himself shows up to gloat, and in doing so, we get some more information about the antagonistic relationship between Kamoshida and Ryuji.
Huh?
Be glad that your punishment has been decided upon. Your charge is unlawful entry. Thus, you will be sentenced to death.
Say what?
No one's allowed to do as they please in my castle.
Huh? Wait, is that you, Kamoshida?
I thought it was some petty thief, but to think it'd be you, Sakamoto. Are you trying to disobey me again? It looks like you haven't learned your lesson at all, huh? And you brought a friend this time, because you can't do anything for yourself.
In this bit of dialogue, the entity of which we will eventually come to know as Kamoshida's shadow makes it clear that Ryuji slighted the king himself before, and is also of the impression that Ryuji is a useless and lonely person, unable to achieve anything by himself. A complete and utter disgrace and a lost cause. Ryuji of course resents this and insults Kamoshida, which then causes Kamoshida to call for Ryuji's execution. He of course can't have his own power and authority questioned within his own castle after all. However, Ryuji is nothing if not extremely brave, as he fucking face checks one of Kamoshida's guards to the ground before another guard tries to end him rightly.
God damn it! I ain't down for this shit! Come on, we're out of here!
Joker tries his best to get to Ryuji within the situation, but it doesn't work, and what follows is Ryuji showcasing another bout of self-sacrificing heroic behavior.
Just go! Get out of here! These guys are serious!
Oh, running away, are we? What a heartless friend you are.
He ain't a friend! Come on, hurry up and go!
This single act of selfless heroism from Ryuji is incredibly significant to how Persona 5 chooses to characterize him, with a singular trait being something that's going to define Ryuji for the rest of the game. The fact that Ryuji is willing to sacrifice himself to give Joker, someone that he doesn't know or even consider to be a friend at this point in the game, the space to escape is truly charming and indicative of the kind of person that Ryuji truly is. On the surface, he might appear to be a vulgar and gruff delinquent, but underneath it all, Ryuji's a good person at heart, which makes it all the more heartbreaking when Kamoshida orders his guards to restrain Best Boy so that he can lay into him, punch after punch, insult after insult, referring to Ryuji as a peasant that's so beneath him that beating him up amounts to a chore, that Ryuji's very existence warrants his own death.
Take this! Lily scum!
Useless pest!
It's horrific to watch Ryuji's vulgar and downright rebellious attitude be holistically snuffed out, but as for Joker, this only enrages him further, as he once again finds that spark of rebellion that he sealed away inside his own heart just a few months prior. Forsaking others for the sake of your own personal safety. That kind of slothful behavior is as irreprehensible as a power-tripping tyrant that seeks to end both of our lives. So, just as it was within his hometown and before he was arrested, Joker inserts himself into a perilous situation in order to save another from harm. And this time, it's to pay back the only person out of everyone we met so far in Tokyo that didn't treat him like total garbage or burden upon others. We owe it to Ryuji to say something, however meek or futile that attempt might be.
What? Don't you dare tell me you don't know who I am. That look in your eyes irritates me. Hold him there. After the peasant, it's his turn to die.
No, I don't want to die!
This is truly an unjust game. Your chances of winning are almost none. But if my voice is reaching you, there may yet be a possibility open to you.
What's the matter? Are you simply going to watch? Are you forsaking him to save yourself? Death awaits him if you do nothing. Was your previous decision a mistake then? Very well. I have heeded your resolve. Vow to me. I am thou art I. Thou who art willing to perform all sacrilegious acts for thine own justice. Call upon my name and release thy rage. Show the strength of thy will to ascertain all on thine own, though thou be chained to hell itself!
Execute him! What was that? You desire to be killed that much? Fine.
What the? I am the rebel soul that resides within you, if you so desire. I shall consider granting you the power to break through this crisis. Very well.
Who the hell are you? Guards! Start by killing that! You'll learn the true strength of my men!
After Joker once again finds the strength and resolve to resist and pursue his own justice with his persona, Arsene, Ryuji wastes no time to exact his revenge upon Kamoshida, face-checking him to the ground with a healthy dose of irony by locking Kamoshida in a cell that both Joker and Ryuji were just held captive in, tossing the key away.
Goddamn thieves!
Look at him, he looks like an angry toddler who just got his toys taken away by his mom. Okay, all jokes aside, it's time to make our escape. And with Joker's persona and Spirit of Rebellion being kinda obstinate, we have no choice but to try and find an escape route while avoiding combat. Upon ascending upwards, we come across the monster cat that claims it's not a cat, Morgana.
Yay!
Who helps us escape the dungeon and back to reality, with Ryuji bookending this whole thing by saying what's probably on everyone's mind when they escape Kamoshida's palace for the first time.
What the hell's going on?
Indeed, Ryuji, but instead of thinking too hard on it for now, we're kind of forced to head to school by the police, which of course entails us being chewed up by Kamoshida and the rest of Sujin's staff. However, in doing so, we get some more information about Ryuji and how the rest of the world perceives him. Right after the police officers accuse Ryuji of doing drugs.
Hand over your bag. You better not be doing any drugs.
Why would you think that?
One of the school's unnamed counselor says that he finds it strange that while he expects Ryuji to be late to school, he usually shows up to campus alone. This time, he's got Joker in tow.
It's rare not to see you alone. Where were you roaming around until this time?
Through some means or another, what Shadow Kamoshida implied about Ryuji being a lonely pushover seems to be a reputation that precedes her favorite delinquent. Now, as to how Ryuji acquired such infamy to himself is unknown, but luckily the real Kamoshida is here to fill in the blanks for us.
You seem so carefree, Sakamoto. Quite a difference from when you did morning practice for the track team.
Shut up! It's your fault that
How dare you speak that way to Mr. Kamoshida? There's not much leeway left for you, you know?
He's the one that provoked me!
Do you really want to be expelled? In any case, you'll have to explain yourself. Follow me.
And there's the insight and context we've been missing thus far. The real reason why Kamoshida and Ryuji seem to hate each other so much has to have something to do with Ryuji being kicked off the school's track team, which somehow involved Kamoshida provoking him in some way or another. This again gives more credence to the connection between the real Kamoshida and his shadow, where the latter made fun of and spat on Ryuji for being a vulgar spitfire, now sapped of all spirit as he laid upon the dungeon floor. Something else to note here is that, if we follow that logic for a second, Kamoshida makes no mention of Ryuji's more heroic and admirable characteristics that we've seen on display more than once thus far. Even if Ryuji was an obstinate student who was wasting his talents by skipping school, you'd think that either the counselor or Kamoshida would comment upon such things. Instead, Kamoshida intends on characterizing Ryuji as this vulgar, fickle, and unmotivated kid, when we've literally seen the opposite from Ryuji, who now seems to be scraping at the bottom of the barrel because of how Kamoshida seems to be seeking to defame him, if he hasn't already. It's due to all this unjust infamy that all Ryuji can really do in this position is stare daggers at Kamoshida before going to class. And while he may put up this facade of being a fair man, Ryuji knows the truth about Kamoshida, and eventually so will Joker as time passes. Our first instance of Kamoshida letting this facade slip lies within our first interaction with him outside of campus. When asked if Joker has seen Kamoshida before, Joker can answer one of three ways. He can reference the castle that he just visited, outright deny that he's seen Kamoshida before, or answer that he saw that girl get into his car outside of Aoyama Ichomi Station. Now, if we pick the latter, Kamoshida will have this to say for himself.
That's right. I remember now. Well, I'll overlook this just for today. I'm sure you've heard from the principal, but cause any trouble and you'll be expelled. Understand?
A most interesting reaction from Kamoshida here, as for one reason or another, he feels the need to remind the transfer student, someone that just began attending his school, and someone that he's never met before, of his obligations. That one wrong step will end with Joker's expulsion and life being ruined. The reason why this is so noteworthy is that this comes off as a rather defensive response, which is certainly strange if we consider that it's coming from somebody that seems to use his power and station in life to lord over those he perceives to be beneath him, like Ryuji for instance. All of this in response to Joker simply recalling that he's seen Kamoshida before, nothing more and nothing less, which given his response tells us that Joker saw Kamoshida doing something that he wasn't supposed to be doing, like, I don't know, transporting a young and beautiful female high school student to school personally in his car, and one of which he has no relation to. Such an action certainly blurs the lines between teacher and student, something that Kamoshida has to know to be true, hence his prior reaction and this veiled threat that he just throws at Joker before walking off.
Good luck trying to enjoy your new school life.
As Kamoshida lets the kindly facade slip ever so slightly once more, the word that's the most venomous within this sentence is trying, as it implies that before Joker even walks onto campus, that he's already facing an uphill battle regarding hiding both face and mind at Tsuchin Academy. It's both a threat and a premonition of what's to come for Potai-kun, as Kamoshida is basically telling Joker not to stick his nose into business where it doesn't belong. which makes it all the more ironic that the opposite seems to be true of Joker's peers and teachers. As Joker runs around Tsuchin Academy trying to find the faculty office, it would seem that the school is already familiar with our supposed reputation as a criminal, to the point that Joker has become the center of gossip. Apparently, to our peers, Joker is a short-tempered and violent person who keeps weapons in his backpack, among other weird rumors and accusations. This is especially strange given that Joker has never set foot upon campus before lunchtime today. Our peers should know nothing about us, or our criminal record for that matter. Now, be that as it may, the more important question to ask is how Ryuji factors into the equation of everyone's suspicion of us. When we finally visit Miss Kawakami in the faculty office, she is, of course, very angry that we missed most of the day, but for one reason or another, she seems more concerned that we were caught hanging out with Ryuji.
More importantly, I heard that you were caught along with that Sakamoto-kun. Don't get involved with him, okay? He's nothing but trouble. He wasn't like that when he was devoting his time to track and field, though.
Jeez, even the teacher that's too haggard and can't be bothered to do much of anything thinks Ryuji is deadweight, and at best, it's a shadow of his former self who was dedicated to track and field. How Kawakami phrases this seems to indicate that Ryuji experienced a fall from grace and involved both him and Kamoshida, whereupon he was forever seen as scum and a disappointment. This courtesy is also extended to Joker as we introduce ourselves to our classmates.
He seems quiet, but I bet when he loses it... I mean, he was arrested for assault, right?
A very warm welcome to be sure, but of course, being associated with a criminal like us is grounds for further suspicion of others who are thought to be close to us as well. So, before taking a seat by the window, Joker notices that the same flashy girl we saw get into Kamoshida's car earlier today is one of our classmates, and after sharing a brief exchange with one another, the rumors immediately start flying.
Lies.
Did you catch that? Do those two know each other? Ooh, does that mean he hit on her before transferring here? That means she's cheating on him with Mr. Kamoshida. Then again, this is Takamaki-san we're talking about. For real, that side of the room is totally awful.
It seems that while we're now the new hot topic for the school's rumor mill, we've also become associated with Takamaki-san, someone who, per conventional wisdom, seems to be both a shameless flirt and a slut who jumps from man to man. Again, we have no idea the scope of these rumors or who started them, something that Kawakami even seems confused and flustered by.
It seems like people are already talking about you, but I'm not the one who told them.
Speaking of being flustered, Ryuji rolls back up onto the scene for a short exchange with Kawakami, through which we learn a few things about Ryuji himself.
Oh, and about Sakamoto-kun, don't get involved. Speak of the devil. What do you want? I heard the police caught you cutting classes today.
It was nothing.
And you haven't dyed your hair back to black either.
Sorry about that.
Well, it would seem that Ryuji's not a natural blonde like Takamaki-san is. He dyes his hair blonde for some reason or another, and while we don't know why just yet, we can make a few good guesses as he avoids eye contact with Kawakami as she chews him out. It's to make clear that Ryuji's seen as a scum of society, Shujin's de facto punching bag long before Joker transferred here. Ryuji is all school staff talks about, and it seems that Joker's transferring here only made everything worse, with Kamoshida openly complaining to Kobayakawa about how our mere presence is both a stain upon their own personal reputations and the school's as well.
Why did you allow a student like him to transfer here? He's already started associating with Sakamoto. A student with a criminal record and the culprit of an assault case? At this rate, it'd be pointless how much I contribute to the school.
If Ryuji, and I suppose by extension Joker, are seen as irredeemable delinquents, then what's the point of even trying to conform to please them? While they might urge Joker and Ryuji to conform to the dress code, or really society at large, they're still gonna badmouth us behind their backs whether we like it or not. What's the point in even trying to appease the very same people who are more interested in having Ryuji and Joker conform to society, instead of being a guiding force within their lives, to drive them towards success, if they can't even look past the superficial stuff, choosing to treat both Ryuji and Joker as burdens or lost causes instead?
I can't even catch a break. Why do I have to deal with this?
As we meet up with him on the roof, Ryuji's cynicism about his whole situation is fully on display here, with his ire being squarely focused upon Kawakami. Ryuji also seems to recognize that due to Joker's reputation as a criminal and his own reputation as the school's delinquent, we're both partners in crime who offended the powers that be, being more alike than we are different in this regard.
Sorry for calling you up here like this. I bet Kawakami already told you stuff like, don't get involved with him, huh? Figured as much. Then again, we're in the same boat. I heard you got a criminal record. Everyone's talking about it. No wonder you were so gutsy.
As to why Ryuji makes his connection of Joker possessing a criminal record, somehow meaning that Joker was a brave person for defending someone in need, is certainly strange. Remember, from what we've seen and heard so far from the rumor mill, everyone seems to believe that Joker's assault case was an open and shut one, being completely unaware that Joker was convicted on trumped-up charges. It's reasonable to assume that Ryuji thinks this to be factual as well, so it stands the question, why does he, out of all of our peers, admire Joker's violent past, seeing such traits as heroic and brave, as opposed to behavior that he is to be afraid of? Perhaps as simple as being grateful for Ryuji's life being saved, but this connection he makes still suggests something that we don't know about Ryuji quite yet. Be that as it may, while we're getting everything out on the table, as the center of gossip, Ryuji fills us in on why Kamoshida is so valuable to the school, and why Ryuji absolutely hates him.
Probably don't know about it, but there are some rumors about him. You know, the guy you met at the school gates, the ripped one. That asshole who was all full of himself at the castle. No one says anything against him because he's some medalist who took the volleyball team to nationals. The way Kamoshida was king of that castle felt crazy real because of that.
Now we somewhat understand why Kamoshida pontificates around the school like he owns the place, and why the staff, including Kabayakawa, seeks to protect him against all forms of slander from the likes of Ryuji. Kamoshida is the star of the school, and the staff seems to want to coddle him to achieve their own ends for one reason or another, to the point where they seem to care more about Kamoshida's reputation over giving Ryuji a structured school life.
Shut up! It's your fault that
How dare you speak that way to Mr. Kamoshida?
This is super weird, and indicative of something vile going on behind the scenes at the academy. Something that Ryuji's intuition feels as though it won't cover if we can somehow go back to that castle we were imprisoned in earlier. Helpless to do much of anything for the moment, the only thing we really can do is part ways for now, as we make a pseudo-pact with Ryuji as troublemakers.
You know, we might be pretty similar. I feel like we're gonna get along just fine as troublemakers. I'm Ryuji Sakamoto. I'll come talk if I see you around. Don't ignore me, alright?
And with that, Joker finally gets to know our favorite delinquent's full name within the context of the story. Ryuji Sakamoto. This name for him is surprisingly appropriate given Ryuji's overall temperament and the place he occupies in Tsuchi's social ladder. Ryuji's surname being composed of the kanji for Saka, meaning slope, incline, or hill, and Moto, meaning things such as origin, basis, roots of a plant, or a counter for long and cylindrical things, as in the load-bearing structure that holds blades of grass or tree trunks, essentially meaning the ground. All of these things inform us about Ryuji's place within Japanese society at the very moment, but of course, the Baka can't just stop there with his last name. As for Ryuji's first name, being, well, Ryuji, it's a fairly common masculine name in Japan that can be written in a few different ways using various different kanji. But as Ryuji's name is depicted within the Japanese version of Persona 5, his name is composed of the kanji for Ryu, meaning dragon, and the kanji for Shi, or when taken literally, Tsukasa, meaning to preside over, to rule as a headman or foreman, as a leader of one's tribe or community. When combining all the meanings of the various kanji for Ryuji's surname and first name, we come away with his full name, meaning the dragon that rules and holds an official position at the foundation or bottom of a hill, or even from the ground as things grow around him. This describes Ryuji's current position as a school's delinquent rather well, along with Ryuji's true personality as a kind and caring person. We've seen Ryuji act selflessly and have the qualities of a leader, willing to take the fall to save Joker within Kamoshida's palace. All noble and stately qualities befitting of his namesake. And speaking of that, within Japanese mythology, dragons generally symbolize good fortune, showing themselves to be benevolent beings, only becoming unpredictable and dangerous when one provokes them. Additionally, dragons symbolize emotional wisdom, perseverance, and strength, characteristics that Ryuji definitely possesses. The question is, if Ryuji is the dragon that his namesake indicates, the wise, caring, and benevolent being that is supposed to be highly respected by society in general, why isn't he given that courtesy, instead being universally disliked, treated as a dreg of society, as a failure, or a general annoyance to everyone? This would indicate that perhaps Ryuji fancies himself a leader, or was one before being forced to live at the bottom of the hill, being that of Tsuchin Academy, with his last name possibly pointing to a particular sore point with his life where he fell from grace. All the information we know about Ryuji thus far points to him being a stately and respectable person, but he has since lost that position due to something that happened with Kamoshida. Now seen as a burden and a lost cause, he finds Joker to be much like him, and tries to befriend him, and honestly, we could certainly do worse than to have Ryuji at our side.
Unfortunately, we aren't able to meet up with Ryuji before school the next day, but are able to eavesdrop on some of our peers. In doing so, we can see that the subject of the school's rumor mill has shifted away from Joker and Ryuji for the time being, to that of Takamaki-san, who seems to be the subject of both jealousy and abject slut-shaming by her peers. After done with school for the day, we can see why such rumors are being passed around.
Hey there, Takamaki.
On top of being caught in Kamoshida's card together, it seems that they blur the line further between teacher and student, given how Kamoshida refers to her by her last name. The proper way to show professional courtesy as an educator would be for Kamoshida to affix the san honorific at the end of her name, which in English would basically mean referring to her as Miss Takamaki. Instead, Kamoshida refers to her by her last name only, in a rather brazen way that implies that they share a close relationship with one another. This is extremely uncouth for a teacher to do, and if Kamoshida truly cared about Takamaki-san's well-being, he wouldn't be trying to just randomly strike up a conversation with her given the climate of the rumor mill.
That is, if his goal wasn't to start more shit. There's no way that could possibly be true, am I right, guys?
At the very least, Takamaki-san seems to know that Kamoshida doesn't have her best interests in mind, as she tries to get the hell away from him as fast as possible, only to really piss him off further.
Oh, and be careful around that transfer student. He's got a criminal record after all. If something were to happen to you...
Thank you. Please excuse me.
He truly thinks of himself as king of the castle here at Sujin, and while Takamaki was able to wrestle her way out of Kamoshida's grasp this time, based on his reaction, it's something that probably won't ever happen again. Speaking of kings and castles, we find Ryuji waiting outside the school gates, eager to find out how to get back into the cognitive world. After retracing her steps and messing with Joker's phone, they find the keywords to enter Kamoshida's palace in Joker's search history.
Kamoshida, Shujin Academy, Pervert, Castle, beginning navigation.
There we go! Then we went in a certain direction and... Hey, what are you... Huh? What the hell?
We appear right outside the gates of the castle and run into Morgana, who fills us in on how the metaverse works in relation to Kamoshida. Within this world, Kamoshida is literally the king of this castle, with the castle being a mere representation of Shujin Academy in reality. This place is a representation of Kamoshida's uninhibited desires, which are manifested as him being a power-tripping tyrant king, something bookended with the terrible screams that Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana hear from even outside the castle gates.
What was that?
It must be the slaves captive here.
For real? Oh shit, it's for real! We saw other guys held captive here yesterday. I'm pretty sure they're from our school.
Most likely on Kamoshida's orders. It's nothing out of the ordinary. It's like that every day here. What's more, you two escaped yesterday. He must have lost his temper quite a bit.
That son of a bitch!
Ryuji?
This is bullshit! You hear me, Kamoshida?
Doing that isn't going to open it, you know.
Shut up, Morgana! You're spoiling a character moment for Ryuji. While true, Ryuji's actions are unfocused and futile, the intent behind them is clear. He's not afraid of the screams, nor does he balk at the chance to get even with Kamoshida, even going as far as to try and break down the front door to his castle. Ryuji's first thought here is vengeance, and be it personal or otherwise, hearing other people suffer is abhorrent to Ryuji and causes him to spring to action.
This apparent fickle heroism is also expressed when he reveals that he's even gone out of his way to hook us up with some weapons and medicine, something that Joker even seems surprised about.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna force it all on you. I thought it might help, so... I brought this just in case. It's a model gun, though, so it only makes sounds.
That's a toy!
But it looks totally real, so it'll at least fake him out. Oh, I brought some medicine, too. You know what they say, providing is something.
So you were planning this from the start.
Morgana's right. That's some forward thinking, and leads us to believe that Ryuji's not as stupid or single-minded as we once thought, at least when his hatred of Kamoshida is driving him.
Of course, all this ire is directed squarely at Kamoshida, of whom Ryuji becomes more and more enraged with, to the point where he becomes extremely restless and starts butting heads with Morgana.
You must really hate this Kamoshida guy.
Hate doesn't even cover how I feel. Everything is that asshole's fault!
Even despite Ryuji's anger, we're able to continue with our infiltration and find ourselves outside of Kamoshida's Training Hall of Love, which is really a sick joke of a title, as this is really the torture dungeon in the castle that we escaped from earlier. Upon entering, we see the most disturbing sights, with Ryuji acting as you might expect.
Whoa! Damn it! This is bullshit!
How many times do I have to tell you to...
But this is beyond messed up! How do I open this?
Stop it! Leave us alone. It's useless.
Huh?
If we stay obedient, we won't be executed like you guys.
You're telling me you want to stay in a place like this?
Wait a minute. Are you planning on taking these guys out of here?
We can't just leave them here.
How stupid can you be?
Shut up, Morgana! You're ruining another character moment for Ryuji yet again! Once more, we have Ryuji willing to do whatever it takes to save others from harm, and rebel against the powers that be, refusing to be obedient, even if such efforts are completely futile. Such behavior lends Ryuji to being headstrong and rash, something that does annoy Morgana, but it's something that's definitely not all that bad. Despite Ryuji wearing Monster Cat's behavior a bit thin, Morgana's still willing to explain just what the hell is going on here.
These are only humans in Kamoshida's cognition. They aren't real humans that have entered from reality. They're
Cognition?
It means there's no point in saving them. You could say that these are extremely similar looking dolls.
Hell? So the school's a castle and the students are slaves. It's so on point that it makes me laugh. This really is the inside of that asshole's head.
Still, this is horrible. It must mean he treats them as slaves in the real world, too.
In the real world, too? Wait, I know these guys. They're members of the volleyball team, the one Kamoshida coaches for.
They must be physically abused every day. There's no way they'd be so beat up normally.
Don't tell me they're going through similar shit in reality?
Most likely.
So it might be for real. I heard that Kamoshida's using physical punishment. They're just rumors, but...
Keeping up with the theme of this place being a distorted image that's representative of Kamoshida's true thoughts of the real world, this nearly vindicates that Kamoshida truly is a tyrant within reality, and that all of our suspicions and Ryuji's gut feelings of hatred for him were very well founded. The trouble now is working to expose him and his abusive tendencies towards his students. Ryuji comes up with the idea of using the cameras on our phones as evidence, but for some reason or another, we can't. Instead, Ryuji vows to memorize the faces of the students that Kamoshida is torturing within reality for later questioning, once again showing that, despite being fickle sometimes, how much he cares for those suffering unjustly. Doubly so in this instance for the volleyball team. We see this rather focused behavior in full display as Joker, Morgana, and Ryuji go from cell to cell, observing and then memorizing the faces of all the tortured souls that Kamoshida's conjure up just to perpetually abuse. Something else to note here is that, while yes, the kind of shit that we're seeing here is clearly abusive, the interest lies within how Ryuji seems familiar with the differences between proper physical training and outright abusive behavior disguised as athletic training. In the past, we've learned that Ryuji was part of the track and field team, with Best Boy himself falling from grace at some point or another. This must be why in one of the larger cells with the giant treadmill of death, he's able to ascertain the kinds of abuse that Kamoshida puts his students through. Kamoshida frames this kind of stuff as legitimate training, when he really just wants to see his students suffer. All the more reason for Ryuji to keep the faces of the victims within his mind's eye, and become even more enraged about this kind of injustice. After absorbing all the cells, we make a break for the exit, but are ambushed by the king himself.
Ugh, you knaves again? To think you'd make the same mistake again. You're hope.
The school ain't your castle. I memorized their faces real good. You're going down.
It seems it's true when they say barking dogs seldom bite. How far the star runner of the track team has fallen.
What the hell are you getting at?
I speak of the track trader who acted in violence, ending his teammates' dreams. Oh, I can only imagine the pain of the others who were dragged under with your selfish act. What a surprise. So you're accompanying him without knowing anything at all. He betrayed his teammates and crushed their hopes. Yet he still carries on as carefree as ever.
That's not true!
What a tragedy. You blindly trusted this fool, and he's led you right to your death. Hurry up and dispose of them. I can't stand their stench.
Damn it.
Ryuji, move!
This is bad. We ran right into Kamoshida's entourage, with the king finally connecting the dots between himself and Ryuji. According to Kamoshida's shadow, the king and Ryuji had a scuffle which resulted in Ryuji earning the moniker of Track Traitor, both losing his place as Sujin's athletic star and the trust of his former teammates, all stemming from one incident of violence from Ryuji. Ryuji of course denies it, but still, it seems to be a sore point for him, so it's impossible to know who or what to believe at this point. As we try to fight on, it becomes more and more clear that the powers of Morgana with Zoro and Joker with Arsene aren't a match for Kamoshida's elite guards, and we are immediately captured for summary execution, but not before Kamoshida decides to gloat over his victory.
I bet you simply came here on a whim and ended up like this, isn't that right?
No!
What a worthless piece of trash, getting emotional so quickly. How dare you raise your hand at me? Though it was only temporary, have you forgotten my kindness in supervising track practice?
It wasn't no practice, it was physical abuse! You just didn't like our team!
It was nothing but an eyesore. The only one who needs to achieve results is me. That coach who got fired was hopeless too. Had he not opposed me with a sound argument, I would have settled it with only breaking his star's leg.
What?
Do you need me to deal with your other leg too? The school will call it self-defense anyway.
Damn it. Am I gonna lose again? Not only can I not run anymore, the track team is gone too because of this asshole.
So that's why.
And there we have it, the final piece of the puzzle and the source of Ryuji's hatred for Kamoshida. The reason why Ryuji is seen as a violent delinquent with no future to speak of is all because Kamoshida provoked Ryuji into taking a swing at him, after Best Boy himself became enraged at the abuse disguised as physical training. To make matters worse, it wasn't even out of tough love or whatever the hell kind of excuse or facade Kamoshida put on. It was for petty shit. Kamoshida just didn't like the track team and its coach, so he put them all through the ringer and abused them until their stars swung at him for the sake of his teammates, of which Kamoshida responded to by fucking breaking Ryuji's leg. Let me say that again. Kamoshida fucking broke Ryuji's leg. This is some fucking brutal psychological warfare coming from Kamoshida. It wasn't enough to Kamoshida for Ryuji to just suffer the indignity of losing the trust and respect of his teammates. Oh no, that's too simple. Kamoshida had to take it a step further, with Ryuji having to deal with a permanent affliction and injury and a reminder of such an incident. An injury that also prevents him from getting back into the thing that he loves doing the most, running track and field. And worst of all, the entire incident between Ryuji and Kamoshida was framed as self-defense, and that sentiment stuck. This recontextualizes a lot of things we know about Ryuji, including his delinquent personality and continuous strive to be a hero, a self-sacrificial one at that. Everything that we've seen from Ryuji thus far indicates a desire to redeem himself both in the eyes of his peers and to a greater extent, himself. All those desperate, vain, and angry attempts to sacrifice himself for the sake of others stem from this rather literal sore point with Kamoshida. He did his best to extend this courtesy to Takamaki-san, then to Joker, then to all the cognitive projections of his classmates, the ones still suffering in reality whose faces Ryuji has memorized and intends to avenge. Still though, if everyone considers him to be a traitor, why does he bother helping them? Maybe it's a point of pride, but that doesn't seem like Ryuji, as he generally cares for his former teammates and, for that matter, those like him. If we follow that thought for a second, this is probably why he ultimately respects Joker despite his criminal record. Ryuji thinks that Joker, like himself, isn't a selfish person. If anything, Ryuji likely thought that the other guy Joker assaulted deserved it.
No wonder you were so gutsy.
He saw a certain kinship with Joker that he hadn't found before. They both had something personal taken from them by the powers that be, something that they'll never get back. However, there's a major difference here. In his Persona Awakening, Joker found his footing once more and made a vow with Arsene to pursue his own justice, even if it meant sowing chaos throughout society as a villain. While Ryuji has got the right spirit, he doesn't have the resolve to do what needs to be done for himself. At his core, it seems that Ryuji won't ever be able to let go of the fact that Kamoshida ruined his life, his rebellious spirit constantly being quashed by the mere thought that Kamoshida had one over him. That is, until Joker fans a spark of rebellion within Ryuji's heart, something that has certainly always been there, but required him to take strength in who and what Ryuji truly is, the scum of society.
You're right. Everything that was important to me was taken by him. I'll never get him back.
Stay there and watch. Look on as these hopeless scum die for nothing.
No, that's what you are. All you think about is using people. You're the real scumbag, Kamoshida!
What are you doing? Silence him!
Stop looking down on me with that stupid smile on your face! You made me wait quite a while. You seek power, correct? Then let us form a pact. Since your name has been disgraced already, why not hoist the flag and wreak havoc? The other you who exists within desires it thus. I am thou art I. There is no turning back. The skull of rebellion is your flag henceforth!
What can you do? Cower in fear and watch!
Right on. What's up, Persona? This effing rocks! Now that I got this power, it's time for payback! Yo, I'm ready. Bring it!
Don't mock me, you brat!
Blast him away, Captain Kid!
What troublemakers that bother King
Kamoshida's cognition ain't changing, right? And I'll act like the troublemaker I am. Let's do this, Captain Kid!
I am a loyal subject of the glorious King Kamoshida. So why have I lost?
It just proves that Kamoshida ain't anything special. How about that?
Whoa. So, Ryuji had the potential too.
Even if you apologize now, I ain't forgiving you.
How about that indeed, Ryuji? Ryuji finally stands up for himself after being treated like an unwanted burden, finally realizing that he doesn't have to play by the rules of society, and that he owes nothing to Kamoshida, not even his leg or his reputation.
Stop looking down on me with that stupid smile on your face!
Instead of resenting sitting at the bottom of the barrel, or at the bottom of the totem pole even, Ryuji now finally realizes that there is a certain strength in refusing to appease the powers that be, that, indeed, sinking to rock bottom ironically gives Ryuji more freedom and power than he ever had. In other words, Ryuji has quite literally taken strength in knowing that he has nothing more to lose, and so long as people keep treating him like the delinquent and troublemaker that he is, Ryuji henceforth will always be there to push back those tyrants through sheer rebellion like the thug that he's characterized to be. This right here was what makes Ryuji's Persona Awakening so badass and cathartic to watch, or at least half the reason why it is so. The other half involves explaining what makes Ryuji's Phantom Thieves outfit and his persona, Captain Kid, both interesting and significant to Ryuji's overall characterization, which, to be fair, hasn't been given a lot of nuance and subtext thus far. So let's change up the pace for a bit and talk about some Persona lore that's relevant to Ryuji. To start, we need to understand that the core of the Persona series is based around several concepts first coined by psychoanalyst Carl Jung. Jung, along with several of his peers, being that of G. Stanley Hall, Ernest Jones, and most importantly, Sigmund Freud, worked to establish this academic field of analytical psychology, with a special focus on how the unconscious elements of our brains affect things like personality, or how we even express or repress emotions. It follows that the aim of this new field of psychotherapy is to assist the individual with establishing a healthy relationship with the unconscious. In other words, the whole point of psychotherapy is to help an individual pursue their own true inner selves, and become psychologically whole once again. This field was a new hotness of the 20th century, with the likes of Freud and Jung developing their own theories about how the role of our subconscious plays into our everyday lives. While figures like Freud began to focus on the sexual nature of the unconscious mind being the core reason for one to experience growth and development as a person, Jung instead proposed that humanity possessed an instinctual drive to grow in particular ways as individuals, arguing that such growth stemmed from the collective unconscious inherited from generations of ancestors. While the idea of humanity possessing a collective unconscious seems silly at first, Young actually has a solution to this quandary. If one would look at any kind of art, dreams, literature, or even religion, you may be able to find that certain figures or images possess immutable yet extremely similar characteristics, to the point of sharing the same universal meanings, even across cultures that are vastly different. To keep this concept of the collective unconscious relevant to Persona 5, consider what Mementos represents as, well, being just that. It's a literal and physical manifestation of the general public's collective cognition, a place where the Phantom Thieves can encounter and fight the various archetypes of the public, mythological beings or images that are representative of certain inherent characteristics and personalities of the human psyche that are all shared within one central location. In other words, these motivations and characteristics are immutable and unchangeable, being unconsciously passed down from person to person, with people gravitating towards one archetype or another, as such concepts are a permanent aspect of human cognition that has unconsciously influenced our everyday lives since, well, humanity developed these subconscious parts of our minds. Within his own research, Jung argued that these archaic and mythic characters present across all human mythology that make up these various archetypes that reside and resonate with all people from all over the world, with these archetypes symbolizing basic human motivations, values, and personalities. Many of these archetypes fall into 12 different categories, which are then subdivided into 4 cardinal egotistic orientations, which determines one personality as well as certain paths one might take in order to reach self-actualization. For the sake of time, argument, and relevance to Persona 5, I'm not going to list all the possible Jungian archetypes except for 2, being that of the rebel and the lover. In the previous episode of the series, we covered Persona 5's Anzukamaki, whose entire motivation and overall story could be summed up as wanting intimacy and understanding with others. In doing this, An was able to forge bonds and personal connections with those she considered to be her close friends, in order to understand not only herself, but what those connections with the people that she loved and cared about meant to her. With An's greatest fears and weakness being that of being alone, possessing an outward-directed desire to please others at the risk of losing her own identity and freedom. As is the case for the Arcana An was assigned to within Persona 5, An easily slots into the lover's Jungian archetype. She is concerned with the matter of the soul, and being by far one of the most emotionally intelligent members of the Phantom Thieves, she desires emancipation from her weaknesses and her false self through acts of emotional intimacy. As for the rebel archetype, all the Phantom Thieves technically could be categorized into this very archetype, but Joker and Ryuji are the thieves that embody this archetype the most, seeking liberation through radical and outrageous means, with a sense of vengeance propelling them to reach the goals of disrupting or destroying ineffectual aspects of society in order to leave their mark upon it. This describes Ryuji and Joker, as well as the personas they eventually awaken to a perfect T, as they share the same base motivations and backstories as both Joker and Ryuji, as well as who they were before awakening to their true powers, with both of their greatest fears being that of being powerless or ineffectual at enacting change within society as true rebels. To separate everything from a Jungian context and back into Persona for a second, Joker is Arsene and Arsene is Joker. Ryuji is Captain Kid and Captain Kid is Ryuji. I am thou, thou art I, and so on and so forth. Each member of the Phantom Thieves and the personas that they wield in combat all possess the same characteristics, despite some being fictional and born within different locations and time periods. Now, as to why Joker and Ryuji gravitate towards these rebellious archetypes, well, that is something that Persona 5 pulls on Jungian psychological theory as well. Persona as a game series utilizes 3 terms that Jung coined when parsing his theories about the subconscious, being that of the persona, the shadow, and the true self. According to Jung, these facets of the psyche are core to one's personality and are key in determining which archetype an individual might gravitate towards. Firstly, we have the shadow. The shadow archetype represents the more animalistic and base side of one's personality. From their own personal shadows, individuals gain both creative and destructive energies, which influence their predispositions. The shadow may be composed of repressed ideals, weaknesses, desires, instincts, and personal shortcomings, with the shadow itself forming out of our attempts to adapt to cultural norms and expectations. In other words, this part of the human psyche contains all the things that are completely unacceptable not only to society, but to one's own personal morals and values. It might include things such as envy, greed, prejudice, hate, and aggression, though a person's shadow doesn't always have to be overtly hostile. It's merely a representation of an individual's true inner and uninhibited self. Jungian psychological theory suggests that we all have a personal shadow self that's representative of our uninhibited and latent desires. In Persona 5, we see this in action with almost all the palace rulers, barring Dr. Maruki, of course. From what we've seen so far, Kamoshida's true psychological projection of himself within the metaverse is that of an unapologetically abusive tyrant king. Following that, Shida's is that of a literal fascist strongman, and Futaba's is that of a benevolent Egyptian pharaoh who assists her real self in remembering who really killed her mother. If an individual ignores or denies the existence of this part of themselves, then that individual cannot be a fully self-actualized person, a cohesive understanding of all aspects of themselves, including who and what they are. This is a common theme within the Persona franchise itself, and was one of the main focuses of Persona 4, where the investigation team literally fought their own shadows, the most detestable parts of their own personal psyches, things that they all really do hate about themselves. Initially, every single member of the investigation team reject their own shadows. Then, after defeating them, they'll accept the most negative aspects of themselves, and are thus gifted with their various personas. Persona 5 takes this concept even further by taking the etymological definition of the word persona and recontextualizes it to the Phantom Thieves. This brings us nicely to the second Jungian archetype, that of the persona, of course. Now, the word persona in Latin literally translates to mask, and in Jungian psychology is defined as a representation of all the different social masks that we wear among various groups and situations. Over the course of development, children learn that they must behave in certain ways in order to fit with society's expectations and norms. The persona develops as a social mask to contain all those primitive urges, impulses, and emotions that are not considered socially acceptable. In other words, personas are social masks formed out of attempts to suppress their own shadow selves or being projected into situations where it might be deemed unacceptable by society. Much like Persona 4, the members of the Phantom Thieves are battling their own personal shadows, but instead of having the likes of Ryuji fight their own shadows a bit more overtly, Persona 5 recontextualizes this somewhat with each character's persona awakening. While previous entries within the Persona franchise dealt with themes of death or learning to accept one's own true inner self, including all the aspects you'd rather not be cognizant of, Persona 5 has each character go through being a victim of an abuse of power, with the end result for each member of the Phantom Thieves literally ripping off their masks, their social programming, in order to give a big ol' fuck you to the people who've been dragging them through the mud.
Within these awakening cutscenes, there's often mention of another self that gets brought up during these sequences, which is implied to be that particular person's shadow, which, in Persona 5, is begging their conscious selves to release their darkest inhibitions, the most unacceptable parts of their subconscious that has been sealed away in some vain attempt to conform to society. The individuals we see in Persona 5 that are suffering these immense abuses of power are merely playing a character before their persona awakening, a false self, with their mask being used to shield both themselves and others from their truest selves. This means that society has enforced some form of expectations upon each member of the Phantom Thieves as a form of social control, causing them to hide or reject an integral aspect of their true selves, their own shadows, putting on fake personalities which do not truly reflect their own personal wants and goals, only that of society's,
convincing them to hide both face and mind for various reasons. An awakening to their true selves, accomplished by uniting their subconscious shadow selves with their conscious selves, also implies that exposing the most detestable aspects of the psyche for all to see is an extremely painful but necessary thing for each member of the Phantom Thieves to do in order to become cohesive human beings again, vowing to never let society push them into becoming slothful and compliant ever again. Furthermore, it is only after each member of the Phantom Thieves rips off their masks and accept the most detestable aspects of themselves can they wield their personas, mythological and historical figures representative of their true selves hidden beneath their masks. This leads us into the explanations as to why certain members of the Phantom Thieves wield very specific mythological archetypes in combat, and why they only manifest after the thieves become psychologically whole once again. This is done through how Persona mixes and applies the Jungian psychological archetypes that we mentioned earlier to the tarot card arcana systems that's present throughout Persona, with each character Joker interacts with aligning with the personalities of certain characteristics and mythological figures contained beneath their mask that are supposed to represent each thief. We can see this reflected firstly in Joker's persona, Arsene, and then with Ryuji's persona, Captain Kidd. Before his persona awakening, society forced Joker to regress as a person, encouraging him to express his true senses of justice. Within the depths of Kamoshida's palace, Joker regains this sense of justice, and now knowing full well that he is convicted on trumped-up charges, he literally vows to expose those who ruined his life, to make them pay for their crimes they committed against those who cannot defend themselves. Furthermore, Joker fully realizes that his decision to intervene between Shido and the one woman he was harassing was the correct choice all along, regardless of what the powers that be might say.
Show the strength of thy will to ascertain all on thine own. Wilt thou be chained to hell itself?
In coming terms with his shadow self, Joker sheds all of his social programming and gains access to his persona, the modern mythical pillager of Twilight himself, Arsene.
This power of mine is yours. Kill them however you want. Run wild to your heart's content.
How fitting is it for the persona of the future leader of a group of thieves to literally have the same characteristics and personality as an archetypical gentleman thief himself? For those unaware, Persona 5's depiction of Joker's archetypical persona stems from a character created by French author Maurice Leblanc's fictional gentleman thief Arsène Lupin. Within Leblanc's novels, Lupin carved out a reputation for himself as a bit of an anti-hero, only stealing and targeting criminals who are objectively worse than himself. These criminals usually resided within the upper echelons of society, of which Arsène, being the gentleman thief himself, would charm and fraternize with to gain their trust and then steal from them as gentleman thieves always do. However, that's not all to the story, as Leblanc, the author, not Sojiro's coffee shop of course, took inspiration from a real-life French anarchist, being that of Marius Jacob, when crafting Arsène for himself. As for the man in question, Marius Jacob is certainly a fascinating individual, as an anarchist and legalist, which is a bit of a wacky ideology, so let me explain. To put it simply enough, an anarchist legalist is someone who embraces criminality as part of the lifestyle, arguing that laws are written to be morally relative and are thus a means of social control that benefits the rich and powerful. This sect of anarchy is also mostly associated with that of theft and shoplifting, with the rationale behind the ideology being that intervening through economic affairs, such control of the masses can be subverted. There was also a time where Marius Jacob organized his own band of merry thieves called the Workers of the Night, to which he instilled some principles. If one wished to work with him, they had to follow these rules. Firstly, one should not kill except to protect his own life and his freedom from the police, and thusly should only steal from social parasites, being bosses, judges, soldiers, and the French clergy, but never from professions considered to be useful to society, such as architects, doctors, artists, and the like. Eventually, Jacob was arrested in 1905 after killing a policeman in a gunfight after botching a heist 2 years prior. Before being sentenced to hard labor for life, he wrote an essay that appeared in the Belay Social the very same year he was arrested, of which I will quote part of right now. Aside from objects of alienation that assure him of life, man also nourishes himself on air, water, and light. But have we ever seen two men kill each other for the sharing of these ailments? Not that I know of. Nevertheless, these are the most precious of items, without which a man cannot live. We can remain several days without absorbing the substances for which we make ourselves slaves. Can we do the same when it comes to air? Not even for a quarter of an hour. Water accounts for 3/4 of our organism, and is indispensable in maintaining the elasticity of our tissues. Without the sun, life would be completely impossible. And so every man takes and steals his ailments. Do we accuse him of committing a crime? Of course not. Why then do we differentiate these from the rest? Because the rest demand the expanding of effort, a certain amount of labor. But labor is the very essence of society, that is, the association of all individuals to conquer with little effort much well-being. Is this truly the image of what exists? Are your institutions based on such a mode of organization? The truth demonstrates the contrary. The more a man works, the less he earns. The less he produces, the more he benefits. Merit is not taken into consideration. Only the bold take hold of power and hasten to legalize the rapine. From top to bottom, the social scale of everything is but dastardly on one side and idiocy on the other. How can you expect that penetrated with these truths I could have respected such a state of things? A liquor seller and the boss of a brothel enrich themselves, while a man of genius dies in poverty in a hospital bed. The baker who bakes bread doesn't get any. The shoemaker who makes thousands of shoes shows his toes. The weaver who makes socks of clothing doesn't have any to cover himself with. The bricklayer who builds castles and palaces wants for air in a filthy hovel. Those who produce everything have nothing, and those who produce nothing have everything. To put it in more simple words, why do the upper echelons of society benefit from exploiting those who cannot defend themselves? It's organized chaos from one end to the other, and thievery, in its own way, exposes how backwards and unjust such a society is. Part of the goal of Jacob was to some degree expose these systemic hypocrisies within society through stealing shit, to make a mockery of the current status quo with his efforts.
After all, if some bourgeois judge or lawmaker's notions and definitions of power, reputation, property, and affluence is by amassing valuable objects for large sums of money, what does it truly say about the unjust hierarchies that exist within society that they themselves created if I, or anyone else for that matter, is able to just waltz in and pillage those possessions for myself?
While Joker in Lean the Phantom Thieves doesn't necessarily steal any material goods from the upper echelons of society like Lupin or Jacob did, he does find that being saddled unjustly with a criminal record was all an attempt at social control to pacify him into slothfulness. Joker's answer to these unjust and morally relative power structures is to steal the hearts of the various powerless rulers that we encounter throughout the entirety of the game, attacking their own corrupt morals and exposing them for the liars and cheats that they are. This sentiment of mockery is also reflected within Persona's depiction of both Joker and Arsène Lupin. If you look at Arsene's visual design within Persona 5, we can see that his design is very much a mockery of high society, with Arsene sporting a ridiculous chimney-like top hat and a bloody red silk suit with a white floofy ascot. The most striking aspect of Arsene's design is that of his wings and his conniving devilish smile, with Persona 5's character designer, Shigenori Sojima, stating that his intent was for the wings to invoke the image of a thief's cape within the player's mind, with the implication for such a design meaning that a true thief and a true trickster can go wherever they please. That embracing illegality, irregularity, and criminality to expose the hypocrisies of society's various power structures is the embodiment of true freedom and justice. We can also see this reflected within Joker's personality both in and outside the metaverse as well. As the leader of the Phantom Thieves, Joker is quite literally the truest depiction of the gentleman thief who has embraced illegalism to change society with his merry band of thieves and misfits. A clear dichotomy between someone who's static and calm without engaging in phantom thievery, forcefully suppressing his inhibitions, versus someone who's openly chaotic and rebellious, embracing the behaviors that society would deem extremely detestable, which is to say, daring to be a unique and boisterous individual within collectivist Japanese society. Much like his persona and the historical figure he was based upon, Joker absolutely owns this image of himself, being considered a criminal playing by his own set of rules on heists with the Phantom Thieves, something that's also reflected within his Phantom Thieves outfit as well. While on a heist with his comrades, Joker wears a long tailcoat suit, with the most striking part of his outfit being that of his red gloves, something that's likely indicative of him possessing a criminal record, with Joker having the metaphorical blood upon his hands, a permanent stain to his reputation as a productive member of society. Of course, Joker doesn't exactly give a shit about what other people think of his reputation as a criminal. as we often see him readjusting and retightening these gloves around his hands after either performing an all-out attack or after Joker steals some loot from a palace. It's simply an action of reaffirmation of Joker's personal justice and mission as a phantom thief. Now, this attitude of Joker embracing illegalism and being indifferent about your perception amidst others carries over to Persona 5's dual protagonist, being Ryuji, and his persona being that of the famous Scottish privateer turned pirate of legend, Captain William Kidd, along with a sluggish punk rock Phantom Thieves outfit and Ryuji's choice of weaponry. Unlike Joker's choice of weaponry being that of small concealable things such as handguns and knives, a perfect match for a gentleman thief who waves in and out of high society, Ryuji's choices of weapons and firearms are a bit more blunt, if you'll pardon the pun. Ryuji's choice of weapons suit his personality well due to his loud, proud, and boisterous nature. Nothing spells wanton destruction better than the report of a shotgun and the flurry of buckshot, or even the sound of a metal pipe cracking open someone's skull. Speaking of skulls, Ryuji's Phantom Thieves outfit keeps up the themes of his character in the respect that it's nice and simple. His thief outfit consists of a black jacket with elbow pads and what appears to be a metal vertebrae column attached to its back, along with pants and knee pads, and a double-sided holster belt that's filled to the brim with shotgun shells on each side. This is also complemented with a red ascot, combat boots, and a pair of yellow gloves with metal knuckle protectors and a skull mask, of which you'll notice always has his eyebrows furrowed, with the only thing being clearly visible underneath the mask being the whites of Ryuji's eyes. Due to the mask hiding both of Ryuji's face and his brow line, this forces Ryuji's mask to constantly emanate this angry, threatening, or even mischievous energy, regardless of how he's emoting under the mask, being only able to convey his true feelings when it disappears after Ryuji summons his persona in battle. Contextualizing this a little bit, the world stereotypes Ryuji as this violent punk, and while underneath the mask, quite literally in this case, we see that Ryuji is a bit more emotionally complex than that. Society just hasn't given him a chance to express himself due to the previous biases against him. So yeah, Ryuji's thought of as being a bit of a thug, and his Phantom Thief uniform reflects that as much. However, while Ryuji's choice of weaponry and costume is easy enough to explain away, that is absolutely not the case for his persona, being that of Captain Kidd. Unlike Joker's persona and outfit being inspired by that of the literal literary origin of the fictional gentleman thief archetype, who was inspired by an actual anarchist who used thievery as a means to dismantle unjust hierarchies, Ryuji's persona, Captain Kidd, was inspired by the tragic life and times of the very same real Scottish privateer and pirate, who, much like Ryuji, was once an optimistic and studious man in his youth who was then betrayed by both his best friends and comrades, thusly enduring unjust persecution due to manufactured criminal charges that tarnish his reputation, created by the powers that be that saw his mere existence as politically inconvenient to their agenda. It's this unjust suffering, betrayal, and political scapegoating that propelled Captain Kidd into pirate legend, with Captain Kidd's story being one that is still familiar to most today. So, to those who aren't quite familiar with the man, let's separate fact from myth, as understanding the story and plights of Captain William Kidd is to understand Ryuji's disdain for authority, and the more nuanced details about his character design. Also, in seeking to understand and differentiate between the man versus the myth as well, I will be pulling information about Captain Kidd directly from the written records from his trial, which took place on the 8th and 9th of May in the year 1701. The records kept at this particular trial will be linked in the description, and courtesy of the Library of Congress, is rather conveniently available in a downloadable PDF format if you want to follow along or read the trial for yourself. Just be warned, the whole thing is written in early modern English, so it might be a bit confusing to read at first, but then again, interpreting that kind of stuff is why I'm here. So, let's get into it. To begin, we must first put on our tricorn hats and go back in time to North America in the 17th century. The 9 Years' War between the French and the English was in full swing, with the tensions of the North American theater of the war, later coined King William's War, reinvigorating interest in hiring privateers to disrupt both nations' war efforts and supply lines. It was during this time where, as a young man, Captain William Kidd carved out quite the reputation for himself, both as an experienced leader and a skilled sailor. The reputation and fame Kidd had garnered for himself was largely due to how Kidd, on one of his earlier voyages in 1689, led a successful mutiny against French pirate captain Jean Fontaine, sealing a ship and sailing to the British island colony of Nevis. Given the political climate of the time and England's anti-French and anti-piracy settlement being that of an all-time high, given that there was a war on, Kidd was heralded as a hero by Nevis's governor, Christopher Codrington, for stealing such a prize from the French, being gifted a letter of marque by the British Crown, granting him legal protection from all acts of piracy, so long as he stayed loyal to the British Crown and their own interests. This then allowed Kidd to take part in the defense of the island, and to captain the stolen ship for himself, a position that the governor and his crew both elected and commissioned him to hold. Now, while officially part of the garrison crew of the island, Kidd and his crew attacked the French island of Mare Galliente, leveling its only town and looting about 2,000 pounds sterling, the equivalent of about 59,000 American dollar reduced today, all from its coffers. Be that as it may, Kidd's big break came during the 9 Years' War. During such time, when he was on commission to the provinces of New York and Massachusetts Bay as a privateer, Kidd captured an enemy privateer off the coast of New England, a successful privateering commission that Kidd would later extend to another successful bout of privateering within the Caribbean, of which Kidd was awarded about 150 pounds sterling, or the equivalent of about 44,000 American dollar reduced today by the Crown. Now, normally you'd expect their pirates to keep all the loot for themselves on an island somewhere beneath the sandy beaches, but Kid seemed to be the exception to his rule within his youth. Despite his reputation as a privateer, all research done about his life seems to indicate that he was very fond of his community and an honorable gentleman, funding certain public works projects. For one, he became very financially active in supporting the construction of the Trinity Church, which still stands off of Broadway in New York City today. Yeah, it's funny to think that this church was partly bankrolled by a famous legendary pirate, huh? Think about that for a second. This overt generosity towards his community, as well as Kid's flamboyant personality, also garnered Kid the attention of many prominent colonial citizens, including that of 3 governors, of whom Kid quickly befriended. Kid also won the mutual affection of Sarah Bradley Cox Ort, one of the wealthiest widows in New York, dazzling her and the rest of high society at social functions. Kid was also the type of man to show mercy and kindness towards his former comrades, even those who had previously wronged him, a characteristic that he shares with Ryuji, which will be delved into when we get to his social link. On the 1st of April, 1689, Kid reached Madagascar, after meeting personally with Tempest Rogers, a merchant who had personally arranged to buy and sell a portion of Kid's plunder. Upon conversing with the man, the captain discovered that a man named Robert Culliford had adopted his own crew and was beginning to indulge in piracy as a side hustle. For reference, Culliford was one of Kid's former shipmates and friends that he met at the start of his privateering career, the very same man who helped him lead the mutiny against Jean Fontaine that we talked about earlier, the same event that propelled Kid into nautical stardom. Now, whereupon most men might want vengeance, Kid was once again the exception to the norm. Upon the few accounts that record of how Captain Kidd handled this troublesome situation, characterized him as making peaceful and diplomatic overtures to Culliford and his crew, who seemed rather familiar with Kidd. In a bout of clemency and out of respect for his former comrades, Kidd drank to Culliford's health and offered not to arrest him for a summary execution by hanging, as his commission compelled him to do so. On top of that, as a show of good faith, Kidd gifted Culliford a new anchor and some guns to outfit his new vessel, and then turned him back loose upon the sea, swearing that Culliford was in every respect their brother. This was the character and moral values of Captain William Kidd, someone who at most seemed to care deeply about those close to him, and at the very least, could charm his way into forming close kinships with others. It was due to this charm that Kidd was able to live the high life as he continued to hold favor and rub elbows with high society, a boon that would later become the same mechanism that would eventually betray him. On December 11th, 1695, Richard Coote, 1st Earl of Belmont and Governor of New York, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire, asked the, quote, trusty and well-behaved Captain Kidd to embark on a voyage the very next year to hunt the infamous pirates known as Thomas Tew, John Ireland, Thomas Wake, and William Mays, along with hostile friendships and all others associated themselves with pirates. Governor Coote's request had the weight of the crown behind it, and if Kidd refused it, he would have been considered disloyal, something which carried much social stigma at the time. Additionally, turning down this request for commission could have also voided Kidd's letter of marque that he got for defending Nevis in his early career. Thus, it's not crazy to say that Kidd was strong-armed or even compelled in compliance by the governor into taking such an ambitious voyage. Even more so if we consider that this request from Coote preceded the voyage that contributed Kidd's reputation as a pirate, and marked his image and subsequent betrayal by the powers that be within history and folklore. To quickly tie this back to Ryuji, he, like the captain himself, was seen as an infallible star, and due to the immense pressure and love he had for his teammates and former crew, Ryuji likely thought it best to try and cope with Kamoshida's abuses of power and strong-arm the track team to the best of his abilities, as Kamoshida hid behind the facade of kindness that he likes to put up. There's no doubt that, to some degree, Coote saw Kidd as a means to acquire wealth and a great amount of reputation for himself, that he was acting out of his own greedy interests, much like how Kamoshida treated the track team and Ryuji. To understand how such a legend became to being, we must also consider that 4/5 of this voyage that Kidd was to undertake was to be bankrolled by many noble lords, with the rest being bankrolled by Kidd himself personally. Kidd's retainers for this voyage included extremely powerful men of England, including the Earl of Orford, the Baron of Romney, the Duke of Shrewsbury, and Sir John Somers, a notable English Whig statesman and jurist known for his disdain of all forms of absolutist tyranny and was among the principal draftsmen of the English Bill of Rights. Somers himself contributed about £1,000 sterling to Kidd's voyage to fight piracy, the equivalent of about $250,000 American dollar reduced today. This connection Kidd had to Sir Somers and powerful English nobility is also extremely important to how he's undermined and eventually accused of piracy by his retainers, despite his reputation as an honorable man, so please do your best to keep these people in mind. These accusations of piracy laid against Kidd were several, but they likely stem from a story that suffered from a game of nautical telephone. As the tales go, after subduing a trading ship called the Mary, Kidd opted to engage in private negotiations with his captain, Thomas Parker, aboard Kidd's ship within his own quarters in an attempt to avoid a violent confrontation. As negotiations ended, Kidd discovered that several members of his crew ransacked the ship and tortured several of his crew members. Kidd was of course outraged and forced his men to return the stolen property to the Mary in good faith. However, those who suffer those beatings at the hands of Kidd's crew weren't as generous. The story evolved from bouts of violence being perpetuated by Kidd's crew to Kidd himself, with escaped prisoners telling tales of Kidd personally hoisting up prisoners by the arms and giving them drubbings with a drawn cutlass in order to force them into giving up the location of the treasure hidden upon the ship. These rumors were likely just that, rumors, which don't exactly line up with Kidd's honorable nature, but they were perpetuated nonetheless, acquiring Kidd his initial bout of unjust infamy. Another situation that gave Kidd a rather scrupulous and violent reputation happened during a scuffle between himself and one of his crew members. On the 30th of October in 1697, one of Kidd's gunners, William Moore, spotted a Dutch ship in the distance. Considering it to be a sizable prize, he ordered his captain to attack and seize it. Kidd refused, as such an act would be considered piratical, as his commission explicitly calls for Kidd to attack pirates and vessels that were allied with the French, an enemy of the crown, which the Dutch were not at this time.
Demonstrating an awareness of the inner workings of British politics, Kidd also had to consider that the King of England at the time was William III, who was Dutch. Raiding the ship would surely anger him and the rest of his court back home. Thinking that was the end of that particular discussion, Kidd then returned to his cabin, whereupon William Moore made talk of taking the Dutch ship for himself. And as Kidd would later testify by claiming that Moore would have put Kidd in a way so that they would have no choice but to take the ship or else. This was an obvious threat of mutiny which needed to be dealt with quickly. Upon hearing this news, Kidd stepped back upon the deck to find Moore sharpening a knife upon it. An argument then broke out between the two, with Kidd calling Moore a lousy dog for trying to incite a mutiny that would get him and the rest of his crew hanged as pirates.
Moore retorted, "If I am a lousy dog, you have made me so. You have brought me ruin and many more." Kidd then reportedly dropped an iron-bound bucket upon Moore's head, fracturing his skull. Moore then died the following day, though Kidd would later confide to the ship's surgeon that he regretted such an action, saying that he had good friends in England that would bring me off for that.
Later testifying during his trial that he did not intend to mortally wound William Moore, let alone kill him.
This incident, along with the latter ones, marked Kidd as a violent and ill-tempered person. It also didn't help the fact that Moore's death was codified into the nautical zeitgeist as a popular sea shanty that shared Kidd's name, framing him as a murderer.
Oh, my name was Captain Kidd, as I sailed, oh, my name was Captain Kidd, as I sailed. My name was Captain Kidd, and God's laws I did forbid, and so wickedly I did, as I sailed, so wickedly I did, as I sailed. Oh, I murdered William Moore, as I sailed, I murdered William Moore, as I sailed. I laid him in his gore, not many leagues from the shore. Oh, I murdered William Moore as I sailed, I murdered William Moore as I sailed.
The former incident of drubbings and this later situation between Kidd and Moore may have served as both the inspiration for Ryuji's ill temper within Persona 5 and further fueled rumors of Kidd's violent tendencies as a pirate and privateer. However, these two events weren't the ones that propelled Kidd into pirate infamy. That would happen at the start of the very next year, with the last and most significant event that occurred on January 30th, 1698, finally giving Kidd the reputation of being a pirate. Before I get into any of that, let me ask you all a question. If a group of Armenian merchants hired an Indian-owned ship called the Quegda Merchant for freelancing trading work that flew Armenian colors, and was also captained by an Englishman whose crew was mostly composed of Indians but was also guaranteed protection for safe passage by the French, would such a ship be a French ship or not? Well, Captain Kidd thought so, and technically speaking, he was right. So long as the targets in question were guaranteed some measure of safe passage by the French, any seizures made by Kidd from such ships was considered completely legal privateering for the English crown. Now, be that as it may, this was still a legal gray area for Kidd to operate within, as the captain of the Quegda Merchant informed Kidd that an agent for the English East India Trading Company brokered part of the deal, which could start some trouble back in England, meaning that Kidd could be branded a pirate for plundering goods of the company. However, there was no formal declaration of legal protection by the British to be found upon the vessel, only French passes, which you can see right here. These are in fact the same passes that Kidd found upon the vessel when he tried to seize it, thus making this capture of such a vessel a legal one. However, given Kidd's reputation at this point, it was inevitable that something was about to give back in England. After seizing the ship, Kidd was branded a pirate and a traitor to the crown, something that Kidd wouldn't find out about until he sailed away from Madagascar and to the Leeward Islands. Now, these accusations of piracy may seem rather sudden, and you would be right. It's true that Kidd was merely doing his jobs with the freedoms given to him by the crown, but if we come back to one of his retainers, being that of Sir John Somers, and the actions taken to defame his position by his political opponents, we can find the other half of his story lies within stupid political bullshit mudslinging. While Captain Kidd was getting his funding for his voyage into the West Indies to hunt pirates, British Parliament was in a bit of a deadlock between two factions, the Whigs, of which Somers was part of, and their opponents, the Tories. This deadlock in Kidd's subsequent charging of being a pirate occurred for one reason. It was due to the reigning king, Roland III's ineffectual policy of inter-faction cooperation between the Whigs and the Tories.
This was a questionable policy at best, as the Whigs were William's strongest supporters after the Glorious Revolution, in which the last monarch, James II, effectively abdicated from the throne. Despite having both God and Parliament at his back, with a seated majority of 319 Whigs to 232 Tories in the 1689 English general election, William still advocated for a centrist position. To add further insult to William's naivety, this was after the Whigs completely flipped Parliament from a Tory majority of 468 to 57 Whigs in the last general election held in 1685. As you can imagine, the Whigs were livid at their king adopting this position after years of being considered the minority within Parliament for the past 4 years, with all hopes of passing their policies under William being quashed through bullshit political infighting. This ineffectiveness of Parliament's ability to get literally nothing done called for William III to dissolve Parliament in 1689 and call for a new election the following year, where the Whigs would barely just cinch a majority victory of 2 seats over the Tories.
While the Whigs will win back Parliament before the turn of the century, and around the time Captain Kidd would set sail on his voyage to the West Indies at the behest of his retainers, the new name of the game was to try and defame the other members of each faction. Eager to regain some of the lost ground and political clout, the Tories constantly were looking for footholds to gain power, even if it meant using someone like Captain Kidd as a scapegoat. After seizing back Parliament in the January 1701 general election from the control of the Whigs as a result of their decreasing popularity, the Tories had a chance to bolster their position. Upon the rumors of Kidd's dubious siege of the Quagdom Merchant reaching England, and after figuring out that one of their opponents, the Honourable Sir John Somers, partially bankrolled his voyage all the way back when to plunder and steal, they then had their chance to start some shit by accusing a prestigious member of Parliament for being involved in piracy, which effectively was a serious accusation of treason being levied at Sir Somers. This caused many of Sir Somers' political opponents to formally draft and attempt to pass a vote of censure, a formal declaration of disapproval that is placed upon a person by a majority vote within Parliament. In other words, this was basically Parliament voting to give a legal slap on the wrist to Somers. While this attempt and all other subsequent attempts to impeach or defame Somers fail with a large majority still backing him, the damage was done to his reputation, and shit started to roll back downhill to Kidd's other retainers as well, as the threat of being hanged along with Kidd became a very real possibility. To add further insult to injury, when the 1698 Acts of Grace were passed, Captain Kidd was the only one of 2 pirates who were ineligible for receiving a pardon. As Kidd sailed back to Long Island, the only thing he really had at this point were his powerful friends and investors that would surely prevent him from being arrested and tried for treason. Right? Wrong! His retainers, including some of those from the Whig faction, had cut off all of the resources and all of the manners of recourse for Kidd, arguing that he be hanged as a traitor in order to save their own skin and reputations. Some of his retainers even went as far as to withhold the French passes he recovered as proof of his legal seizure of both the Quagdom Merchant and its goods. In the written accounts of his trial, Kidd brings up these passes over 100 times over the course of said trial, which would be a generous word to call the legal mechanism that effectively entrapped Kidd into testifying against himself. Within the first count of piracy, the court would not allow Kidd and his legal team to enter in new evidence until he pled guilty or not guilty, saying to Kidd that, if you're not willing to plead, you must have judgment against you as a standing mute. A venomous insult, to be sure. As for the captain himself, he seemed to be fully aware that the court was literally stacked against him, saying that if I plead, I shall be an accessory to my own death, till I have persons and papers to plead for me. The Crown, of course, knowing full well that they were suppressing the evidence Kidd needed to prove his innocence, repeatedly gaslit him upon all attempts to testify that such passes were in the possession of Lord Bellamont, the governor of New York, the very same guy that hired Kidd 10 years ago prior to his voyage, and the same guy that arrested him in Boston.
Oh, wait now! I delivered your treasures, didn't I?
To add further insult to injury, all the other prisoners present at the trial, being that of Nicholas Churchill, James Howe, Robert Langley, Gabriel Loff, Hugh Parrott, Richard Balacorn, Ebo Owens, and Darby Mullins, were all part of Kidd's crew at the time of him raiding the Quagdom Merchant, and subsequently sold him out as well. Whereupon the court would ask the men about the French passes. Some argue that Kidd made mention of such passes existing, but that they never saw such passes for themselves. Some of the crew also testified to the truth of Kidd's violent behavior, which, if you recall, the crew was actually responsible for such behavior, acting without Kidd's knowledge or consent. With both the court practically going, "Oh, why don't you have any evidence, Captain?" and members of his own bloody crew going out of their way to save their own necks, Kidd's fate was sealed. When upon the court convicted Kidd of several counts of piracy and 1 count of murder, the court sadistically asked him for his last words, of which Kidd would speak in this manner: "I have nothing to say, but that I have been sworn against by perjured and wicked people." Before then being hauled off to the gallows, Kidd would then add, "My lord, it is a very hard sentence. For my part, I am the innocent most person of them all, only I have been sworn against by perjured persons." As a result of this complete farce of a trial, Kidd was convicted on 5 counts of piracy and 1 charge of murder. With Captain William Kidd's reputation forever tarnished, he was sentenced to be hanged in a public execution on the 23rd of May, 1701, at Execution Dock in Wapping, London. As if the poor guy hadn't suffered enough, he had to be hanged twice. As with the first attempt, the noose broke, and while some call for a stay of execution, seeing such a breakage is a sign of God, he was hung again minutes later, and then died. His body was then given over the River Thames at Tilbury Point, as a warning to future would-be pirates, for 3 years. Now, some of you who are familiar with Captain Kidd may recognize this artist's rendition of Kidd hanging upon the Thames, and I feel that it's necessary to point out that Kidd is not alive within this picture. Being completely screwed over by the powers that be, his lifeless body is merely reduced to a warning to pirates, with Kidd never being one himself. A cruel fate for such a remarkable man. In understanding the full story of Captain Kidd, we can finally see why he is Ryuji's persona. Both of the stories carry a theme of betrayal within them, and as such, we can draw a few parallels between a Japanese delinquent high school kid and a famous pirate of legend. They both once held favor with the powers that be, whereupon they were then saddled and strong-armed into taking upon a commission with immense expectations, subsequently being betrayed by nearly everyone he eventually came into contact with from top to bottom. Like Captain Kidd, Ryuji had to suffer the indignity of seeing the school rumor mill slowly but surely turn against him due to rumors of Ryuji's violent or delinquent tendencies, as his teammates and former confidants, such as his teachers, all began to pull out their support for him to save their own skins. Ryuji's attempted slugging of Kamoshida landed him the reputation as a pariah for rocking the proverbial boat, whereupon Ryuji got his comeuppance when Kamoshida broke his leg. All because, like the Parliament of old, Kamoshida saw a means to force his own agenda upon Tsuchin Academy. All he had to do was goad Ryuji into swinging first, by simply pulling on his heartstrings, and playing off his ill temperament in order for Ryuji to acquire that reputation for himself. In doing so, Kamoshida would be cleared of all blame, with everyone else jointly condemning Ryuji in order to save their own hides. While Ryuji was never hanged until dead and gibbeted for all to see, like Captain Kidd was, Ryuji might as well be a dead man walking, as hard as that might be with a broken leg. Speaking of Ryuji and his busted leg, let's talk about that for a second with respect to his Phantom Thieves outfit and visual design of Captain Kidd. Starting with the latter, the persona of Captain Kidd initially started in development with a conceptual design that actually draws upon how Kidd was hanged and gibbeted for all to see upon the River Thames. In this design in particular, Kidd as Ryuji's persona was originally going to be restrained in what was almost certainly a gibbet cage, with Kidd holding a cutlass in his mouth due to his arms being restrained within the cage itself, and what looks to be a straitjacket as well. It's pretty badass, but the design that made it into the game has a lot more to offer, despite it being a cartoonish amalgamation of pirate everything. An eye patch, a tricorn hat with a skull and crossbones upon it, a blue shell jacket with a pair of black pants with a golden trim, sea-league right boots, and a long flowing cape that appears to have been tattered by cannonballs. Be that as it may, this is where the standard pirate cliches end, and where Captain Kidd's design starts to get super interesting. Though Ryuji's persona leans in on all those classic pirate cliches that we love so much, that doesn't mean Captain Kidd is any less fearsome or unsettling to look at. Apart from the golden smoking cannon and the claw-like hands, Kidd's entire visage possesses no skin upon it, and is that of a skull with a singular crazed red-yellow eye, with the way his hat sets upon his head giving Kidd himself a scowling eyebrow line, completing Kidd's rather menacing appearance. If we examine Kidd's overall figure further, you might be able to tell that Kidd is unusually slender, with his clothes looking rather baggy and bulky. All this seems to indicate that Kidd, underneath all his clothes, is literally just a skeleton, with his clothes just kind of flapping in the wind. Kidd is also seen standing upon a flying pirate ship, which is barely large enough to just carry himself, with Kidd standing upon it like a skateboard or even a surfboard. This is one such motif that ties back to Ryuji being somewhat of a punk or delinquent, of which skaters and surfers are often thought of being a part of, skate and destroy and all that stuff. However, the most curious thing about this design is that the masts and the riggings of the ship all seem to have been torn off, left to flap in the wind by the sides. This might reflect Ryuji's more fickle personality as well as his temper, perhaps implying that he cannot specifically direct his ferry with a decent enough effort, or perhaps it's implying that he's just adrift at sea all by his lonesome. However, that does seem like a misnomer. Perhaps the philosophy lies behind Kidd's battle-worn cape, as it shares the same philosophy as Arsene's thief cape, made to look like devilish wings that are indicative of a thief's freedom. Maybe, just maybe, Kidd's battle-torn cape is supposed to be the sails of the ship that he stands upon now, being the captain of his own destiny, and being at the mercy of no one. It's an indication of both Ryuji's justice and the attempts people have made upon his life and reputation. Speaking of such attempts, let's finally move on to the most interesting aspect of Captain Kidd's design, being this metal coil that's wrapped around his right leg. Now, I saw no mention of Captain Kidd having such an injury that required him to wear a leg brace throughout his times in the West Indies. But being that Captain Kidd is a reflection of Ryuji's rebellious spirit within his heart, it wouldn't be outlandish to think that this part of Captain Kidd's design is reflective of Ryuji instead of Kidd himself. Of course, the simplistic answer would be that this obviously has to relate back to Ryuji's injury that he suffered at the hands of Kamoshida, but the more complex answer is so much more interesting. Of the many bits of pirate paraphernalia we see upon Captain Kidd's design, such as eye patches, cannons, ships of war, and the skull and crossbones, Kidd, as Ryuji's persona, doesn't have a peg leg or anything. Instead, he has what looks to be a leg brace or a bit of connecting metal that's bound together around his thigh, perhaps implying that everything below the binding is a prosthetic. It's a fake leg that doesn't work as well as the real thing. Now, regardless of how you look at this brace, be it indicative of a prosthetic or not, the area of injury is also interesting as well. This brace that Ryuji's persona has on its leg would imply that Kamoshida, in his efforts to completely ruin not only Ryuji's reputation, but to also ensure that he's never able to run again, proves that he sought to afflict Ryuji with a permanent injury with near surgical precision, with the scars of such an attack being forever engraved into Ryuji's heart. Now, I say surgical because, well, what other reason would Kamoshida have to target Ryuji's leg? Everything that we've seen so far on a subtextual level involving Ryuji's persona here suggests that this was a purposeful and surgical blow to Ryuji's leg, to purposely take him out of commission. Kamoshida targeted Ryuji in a premeditated manner in an effort to cause the most harm to him. As Ryuji will specify later, Kamoshida targeted his knee, the part of your body where your important ligaments such as your MCL and ACL are located, leaving Ryuji with a crippling injury that is insanely difficult to heal from, with most athletes who suffer this injury never being able to run or even walk to the degree that they were before sustaining such an affliction. What makes this even more sinister is the fact that Kamoshida, being an athlete himself, likely knew exactly where to hit Ryuji too. Jumper's knee and ACL injuries are an incredibly common injury for volleyball players to sustain, as the sport often involves sudden stops and changes in direction, jumping and landing. Being a former Olympian himself, I'm sure that Kamoshida has seen his fair share of knee blowouts while on the court. It wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility for Kamoshida to use such knowledge to cripple someone that he perceives to be an eyesore, nor would him taking such an action surprise anyone. The guy is a straight up sadistic psychopath. Not that such a thing wasn't clear already, but like, what the fuck, man? He could have targeted any other part of Ryuji's body, but of course, it wasn't enough for Kamoshida to make an example of Ryuji for raising his hand at him. For Kamoshida, nothing less than humiliating Ryuji to keep all of his teammates in line would have sufficed. He had to be inflicted with an injury that would both serve as a reminder of Ryuji's biggest failure, and the power that Kamoshida will now forever hold over Ryuji from that moment onward. What better way to completely humiliate Ryuji and forever be in a position to gaslight him, than to annihilate the very thing that gave Ryuji's life meaning and his claim to fame. With this injury, Ryuji will forever serve as a pariah for daring to go against Kamoshida's grand designs for the track team, as Ryuji himself is forced to limp along to avoid his leg seizing up in pain. Ryuji doing things as simple as standing up normally are going to be extremely difficult and painful for him to do, and we can see as such within the game. To contextualize everything Ryuji must do to avoid flare-ups of pain, we must consider that he favors his left leg over his right, which seems to be the one that suffered the injury. Ryuji often keeps his left heel off the ground, and we can make a few guesses as to why. Knee injuries like the one that Ryuji has sustained often cause other parts of your body to become strained in a cascading manner, and with Ryuji most definitely dealing with the ramifications of a very serious knee injury, we can see how he tries to manage it and its pain. This can cause a few cascading effects to affect other parts of your body, such as lower back pain, knee and hip pain on the affected limb, and changes to your posture and your gait, or how you choose to walk. People who have these limb discrepancies often move like Ryuji does in Persona 5. This is also something that we can hear within the game as well. If we turn off the music before heading back into the Thieves' Den to transform into Ryuji, we can hear just how bad Ryuji's limp is when compared to that of his teammates. Firstly, here's the pure patter of Joker's walking and running cycles. Then here's the glomping of Ann's walking and running cycles, indicating that she's not very athletic. And then we finally have Ryuji's walking cycle. You can absolutely hear the difference between Ryuji's gait and that of his teammates. When Ryuji runs, it sounds as if a horse is galloping, as he tries to avoid hurting himself and otherwise aggravating the injury that Kamoshida gave him. You know, exactly like he did when he tried to escape from his palace. This is the lasting effect that Kamoshida has had upon Ryuji, but altering Ryuji's gait and ability to run isn't the only thing that Kamoshida permanently changed about Ryuji's life. If you remember back to when we first met Ryuji, his first impression was kind of menacing and thuggish, partly due to his posture. Now that we know a bit more about Ryuji's past, we can understand that he probably needs to lean forward and position himself in such a way to minimize the pain that he feels. This is another such aspect of Ryuji's delinquent personality, being not his fault. He has to look somewhat lecherous and menacing because, well, Kamoshida made it so. Thinking more on that, Ryuji is often seen doing his best to keep all weight off of his right leg too, whenever he does get the chance. When he's sitting down in a chair, he's seen elevating his leg off the floor, and he almost always braces himself up against something else, such as a wall or another object. When sitting upon the ground, he never puts his full weight on his leg either, which sometimes means that he has to do that painted poop squat that Japanese delinquents are known for. Again, Ryuji looking the part of a Japanese delinquent is not his fault. It's simply him trying to avoid being in serious pain, which, again, Kamoshida is responsible for. Speaking of the same wound, one has to wonder why Ryuji of all people has his own physical wound reflected within his persona, as the implications of such a thing are pretty massive. We know that personas are the strengths born from one's heart may manifest, and as such, can often take on more personal characteristics. We see these personal aspects reflected within small features of Arsene, and if you allow me to get ahead of myself, later with Carmen, Ann's persona. For Arsene, it's his devilish smile that complements Joker's own slasher smile when he finally summons Arsene for the first time. And as for Ann, it's her famous twin pigtails, which is then reflected upon Carmen. So it gives for Ryuji and his busted leg. Well, for such an injury to be reflected within his persona, must mean that Ryuji sees such a terrible injury as a core or even permanent part of his identity. All this to say that Kamoshida wounded Ryuji so terribly that it affected his heart's image of rebellion to the point where Ryuji now considers such an injury a permanent part of his identity. Now, I would talk about Kamoshida wounding Ryuji's pride in an attempt to pacify him, but in reality, all such an action did was make Ryuji more angry, and post his persona awakening, Ryuji now aims to relish within his own misfortunes. Now knowing that his reputation will be forever tarnished, and that there's nothing he will be able to do about such things, Ryuji now aims to hoist his own flag, to find his own freedom free of the expectations of others. This is the best kind of victory for Ryuji, and the ultimate fuck you to Kamoshida. But be that as it may, we're not quite out of the woods just yet. Things are about to get much more complicated as a familiar face wanders in from stage left.
I told you that this is my castle. It seems you still don't understand.
What? Takamaki?
Oh! What a meowvelous and beautiful girl!
What's going on? that you mention it. But why is she even here? Hey! Let go of her, you perv!
How many times must I tell you until you understand? This is my castle, a place in which I can do whatever I want. Everyone wishes to be loved by me. That is, everyone besides slow-witted thieves like you.
Takamaki, say something!
Calm down, Ryuji. It seems that girl isn't the real one. She's the same as those slaves. A being made from Kamoshida's cognition of her.
Are you jealous? Well, I'm not surprised. Women aren't drawn to problematic punks like you.
You'd be surprised. Oh no! What is Takamaki doing here? Well, it's as Morgana says, this version of Takamaki is a fake, just another cognition given form within the walls of his castle. However, the disturbing thing about this whole situation is what Kamoshida insinuates about this castle being a place where he can do as he pleases, and where all of its denizens wish to be loved by Kamoshida in his own sadistic way. If this place is also indicative of Tsuchin Academy within reality, a place where Kamoshida doesn't have to hold up any pretense of kindness, then it would follow that the rumors of physical abuse are indeed true. And just maybe, Takamaki and Kamoshida share a very close relationship that surpasses that of being teacher and student. Perhaps those rumors of Takamaki being a shameless flirt do have some truth to them after all. She wouldn't be a cognitive projection in Kamoshida's castle, clad up in a fuchsia bikini, if that wasn't the case. Ryuji seems to know that Kamoshida doesn't have the best of intentions for Takamaki, calling him a pervert, expressing feelings of anger and frustration when he realizes that we're gonna have to leave her behind as we retreat back to reality for now.
Damn it!
Clean them up this instant.
We're outnumbered.
We're not gonna do anything and just run?
Thank God you've got a level head.
We'll expose what you really are no matter what! You better be
Come at me whenever you want, if you don't care about your life.
Ignore him.
Upon beating a hasty retreat out of the metaverse and into reality, we find ourselves in an alleyway just outside the school gates. Though exhausted from using his persona for the first time ever, Ryuji intends to make good on his new power to bring Kamoshida to justice.
But damn, if what we saw was for real, oh, this is gonna get good. I totally remember the faces of the guys Kamoshida was treating like slaves. Once we make him fess up to any physical abuse, Kamoshida will be done. So, wanna help me look for those guys or any witnesses?
It's a brash plan, but a solid one nonetheless. And as Ryuji implies, we kinda have to help. Not only because we're obliged to, but because, like Ryuji, people already think of us as the scum of the school. As to the reasons why, Ryuji explains.
Hey, so if you're thinking of laying low because you got a record, everyone already knows. Kamoshida opened his damn mouth. No one else besides a teacher could have leaked it that fast.
It would also seem that in addition to having a penchant for destroying the lives of his students through physical abuse, Kamoshida is also a terminal gossiper who spreads rumors to defame his students. With that bit of clarification from Ryuji, things are starting to line up now. Those snide threats Kamoshida made toward Joker and Ryuji outside the school gates, as well as how quickly our peers picked up on the fact that Joker had a criminal record, along with the rumors about Takamaki being a shameless flirt, are starting to make a lot more sense. This is all a matter of putting Kamoshida's own ego before the rest of the school, even at the detriment of his own students. The difficult thing is separating fact from fiction, all of which we'll have to wait until tomorrow during the volleyball meet to ascertain the truth about Kamoshida's abuse. Today is April 13th, and after spilling the beans about our past over some ramen with Ryuji the day before...
The hell, man? How much shittier can that asshole get?
We're now ready to begin our investigation into Kamoshida, beginning with a bit of rumor from our first-year peers.
How annoying. We've barely started high school and already they're making us play in a volleyball rally? And why are they pitting us against the teacher team? Kamoshida's gonna crush us.
Apparently, the way the rally is going to be structured is going to be strictly teachers versus students, which in reality means that Kamoshida is going to be spending the entire day specking volleyballs into his students' faces to feed his own ego. Great.
We get to see his technique live and in person, though. We should totally get spiked on.
Be that as it may, in overhearing this conversation with the first-year peers, we can glean that there's a dichotomy of opinions regarding Kamoshida's reputation at school. Opinions that are especially valuable because these two kids are first-years, and thus shouldn't be all that familiar with Sujin's rumor mill, nor should they know much about Kamoshida's reputation. As such, one student is eager to see Kamoshida in action, exalting him as the school's star, while the other is more concerned with his friend getting his face smashed in, and most importantly, why the volleyball team looks like Cripple Row.
Just look at how banged up the volleyball team is. What the hell goes on during their practices?
We've yet to see such a thing for ourselves, but as we leave our homeroom to get our gym clothes on, that is about to change for the worst.
Nice toss! Yeah! Man, you still got it, coach.
Thanks. Let's go for one more.
All right.
Still sticks out. Hasn't changed a bit.
Pretty boring.
Right?
Sorry. Hey, are you alright? Someone, take him to the nurse's office.
You get that side.
He'll pay soon enough.
Alright, let's resume the match.
That asshole's acting like a king over here, too. Get to know each other better, my ass. It's just a one-man show for him to stroke his ego. Oh, and how he acted like he was worried about Mishima. Oh, what an abusive D-bag.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Ryuji. This whole thing was never about volleyball or any of that shit. It's about Kamoshida, and it always has been. Well, it's easy to look at everything wrong with Sujin and go Kamoshida bottom text because, well, you'd be right. But on a more serious note, within this cutscene, we can actually see the palpable effects of Kamoshida's rumor mill and the power that he actually holds within the eyes of literally everyone at Tsuchi Academy play out here in real-time action. Ryuji's wise to point out the fact that Kamoshida seemed to only spike at Mishima, with the result of him being taking a volleyball to the face and getting knocked out, which is pretty scary.
Oh, and how he acted like he was worried about Mishima. Oh, what an abusive D-bag.
A first-year student just collapsed on the wooden floor after taking a volleyball to the face after all. But what actually follows Mishima's collapse is even more terrifying. All you really have to do is count to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sorry. Hey, are you alright? Someone, take him to the nurse's office.
It takes a whole 7 seconds of silence before anyone acts, for anyone to try and help the unconscious Mishima off the gym floor. Worse still even, it's Kamoshida being the one to come to his aid with his facetious facade of kindness and remorse. No one else comes onto the court, be it student or, worse, teacher. They all just blankly stand and stare at Mishima from their side of the court before Kamoshida has to cross over under the net and help the boy up. Or still, they show no remorse or objection to Kamoshida sandbagging his own students, as he promptly resumes the match after Mishima possibly got very, very hurt or injured. Now, I don't want to pretend to know the force it takes for someone to lose consciousness from blunt trauma to the head, but the fact that the staff of the school seem more interested in stroking Kamoshida's ego rather than calling for a break or a suspension of the meet altogether is very telling of the amount of power that he holds within the school. Even more so as he resumes the match immediately as Mishima is hauled off to the court so he can go back under the net to start sandbagging his students once again.
Alright, let's resume the match.
Kamoshida is the antagonist, or rather the protagonist of the school by his own design, and these 7 seconds of silence details how much power he actually holds as king of Sujin. Following that palpable flex of power, we can see how the rumors he started and proliferated within the student body have affected those he considers to be scum, or those he wished to be isolated from their peers. The first example is with Takamaki. Following the rumors of her being both a shameless flirt and pursuing a romantic relationship with Kamoshida, those rumors have gotten to the point where no one seems to want to sit next to her if they can help it. Be it jealousy or being disgusted by her supposed promiscuity and lack of shame, it's clear that nobody wants anything to do with her.
That means she's cheating on him with Mr. Kamoshida. Then again, this is Takamaki-san we're talking about.
While Ryuji and Joker haven't verified the validity of such rumors, it's clear that as she sits alone in the gym, she's extremely lonely, with Ryuji bookending the sequence with commenting on her rather unique appearance being that of a hazard to her.
Still sticks out. Hasn't changed a bit.
Pretty boring.
Right?
Oh, Ryuji, you tsundere, you. Speaking of trying to be emotionally indifferent, ironically enough, the same issue that seems to be plaguing Takamaki is also affecting Ryuji and Joker, as they, like Takamaki herself, are segregated based on reputation, sitting along the opposite ends of the gym floor alone with nobody else but each other to keep themselves company. We are the school delinquents after all, but unlike Takamaki, we aren't listless. We have a goal to pursue, and if no one is willing to bring Kamoshida down for sowing such slothful discord into the populace, then the responsibility then falls to us.
Well, anyways, now's our chance to go look for the guys we saw were slaves yesterday. Let's look for the faces we saw at the castle. All the members of the team should be here. I'll be sure to find someone to spill about Kamoshida's physical abuse. Just you wait, asshole. Don't worry. The first one that popped out was a guy from Class D, so that's your class. Hopefully you can get him to talk without any issues. Oh, but you're kind of in the same...
And just like that, Ryuji and Joker start their investigation into the physical abuse of Sujin's volleyball team. As Ryuji does his best to keep up with Proteg-kun with his busted leg, we immediately overhear a few strange things about Kamoshida from a pair of carefree female students. For one, they seem to have a bit of a crush on Kamoshida, and while that's an extremely disturbing thought to have, the terrifying thing is how these girls seem to be of the opinion that Kamoshida is sweet on his female students, or more specifically, the girls on the volleyball team and an unnamed first-year student. We have seen Kamoshida try to flirt with Takamaki a few days ago, feeling comfortable enough to do so in the middle of the hallway at school in front of God and everyone. Before now, that interaction would imply that she's special to him, or that he isn't afraid of the consequences. But given what we're just starting to learn, it seems that Kamoshida openly makes passes at the rest of the girls at school and not just Takamaki. If we follow that logic for just a second, upon investigating some of the members of the volleyball team, we notice a clear dichotomy between the students based on gender. As was the case within Kamoshida's palace, all the people that were being tortured or otherwise abused were all exclusively male students, something that's reflected here within reality, as those same individuals are bandaged up, almost to a comedic extent, denying the abuse they endured at Kamoshida's hands when Ryuji presses them for info.
Kamoshida did it to you, right? Look, I ain't gonna tell anyone you squealed. Just tell us about how...
Consequently, all the female students, including the ones on the volleyball team, seem to be unscathed, even to such an extent where most consider Kamoshida to be a bit of a heartthrob, with the sole exception to this rule being one girl named Shiho Suzui, who seems to be rather chummy with Takamaki. As we eavesdrop on their conversation, we learn that Suzui is trying to get a place in the team as a starter, a decision that Takamaki, despite the rumor mill being overtly against her, is trying her best to support Suzui as best she can. It's a seemingly innocent goal, but as we investigate further, a few more things begin to click into place, hinting at something more sinister going on behind the scenes with Kamoshida, including why some of the students put up with Kamoshida's abuse. After eavesdropping on and grilling several more of our peers for more information, we get the feeling that some of the students aim to benefit from being Kamoshida's student. On the first floor, we overhear some students talking about how Mishima getting spiked in the face must have really hurt him, and when thinking more about it, all the members of the volleyball team seem to come back from practice with more than a few bruises, getting all weirdly defensive when asked about their injuries. It's here where we finally get an inkling of understanding about the abuse. Being a part of Kamoshida's volleyball team is the easiest way to get a letter of recommendation for college. This must be why every single student that suffers under Kamoshida bothers to even put up with him, and even outright defends him at some times. He literally controls the means for a brighter future. Thinking back on it now, we got hints of such things even before we started school as well. This whole endeavor stretches back to some rumors that we heard on our first day of school. On the second floor, right outside the school faculty office, we overhear a student venting his frustrations with one of his teachers who was supposed to write him a letter of recommendation for a college he wanted to go to. The teacher has since canceled on this particular student, instead choosing a favorite student from our acclaimed volleyball team, of which, of course, Kamoshida is in charge of. So now, when it comes down to it all, the rumors about Kamoshida wanting all the fame for himself do seem to be true, and now we are left with one implication: that the Academy seems to turn a blind eye to the allegations of abuse so that they can ride upon Kamoshida's coattails to success. It is incredibly exploitative. Kamoshida is seemingly allowed to beat up on kids with zero repercussions, on the off chance that being within his sphere of influence will allow his students the chance to find success. This hold that Kamoshida has upon the school is further exemplified in two key ways. Firstly, when we speak to a member of the school's newspaper club, we learn that whenever they try to indulge in a bit of investigative journalism to try to ascertain if the rumors surrounding Kamoshida are true or not, the staff of the school pressures them out of pursuing the story. This causes Ryuji to begin to realize the scope of Kamoshida's power. He's able to strong-arm the entire school into believing that everything is Daijobu, when really nothing is. Speaking of Kamoshida's power, we come back to Suzui-san, the only female member of the volleyball team that Kamoshida seems to drive extra hard. As we continue with our investigation, we overhear that she's an exceptional volleyball player, and has been since middle school. But lately, she hasn't been herself. The rumor mill also exposes to Joker that Suzui has a few fresh bruises, and that she takes private lessons with Kamoshida nearly every day, which the girls of course rationalize as Suzui-san trying to come on to Kamoshida. As terrible as that might sound, it's probably something that Kamoshida intends. By this point, we know that Kamoshida is the head of Sujin's rumor mill, and being the brazen person that he is, he's probably broadcasting his intent to the school through said rumor mill. Couple that with the implications of Kamoshida possibly physically abusing Suzui-san in private, we're left with an even more troubling situation than before. What started as a simple investigation into an abusive asshole has spiraled into something a bit more complicated, as we now have to deal with how Kamoshida discriminates abuse between genders. We know that Kamoshida treats his female students better than his male students, save for one, being Suzui, who, like her peers, aims to want to try and stick it out to find success as a volleyball player under Kamoshida. This somehow involves Takamaki as well, but as to why, we can't quite be sure. To confuse matters further, Takamaki ambushes both Joker and Ryuji, seemingly trying to dissuade us from investigating Kamoshida further. Given that we don't know much about her, and that nearly everything that we've seen in Kamoshida's palace being a true reflection of reality, Ryuji makes the assumption that Takamaki, like everyone else we've encountered so far, is running defense for Kamoshida. But unlike his peers seemingly being in this for personal glory, Takamaki seems to be personally involved, if you catch my meaning.
What are you planning on doing to Mr. Kamoshida?
Huh? I see. I getcha. You're all buddy-buddy with Kamoshida after all.
This has nothing to do with you, Sakamoto.
If you found out what he's been doing behind your back, you'd dump him right away.
Behind my back? What's that supposed to mean?
She seems confused as to why Ryuji thinks of her in this way, an accessory to the tyrant that Ryuji is trying to dethrone, with the way Takamaki phrases her response to Ryuji as being woefully ignorant. By now, Takamaki has to know about the rumors involving her and Kamoshida, but she has yet to deny them, which to people like Ryuji is Takamaki practically running defense for her boyfriend, Kamoshida. Even more so when she says this to Ryuji and Joker.
I don't know what you're trying to pull, but no one's gonna help you. I'm warning you, just in case. That's all.
Absolutely absurd that she has come to try and stop us now. However, this warning from Takamaki is a bit late, as Joker managed to uncover a name within our investigation. Mishima, the very same kid that got knocked out in the gym at the meet earlier by Kamoshida. Joker relates to Ryuji that he discovered that Mishima is almost always called up by Kamoshida for special coaching, which, like the term advanced interrogation techniques, does sound pretty weird.
Special coaching, huh? True. I always see the guy covered in bruises. Let's go talk to him. Hey, got a second?
We managed to catch Mishima just before he's about to leave school, and by all rights, he should be free and clear to do so. Kid's probably got a concussion from earlier, but barring that for now, Ryuji starts grilling Mishima for details, leaning on his blunt personality to try and get Mishima to fess up. It almost works too, but just as we're about to get the truth out of Mishima, Kamoshida steps in to cover his own ass.
Is he forcing you to keep quiet? That's...
What's going on here? Mishima, isn't it time for practice?
I'm not feeling well today.
What? Maybe you're better off quitting then.
And just like clockwork, Kamoshida tries the same tactic he did to goad Ryuji into taking a swing at him, attempting to provoke and shame Mishima into coming to practice, gaslighting him into believing that he is weak and incompetent, that it's his fault for things being the way that they are. What follows is another character moment for Ryuji, as he recognizes that this is an all too familiar situation, and now being psychologically whole again, Ryuji is able to walk right up to Kamoshida, focus his anger, and say this.
Didn't you hear? He ain't feeling well.
It's a small moment for Ryuji to be sure, but that doesn't make the single act of rebellion any less awesome, as Ryuji makes it clear to Kamoshida that he won't tolerate this tyrant pushing people around, and that Ryuji's not afraid of him anymore. It's a nice callback to the first time where we met Kamoshida outside the school gates, where Ryuji's anger was desperate and fickle, as he tries to bargain with the powers that be, but to no avail. Now knowing that everyone's going to treat him like scum whether he likes it or not, Ryuji's no longer afraid, and as Kamoshida takes a step forward to eye him up, Ryuji doesn't even flinch.
As for you, any more trouble and you'll be gone from this school for sure.
Bastard.
Same goes for you. Didn't the principal tell you to keep in line?
It's another callback to the scene just outside the school, where Kamoshida was literally looking down upon both Ryuji and Joker with that fake facade of kindness, reminding both Joker and Ryuji of how they're expected to keep their noses out of the businesses of others, and more specifically, Kamoshida's. Now the dynamics have changed. We are now literally on equal footing with Kamoshida now, with his annoyance with us. Top all that off with Ryuji saying this regarding all the rumors about Kamoshida's volleyball team making the rounds about school.
That's your own goddamn fault.
Means that our investigation has rocked the boat and unsettled Kamoshida to the point where he might consider us a threat. It's gotten to the point where he realizes that there's no dissuading Joker and Ryuji now, so he beckons Mishima, the person that he's pegged as being weak and meek, to follow him to the gym for practice before making one final threat against us.
Shujin Academy is a place where those with aspirations come to learn. Unworthy students like yourselves don't have any right to be here. Get with the program.
Or in other words, get with my program that I made for myself so I can sandbag my students to feed my own ego. All jokes aside, what was supposed to be a victory for Ryuji and Joker here is undermined when they're actually hit with a dose of cold reality, as Mishima gives them exactly what they wanted.
Proving that he's physically abusing us is meaningless. Everybody knows. Principal, our parents, they all know, and they all keep quiet about it. This has gotta be a joke!
Did anyone else feel like their insight meter's gone up? I can't be the only one, right? Well, anyway, it seems like we're back to square one after all. This whole investigation into Kamoshida and his abuse changed nothing about the reality of the situation at hand. Worse still, all the information that we gathered from the volleyball team about the abuse, all of it was already an open secret, not only to the students and teachers, but to Principal Kobayakawa, and all the parents of the students attending here as well. Despite all the steps Joker and Ryuji have made to get here, we didn't uncover any secret grand conspiracy or anything like that. If anything, we made everything worse, as Mishima runs off to practice with Kamoshida, but not before he berates Ryuji for even getting involved in the first place.
Shouldn't you, of all people, know that nothing's going to help? Try one more time to persuade the other guys. That's all I can do.
We really are back at the end of our rope, and return back to the blonde in defeat, exhausted from the day's events. However, in classic Ryuji fashion of measuring once, whiffing once, and then finally meeting your mark, we receive a flurry of text from Best Boy before we go to bed, who realizes that there's an angle we haven't truly exploited yet. On Takamaki. So considering her to be a follower of Kamoshida at the very least, she should be Joker's target during break the very next day at school, while Ryuji tries to grow more of his peers. With our new mission in mind, on our way to school, we hear more disturbing rumors about the volleyball team. Apparently, there's no screaming coming from the PE faculty office, even though nobody is supposed to be in there. Things are rapidly degrading around here, so we better hope Ryuji's plan works. During homeroom, Ryuji texts us that he tried to use Takamaki to get to her BFF Shiho in order to ask her about the volleyball team, seeing as she's both the starter and the only female member on the volleyball team who's dotted with bruises. Unfortunately, Ryuji failed to get anything useful out of either of them, so now it's our turn to try and get something out of Suzui or Takamaki. Luckily, we don't have to look too far for the former, as we do run into Shiho Suzui during break, who seems to be an extremely kind soul who, if the rumors are true, seems to be holding up rather well. On top of that, despite being the sole female subject of Kamoshida's physical abuse, as far as we know at least, Suzui seems to be rather selfless, choosing to concern herself with Joker's reputation as a criminal, and giving him some advice about dodging the rumor mill.
This might not be any of my business, but don't let the rumors get to you, okay? Well, I've helped with a similar situation before. My best friend is often misunderstood too, all because of her looks.
Suzui's advice amounts to telling Joker to be stoic and resist the opinions of the masses for as long as he can. It's decent advice, and as the school's delinquents, this comes naturally to both Ryuji and Joker, but for Shiho, resisting in this way seems to be something that she's been doing for quite a while, with Takamaki as her best friend. This puts Suzui into the same category as Ryuji, in the sense that they both seem to be the only ones who give Joker the benefit of the doubt about him being a criminal, and that they both aren't inherently selfish or slothful like their peers are. In that particular sense, Ryuji and Suzui are daring to do the one thing that their peers do not: giving a shit about other people's feelings and troubles. Considering that, Suzui seems to be the linchpin of stoic rebellion here at Sujin, taking on a lot of responsibility for someone with her stature at school. She's a star volleyball player who hangs out with the school's shameless flirt, who may or may not be Dan the guy who coaches Suzui's team as Takamaki supports her efforts to be a starter. It's a strange combination to be sure, and while we can probably guess about how Takamaki plays into the vile goings-on at Sujin Academy given such rumors, we don't know why her best friend is being solely targeted by Kamoshida. Before we have a chance to ask her about anything, she gets worried about troubling us and then just goes to practice just like normal.
Sorry. I didn't mean to drag on like that. Anyway, I have to go to practice.
This is incredibly suspicious, as it almost sounds as if Takamaki's beauty, Kamoshida, and the volleyball team are connected in some way or another. I mean, does the buck really stop at Takamaki dating Kamoshida for the lulz, with Shiho just being another victim of Kamoshida's? It's way too simple, but that's all we really have to go on right now, and with Ryuji's own investigation turning up nothing, things are starting to look kinda desperate. That is, until a talking cat finally gives us some options.
I am not a cat!
Yep, Morgana somehow found a way to make it into our reality, telling us that while we hit a dead end in our world, we might be able to affect Kamoshida within that other world. We pull Morgana up to the roof, and he explains that if we make Kamoshida's palace disappear from the metaverse, all his distorted and evil desires will disappear as well. If we manage to pull off such a thing, the weight of all of Kamoshida's crimes will become unbearable to him, and if we basically force him to go through a change of heart by stealing his most treasured desire. Best of all, we can do this completely anonymously without the real Kamoshida noticing. It's a pretty sweet deal that's timed extraordinarily well, but as always, there's a catch. If we're willing to let Morgana teach us how to be thieves who steal the stored desires from the villains of society, we risk killing our targets if we screw it all up.
If all of those yearnings were to vanish, they'd be no different than someone who is shut down entirely. They may even die if they're not. So...
They might die!
Will you listen to everything I have to say?
Would their death be our fault?
Aren't you determined enough to face those kinds of risks?
Hey, what do you think?
Strangely, the idea of us killing Kamoshida makes Ryuji very uncomfortable, to the point where he feels the need to ask Joker for a second opinion. It's especially odd that this gives Ryuji pause, considering how much he hates Kamoshida. However, it's not that Ryuji doesn't have the stones to deal with the consequences of our failure to steal Kamoshida's heart. It's the fact that Ryuji is simply above being a manipulative piece of shit.
That's not the point! If we just go around secretly doing whatever we want, we'd be no better than that effing Kamoshida!
And he's absolutely correct too. If we go to another world to brainwash people behind the scenes into acting and thinking a certain way with the potential of permanently screwing with their lives, or worse, killing them by accident, then yes, we would be no different than Kamoshida. While Ryuji's musings on this matter might seem a little naive, consider that both Joker and Ryuji have been affected by power-hungry and venatatious untouchables, who ruined their lives simply because, well, they could get away with it. If we did the same thing within Kamoshida's palace, then we'd be no different than Kamoshida or even his shadow. Even worse, we'd be murderers. Kamoshida hasn't killed anyone. Sure, he's ruined people's lives and forced their high school years of being 3 years of straight-up physical abuse, but no one has died. This is the line that Ryuji refuses to cross, and it's reasonable enough given what we know about his background. Unfortunately, Morgana is less than thrilled about what he thinks is Ryuji just pontificating at a time where he really should get serious, and just leaves. Even after getting all worked up over nothing, Ryuji's still gonna try asking around before resorting to phantom thievery. Fortunately, Ryuji's methods of asking around are still turning up new information for us. Unfortunately, it's all bad news. Ryuji texts us saying that there's some new rumors now flying around Suzui and Kamoshida, meaning that the school now thinks that Suzui is dating Kamoshida of her own volition now. Given how we established that Kamoshida is in fact the head of the school's rumor mill, using it to undermine his students and spread his intention for those he dislikes, this is really fucking bad, and Ryuji's gut instinct seems to think so as well. Over text, Ryuji then reveals that one of the reasons why he was so disdainful of Takamaki being involved with Kamoshida in the first place is that he's been an acquaintance of hers since middle school, and thus Suzui by association. Simply put, to Ryuji, Kamoshida is not Takamaki's type, and certainly isn't the type of guy that the demure and soft-spoken Suzui would go after either.
Sorry. I didn't mean to drag on like that.
It's due to this rapidly degrading situation that Ryuji asks us to eavesdrop on a few more of our peers before leaving school, and upon doing so, we find that Ryuji's intuition is right once again. The rumor mill now seems to be focused on Suzui and Takamaki, to an extent that we haven't seen before. For the latter, it's kinda par for the course, but for the former, some of the students are now beginning to sexualize and pine after Suzui. As we climb aboard the train back to Central Station, contemplating our next move with Ryuji the next day, we run into the most unlikely of people.
Will you please give it a rest? I told you, I'm not feeling up to it. Wait, what? That's not what you promised. And you call yourself a teacher? This has nothing to do with Shiho. Shiho's starting position. Wait, were you listening? Haven't you heard of privacy? No, I was out of line. Sorry. So, how much did you hear? Shiho. It's nothing at all. Nothing.
And just like that, Takamaki is off, and we're left to pursue her in order to figure out the truth. And as we do, we're left to wonder just what the hell happened. Whoever was speaking to Takamaki over the phone was obviously Kamoshida, and with that understood, things are finally starting to fall in place once again. Whatever relationship she supposedly had with Kamoshida was real, but inherently exploitative. She was seemingly trading favors with Kamoshida to guarantee that Suzui was a starter for the volleyball team, therefore being able to have a successful future in her own right. It's a noble goal to have for your best friend, but this is Takamaki operating off the assumption that Kamoshida is a fair man who shows restraint, which, as we know, is not true. Possessing restraint is not when you break a kid's leg for raising his hand at you. Following that thought for a second, this whole situation with Takamaki has to be in retaliation for something, a part of the bargain that she hasn't adhered to. If what the rumor says about both her and Suzui is true, then we can make a few good guesses about what Kamoshida wanted from Takamaki. Luckily, we don't really have to guess too hard, as Joker manages to find her in Shibuya's underground walkway. In doing so, we manage to convince her to head to a diner so we can talk in private, and so she can calm down a little bit. As we sit down together, Joker notices that she's extremely stressed out, and well, Takamaki just kinda lets it all out, really. Initially thinking that Joker chased her down because of the rumors about her and Kamoshida, but as she says, none of that shit is true.
Thank you very much! You've heard the rumors, haven't you? About Mr. Kamoshida. Everyone says we're getting it on. But that's so not true. That was him on the other line. I avoided giving him my number for the longest time. He told me to go to his place after this. You know what it means. If I turn him down, he said he'd take my friend off as a regular on the team. I've been telling myself this is all for Shiho's sake. I can't take it anymore. I've had enough of this. I hate him. But still, Shiho's my best friend. She's all I have left in that sorry excuse of a school. Tell me, what should I do? Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It's not your problem.
Well, shit. Everything was worse than we thought. After everything we've learned so far, it would seem that Takamaki is Kamoshida's endgame, a prize he intends to collect through blackmail and exploiting Takamaki's love for her best friend. If she fails to comply with Kamoshida's demands, Suzui gets a few more volleyball spiked in her face and gets the Takamaki room treatment. She's suddenly an extremely promiscuous student who gets objectified by her peers. That is some downright evil shit right there, and tells us that Kamoshida is not only abusing his male students for the lulz, but he is actively pursuing sexual relationships with his female students. Lechery and abuse, a toxic combination that Kamoshida enjoys with no remorse. Takamaki has confirmed her worst suspicions about basically everything, and worse still, she and Suzui are in the crosshairs. While she might go home and try to think of ways to placate Kamoshida, we already know how effective that plan, or any other plan similar to it, will be from her own mouth.
I don't know what you're trying to pull, but no one's gonna help you. I'm warning you, just in case. That's all.
Beyond giving something else up to spare herself and Suzui, I don't see any schmoozing working out for her, but Takamaki was our last angle to exploit. Hopefully she can figure something out in her absence. Before leaving, she swears us to silence, which is understandable given the amount of trouble that she's in. And upon doing so, we go our separate ways. When we get back to the blonde, Ryuji calls us once again, and due to Takamaki's want of keeping quiet about Shiho and herself, we can't really tell Ryuji anything, which is probably wise given his temperament. Speaking of temperament, Ryuji's still weighing on the options Morgana gave us, but his attitude has changed a little bit. Ryuji seems to know that we've hit a dead end, but scrambling Kamoshida's brains is still too harsh for Ryuji. Finally reaching the end of our rope here, we head to bed, and the doomsday clock strikes midnight. The day is April 15th, and on our way to school, we overhear some of Suzui's classmates talking about her, but not in the way that you might think. Unlike the rest of the terminal gossipers of the academy, these girls are actually somewhat respectful of Suzui's talents as an athlete. They even refer to her as senpai, meaning that she's an experienced athlete and a valuable senior member of the volleyball team, at least to these two girls. It's a heartwarming conversation to eavesdrop on, until they mention that their senpai didn't show up to a meeting early in the morning because Kamoshida asked to see her. Oh god. Even worse now, the prevailing rumor is that Kamoshida kept Suzui late into the night the day before, for God knows what reason, but it can't be good. We can only hope that whatever scheme Takamaki and Ryuji hatch can help us, because now things are looking pretty dire, as a sense of impending doom and powerlessness begins to surround Tsuchin Academy. The only thing we really can do is sit anxiously through our morning lectures with Mr. Ujimaru about the checks and balances of governmental power. An ironic lecture given what's going on at Tsuchin Academy with Kamoshida right now, to be sure.
So I assume all of you know about the separation of powers. There are 3 branches in our government. The National Diet is legislative, the Cabinet is executive, and the Supreme Court is judiciary. This division of power provides checks and balances, which ensures no one branch becomes unstoppable.
Having heard nothing from Dichotomy since calming her down yesterday, and Ryuji finally starting to come around to see Morgana's ways of exposing Kamoshida using the metaverse, we might just have a way to fix everything. But I fear we're too late, as something horrible happens. Something so horrifying that I feel as though I need to put my original reaction to what's coming next into this very video.
Hey, what's that?
Enough! This is a classroom!
Wait, she's going to jump!
Who? What?
Suzui?
Shiho's on the roof?
Shiho? For real? Come on, let's go.
Hey, stay in your seats! Do not step foot outside of this room.
No way! Huh? Is she gonna commit suicide?
It's Suzui! Shio Suzui!
Huh? Suzui-san? Let's go look.
Oh shit, oh shit, shit. Shiho? Shiho? Fuck. Oh my god!
She fell!
She jumped! She jumped! What about
Calm down! Back to your seats!
No! Why? Shiho!
Hey, what's going on? We should head to the courtyard too.
Fucking book it, Ryuji, come on!
Class is still in session.
Fuck off!
Shiho!
Oh, dude, what the hell?
What the hell's wrong with these people?
Oh, of course the students are filming it.
Are there any teachers around? I'm not in charge of her class, though.
Oh, fuck you spineless prick.
We should leave this to Principal Kobayakawa.
Are you fucking kidding me? No one here has a spine. The game's made it pretty clear so far, but fucking hell. I guess the amount of control Kamoshida has inflicted upon everyone in the school, to the point where they're afraid of riding in an ambulance when their students attempted suicide by jumping off their fucking building.
This is how powerful Kamoshida is at Tsuchin Academy. A student attempts suicide by jumping off the school's roof and nobody wants to do anything about it. Nobody tries to run up to the roof before Shiho jumps to try and stop her. Instead, her peers and teachers seem keen to ogle at her from the windows inside, waiting with bated breath for Shiho to just jump already, treating this entire situation as just the next bit of juicy drama to occur on campus. When she does hit the ground, nobody wants to be associated with a poor girl who tried to kill herself, being content to be passive onlookers, standing by the sidelines to film her broken body being packed into a stretcher and gossip about her before she goes unconscious from all the pain. The teachers are even worse. None of them even want to try and help Shiho, being content to perpetually pass the buck to someone else. Be it out of fear, guilt, or outright sloth, they won't even try and get to the goddamn ambulance with Shiho either. It's absolutely shameful, but it's not as if this whole situation hasn't already happened before. Not someone attempting suicide, mind you, but there have been a few events that led to slothfulness and apathy being the norm at Tsuchin Academy, involving students getting seriously hurt, and nobody doing anything about those particular situations that foreshadowed Shiho's suicide attempt, such as Ryuji's busted leg! Nobody questioned the circumstances as to why the old track coach got fired. Nobody questioned why Kamoshida, now in charge of that same track team, was suddenly putting them all through the ringer. Not a single goddamn soul questioned why the former star of said track team suddenly went berserk and swung at the new teacher, with said teacher's response being to break his fucking femur bone. Nobody even fucking flinched. Kamoshida was immediately the victim, and Ryuji was perpetually seen as the aggressor. No more, no less. And the slothfulness began to infect the school like a disease, where everybody is seemingly now out for themselves. This is why, like the situation with Ryuji's leg, nobody flinched when Mishima got knocked the fuck out by Kamoshida at the volleyball meet. No teachers and students got involved in trying to help the poor kid, with Kamoshida being the only person who could act accordingly as the school's hero, due to his own grand designs. No one came for Mishima's aid. No one even came to the nurse's office to check on him. And as such, Mishima began to think that resistance against Kamoshida was futile, as he had to deal with Kamoshida by himself with no other friends. Despite apathy being deeply ingrained in Sujin's populace, it was enough to pacify everyone and break the bonds of those he sought to destroy. Takamaki still loves her best friend and is unwilling to abandon her at such times.
I'll go!
Thank you, An!
Please hurry!
The only person besides me, Ryuji, and Ren with a fucking spine, apparently.
Nor does this tragedy scare Ryuji and affect his pursuit of justice. Even amidst all of this commotion, he keeps a cool head and stays rational, observing that everyone is doing fuck all to try and help make the situation better. Also, unlike his peers, Ryuji and Joker don't have their faces glued to their phones, nor do they start gossiping with their peers. Because of this, in the absence of knowing Kamoshida is a true perp, Ryuji is able to notice Mishima running back into the building looking extremely guilty.
That guy... Hey, wasn't Mishima acting weird?
Mishima fucking knows something.
We're gonna make him talk this time.
And so we do. Ryuji and Joker corner Mishima and start grilling him per info. Up until now, Ryuji has been fairly lenient with people who he's seen as Kamoshida's collaborators, or even victims, including Takamaki and Mishima, even defending them at certain times. We've had reason to tread carefully before, but now, someone nearly died because of our inaction. It's reasonable to guess that Ryuji is now assuming some of the responsibility in Shiho's attempt as well. We started this whole investigation to Kamoshida to prevent more tragedy, something that Ryuji absolutely has a vested personal interest within. No more broken bones and loss of life and limb, but we were too slow to act, and we failed. This failure must weigh heavily on Ryuji's conscience, something that's reflected within this conversation too. Shiho's suicide attempt and Mishima's complacency within this matter are wearing Ryuji's patience extremely thin, as he tries to temper his anger. As Mishima tries to dodge his questions, we can see Ryuji anxiously and angrily tapping the heel of his left foot on the floor, as he tries to control his temper before doing and saying this.
She jumped and tried to kill herself!
Ryuji punches the locker and bluntly chooses to say what's really on his mind, and he is absolutely right to do so. Within Ryuji's mind, we don't have time for pleasantries or tact anymore. We need answers, and we need them now.
We're gonna make him talk this time.
Still though, despite his outward anger, Ryuji doesn't blame Mishima or try to throw him under the bus. He is still a victim like everyone else, and it's good that Ryuji doesn't get all bogged down in the details.
He's right. We ain't trying to get you busted. We won't say you talked either.
Given the safety of assurance by Ryuji, it's enough for Mishima to snap out of his apathetic state, allowing him to spill all the deets about the volleyball team, Kamoshida, and Suzui, finally confirming a few things that we already suspected to be true, along with something that will enrage Ryuji.
Suzui... She was called out by Mr. Kamoshida! Wait, what? I was called by him a number of times too, to the teacher's room. It wasn't just me or Suzui either. He'd nominate someone when he was in a bad mood, and hit them. So the physical punishment thing was for real. And yesterday, he called Suzui out of the blue. She didn't make any mistakes or anything. Mr. Kamoshida seemed really irritated that day, so it must have been worse than usual.
Oh!
He didn't!
Did he fucking...
That son of a bitch!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Are you serious? What? Wait a second. No, he can't be that much of a shithead. Are you kidding me?
I bet Sakamoto's going to find Mr. Kamoshida's probably in the PE faculty office on the second floor.
Oh, Ryuji's gonna go fucking kick his ass. I want in. Let's go.
Mishima doesn't say exactly what Kamoshida did to Shiho, but does say that what she endured was way worse than physical abuse. That can really only mean one thing, a rather disturbing thought that makes Kamoshida much more of an evil scumbag than he already is. Breaking down those implications for a second, we know that there have been rumors of screaming and other weird noises coming from the PE faculty office after school. Following that, there have also been rumors about how Kamoshida seemingly dumped Takamaki for Shiho the day before she jumped. Taking all that and more into account, we can finally ascertain why Kamoshida called Takamaki on the 14th after school. Turns out, by mentioning taking Shiho off the starting team, Kamoshida meant something completely different than just striking her name from the roster or completely benching her. Kamoshida meant doing something completely unspeakable to Shiho. Something so horrifying to her that such an act was certainly intended to break Shiho and her stoic attitude, leaving her best friend no choice but to give the Kamoshida's demands to sleep with him. Something that I've been trying to say since I've committed to making not just one, but 2 videos about how much of an evil scumbag Kamoshida is. Kamoshida raped Shiho! To be completely straight here, Kamoshida made Shiho stay late into the night after practice the day before, wherein Kamoshida probably beat the crap out of her, and then while she was incapacitated, the sick bastard then assaulted her. This was no doubt out of reprisal for An refusing to come to Kamoshida's house the day before. Everything Joker and Ryuji have seen thus far at Tsuchi Academy has been so Kafka-esque. The absurd length that Kamoshida has gone to inflict these grotesque and absurd punishments upon the school's populace, with the students having no real chance at overcoming them. He has taken advantage of all the blind authority given to him by the students, their parents, and the staff of this school to fulfill his own lecherous desires, exploiting them all for his own gain. Having been the first victim of this whole absurd abuse of power, fearlessly struggling against it to the best of his ability, this is where Ryuji fucking loses it, and without missing a beat, runs to go confront Kamoshida without a second thought despite his busted leg. This situation is far too similar for him to do anything else but to gun right for that bastard. Just like Kamoshida shattered his femur and his reputation, so did he to Shiho. She will likely never play volleyball ever again, or be able to walk if that. Indifference to such suffering is something that Ryuji cannot tolerate anymore. So take a guess at what happens when Ryuji finds Kamoshida sitting in his office acting aloof as if nothing ever happened.
Huh?
Yeah, look at you tucked up in your fucking faculty office, you shithead.
You bastard! The hell did you do to that girl?
What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
Don't play dumb with me!
That is enough!
What you did wasn't coaching.
What did you say?
You ordered me to call Suzui here. I can only imagine what you did to her.
You're going on and on about things you have no proof of. Basically, you're simply making these claims because you can't be a regular on the team, right?
After Ryuji punts a chair across the room with his good leg, Kamoshida goes right back into using his old tactics that he tried with Mishima a few days ago, trying to gaslight him into thinking that he's incompetent and weak. Though the gamut has worked before, this is where the buck finally stops, and Mishima finally tries to stand up to Kamoshida. Good on him for trying to do so, but we still lack proof of Kamoshida's wrongdoing. Something that he's willing to sneer at us for.
Even if it is exactly as you imagine it to be, hypothetically speaking, what can you do? We just received a call from the hospital. Suzui's in a coma, and her chances of recovery are slim. How would someone like that make a statement?
This man's seriously banking on the fact that Shiho's gonna fucking die in a coma so that he won't be exposed. Oh!
I think BadgerKnight from the past anger speaks for itself. Despite Kamoshida's abuse of the volleyball team and his violation of Shiho, the school is still going to protect him no matter what, with Kamoshida leaning on the fact that his victims are either too scared to say anything or too busy being in a coma, striding the line between life and death to try to expose him. The fact that he's willing to bank on Shiho dying in her coma, taking the truth to the grave, as Kamoshida hides behind her corpse, enrages Ryuji to the point where he starts to see red. Then this happens.
God damn!
This again? Does this mean we need to have yet another case of self-defense?
I'll fucking break your legs.
You shut your mouth, you son of a bitch!
Oh shit!
Why are you stopping me?
Ryuji tries to take another swing at Kamoshida, and just like before, he tries to goad Ryuji into it once more. This time though, Joker's there to do what nobody on the track team tried to do for Ryuji. Nobody wanted to be associated with the ill-tempered boy who then proceeded to be too weak to endure Kamoshida's practice. Joker makes sure that Kamoshida's tertiary plan to get rid of Ryuji, one of the 5 sole witnesses at Tsuchin Academy that knows about the physical abuse and the circumstances behind Shiho's suicide attempt, doesn't work. Joker steps up, and despite only knowing Ryuji for less than 4 days now, is the bestest friend that he ever had. He's able to temper his, well, temper, and prevent Ryuji from making the same mistake again. While Ryuji's heart is absolutely in the right place here, a theme with his character that become more and more precedent and important as we go on, Ryuji doesn't recognize that we can still live to fight another day. After acquiring such unjust infamy to himself, becoming used to sitting at the bottom of the barrel with society, and with the guilt of hesitating to do absolutely nothing meaningful to expose Kamoshida before Shiho jumped, Ryuji's willing to throw it all away just for the chance to get a good slug at Kamoshida. It's a good character moment for Ryuji and tells us a lot about his character, but in this situation, cooler heads need to prevail. Ryuji needed a friend to focus his anger in more meaningful ways. Within this moment, Joker recognized that in this character moment for Ryuji, as he justly guns right for Kamoshida, consequences be damned for himself, Ryuji's anger and short temper is no doubt a symptom of the illness that Kamoshida has inflicted upon the school. Ryuji was simply immune to such sickness, and has been for quite some time, being unable to sit back and watch other people unjustly suffer, or withstand being a victim of sexual assault even. Society, at least under Kamoshida's thumb, just wasn't mature enough to have that conversation yet.
Oh shit!
Why are you stopping me?
Oh. Okay. Probably the right thing to do. Still, I think Ryuji should have hit him.
Ryuji has, and always has been, ahead of the curve, being the only person at Tsuchin Academy to possess a fucking spine before all of his peers. And this scene, among many, tells us that much. Now, be that as it may, our actions aren't without consequences, as Kamoshida flexes his power over us once again, reminding us of the Kafka-esque levels of control he has over our lives and of our futures, for merely crossing him. Kamoshida reveals that he plans to get everyone standing in this room expelled to the next board meeting to cover his own ass, knowing full well that its staff will believe the lies over the opinions of 2 problematic punks, Como Girl, the school's half-Japanese slut, and his traitorous whipping boy, who definitely was not coerced into leaking Joker's criminal record all over the internet. Just to bookend how much this bastard's lost his mind, Kamoshida unironically has his own Joker moment. Completely drunk with power, he lets out this insane laugh, knowing full well that he is unstoppable.
Now, are we finished here? You're all expelled. You're done for. Your futures are mine to take. Now get out of my sight.
We have no choice but to comply with Kamoshida for now, but it's not as if all hope is lost. Now gathered outside the school's courtyard, Ryuji is completely free of all hesitation, willing to do whatever it takes to bring Kamoshida to justice. He puts it best.
Can I assume that you've made up your minds about this? About how he might suffer a mental shutdown?
I have. Someone almost died because of him. I don't give a rat's ass what happens to him anymore.
Damn the cognitive torpedoes, full speed ahead. And speaking of going full speed ahead with no remorse, guess who rolls up onto the scene?
Is it true that you're getting expelled? Everyone's talking about it.
That asshole's at it again.
It's Takamaki, and already, it would seem that Kamoshida's put the word out that Joker and Ryuji are getting expelled. While this seems inconsequential at first, and from our point of view, is just another instance of Kamoshida being almost comical with his use of the rumor mill, the implications of the school's criminal and delinquent getting expelled after Shiho's suicide attempt are a bit more troubling to think about. This is likely an attempt by Kamoshida to try and muddy the waters around Shiho's suicide attempt. It's white noise to take the attention from the students away from that poor girl, and worse, it might just be the start of a different plan, where Kamoshida tries to pin the blame upon Joker and Ryuji for such an event happening. Be that as it may, Takamaki doesn't seem to care about the rumor mill anymore, nor her own reputation at school. She seems to be of the same mindset as us, that placating Kamoshida isn't going to work anymore, and that she was a fool to think otherwise, to the point where she wants in on our plans to take him down. A far cry from her earlier attitude of not wanting to rock the boat, which is good. But of course, Ryuji has other ideas, choosing to remain harshly cynical and arguably kind of insensitive to Takamaki given recent events.
So you came all this way to tell us that?
If you're going to deal with Kamoshida, let me in on it too. I can't just sit back and do nothing after what happened to Shiho.
This has nothing to do with you. Don't butt your head into this.
But it does! Shiho's my...
I said don't get in our way!
That was harsh.
Yeah, it was, but Ryuji has his reasons for being so gruff with Takamaki. He tried to calmly and sternly shoo her away by telling her to butt out, but eventually his temper begins to wear thin as well. Just like with our conversations with Mishima and Kamoshida before, we could see Ryuji bouncing his leg once again, as a means to try and manage the stress in order to prevent himself from lashing out in anger for the third time at the person who deserves it the least. On the other hand, we need to get to Kamoshida's palace. One might say we need to be there yesterday. Given everything that's happened, there's no conceivable way to include the distraught on Takamaki in our infiltration of his palace, even if she had the potential for a persona. She's way too close to this situation, and thus is too dangerous to take her along. Ultimately, this is the right call from Ryuji, and one of the smartest things he's done thus far besides memorizing the faces of the abuse victims we found in Kamoshida's dungeon. It's harsh, but remember, this is Ryuji we're talking about. And within this now gung-ho attitude about taking down Shadow Kamoshida, certainly lies some feelings of guilt and self-loathing that might have come out with that tongue-lashing he gave to Takamaki. While Ryuji was able to shoo her away, he also assumed that Takamaki is the kind of girl to run at the first sight of trouble, and as we find out, she's a lot like us. She's nothing if not persistent, as she surprises Ryuji yet again by managing to follow us into the metaverse, proving that she's a tenacious person and that she's going to be a lot more trouble than she's worth.
You better explain what's going on! I won't leave until you do!
Looks like we gotta force her.
Every second we waste is a second that Kamoshida gathers strength, so we're gonna have to kick her back out of the metaverse and move our timetable up. Takamaki is going to make this whole thing a lot more complicated than it really needs to be.
Hey! And just where are you touching?
Whoa, sorry, I didn't mean... That's not important. Jeez, Takamaki found out right when we were starting off. We gotta deal with this fast.
When Takamaki seemingly out of our hair for her own safety and ours, we can begin our infiltration of Kamoshida's palace, but are stopped short by the king himself.
Those intruders the other day were quite entertaining. However, I can't allow that trash to ransack my castle. Strengthen the security, kill them on sight. I'll reward whoever brings me their heads.
Those are quite the stakes, and since we were last here, Ryuji reasons that the number of shadows in this place seems to have doubled, and that getting this far was difficult in the first place. Morgana notes that we lack the manpower to make this easy for ourselves, and goes on to scout ahead, but after returning, he has some bad news that makes everything suddenly more dire than ever before.
This is bad.
That was fast.
Your friend, Lady An. She's been taken by shadows!
Wait, what? We sent her home earlier.
If Lady An does indeed have the app, it could be possible.
Oh no. Don't tell me it got put on hers just like mine. Damn it! We let her out for her own safety and she just came back in by herself.
We have absolutely no time to lose. Anna's not even throwing herself into the fray and needs our help. This, of course, is immensely frustrating for Ryuji, who doesn't want another death on his hands. And after seeing the kinds of torture that Kamoshida put his male students through within this very palace, and knowing what it did to Shiho in reality, who knows what kind of sadistic plans he has for Takamaki. According to Morgana, Kamoshida's guards refer to An as Princess, and have hauled her way to the dining room. Now, if the king called his torture dungeon Kamoshida's training hall of love, then what the hell does he use the castle's dining room for?
Is this some kind of filming? Who's in charge here? Look, I'll apologize for touching the armor without permission!
She totally doesn't get what's going on.
This further increases Ryuji's anxiety about the situation, peaking it when we finally enter the hall itself and see Kamoshida's projections of the same desires, which Ryuji finds incredibly disturbing.
This is effed up. Is that what he thinks of the girls on the volleyball team?
Indeed, Ryuji, this is exactly what he thinks of them. To Kamoshida, they're all just part of his own personal harem, whose sole purpose is to toplessly lounge about seductively and moan in ecstasy. Every single member of the girls' volleyball team are his personal sex slaves for him to just oogle at. Now, one disturbing thing about all these cognitive projections is that they look exactly the same. They all have the same short bobbed haircuts, the same body shape, and worst of all, they don't seem to have any faces or other distinguishing or more personal features, with the only bit of clothing that they're wearing is their bun huggers, and yes, that's what they're called. The absurdly short spandex shorts that Kamoshida no doubt fetishizes along with the bodies of his female students. All this to say that, in reality, every single member of the volleyball team are nothing more than little objects and playthings to Kamoshida. Considering that the place within his castle, being Kamoshida's dining room, the damn place has no tables, chairs, or cutlery to speak of. So this room no doubt serves as a place where Kamoshida gets his rocks off. Following that disturbing line of thought, I think we can gather what he intends to do with An, and what he might have already done with his cognitive projection of her. Those very same implications enrage Ryuji further, and even more so when Kamoshida doesn't even do An or Ryuji the courtesy of remembering Shiho's name, choosing instead to blame all of us for her attempted suicide.
But, I forget that chick's name. But it's your fault she jumped, you know.
Huh?
You were so reluctant to throw yourself onto me that I had her take your place.
Shiho's attempt isn't even a point of pride for him or anything else like that. He just treats this violation of her and his threatening of Takamaki as just business as usual. And just like that, we've reached a bit of an impasse, and we're back at square one. Thinking that we could change some lives within the walls of this castle, all Ryuji can muster now is just a bunch of empty threats as he looks on from the sidelines in both anger and despair, thinking that this is the worst possible outcome that not even he could have thought of.
No!
Take one more step and I'll kill her on the spot.
Damn it!
Just sit back and enjoy the dismantlement show.
No, don't!
Maybe I'll start with her clothes.
You're such a perv!
Hey, what are we gonna do? Takamaki!
However, when all hope does seem lost, we remember that we've been neglecting someone who, when we get down to it, is a lot like Ryuji and the rest of us. Someone who can be a bit brash and naive at times, but nonetheless is very brave, possessing a strong fighting resolve. All we really need to do is remind them of how much power they truly have in such hopeless situations.
You're right. Letting this piece of shit toy with me? What was I thinking?
It's like I always say, slaves should just behave and...
Shut up! I've had enough of this. You pissed me off, you son of a bitch!
My, it's taken far too long. Tell me, who is going to avenge her if you don't? Forgiving him was never the option. Such is the scream of the other you that dwells within. I am thou, thou art I. We can finally forge a contract.
I hear you, Carmen. You're right. No more holding back.
There you go. Nothing can be solved by restraining yourself. Understand? Then I'll gladly lend you my strength.
An extremely badass Persona Awakening to be sure, and part of the reason why I spent the better part of an hour in the last episode explaining why Ann's Awakening is fucking awesome. However, thinking about this for a second, we were certainly lucky that Ann was indeed a Persona user after all. If she wasn't, well, she would be very dead, just another victim of Kamoshida's. After all the drama has subsided, Ryuji's smart enough to recognize this, and while coming off as slightly insensitive, he does have a point.
Why'd you come here, man? And more importantly, how?
Hey, is that how you speak to a woman?
Shut up, Morgana! Your simpery is ruining another key character moment for Ryuji! Okay, within Ryuji's mind, Ann was just as stupid as she was brave. Here we had a definitive way to take down Kamoshida, and she decided to risk it all, or dare I say, undermine us, because she was desperate and hysterical. It's another false start, and with that, we're gonna have to explain to this very confused and panicked half-Japanese girl why she's wearing a skin-tight catsuit, along with the inner workings in the metaverse. However, while Ryuji might be annoyed at her, he's not gonna stand there and berate her for trying to desperately avenge her best friend. He's been in a few desperate situations before, and instead, he offers to escort Ann out of this hellscape with Joker.
We were just getting fired up and you had to go and get in the way. Fine. Here, give me your arm. You take the other side.
Ryuji's kindness also just doesn't end there, as upon returning to reality, he checks up on Ann once again to make sure that she's okay, and that she's fully aware of everything that just happened.
Thanks.
Looks like we made it back. Hey, are you okay?
It's good of Ryuji to welcome and try to comfort someone who will be an incredible asset to our team as we seek both vengeance and justice. As he fills in on the reality of the situation, as both the parents and the volleyball team are going to protect Kamoshida no matter what, in a way, Ann was right before. Nobody is going to help us take down Kamoshida.
The volleyball team's keeping quiet about this while teachers and parents turn a blind eye. If guys like us try and complain, they're just gonna shoot us down. Going all in on this plan is the only choice we got.
And if nobody budged after Shiho tried to kill herself, then we really only have one option: steal Kamoshida's heart or die trying. So, without further ado, let's begin our infiltration. After exfiltrating to reality, we find that the atmosphere at Tsushin Academy has normalized once again. A most disturbing thought given what's just occurred on campus grounds. There's no police investigation occurring, nor are the students given any time to process and heal from witnessing a rather traumatic event, with Shiho's suicide attempt being shoved to the side. A footnote in both Tsushin Academy's histories and within the histories of its students. Hi there everyone, I'm your biology teacher. You must be shocked what happened with Shiho-san. It was a shock to me too. Oh, I can relate to how she felt. Her eyes were devoid of life as they looked upon this sad, hopeless world? What? Huh? Who hired this guy?
Try to answer this.
Oh, that's our segue into an exam? What? Huh? That's not even mentioning that Ann is sitting right in front of me. Like, huh? This sudden return to normalcy is bookended by Kamoshida standing lackadaisically outside the school gates, ushering his students to class as if nothing ever happened.
Good morning. Come on, hurry up and get to class. Good morning. That admirable behavior won't do you any good once you're expelled.
As if that was enough, the subject of the rumor now has shifted to focus on the new transfer student, who we will later come to know as Kasumi Yoshizawa. We can also guess that this is Kamoshida just spreading rumors once again to try and obfuscate his influence upon the school, propping up Yoshizawa as a means to do so. It's a plan that also seems to be working, as all of her peers seem more interested in gossiping how she's beautiful, kind, and an excellent gymnast, who will bring much prestige to Sujin. All the while forgetting that one of the peers just tried to kill herself last Friday by jumping off the roof. Yoshizawa doesn't seem to be aware that such an event happened either, and after we find out that the first teacher she met with was Kamoshida, we can probably guess why. He's absolutely hiding it from the Academy's new star student, and as for how he's managing such a thing, he's employing the same tactics as when Joker first got here, playing into the rumors she spread about Protag-kun being a violent criminal psychopath, thereby keeping Yoshizawa in the dark.
Remember the discussion we just had? There are a number of students in this school you shouldn't get involved with. This one's at the top of the list.
Oh, the delinquent transfer student?
Sorry to interrupt, but I need to use the guidance office.
Oh, pardon me. We should be going too. Don't want to get in the way of guiding this delinquent and all.
Eat a dick, Kamoshida. This sickening atmosphere can be seen affecting Ryuji, as he angrily texts us that Kamoshida tried to goad him into swinging at him at the school's gates, with that shit-eating grin on his face at all. Ryuji did manage to control himself this time, and now that we're able to get back at him through the metaverse, we shouldn't waste any time in trying to steal his heart, as we have until May 2nd to do so or we'll be expelled. So, after taking time to prepare for another foray into the metaverse, we head back in to begin our proper infiltration of Kamoshida's palace. Now with the strength of a full party, we can now properly engage in some phantom thievery as we continue to defeat shadows and scout the castle for the location of Kamoshida's treasure. As we continue to seek around Kamoshida's castle, we manage to make it up to the 3rd floor of the eastern building, whereupon the thieves discover a room most peculiar. This room in particular seems to be a musty library or reading room of some kind. Now, this part of Kamoshida's cognition should strike anyone as being uniquely strange, as Kamoshida shouldn't really strike anyone as being the type of dude to pour through dusty old tomes, instead choosing to indulge himself in other ways. However, as we take a look around this library, we see that it isn't a space within Kamoshida's cognition that has been set aside for pleasure reading in private. It is, in fact, a place where he keeps mental records of all the students that he otherwise dislikes, anyone he seeks to groom and blackmail into being his personal slaves or whipping boys. As we examine the bookshelves, we find out that this sect of Kamoshida's cognition takes form with all the titles of the various books that are organized upon the shelves in this musty library. On one side of the room, An and Ryuji noticed that the books have the names of all the female students that attend Shujin, including Shiho and An, to which the title refers to the latter as a charming doll. Setting aside all the disturbing implications that Kamoshida seems to be mentally cataloging all the female students at Shujin as potential targets for him to exploit as he pleases, we move to examine the opposite side of the room, with another particular line of tomes catching Ryuji's eye. This section of the library contains books with titles that are representative of all the male valuable students that go to Shujin, all the students that Ryuji saw earlier in Kamoshida's dungeon that he physically abuses within reality. As was the case with An and Shiho, there's also a title directed to Ryuji here too, which refers to Ryuji as a vulgar ape. Once again, through these book titles, we see that there's a gender disparity between how Kamoshida treats his male and female students. He objectifies and lusts after the girls, and beats the crap out of the boys, kids who are smaller than weaker than him to boost his own ego, people that he's willing to cripple for life if they disobey his wishes. The very notion that the people Kamoshida abuses are somehow unintelligent monkeys incapable of doing much of anything, being only fit to be perpetually abused as slaves for Kamoshida's amusement, enrages Ryuji, but not as much as what's to come after we slot the slave book into place upon the shelf. I'm just gonna let my live reaction play here because holy shit.
The hell is this room? There are tons of pictures of Suzui in here.
What the fuck?
Wait, it's all pics of her?
Ooh. 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 Oh. Okay. Ah. I'm fucking mad. You gonna be okay, On?
Yeah.
Holy shit, man. What the hell is this?
I'm sure it'll feel awful, but we should search this room. There has to be something in here if you...
I can see it.
Fucking hell, what the hell is this garbage? Oh, pictures of Shiho. You know guys, every single time Kamoshida does something awful within Persona 5, the game always finds some way to up the ante. If you allow me a bit of conjecture here for a second, a little digression from the norm, I believe this library is representative of the PE faculty office in reality, which has been said to be Kamoshida's safe haven, the place where Kamoshida is able to abuse or sexually assault his students in private. I mean, think about it. He has books, or more specifically, mental records of every single student at Sujin Academy concerning what makes them tick and what he thinks of them. Are they slaves, whipping boys, apes, or dolls for the kings to play with? He has records of them all. Keep in mind that this is Kamoshida's cognitive world, and these are all projections of that cognition. So if this is indeed the PE faculty office, then everything will point to his violation of Shiho being a very hidden part of his mind. This revelation would also point to this aspect of his cognition, and of that horrible deed being done to Shiho being a rather recent event within his mind. All the candles within this room are still lit, and has left his keys on the shelf. The question is, where the fuck is Kamoshida's cognitive image of Shiho, if such a thing even exists in the first place? Beyond every door is another question with no answer. I mean, how can someone truly be this evil? Well, as is with the case with Kamoshida, it gets much worse as we delve deeper and closer to the treasure. In the East Building Annex area, we come upon an area of worship, with its patron god being Kamoshida himself, of course. As we approach the altar, the party speaks about how just appalling and cartoonishly evil this all is.
Oh, wait.
I get it. The gym's some kind of holy place for him. He's a god there.
I can't believe he can think like that. Especially after what he did to Shiho.
God, that bastard makes me so freaking sick. Oh, just you wait, Kamoshida.
Ryuji's promise is one that we will certainly make good upon. As we sneak up to the top floor of Kamoshida's palace, rolling our eyes at just how far his lechery truly extends with the architecture of the place, as Kamoshida's cognition takes the phrase female objectification a little bit too literally, we finally manage to secure a route to the treasure, with Morgana instructing us on how exactly to reset Kamoshida's twisted game. We gotta send him a calling card like true phantom thieves. This calling card has to be worded in a very specific way, and as we all meet together on the school's roof to prepare to do or die, Ryuji seems more than excited to give Kamoshida the what for. There's little doubt that after being rendered powerless by Kamoshida, that Ryuji has a few choice words to say to that bastard, and while An and the cat who's not a cat might think that Ryuji can't hack it, swearing and being a general nuisance is what Ryuji's good at. Besides, he's waited for this day for quite some time, and after hesitating to steal his heart before, a decision that resulted in An and Shiho's near deaths, this is a way for Ryuji to take responsibility for those he could have helped save before. Hence why he is confused as to why An and Morgana wouldn't let him write in the first place.
Why? Why wouldn't it be me?
Given Ryuji's history with Kamoshida, and arguably being the first guy he used as a stepping stone to snowball his way into holding the power that Kamoshida wields today, I think Ryuji would appreciate the irony of seeing Kamoshida squirm for once. So let's give him the green light to write the card. It's the least we could do.
Yeah, I got this!
The day is April 29th, and we finally get to school. It would seem that Ryuji already snuck in to plaster the calling cards all over campus, and boy, is it glorious. As for the kind of message Ryuji intended to leave Kamoshida, well, An's got that covered.
Sir Suguru Kamoshida, the utter bastard of lust. We know how shitty you are, and that you put your twisted desires on students that can't fight back. That's why we have decided to steal away those desires and make you confess your sins. This will be done tomorrow, so we hope you will be ready. From the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. Wow.
I know, An, it's fucking awesome! While An and Morgana might complain, that was quite the tongue lashing, and certainly one that Ryuji has always wanted to give Kamoshida for quite some time. Though, that's not even the best part. I'll give him that Ryuji's phrasing is somewhat amateurish, but his message does succeed at not just reaching a target, but it also allows us to sow some discord within the school's populace.
Did Mr. Kamoshida do something wrong?
Does this mean the rumors are true?
Ryuji's blunt phrasing of the calling card disrupts one of Kamoshida's most valuable assets to his power, the school's rumor mill. That's not all that Ryuji succeeds at either. For the second Kamoshida sees the calling card, he flies into a rage, and briefly exposes his true nature as a violent and abusive tyrant, almost immediately dropping his facade of a strict but reasonable teacher, a shift in personality that causes all of his students to run for the hills in fear.
I think it's hitting him pretty hard.
Did you do this, or was it you?
Such delicious irony over a few scraps of paper, and we can thank Ryuji for serving up such a simplistic but hearty meal for both us and for Kamoshida. Something so tasty that it causes an effect in his shadow, as he challenges us to steal his treasure.
Come, steal it if you can.
That is a challenge we certainly will not shirk away in fear from. There is no doubt that the fight ahead will be difficult, but we owe it to everyone to dethrone this tyrant for good. Life will finally change for the students of Sujin Academy. For the sake of everyone that Kamoshida has tried to lay his hands on, we will avenge them all. For the sake of Shiho's broken body, of which Kamoshida dared lay his hands upon. For the sake of An, whom Kamoshida dared thought that he could break and coerce into sleeping with him. For the sake of Mishima's battered and broken mind and body. For the sake of Ryuji's former teammates and comrades on the track team. But most of all, for Ryuji's busted leg. As we finally make good on all the months of anguish and powerlessness that he felt at Kamoshida's hands, being falsely seen as both deadweight and a disappointment by everyone around him. Life will finally change around here for the better, with the students of Sujin realizing that their futures were never Kamoshida's to take nor manipulate. Through our efforts and our efforts alone, I think you'll find that it's actually quite the opposite. And we, the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, will be the cause. As one of the best soundtracks in gaming history blares in the background, we make our way back to the throne room where the treasure lies. The strange thing here is that it's completely vacant despite the high security alert. There's no guards protecting the treasure, and Kamoshida himself seems to be missing from his throne of lechery. We must tread lightly and carefully, and try to see the treasure out the back without anyone being the wiser.
Man, it's huge!
What do you think? It's just as I said. Now we can steal it. Oh, the shine brings tears to my eyes.
Kind of pisses me off. Why is it so pretty? Isn't this Kamoshida's desires?
An makes a good point. I would have expected Kamoshida's desires to be a bit more lewd, but perhaps the king's crown is just a thing to represent those distorted desires of his. Doesn't really matter though. So for now, let's haul this thing out of here as quickly as we can.
Go, go, let's go, Kamoshida!
I won't let anyone take this. This proves that I am the king of this castle. It is the core of this world.
That rat bastard. That's how he sees me, isn't it?
Yo, pervert! Were you waiting to ambush us?
I just made it easier to find you. I'll dispose of you myself. Right here, right now.
That's our line, you sexually harassing D-bag!
What a selfish misunderstanding.
How is it a misunderstanding? You were doing...
People around me were the ones who kept it secret. Adults who want to share in my accomplishments. Students who have the drive to become winners. They willingly protect me, so that we all may profit from it.
Profit?
There are too many imbeciles who don't understand that. Including naive brats like you and that girl who tried to kill herself.
It was a trap all along, with Kamoshida lying in wait to ambush us in order to steal his treasure back. With the crown on his side of the court, he begins to gloat and lord over us peasants, telling us how and why he became so powerful, thinking himself worthy enough to do as he pleases with no repercussions. As we find out, it was all in the name of profiting off his reputation as a former Olympic athlete turned star coach of the volleyball team. All this happened because parents, teachers, and students saw a singular path to their own personal success through Kamoshida's reputation, and in doing so, he became too valuable of an asset to Shujin's reputation to throw away or discard, thus allowing him to commit all kinds of atrocities on campus grounds. Every single person was involved. Every single person is guilty and complacent within Kamoshida's various abuses of power. The breaking of Ryuji's leg, the volleyball team being physically and sexually abused, Chiho's suicide attempt. All of it was their responsibility to prevent, and yet they did nothing, instead being content to watch and play along with their own students and kids, suffer it in some vain attempt to try and find success, to try and survive Kamoshida's torment and come out with a letter of recommendation, or else. Now, or else has been the operative phrase with our experience with Kamoshida thus far. For Kamoshida himself, it's always been about power, and how he exerts that power over those mediocre peasants he sees as beneath them, those who dare challenge his stardom and authority. Nobody could be better than Kamoshida, and if they ever dared try to eclipse him in any way, shape, or form, they would be harshly and sadistically dealt with out of reprisal. I mean, think about how petty that is. He resented the fact that Ryuji was the rising star of the track team, and so he'd start to clear the board for his own accomplishments to replace Ryuji. All Kamoshida had to do was break Ryuji's leg and ensure that he couldn't ever challenge him again. After accomplishing that, he gradually made the school and its events revolve around him, as seen with his brazen abuse of Mishima at the volleyball meet. By this point, he subdued and enthralled the entire school to feed his own ego. And furthermore, like any conquering hero, he feels as though he deserves reward for being so talented, which, for Kamoshida, means women. When An denied him that victory lap, he resorted to blackmailing her and meeting her defiance by assaulting her best friend, pushing her to attempt suicide. As to Kamoshida's thoughts on the matter, he of course sees nothing wrong with being Sujin's fulcrum, as he wallows within his own ego and lust, seeing his actions as fully legitimate, because he believes himself to be better than all other humans, and above what the peasantry considers to be taboo. This is best exemplified when Ryuji calls him out for what he is, an egotistical pervert, with Kamoshida responding as you might expect.
That's our line, you sexually harassing D-bag!
What a selfish misunderstanding.
He thinks of the mere thought of being accused of sexual harassment a selfish thing to be accused of, seeing it as the fancied thieves trying to get one over him. From Kamoshida's perspective, he's done no wrong, and if the thieves are willing to kneel and ride his coattails to feed his own ego, then they are in fact the nails that need to be hammered down with extreme prejudice, not Kamoshida himself.
Drop the attitude, you mediocre peasant. There is no wrong in using my gifts for my gain. I'm a cut above all other humans.
This is how we got here, this sense of superiority and need to acquire ill-gotten gains being so present for Kamoshida's shadow. But be that as it may, we haven't seen his true form in all of its lecherous and egotistical grotesqueness. Kamoshida is no doubt a demon, but we haven't seen anything yet.
I'm not like you. I'm the demon who rules this world!
What the hell?
I'm allowed to do whatever the hell I want! That's not the point, people!
Look! The treasure's over there! We should catch him off guard and steal it! Let's attack him and wait for that opportunity.
And so our battle with Shadow Kamoshida's truest form begins, as he takes the name Suguru Asmodeus Kamoshida, with this form taking inspiration from Colin Duplanty's infamous demonology book, the Dictionary Infernal. Within this book, which describes the purpose and the particular type of sin each demon intends to plague humanity with, Asmodeus is characterized as one of the 7 princes of hell, representative of one of the 7 deadly sins being that of lust. Within that umbrella of sin often falls lechery, jealousy, anger, and revenge, which describes Kamoshida and his foul treatment of Ryuji rather well. Within mythology, and more specifically within the Book of Tobit, Asmodeus is characterized as a ruthless and brutal monster, whose mischief lends him the impression of being a maliciously playful and satirical genius. We saw as much as we explored his castle, and it's something that will be further elaborated upon as we butt heads with Kamoshida. As Kamoshida's distorted desires and inflated ego have rendered his cognition of Sushin Academy into an almost comical parody of his lust and anger, what with all of his treatments of his male students in the dungeon below, and his treatment of his female students as his own personal harem above. Coming back to the scripture for a second, we can see these characteristics play out. Within the Bible, Asmodeus falls in love and becomes obsessed with a woman named Sarah, who's due to be wed. In his jealousy and lust, he slays 7 of her fiancés in quick succession on their wedding nights, impeding the consummation of her marriage in the eyes of God. A grave offense. Within these actions of destruction and mayhem, we can find some parallels to Kamoshida and his treatment of both Ryuji and the volleyball team. Through this wanton destruction, murder, and mayhem, Asmodeus, or in the sense Kamoshida, isn't afraid of standing upon the bodies of those he considers to be beneath him, as he just robbed them of all their dreams of a happy life and brighter future. As we find out with Kamoshida's shadow, we can see these aspects of this demon within his visual design as well. In this form, Kamoshida has 4 arms, and within each hand he's depicted as holding a glass of wine and a riding crop, along with a golden fork and knife, all of which are associated with the various attacks that Kamoshida possesses within his arsenal. These attacks are called Volleyball Assault, Golden Knife, Tongue Whip, Lick, Libido Boost, Lustful Slurp, and finally his super move, Gold Metal Spike. The connotations of each attack are all rather easy to nail down given their names and relevance to Kamoshida. So when Kamoshida uses Lustful Slurp, he takes a sip of the glass of red wine and he holds it in his top right hand, boosting his attack power. In a much more narrative sense, this is indicative of Kamoshida's drunken lust for power, of which he literally gets off on. We can see that this is indeed the case, as we can see Princess On, Kamoshida's slavish projection of the real thing, becoming a mere garnish for Kamoshida to enjoy with his beverage. Something, or someone, that is willing to chew on and then spit out in perpetuity, with On being just another mere drop in the bucket for his desires, an object that provides him with sustenance. Shadow Kamoshida also possesses an attack called Lick, which will only, and I mean only, be targeted at On. Before using this attack, Kamoshida will telegraph it by leering at On, the turn before he uses it. This attack does a decent amount of physical damage against her, and the only way to really avoid it is to have On guard for a turn or have her tank the hit. While this attack is no doubt supposed to affect genders differently, it could still apply to Ryuji as well. What I mean is that On, or anyone else for that matter, won't be able to stop Kamoshida's lecherous perversions, that they can only stand there and take the abuse, or else. As for the fork and knife, Kamoshida has a bog standard physical attack called Golden Knife, which does a moderate amount of physical damage to a single target. Pretty minor so far, but he also uses those same instruments for a defensive healing move called Libido Boost. This move has Kamoshida pick up more projections of the female form out of the trophy that sits in front of him, and stuff them within his drooling mouth to heal his entire health pool. The implications of these things squirming around Kamoshida's trophy is also very interesting and very disturbing to think about. If and when we attack it, Kamoshida explains that he won at Nationals, and perhaps he believes himself to be some kind of rock star. He believes that women should just throw themselves at him because he's just that good. As we attack the trophy further, we get hints that this is the source of Kamoshida's power. It's the means of which he justifies his sense of superiority over his students, and everyone else for that matter. We've seen Ryuji constantly make references to his past accomplishments as a volleyball star, with the staff of Sujin being willing to look away because of the prestige he could bring to the school's reputation. But remove that, and what's left?
You don't know what this is worth!
What remains is a washed-up Olympian who clings onto his glory days like a grumpy old man, thinking that the world owes him in every single way.
No way! This was from when I won the National!
Alright!
You think you can get away with doing such a thing? Do you realize who I am? I am Kamoshida! Don't you get it?
Even in this dejected state, Kamoshida still tries to desperately cling to his ego, but the likes of Ryuji begin to realize the truth.
I always saw you as a condescending hotshot, but right now, you're just a pathetic loser.
Best Boy is absolutely correct. Strip Kamoshida of his vanity, and he's nothing but a pathetic and insecure loser. While he might try to protest and scare us straight again, every single time he opens his mouth just makes him look more desperate, which calls for an inappropriate response.
Do it!
You dare strike me? I Looks like I gotta bring out the big guns. Slaves! Bring over you know what? Time for my kill shot from when I was active and rocking it. Kill shot, as in, I'll make the kill. What's the holdup? Where's my goal?
I'm so sorry, King Kamoshida. I have it right here.
Slow machine man, worthless chuff.
Still, even after that, Kamoshida has a few tricks up his sleeve, but before we delve into what that is, we gotta back it up for a second. Lastly, and most relevant to Ryuji's experiences with Kamoshida, we have the riding crop that he holds in his top left hand. The connotation of such a thing is rather obvious. It's a reference to Kamoshida physically abusing his students in reality. However, within the metaverse, it's used to summon his slaves and telegraph several devastating attacks after we destroy his trophy. Initially, Kamoshida can crack his riding crop to use a multi-targeted attack called Volleyball Assault, of which he has his slaves bound to his side spike volleyballs at the thieves. In other words, as soon as Kamoshida cracks the whip, the cognitive projections of his students don't even hesitate to act, as they're conditioned to obey him out of fear of further abuse. Knowing that they are, to some extent, representative of the Kafka-esque hold Kamoshida has over the volleyball team, guess what other projections he brings in for his more disturbing and devastating attacks. However, it's extremely important to note that Kamoshida only feels the need to do the following after we destroy his trophy. In other words, in the absence of what's supposed to be representative of his libido, the thieves show him how frail his ego actually is, and how little power he actually has by destroying his trophy. And in doing so, Kamoshida feels the need to reaffirm such things by summoning the projections of people he considers to be beneath him.
How dare you keep defying me? Looks like I gotta bring out the big guns. Slaves! Bring over you know what? Time for my kill shot from when I was active and rocking it. Kill shot, as in, I'll make the kill. What's the holdup? Where's my goal?
I'm so sorry, King Kamoshida. I have it right here.
The first projection that he has his slave summon is Cognitive Mishima, of whom shares many of the same characteristics as the one in reality, almost as if he's a spitting image of the boy. He's beaten, bruised, and hunched over, and at least to me, seems to be avoiding eye contact with Kamoshida. Not that you want to look at whatever that thing is. Anyways, this version of Mishima seems to be incredibly meek and weak, cowed into compliance as Kamoshida's sole whipping boy, with the latter giving the Phantom Thieves some pause, unnerving them somewhat.
Slow Mishima, worthless chuff.
Mishima?
Wait, what? Why is he here?
Be that as it may, Cognitive Mishima's mere skittish presence is nothing compared to who he brings out next.
King Kamoshida, I brought you your ball, just like you.
I wish I had my webcam on for this particular fight. This is 7,000 different kinds of fucked up. 8,000 different kinds of... What the fuck is this? Indeed, Badger Knight from the past. What the fuck is going on here? Within Kamoshida's mind, Shiho seems exactly like Princess An, another airheaded sex slave that's at his beck and call. In this case, quite literally. We've also found out exactly what cognitive Shiho looks like within Kamoshida's mind. She's a submissive, soft-spoken playboy bunny who wears a fuzzy bikini. The fact that Kamoshida so thinks of her like this is fucking crazy too, after everything he did to her. Something that An and Ryuji most certainly agree with.
Even Suzui, too. You've gone too far, you piece of shit.
Once again, Ryuji doesn't miss, but there's one more bit of detestable subtextual information that you kinda can't really see in the game itself about cognitive Shiho. You may notice that if you attack with any type of spell, be it fire, electricity, wind, gun damage, or just straight up physical damage, cognitive Shiho will be weak to all types of damage and instantly fall to the ground, granted that they use one more turn to attack her. If we cross-reference this with her stat sheet in the wiki, we could definitely say that cognitive Shiho is literally weak. She has poor stats and a small health pool, but most of all, she's weak to every single type of attack in the game, sans Almighty of course. This again is how Kamoshida thinks of Shiho within his mind, so how telling is it that the person he sexually violated is a weak and useless person, unable to defend herself from all types of harm? It's fucking gross.
Suzui was useless. Looks like I have to give her some special instruction later. One-on-one.
Kamoshida, I'll never forgive you.
Sorry, Suzui. I swear we'll beat that bastard's ass.
Given what's happened, Ryuji's want of avenging Shiho is completely understandable, but something needs to be contextualized before we continue. If we think back to cognitive Mishima for a second, we can see once again the gender abuse of Kamoshida's slaves. For guys like Mishima, he's only there to boost his ego as he perpetually sandbags and berates Mishima for being an incompetent, worthless chump. Consequently, his treatment of Shiho, and I suppose On, is very different. Where Kamoshida chases Mishima off the battlefield almost as quickly as he got there, he lets Shiho hang around to boost his confidence and ego, treating her almost as a trophy of some kind. However, if we remove all the superficial stuff below these cognitive projections, they both serve the exact same purpose. Their roles within this fight are functionally the same. They both are a means to remind Kamoshida of a time where he was a star athlete, when he was active and rocking it, so to speak. But after we remove him of all the people that he supposedly has power over, Kamoshida once again becomes panicked and dejected.
What's the matter, slave? I can't see am I really out of slaves?
In this panicked state, these vulgar displays of power, this need to show that he is indeed superior to not just the thieves, but to the people he has abused and blackmailed into supporting him, have left Kamoshida with nothing else in his arsenal. He's finally ran everyone ragged, so with this destruction of both his vanity and ego, it finally leaves him open to be attacked. We send Ryuji to sneak away and to steal the crown from his head, but due to his injury, we have to survive for just a turn longer. As things come to a close, it becomes clear that Kamoshida is losing his edge, as he vainly tries to defend himself and his actions by shifting the blame off himself and onto others. While this is undoubtedly an attempt to try and flex his power over us, Ryuji sees right through Kamoshida for the loser that he actually is once more.
You're misunderstanding it all. I haven't sexually harassed anyone. They came on to me because they wanted to get on my good side.
What a total moron. But at least it's letting me get closer to the treasure.
As Kamoshida prattles on, still trying to maintain his power over us, he fails to notice the delinquent missing from the battlefield, who, in a twist of irony, finally saps Kamoshida of all his spirit, just as he did to Ryuji before.
No, they're missing. Where'd they go?
Took you too long to notice, moron.
Good. Kamoshida
I think we can do this!
Sora! Not finish you!
What's wrong? Not running away? Why don't you run? Aren't you a great athlete?
It's always been like this. All those goddamn hyenas forcing their expectations on me. I'm doing this all for them! What's wrong about demanding a reward for that?
And there it is. Kamoshida in his truest form. Beneath all the lechery, abuse, and posturing is a venetatious, lonely loser who thinks he's owned something because of his past accomplishments. In reality, he's nothing more than a petulant child whose tantrums have been enabled by the selfish, of which Ryuji recognizes.
Now you're making excuses?
It's overwhelmingly clear by this point that Kamoshida is at the end of his rope, and with victory within our grasp, what will the thieves do now? Well, dearest viewers, what follows are key character moments for both Ryuji and On, a dichotomy of opinions that's featured only once between two of Kamoshida's victims. Firstly, we have On, whose intentions for dealing with Kamoshida is a bit more threatening and very lethal.
Scared right now? You're seeing the same view that Shiho did. I'm sure she was scared too. Except she had no choice but to jump. What will you do? Will you jump? Or would you rather die here?
Do you want to finish him off? It's your call.
No, please wait. I beg you. Just forgive me.
Shut up. I bet everyone told you the same. But you took everything from them!
On fires a couple warning shots at Kamoshida, seemingly consumed by the vengeance and the irony of the situation. Where Kamoshida was once the one who held all the cards, and so does On at this very moment. Her intent is clear. She's toying with Kamoshida, with Carmen firing a few warning shots as she berates him for being a massive piece of shit. Now, of course, it's not as if On's bloodlust is unjustifiable. Kamoshida molested her best friend and tried to blackmail On to sleeping with him after all. Kamoshida has crossed the line several times, many of which he cannot come back from, as On makes perfectly clear. However, Ryuji's thought process regarding how to deal with Kamoshida is way different than Best Girl's methods. If we back it up for just a second, we can see as much. Notice within the sequence how Ryuji, even after all this time, acts and has dialogue that indicates that he's focused on changing Kamoshida's heart, meaning that Ryuji, after everything Kamoshida has done, still doesn't want to kill him. Directly after Shadow Kamoshida is defeated, Ryuji is the first one to walk forward to try and pick up his treasure after taking him down. The obvious intention here is for Ryuji to want to take the treasure and then run for the hills, leaving Shadow Kamoshida behind. This attempt to steal the treasure is of course thwarted by Kamoshida, but the intent still exists nonetheless.
We'll do something about that distorted heart of yours.
Above all else, Ryuji's priority is wanting to change Kamoshida's heart and make him confess to his crimes with his own mouth. This is in stark contrast to On, who continues to make her threats at Kamoshida, even after he gives up his treasure to the thieves of his own free will. Upon making clear the consequences of killing him here, being that if we do so, his real self will die in reality, Ryuji shows some hesitation at those implications, which we can see manifesting within his body language as he scratches his head. Then, before really having a chance to grapple with those implications, On clenches her fist in anger and cuts loose once again, with Ryuji saying the following. On! After On starts seeing red again and takes another very real swing at Kamoshida, Ryuji is shocked. Luckily, it's just a fireball across his nose, so to speak. But again, this reinforces Ryuji's justice as a phantom thief. There's to be no killing of our targets, and with Kamoshida on the ropes, realizing that he's just a lonely loser, giving up his treasure of his own volition, enabling us to steal his heart, this move from On to Ryuji must seem incredibly unnecessary to him. I mean, we have what we need to avenge Shiho and everyone else who suffered under Kamoshida, including Ryuji for that matter too. All you have to do is turn around and walk away. But On takes another swing at Kamoshida, seemingly out of nowhere. Ryuji's objection to this harkens back to his initial hesitation about stealing hearts, or just clandestine extrajudicial justice in the first place.
If we just go around secretly doing whatever we want, we'd be no better than that effing Kamoshida!
He doesn't want himself, or anyone else for that matter, to become as rotten as Kamoshida is. Killing him anonymously is tantamount to being as evil as Kamoshida is, a line that he, no doubt, doesn't want On to cross if he can help it. Thankfully, On doesn't cross that line and pulls or punches, much to Ryuji's anxious relief as he crosses his arms with a sigh. Now that we got what we came for, with On's mercy forcing Shadow Kamoshida to return to his true self to confess, this causes the palace to literally begin to crumble around us. As the cognition of the palace begins to wear thin, so does the comic book-like physics of the metaverse, and Ryuji's agility as a phantom thief. Within this wacky world, he's able to be a bit more agile than usual, and upon the collapse of this Palace of Lust, such an event forces Ryuji to do something that he hasn't done for quite some time. Run. It may only be for a split second, but we can see how much damage Kamoshida has inflicted upon Ryuji's leg. The poor kid can't even run short distances properly without his leg completely giving out. If we slow down this cutscene just a bit, we can see the exact moment where his injury starts to pain him. It's momentary, but it's there, as he tries to grit his teeth and keep running. If we look at this a bit further, we can see that, well, rather obviously, Ryuji's favoring his left leg over his right leg, but that's not the interesting part. Everything that we discussed so far seems to indicate that Kamoshida broke Ryuji's femur, but it seems that in breaking that chungus of a bone, it also affected Ryuji's knee as well. This is another such complication of suffering trauma to your femur. It's very possible that in breaking his femur, Kamoshida made one leg shorter than the other, affecting Ryuji's gait, with Ryuji himself having to compensate for this by favoring the other leg. This is ultimately why Ryuji trips. In addition to losing some of the inflection on his leg, he has to drag it around while constantly trying to balance both the flare-ups of pain and himself as he runs. This certainly does suck ass for Ryuji, but weirdly enough, he doesn't seem too bothered by it, nor does he cuss out Kamoshida, for example. Perhaps in the situation, he's trying to downplay the severity of his injury as to not worry his team. Or maybe it's just as simple as being used to the consequences of his injury by now. Regardless, this is clearly something that affects Ryuji's everyday life, and his ability to just brush it off like it's nothing is certainly admirable. Best Boy is certainly a tough cookie, and we can only hope his efforts here in the metaverse will be appreciated back in reality. But of course, there's only one way to find out after all. We've managed to successfully escape from Kamoshida's collapsing palace, and with his treasure to boot. It turns out that his most prized possession is an Olympic gold medal, of which Ryuji accurately assesses its sentimental meaning to Kamoshida in reality.
An Olympic medal. So, that perv kept clinging to his past glory and couldn't let it go.
Ryuji's right. It was all a matter of personal glory for Kamoshida. Be that as it may, we still have one more matter to discuss, the change of heart and its effectiveness on Kamoshida. By all accounts, we did everything correctly. We stole his treasure while managing not to kill him, which caused the palace to collapse and its location to disappear from the meta-nav. While Morgana tries to offer his reassurance that we did the right thing, everyone is still a bit on edge, especially Ryuji, who, in classic form, just wants to see results being the headstrong and impatient guy that he is.
Our expulsion's on the line here!
This is the first successful example for me too. However, there's no doubt that this has affected Kamoshida's personality quite a lot. The entire palace disappeared after all.
I feel all antsy. Ain't there a way to check now?
Unfortunately for Ryuji and the rest of the thieves, it looks like we're gonna have to wait, hiding both face and mind until something or another gives. Luckily though, we don't have to wait long, as during lunchtime at school the very next day, Ryuji notices that Kamoshida is absent from campus, with Kawakami approaching and informing us about what's really going on behind the scenes.
Have you seen Kamoshida? You really think he changed? Well...
Oh, perfect timing. Study hall will be held instead of PE today. I'm letting you know just in case you haven't heard. Mr. Kamoshida has taken the day off.
He ain't here?
Don't tell anyone that you heard this from me. But we received word that Mr. Kamoshida is placing himself under suspension. It's such an important time before the tournament, too. Principal Kobayakawa went to talk to him about it, but he supposedly wasn't making any sense.
Wait, a suspension?
Not so loud! The talks about your expulsions may be put on hold too. I don't know too much about it though. Anyway, I've relayed what's going on
Looks like something happened. At least it sounds different from a mental shutdown. I guess all we can do is wait.
Something is definitely going on behind the scenes at Shujin, but again, all we really can do is wait, which makes it all the more agonizing when the 1st of May is a Sunday, our day off. Before we head to bed for the night, Ryuji and An text us in the group chat with bated breath, with Best Boy himself being extremely worried about our expulsion. The board meeting was supposed to be today, and with the stakes so high, one has to wonder if we did the right thing. We'll just have to wait until tomorrow and hope that everything works out. The day is May 2nd, and on our way to school, it appears that the calling card we sent to Kamoshida is the talk of the town. Opinions seem to be split on who sent it and why, with some of our peers thinking that it was nothing more than a prank. While that might be the opinion among the student body, it seems that the teachers and the staff of Shujin are taking this incident a bit more seriously, as they call for a school-wide early assembly in the morning. As Kobayakawa takes the stage, it's clear that this meeting isn't about our efforts as phantom thieves, but instead it's about Chiho's suicide attempt. Through Kobayakawa, we learn that Chiho managed to pull through, which is good news, but of course, Kobayakawa speaks as though he wasn't aware of how much Kamoshida was pushing the envelope. In this speech to the student body, he even treats Chiho and her suicide attempt as a cautionary tale, a student who was a phantom pariah who destroyed her chance at a bright future, with Kobayakawa refusing to take responsibility whatsoever for such an event occurring in the first place. It's not as if he can admit responsibility either, as that would place him and the staff of the school under suspicion. So it would follow that this is undoubtedly just another attempt to obfuscate the rumors behind Kamoshida's abuse, and to restore order to the academy. And holy shit, is that scummy. Now, I would say that all this talk of reminding us how bright of a future we supposedly have is all empty, but guess who walked into the gym?
Mr. Kamoshida, what's the...
I have been reborn. That is why I will confess everything to you all.
Huh?
What's wrong with Mr. Kamoshida?
What's this about?
Confess? Did the volleyball team do something?
I have repeatedly done things that were unbecoming of a teacher. Verbally abusing students, physically abusing my team, and sexually harassing female students. I am the reason why Shiho Suzui tried to kill herself.
Sexual harassment? What? Why would he say that himself?
He is
Volleyball
the
team?
worst.
Really? Physical abuse?
I thought of this school as my own castle. There were even students that I sentenced to expulsion, simply because I didn't like them. I will, of course, rescind those. I am truly sorry for putting innocent youths through such horror. I am an arrogant, shallow, and shameful person. No, I'm worse than that. I will take responsibility. I kill myself for it.
What? Did he just say that?
Wait, kill himself?
Mr. Kamoshida is, not well.
Mr. Kamoshida, please get off the stage for now.
Everyone, return to your classes!
Don't run, you bastard! Shiho's still alive, even after all the things that made her want to die! You have no right to run from this!
You're right. You're absolutely right. I should be punished under the law and atone for my crimes. I did horrible things to Takamaki-san as well. In return for giving Suzui-san a position on the team, I tried to force her into having relations.
Disgusting.
For a position on the team?
Feels so bad for
So the
Takamaki-san.
rumors weren't true.
As of today, I will resign from my position as an instructor and turn myself in.
The police?
Is he for real? He's gonna get
Wow.
arrested?
Wow, indeed, Ryuji. We finally fucking did it. Our actions within the metaverse finally made Kamoshida confess to his crimes. Despite Kabai Coward trying to push him off the stage, Kamoshida admits it all in front of everyone, ironically enough within the gym itself, which, as we've seen, is an area that Kamoshida perceives to be a holy place to him. He admits to physically abusing the volleyball team, which he was charged with instructing, sexually harassing the female students of the academy, blackmailing Anna into being in a relationship with him, and finally, confessing to be the sole reason as to why Shiho Suzui attempted suicide. Strangely enough, though, Kamoshida makes no mention of him breaking Ryuji's leg with malicious intent, but barring that, it's clear that we made an impact on the academy, as people are now heralding the Phantom Thieves as heroes. In fact, when everything appears to be all said and done, Ryuji's a bit blown away by the whole thing, not sure if everything going on is quite real or not.
But was this really for the best? Yeah, it's gotta be. But things are happening way too fast.
Nobody expected this result, or even for her peers to line up to try and apologize to An for spreading rumors about her, which Ryuji sees as an absolute win for her.
Looks like Kamoshida ain't the only one that had a change of heart. Man, I'm glad for you. Looks like those weird rumors are gonna go away.
My thing doesn't really matter. We made Kamoshida apologize about Shiho.
You should hurry and tell her about it then.
Yeah.
And so she does, and after mulling over her efforts on the roof, An comes back to say that Shiho's regained consciousness, and that An was able to tell her that Kamoshida confessed to his crimes. All's well that ends well, or so it would seem, but there's still one outstanding question that Ian's answering. Why did An choose to deal with Kamoshida's shadow in the manner that she did?
That aside, I was surprised you could hold yourself back against Kamoshida's shadow.
It wasn't like that. I just wanted Kamoshida to apologize himself.
You're so kind, Lady An.
No matter how much of a shitbag he was, finishing him off would have left a bad aftertaste, huh?
Huh? That's not it. I think revenge is better served if I make him repent. Realizing what he's done, he'll grovel for forgiveness the rest of his life, you know? I just believe there are fates worse than death.
Holy shit.
Yeah, holy shit. Ever since the collapse of the palace, Ryuji's reading of An's motivations has been completely wrong. All along, Ryuji thought that An came around to see his way of dealing with Kamoshida, being that of getting in, stealing the treasure, and getting out, with An electing to just play with her food, so to speak, at the end. Now though, oh man, we're now left with the implication that An wasn't exactly above murdering Kamoshida, but was more so motivated on the basis of making Kamoshida suffer a fate worse than death. Just, wow. Oh man, this is why An as a character is worth nearly 13 hours of discussion. It's just so interesting. And on that note, let's go eat cake and celebrate our success. We got about 30,000 yen for pawning off Kamoshida's treasure to EY, to which An mentions over text that she lent Ryuji some money back in middle school while they were on a trip to an aquarium, to the tune of about 500 yen. Ryuji used this loan from An to buy a stuffed dolphin in middle school for his mom, which is just adorable. While this is seemingly an innocuous detail, it is something that will become incredibly important later, so try not to get distracted by the buffet of food like best boy and best girl are.
Oh, it's like a meaty explosion in my mouth.
Phrasing, Ryuji. Anyway, as we go around to fill our plate, Joker, like the true gentleman thief that he is, manages to rub elbows with some affluent people, who, to our surprise and his, are talking about the Phantom Thieves and Kamoshida's downfall. If this is happening, then we've made waves outside of school as well.
News travels quick. It's already all over the internet. You know, the story about how Kamoshida got his ass kicked by some world-reforming heroes.
This is some good news, but as we walk about the restaurant floor, it becomes apparent that among these stuck-up pricks, we're just seen as a bunch of kids barely worth a look.
My, look at that table.
Come now, pay them no attention. I'm sure they must not normally have the chance to eat such exquisite food.
I can only imagine what their parents must be like.
Even worse, some of them are using the Kamoshida story as leverage to pad their own pockets.
It was because it was about that teacher who sexually harassed his student, huh? Was it Kamoshida?
It's all about how you frame it. You've got to cater to the idiotic public. Ratings go up when you show them crude, sensational news and make it easy for them to understand.
How can he be so insensitive? A student almost killed herself because of that Kamoshida.
Insensitivity mixed with affluenza, a toxic combination to be sure. Our presence and our wider deeds don't even seem to be welcome here, as these powerful adults who wave their hands at us, dismissing our presence completely. This dismissive attitude is capped off with someone familiar running into both Ryuji and Joker, pissing off Best Boy in the process.
What the?
There's still no update on the case.
Not yet. Excuse me, but why are you so involved? It's not something you should be concerned with.
I don't care about your opinion, you incompetent buffoon. When I say pick up the pace, you do it.
Hey, you're cutting in line.
What do you want?
Apologize to Ryuji!
We're in a hurry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you can butt in front of other people if you're in a hurry?
It seems the customer base has changed since I was here last. Have they started a daycare?
What?
Sir, we don't have time for this.
I know. Don't bother with him.
Jesus, it's almost as if this place is where all the people born with silver spoons up their asses hang out to push the peasants around in the walled gardens, Blumenkranz style. If this is how the upper echelons of society treat people they perceive to be beneath them, then of course Ryuji's going to fucking hate them all.
That dick really pissed me off. He wasn't even hiding the fact that he looks down on everyone.
Don't lose your temper over this.
I just can't forgive shitty adults like that.
While we were fooling around the elevator, An had the same experience with some other malicious bourgeois woman who tried pushing her around, with everyone seemingly looking down at her for being and looking different.
She bumped into me, but then said it was all my fault when she dropped her plate.
Sounds like a real bitch.
Yeah. Thanks, though.
I chalked it up to the bitch being jealous of An's smoldering good looks, but the sentiment still remains. We don't belong here. After sitting awkwardly at the table for a second, Ryuji breaks the silence by asking something that was undoubtedly on his mind since we left Kamoshida's palace.
Hey, Morgana.
What is it?
Anyone could have a palace, yeah?
Anyone with a strong, distorted desire.
Same for them having a change of heart if their treasure gets stolen?
That would be the case.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?
We had trouble earlier, too. These selfish shitheads who just look down on everyone else. I was just wondering if we'd be able to change those kinds of people, too.
You mean, you want to continue as the Phantom Thieves?
I've been thinking. We put a lot of work into changing Kamoshida's heart, but nobody believes in the Phantom Thieves. Plus, those guys who had no other choice but to just deal with it are thanking us. Us, of all people.
You know, Ryuji's right. Though it was difficult, we gave the students at Tsuchun Academy some hope and inspired many more. We've drawn some eyes, but that's not limited to our deeds as thieves of hearts. If these pompous pricks sat in this restaurant only knew it was us, the delinquents of society who suffered at the hands of an abusive tyrant. Those very same pesky kids who now possess the power to change it all for the better. A sentiment that An agrees with. The status quo is lame, and fading into the background while we still have the chance to do some real good shouldn't be an option. After everything we've been through, we can't shirk our responsibility to formalize these efforts to change hearts, and thus change society for the better so that others can wake up, get out there to make that change happen. It's time for the felon, the Yankee thug, and the Hafu to expose the rot that has seeped into Japanese society and make them repent for their sins. Together, we'll change their hearts and swat those lies in the making. Together, we are the Phantom Thieves of Hearts.
All right, it's settled. We're gonna catch all these shitty adults by surprise and make ourselves known to the world.
As for who and what kind of corrupt adult we should target next, Ryuji has a few ideas on that.
There are tons of rotten adults and all. Why not just stick to targeting big names? Yeah, Something along those lines. If we go after some bigwig, it's gotta get on the news, right? Don't you think more people would believe in us if we did that?
Whenever it's about phantom thievery, Ryuji never misses. He's right. We gotta target the big names and expose them for the two-faced liars that they are, with the catch being that we can only go after them unanimously. Our path to exact our justice upon society is finally set in motion. Now the real work can begin.
Now then, this is the official formation of the Phantom Thieves organization.
After formally resolving to do right by all those who are suffering, Japan's future is no doubt going to be brighter. However, though Ryuji and An have achieved some measure of peace through dealing with Kamoshida, that doesn't mean the pain he's inflicted upon the school's populace and upon those he tortured into compliance are going to magically disappear like his palace did. As frustrating as it is, Kamoshida's legacy of abuse and lechery have left a few scars upon Sujin, some more permanent and ill-healed than the others. While it's clear what physical effect Kamoshida had on Ryuji by breaking his leg, we have yet to talk about how such a thing has taxed him mentally, which is exactly what we're going to talk about next. Despite the Phantom Thieves dealing with Kamoshida effectively enough, his actions have unfortunately had lasting effects on the lives of the students at Jujin Academy. Though he traumatized some, those he didn't lay his hands on are still treating the whole event as a personal inconvenience for them.
He probably just couldn't keep hiding it after that girl tried to kill herself.
Yeah, you might be right. I guess there's no way they really exist.
Most importantly, it seriously sucks that our school is going to be known for stuff like this.
I wonder if it'll affect our college entrance.
Oh my god, can you guys get a grip? On top of that garbage, it seems that Kabaikawa has had the school staff shift into damage control mode, as seen by his hiring of an eccentric therapist by the name of Dr. Maruki to help alleviate both the students' anguish, but to mostly cover his own ass. Maruki has also been ordered to deal with the students directly implicated with Kamoshida first, which means, well, us. Therapy is compulsory for the thieves, and it's not as if An, Ryuji, and Joker are completely ignorant of that fact either. That Maruki's hiring wasn't exactly out of a place of genuine concern by the staff. It's pure theater to maintain plausible deniability for Kamoshida's deeds. Worse, he's trying to bait students into his office with snacks.
If you come to my office, you can have free snacks.
Tell me more of these snacks.
Hey, don't fall for that.
An, I have subsisted on nothing but coffee and curry since I moved to Tokyo.
Please let me have his snacks. All jokes aside though, Maruki is unusually understanding of each of her situations in relation to Kamoshida, which is pretty weird. By all accounts, and barring all malice from Nijima Kaicho and the principal, it really does seem that Maruki is here to help, and not just out here for his own benefit.
It must have been especially tough for you after having just transferred here.
He even shares some minor annoyance with the circumstances behind his hiring as Sujin's therapist, being completely aware that he's kind of here as a whole PR stunt.
To be frank, I've been explicitly ordered to provide counseling to the students directly involved with Mr. Kamoshida.
This frankness from Maruki is extremely refreshing to say the least, and while most are going to be easily swayed by the promise of free food and his apparent kind personality, some of us are going to be less convinced by the latter. Of course, Ryuji, being molded by his experiences with Kamoshida and everyone else at school treating him like human garbage, be that of students and teachers, it shouldn't be of any surprise that Ryuji is still going to remain on the cynical side of things, as he bluntly says what's on his mind.
You ever expect this place to actually give a shit about our mental health?
Thank you, Ryuji! Ryuji never really misses, does he? Well, maybe sometimes he does, but this time he's right. Ryuji has no reason to trust anybody, especially after you just vow to expose those shitty adults for the corrupt liars that they are. Put yourself in Ryuji's shoes for just a second. Imagine that same power structure that ultimately enabled Kamoshida's rise to power, a girl to attempt suicide, and the breaking of your leg suddenly wanting to play nice, expecting all of his traumatized students to vent and open themselves up to a complete stranger.
Would you three be interested in counseling?
Nope, not at all. Huh? How's that surprising?
Yeah, I wouldn't buy that either. Help came way too late for everyone here, so it should be no wonder that Ryuji meets Maruki's frankness about his role here with sarcasm and cynicism.
It's in the school's interests. For its students.
Ah, the school's interest, huh?
Even if we set aside Ryuji's pessimistic outlook on counseling for a second, Maruki didn't exactly give the best first impression to the student body either. His first impression was that of an incompetent bumbling buffoon, and after seeing such a display, who can blame Ryuji for being so misanthropic?
Yeah, wasn't that guy just basically clowning it up on stage? Do you really think he'll do us any good?
Ryuji probably sees Maruki as just another cheap and half-assed attempt by the staff of the school to pretend to care about Chiho's suicide attempt and to pretend to be doing anything about Kamoshida's legacy of abuse. After all, Kobayakawa only bothered with hiring a therapist after Kamoshida's confession. I mean, like, for Yeldabath's sake, he tried the whole thoughts and prayers thing before Kamoshida barged into the gym. All that to say, Ryuji's too jaded to trust any adult that offers him help, and I suppose we could thank Kamoshida for that too. Great! Setting all cynicism aside for a second, Maruki still leaves the option for counseling on the table for us to mull it over, which we do with a flurry of text in the group chat in class. Eventually, something gives, and An, being by far the most emotionally intelligent member of the Phantom Thieves, elects to take the plunge first. She did, after all, recognize that after taking Kamoshida's heart, that she needed the change for Chiho's sake, and maybe chit-chatting with Maruki might give her the push she needs to do so. If you want to find out what the conversation between An and Maruki entailed, check out the link in the description for the last episode where we covered just that. But coming back to Ryuji for now, it would seem that whatever Maruki told An has put a pep back in her step, and a week later, she recommends that Ryuji go pay him a visit. Ryuji is initially resistant to the idea and tries to weasel out of it, but he can't exactly say no to An. So, after school, Ryuji comes down to the nurse's office to have a chat with Maruki, and as you might have guessed, he isn't exactly thrilled to be here. Be that as it may, Maruki does his best to make Ryuji's visit as fruitful as possible, knowing that Ryuji's kind of forced himself to be here in the first place. As the two sit down together, we begin to understand Ryuji's apprehension, and why he held all that cynical animosity towards Maruki just earlier. It was, of course, completely reasonable for Ryuji to have those feelings, but as we learn here, Ryuji's initial impression of being voluntold to go to counseling was perceived by him to be something akin to a punishment. Again, given Ryuji's reputation among the teachers at school, the only time he interacted with the likes of Kawakami or Kamoshida was when they were chewing him out for doing something wrong, like skipping class or refusing to tie his hair back to its natural black color.
I bet Kawakami already told you stuff like, don't get involved with him, huh?
Nobody fucking believes in this kid, and within Ryuji's mind, if the people who are supposed to mentor him to success don't even bother giving him that basic courtesy, Ryuji certainly isn't going to return that favor. So with that kind of history, coming down to talk to a teacher of his own volition, and one that actually wants to help him at that, is, as Ryuji puts it, awkward. To Maruki's credit, he identifies his tension with Ryuji and tries to correct it by saying that he's on the student's side, which, again, given Ryuji's history of being at the short side of disciplinary action, Best Boy interprets this as his cue to spill the beans about Kamoshida. A cue that's taken with a bit of hostility as indicated by his portrait. Just as was the case before, Maruki tries to assure Ryuji that this isn't an interrogation, just a polite conversation where anything goes. So, before any other awkward silence sets in again, Maruki decides to make things even more awkward by asking Ryuji if he's crushing on anybody. An extremely inappropriate question that confuses Ryuji immensely, but it does work as an iceberg to get Best Boy to open up a little bit, allowing Maruki to get to the heart of the problem. He asks Ryuji about what he does for fun in his free time, with Ryuji answering that he recently just started hanging out with his new group of friends, meaning Joker, An, and, Morgana. It may not seem like it, but this is a really charming little detail from Ryuji. Think of it this way, the rest of the party has only known him for a short time, and yet Ryuji already considers us not just to be his comrades as Phantom Thieves, but his friends. We should always be so lucky for Ryuji to think so kindly of us, but perhaps, in retrospect, maybe this isn't so surprising. Ryuji's always had a penchant for gravitating towards like-minded people, the outcasts of society, and forming very close relationships with all of them, which Ryuji ends up valuing immensely. We've seen him possessing the capacity to care very deeply about others in need of help, as he so often makes it his own personal responsibility to set such things right himself. The best example of this want of helping others occurs within rank 8 of An's Confidant arc. Ryuji makes a cameo appearance at the gym to craft a training regimen for An, to help her attain her goals of self-betterment and to inspire Chiho to walk again. Though he's less than thrilled at An's naive understanding of physical training, he still gives her some solid advice on how to round out her curves, so to speak, and how to stick out within the modeling industry, of which doesn't seem to value her unique appearance whatsoever. He simply says to An that she has to carve out her own niche within her own life as An Takamaki, model extraordinaire. With the right kind of attitude and determination, which she does possess, An will eventually be able to get what she wants eventually. This advice from Ryuji to An harkens back to his own Persona Awakening too, with Ryuji walking away with the lesson that he needs to be more stoic in his pursuit of justice, that he needs to stop giving a shit about how society perceives him as this punk kid, and instead take strength within his own values as an individual. Additionally, in classic Ryuji fashion, he accidentally gives An some solid advice on how to be, well, sexy. Ryuji's advice for a favorite quarter Japanese girl is to stop being a cringy flirt, and for An to maintain a sort of innocent yet sexy allure to herself while in shoots. This, of course, annoys the shit out of An, but ultimately, Ryuji is correct. If An's gonna get anyone in her career, she needs to cultivate a personality that matches her beauty. An has always imitated and entertained this childish notion of feminine power, which has gotten her pretty far as a model, but it's clear that the buck's close to stopping here for a favorite quarter Japanese girl. It's a blunt and obtuse way for Ryuji to give advice, and to show that he cares about his friends, but it's definitely the thought that counts. These are all good things for Ryuji to have, but as he continues speaking to Maruki, it becomes clear that this attitude of wanting to protect everyone and make friends is a rather recent change of attitude for him. This is no doubt Ryuji alluding to his Persona Awakening and the formation of the Phantom Thieves, so we have to ask, what came before this new course he set for his life? Well, as Ryuji implies, as far back as he can remember, he's always had a problem with his temper, but he was able to use it constructively, focusing that energy into fueling his efforts as an athlete as part of the track team. Then, well, we already know what happened with his leg. After which Ryuji became rather fickle, listless, and angry at the world, lashing out on nearly everyone who took a dig at him. This then prompts Maruki to ask about his wounded leg, which, if you haven't noticed by now, Ryuji has kept it elevated off the floor throughout this entire conversation, trying to bite the pain away. Ryuji then reminisces about his times on the track team as its star, and then tells us something extremely important to his character. The reason why Ryuji was so angry, specifically at Kamoshida for breaking his leg, was that he was on the hook for a few athletic scholarships to make life easier on his mom. This single bit of information recontextualizes everything we know about Ryuji's character motivations, along with a few other things about the staff's protection of Kamoshida, and a few things about Sujin Academy itself. Starting with the latter, the implication of scholarships implies that Sujin is no ordinary school. It's either a private school or a prep school that requires its students to pay tuition to attend. If this is indeed the case, then it would explain away a few things about the Academy's protection of Kamoshida, and why everyone put up with it. Prep schools, by design, are supposed to prepare their graduates for selection by college universities. It's literally supposed to be a pipeline to a successful future for its graduates by design, so long as the students have the money to pay for such a racketeering scheme. Opportunities. Right, yeah. Ugh. If we allow ourselves to get ahead for just a second, most of the students who attend Sujin, including most of our future party members, come from well-to-do families, or are poached into attending Sujin for being uniquely talented individuals. As we come to find out about our party and those close to them, Ann's parents are involved in the fashion industry, and are charged with putting on runway shows on the international stage. During her Confidant arc and her third persona awakening, we learn exactly how loaded Ann's parents are. She mentions that her parents are able to afford both living caretakers for her while they're away for work, as well as a massive wardrobe for Ann, though the latter might be a consequence of their occupation. However, given the size of just her bedroom, which is definitely above the average, especially for Japan, there's little doubt that paying tuition was never a problem for her or her parents. The same thing can also be said for Makoto, as she fits the desired pedigree that Sujin will prefer to target for their benefit. The father of the Nijima sisters was the police chief, and after his passing, the buck was then passed on to her older sister Sai, who managed to land a commendable position as a public prosecutor, with a decent enough salary to support her younger sister's education. In the grand scheme of things, Sai seems to be doing pretty well for herself, given the size of the apartment she and her sister both live in together. The same logic also applies to Haru, rather obviously, with her father being the CEO of Okumura Foods. Tuition is of no consequence for Haru and her family, of course, but as for everyone else, Sujin seems to have a tendency to poach athletic talent for their benefit, and as we established, these students are offered athletic scholarships for attending and performing well. But as is so often the case, these athletic scholarships often come with a few catches. As is so often the case with these types of scholarships, they often require the students to maintain a certain grade point average and demand that they meet certain athletic expectations from the recipients to retain those scholarships. We see as much with Kasumi, Shiho, and Ryuji, with their fates, futures, and financial situations being inexorably tied to their personal successes as athletes while attending school.
Dr. Maruki, we aren't running a charity. If she's going to receive special treatment, she needs to provide adequate results.
This is also why neither of them couldn't just quit their sport of choice, because, well, partaking in sports at school wasn't really a choice in the first place.
Yeah, volleyball's all I have after all.
Knowing that, this is the angle that Kamoshida exploits to get the Shiho on Ryuji in the opening arc of the game. It's very likely that Shiho and Ryuji were on scholarships, and if they slighted Kamoshida or failed to perform well in their sport, he could york away their scholarships and thus their futures. Setting aside all the nasty implications of the students and their families effectively paying Kamoshida to abuse them, we come back to Ryuji and his mom. Reading between the lines here, it seems that Ryuji's family is really scraping at the bottom of the financial barrel, and that maybe Ryuji's the son of a single mom. If we were to digress from the therapy session with Maruki for a second, we can see just by how much Ryuji's scraping by compared to his peers. Shenanigans ahoy! It's time to do some dumb shit with the boys. It's time for Operation Maid Watch!
A maid, dude. A maid! Who'll do anything for us?
You're a guy, right? You know what I mean. Let's give it a try. Yeah? Yeah?
As Joker, Ryuji, and Mishima roll up to Best Boy's place to conduct the maid operation, Ryuji and his mom seem to be living in an extremely old complex that's chock full of apartments with a single bedroom. We can also hypothesize that Ryuji's home lacks a washing machine, a coat closet, a toilet, and a bath. And while it's not unusual for some Japanese apartments to lack these amenities, they're completely absent from these particular units. Following that bit of conjecture, we might be able to guess the age of the apartment as well. These kinds of single-room studio apartments in Japan, with a floor space of anywhere between 25 to 45 square meters, were built during the early 1970s for students and single office workers, with the logic being that public bathhouses and restaurants would be easily accessible and nearby. That the only function for these apartments at the time was for the residents to sleep in between work and school. This lifestyle has kind of fallen out of favor in Japan because, frankly, there's better ways to spend your money on modern buildings with more modern amenities. leaving some owners of these properties to try and retrofit their apartments with these appliances to try and keep up with the market. Due to the lack of space though, and to keep rent and maintenance relatively cheap, this often meant installing communal showers and toilets for the residents to share together. As such, rent for these more smaller and barren spaces could run you anywhere between 200 USD to a little less or a little over 400 USD a month. If this, to my American friends, sans the price of course, sounds anything like living in a college dorm on campus, then yeah, the experience would be very similar. With that bit of information known to us, some aspects about Ryuji's lifestyle become a bit more understandable. Due to Ryuji's home possibly lacking a few basic amenities such as a bath and a kitchen, Ryuji would need to seek out alternative means to bathe and eat. Before his ousting from the track team, Ryuji likely used Shujin's locker room to shower before he went home after practice. Now though, Ryuji and his mother likely had to buy a gym membership to stay clean. In fact, later in his Confidant arc, Ryuji takes Joker to the gym on Central Street called Protein Lovers, where Ryuji explains that when he was part of the track team, that he used to come here on his off days to train. This is one of Ryuji's favorite gyms, mostly because it doesn't require contractual signings or subscription fees, with its main boon being that it's pay by visit. The cost of entry is also extremely cheap too, costing Joker about 2,000 yen or about 15 bucks to train. If we were to continue spitballing here for a second, the apartment as it stands, lacking a kitchen and all, might also be why Ryuji often chooses to eat out, having a few places that he likes to stop by for a hearty meal after school. Ryuji also seems to be a member of the Babbage Clean Plate Club, as he always finishes his food whenever he's out, probably knowing that this is going to be his dinner for the day after he leaves school.
What the hell, man? You barely touched your food.
Now, while that might seem a bit far-fetched and weird, I would like to point you to how Ryuji rationalizes, qualifies, and quantifies what he can do with his cut of 5 million yen that was inside Kanashiro's treasure.
Holy shit. It's gonna be deluxe pork soup combo for me from here on out.
Ryuji rationalizes his cut in terms of how much ramen he can buy, and while yes, this could just be read as Ryuji being stupid and lacking ambition, as Morgana outright says to him, the world hasn't exactly allowed, or maybe the right phrase would be afforded Ryuji to think beyond his station in life, especially if we consider recent events. Now, this wouldn't be a problem if Ryuji lived alone, but he doesn't. He lives with his mom in a barren single-room studio apartment, with Ryuji's mom somehow being lucky enough to find one with a separate bedroom, to which she gives to her son, likely leaving her to sleep alone on a futon in the living room. With that bit of information, everything starts to fall into place about Ryuji's characterization and what we know about him in Persona 5. If we look at some real-world figures for the general cost of attending a private high school in Japan, we can see that sending Ryuji to Shujin was quite the financial gamble for his mom. According to a fiscal 2016 survey on children's educational expenditures by Japan's Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, the cost of a single student who attended public elementary and middle schools, whereupon then transitioning to attending a private high school to graduation, occurred an average cost of about 8 million yen, or a little less than 60,000 USD. That is a lot of money, but that's for an entire educational career of a single student. So let's just back this up for a second. Some figures suggest that in 2018, for an entire year's worth of schooling at a private high school, tuition fees could cost a family anywhere between 1 million yen or 725,000 yen. And when translated to American, that's about 7,500 USD or 5,500 USD respectively. That's still quite a bit of money to be paying every year, especially for a single mom like Ryuji's. Circumstances that are only made worse if we consider the fiscal dent Ryuji's injury made to the family treasury, and that, well, Ryuji and his mom are Japanese. Owing to various social, cultural, and legal factors, single-parent households, in particular those headed by women, remain one of the poorest demographics in Japan. In 2011, there were about 1.2 million single mothers in Japan, whose average income was anywhere between 1.8 million and 2.23 million yen a year, with this figure including government benefits and child support if she happens to be divorced or separated from her spouse. That is not a lot of money, as single moms in this situation, when translated to American money, are toiling for pittances of about $13,000 to $16,500 per year. Taking that and all the other data we've mentioned so far into account, Ryuji's mother is throwing as little as half of her potential yearly income, or as much as 3/4 of it, at his tuition to attend Shujin. While that doesn't seem too bad, we've also neglected to mention that the potential cost of treating Ryuji's broken leg on top of paying his tuition, food for both him and his mother, and rent for the apartment that they both live in. In Japan, depending on the area and severity of the injury for Ryuji, orthopedic treatments on average will run running anywhere between as little as 666,000 yen and 732,000 yen, equal to about 5,000 or 5,500 US dollars. I should also mention that this would be the cost of Ryuji's injuries covered by Japan's national health insurance, the country's socialized medicine program, which requires the government to pay 70% of the hospital bill and the patient to pay the other 30%. If his family, for whatever reason, doesn't qualify or doesn't have insurance, then the average cost of fixing Ryuji's leg would be doubled or quadrupled, equivalent to an entire year's worth of salary for his mom. Still though, even with Japan's godly socialized medicine and insurance programs, it's still quite the burden for his mother to carry all by herself. So to put all that data in perspective, the cost of fixing Ryuji's leg would be equal to another year's worth of tuition for Ryuji, and nearly 2/3 of what would be Miss Sakamoto's annual salary as a single mom. Depending on how optimistic or pessimistic you are, this will leave Ryuji's mom with a surplus income of as little as 500 USD to as much as 5,500 USD for the entire year. Or, if we average that out, a surplus of 2,875 USD for the entire year. That is a uniquely shitty place to be in for what seems to be left of the Sakamotos, but as to why Ryuji's mom seems to be earning so little, that in of itself is a cultural problem with the Japanese single mothers and divorcees. In Japan, it's very common for women to cease working and become stay-at-home housewives after having their kids. And if the marriage or relationship sours, they're left with no real path for upward social or economic movement, previously reliant on their husbands as the sole breadwinners for the family. Knowing that sheds some more light on Ryuji's family situation as well as his financial situation. He doesn't mention his dad, or if he's even in his life, suggesting that Ryuji's mom is divorced or separated from her spouse. Now, it's not as if his single mothers like Ryuji's cannot find work. As of 2011, 80% of people like Sakamoto-san are employed, but are still earning terrible wages for their efforts, with 51% of most households still straddling the poverty line. Like, holy shit, no wonder why Ryuji became so jaded about the shitty adults at Shujin Academy, who constantly rubbed his failures in his face, causing Ryuji to internalize that he was indeed the failure that they all made him out to be. This poor kid barely had a chance to begin with his mom betting it all on black, and only losing because the school thought it prudent to protect an abusive pedo over making sure her son got an actual education and a decent chance at a bright future. One that she was fucking paying for, by the way! It's no wonder why tiny middle school Ryuji bought that stuffed dolphin for his mom all the way back when. He wanted to show his mom how much he loved and appreciated her efforts to give him a decent life. A heartwarming gift for the time, but one has to wonder how Ryuji's relationship to his mom is these days, especially after breaking his leg and getting ousted by the track team. Ryuji never completely elaborates on this, at least for the time being, but we do get a few hints from hanging out with some of her other party members that Ryuji's relationship with his mother has to be a bit rocky, and that Ryuji often feels as though he's indebted to his mom, that he owes her for failing her in the worst ways possible, with Ryuji often helping her out in any way that he can to ease some of her worldly burdens. If we come back to rank 8 of Ann's Confidant arc, we can see such an example of this. While giving Ann some advice, Ryuji gets a text from none other than his mom, who asks him to buy some groceries for her before he comes home. Ryuji's response to this is to immediately drop what he's doing and go back home to help his mom. This, in turn, causes Ann to say that she's kind of jealous of the relationship that Ryuji has with his mom, reflecting on her own loneliness and her relationship with her parents on account of their careers. From an outsider's perspective, this jealousy might be the normal response for most people, but within the session with Ryuji, the way he acts and speaks about her seems to indicate that his relationship between himself and his mother is a bit estranged and rocky. Though Ryuji never elaborates on such things further, at least for the time being, it's clear that Ryuji feels guilty and responsible for ruining his own future and the futures of his peers, but most of all, he feels guilty for disappointing his mom. This forces us to rethink Operation Maidwatch and all the other conversations we have with Ryuji thus far. While the shenanigans of Ryuji, Joker, and Mishima are incredibly fun to watch, the underlying environmental details implore us to think a bit differently about Ryuji's life in this situation. I mean, if we consider that the size of Ryuji's apartment and bedroom is completely dwarfed by the sizes of Ann's, Makoto's, and Haru's bedrooms, then, well, the Sakamotos have it rough comparatively. Coming back to Maruki's chat with Best Boy, Ryuji says that he's managed to move on from his days as the track star and is now focused on more important shit, to use his words. This once again alludes to how serious Ryuji is about being a phantom thief, but he no doubt still thinks of his time with his old team. Maruki then tries to wax philosophical and feed Ryuji a line about, if you wish hard enough, your dreams will eventually come true, but Ryuji of course doesn't believe him. With Ryuji's lot, all he can really do is wish for something better, and that hasn't exactly manifested in something in reality yet. But maybe his dreams of helping out his mom will become reality eventually. But that's probably not gonna happen, right? As the meeting ends, we can see that Maruki made a small impression on Ryuji by simply speaking to him. They both end the session more amicably than Ryuji first walked in. Now, with all that off his chest, and some very important details about Ryuji's dreams, wishes, and failures being known to us, there are still a few loose ends we need to tie up before we go after our next target. While Ryuji has seemed to make peace with his past as a consequence of his persona awakening, some of his peers, and more specifically his former teammates, probably aren't going to be so forgiving of Kamoshida or Ryuji for that matter. So let's put our ears to the ground and tag along with Ryuji to see where they all stand with their favorite Yankee delinquent. To fully understand what Ryuji deems to be more important shit, or to translate from Sakamoto Ben, what Ryuji aims to do with his life as a phantom thief after being ousted by the track team, we must back it up all the way to April 12th after school, when Ryuji first awakened to his persona, vowing to use his power to expose Kamoshida for the scumbag that he is. In the alleyway just outside the school gates, Ryuji reflects on his treatment by his teachers and peers at school by saying the following.
No one will take anything I say seriously. Still, those rumors about him getting physical might be real. And after seeing Kamoshida's distorted heart thing in person, there's no way I can just sit back.
Ryuji, despite being seen as the sole dreg of Sujin society, where nobody will take him or his accusations against Kamoshida seriously, Best Boy still decides to pursue his own goals set by himself of taking Kamoshida down. This desire or need for any driven individual to ruthlessly pursue and achieve their goals at any cost despite his or her detractors discouraging them from doing so fits thematically with the Chariot Arcana, the very same category that Persona 5 assigns Ryuji to.
The birth of the Chariot persona. I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and new power.
Alright.
If you would allow me to pull in Persona 3 for just a second.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. One of life's greatest blessings is the freedom to pursue one's goals.
This is exactly what Ryuji will eventually come to realize within his own Confidant arc. After finally doing away with all notions that his success was inexorably tied to the opinions of others and to his leg, Ryuji emerged from his Persona awakening a changed man. Rather than thinking that he owes the likes of Kamoshida or any other feckless power-hungry tyrant his success, Ryuji now aims to define his own success. Consequences be damned. This self-defined success will initially come to play as Ryuji and Joker trying to bear themselves together as Phantom Thieves, eventually having the two cross paths with Ryuji's former teammates on the disgraced track team, who haven't quite yet found the liberation Ryuji has, as they still cling onto the scraps that Kamoshida has left them. That appears to be the problem and central conflict with Ryuji's Confidant arc, Kamoshida's scraps, the track team, and Ryuji's dealings with those. While Ryuji might consider himself a new man with a new goal to pursue, some are still going to challenge this very notion of personal freedom, due to all the baggage that Ryuji will still have to deal with during his Confidant arc. So, to see how Ryuji's past goals and present goals often clash and interact with each other, let's not delay any further and jump right into it.
Alright.
In order to advance Ryuji's Confidant arc to rank 2 and above, Joker merely only needs to speak to him after school as he hangs out in the stairway throughout the week. Unlike most of our other party members, Ryuji's Confidant arc doesn't require any prerequisite social stats such as guts or kindness to begin hanging out with him, so let's not delay any further. Upon speaking to Ryuji, he says that he noticed, as we were running through Kamoshida's palace, that he wasn't as agile as he used to be. Funny that Ryuji mentions this, as this lack of agility is something that's corroborated in a few different ways within the game. In a gameplay context, this stat's function in combat is to determine your accuracy with weapons and spells, as well as your party members' chance to evade attacks and run away from battles.
Let's get this Oh, Skull, you're pathetic.
This stat also determines the order in which your party attacks, with Ryuji's role as being one of the best physical attackers in the game being somewhat hamstrung by him often going last in the turn order. As to why this is the case for Ryuji to have all this physical prowess with a poor means to exact the strength upon his enemies, we need to only look at just how bad Ryuji's agility stat actually is and how poor it remains throughout the game. Firstly, we have Ryuji's stats for all three of his personas, which all share a singular commonality. They all possess an extremely low agility stat, which remains mostly stagnant throughout the game, giving him poor returns upon each level up. When compared to An, the second slowest member of the Phantom Thieves, Ryuji gains on average about 5.7 agility stats per level when he joins our party, with An's agility stat having an average growth rate of about 0.6 per level. Depending on the level, An will always be ahead of Ryuji by 2-3 points stat-wise, and to demonstrate that, here's my party at level 83 when I was just about to go fight the final boss of the third semester. Even at the end game, Ryuji still lags behind her by 3 points due to poor scaling and stat returns for his agility. I mean, poor Ryuji, man. He even has the benefit of joining our party at a level before An, and well before all of our other party members for that matter. Hell, here's Captain Kid at level 33 with an agility stat of 19, which is still worse than this level 30 Isis that I fused in the Velvet Room a while ago, which has an agility stat of 24. Ryuji's still lagging behind a persona that is still 3 levels in front of him. In practice, with just Joker and Ryuji at this level in the party, Ryuji's agility stat will still be so trashy that he'll often have to take his turn after Joker's turn and the enemy's turn. This will remain a common theme for Ryuji's personas throughout the whole game. He will always possess the lowest agility stat out of the entire party, and will remain the champion of such a title throughout, only barely being beaten out by An, who possesses an agility stat of 56 at level 99, compared to Ryuji's agility stat of 54 at level 99. Translating that back to Ryuji's injury, we literally have an intersection and correlation between the stats of his personas and his busted leg. Comparatively speaking, Ryuji's low agility stats mean that he's awfully being agile enough to dodge attacks and landing them himself, all because he literally can't move as well as the rest of the Phantom Thieves. To further highlight this lack of mobility Ryuji has, we need only to look at his idle animation that plays while he's standing around on heists with his teammates. If we look closely, it's almost as if Ryuji is placing all his weight on his right leg, squaring it off behind him to support his weight. As he's doing this, he keeps his left leg forward and out in front of him, rocking back and forth while placing his left hand on his leg, as if he's trying to stretch it out. Ryuji does this movement constantly, which would suggest that the amount of physical activity Phantom Thievery involves runs the risk of aggravating his injury, or that Ryuji must take preventive measures, meaning constant stretching, so his leg doesn't seize up in pain. It's a constant problem for Ryuji, and one that he's always trying to prevent. This brings us back to Ryuji's Confidant arc, and his desire to become a bit more limber for the sake of his new team. Falling flat in his face during a life or death situation is something that Ryuji wants to prevent, or at the very least, minimize the chances of happening. With his sole focus now on being a phantom thief and taking down Kamoshida, Ryuji suggests doing something that he hasn't done in a while: run around and go train. This is already an incredibly significant bit of character growth for Ryuji as well, despite the fact that we've just started his Confidant arc. Even though Kamoshida possibly crippled Ryuji for life, he's not going to let that stop him from working out, even if he does end up being a shadow of his former self. This is already in line thematically with the Chariot Arcana and the vows Ryuji made upon awakening to his persona. He's going to hoist his own flag and wreak havoc. He's going to do all the things that Kamoshida will be appalled to see, which in this case will be this no-good delinquent electing to try and improve himself, despite Kamoshida thinking that he quashed his rebellious spirit by breaking the thing that he values the most. The simple act of electing to run around the school while Kamoshida is still very much in power as Suchin's king is the best kind of spiteful retort that Ryuji could possibly think of. Ryuji's gonna freely pursue his own goals, despite being slighted by the most evil of motherfuckers, and we should all be so lucky to tag along with his mission. After getting changed into our gym uniform, we meet outside on what used to be Ryuji's secret training spot when he was on the track team. Ryuji reminisces and remembers how limber and strong he was just a year before, right before everything took a turn for the worse for him. He tells Joker that he felt lame in the physical sense of the word. Ryuji's disappointed in himself, and with all his previous hang-ups discarded, he's finally ready to improve his flimsy body. What's important to note here is that Ryuji's not training back up to improve himself just despite Kamoshida. If we think back to what we know about Ryuji already, we know that he's developed a bit of a guilt complex surrounding his mom and the track team. He thinks himself to be a burden upon all of them. Now that Ryuji has finally found a new group of friends, like-minded people who suffered as he did, Ryuji's not going to want to let them down. This is also corroborated with Joker's response to Ryuji's want of not wanting to be a burden upon his new team. In order to score the maximum amount of social points with Ryuji in almost all instances of his Confidant arc, Joker needs to pick the dialogue options that affirm his ability to fix these problems that he has. We simply need to affirm to Ryuji that he has the power to make the changes that he wants to make, and that whatever choices he wants to make to become a better person, in spite of his past misdeeds, are good ones. Of course, this would mean that Joker says to Best Boy that he's counting on him, which elicits a positive response from Ryuji and gets him motivated for some knee-lift sprints around the school with Joker in tow. After finishing their sprint, Ryuji is noticeably more winded than Joker. This mere run around campus took a lot out of Ryuji and caused his legs to tighten up as he ran. After recovering from what was for Ryuji an intense workout, his mind wanders back to Kamoshida's treatment of the track team, and before we get into more details about that, notice that Ryuji doesn't complain about his leg or cuss out Kamoshida after his workout. His thoughts come back to not himself and his personal loss of agility, but how the track team as a group collectively suffered under Kamoshida's crazy workouts. This, again, is another hint and running theme with Ryuji. He cares a lot for his groups of friends, past and present, even when they basically disowned him and branded him as a traitor. If we read even further between the lines, we can start to see how these bullshit training regimens began to wear on Ryuji because of how much he cared for his friends and teammates, as Ryuji constantly objected to what amounted to abuse disguised as exercise. As was just the case with Kamoshida exploiting On's compassion for Shiho's well-being, so did he exploit Ryuji's compassion for the well-being of the track team. This plan manifested by Kamoshida targeting Ryuji in particular, cussing and singling him out if his times ever dropped during practice. While Ryuji did his best to endure everything in the face of such injustice, Ryuji eventually snapped, but unlike the connotations we've been given before, Ryuji suddenly didn't just decide to cut loose and swing at Kamoshida. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if only it were that simple. As we already know, Ryuji's party to a single mom, who, for all intents and purposes, might already be straddling the poverty line if she isn't already. But this wasn't always the case. As we suspected earlier, Ryuji had to have a dad, but for whatever reason, he wasn't around. However, as Ryuji explains within this part of his Confidant arc, with some amount of hesitation mind you, he'd rather his father not exist at all. Ryuji confides to Joker that his father was an abusive drunkard, who, throughout multiple fits of alcohol-fueled rage, Ryuji's father would come home and beat Ryuji and his mom. This apparently went on for quite some time, and only ended when Ryuji's father abruptly just left them to fend for themselves, suddenly saddling Ryuji's mom with the social obligations and fiscal ramifications of providing for herself and her son. Upon unearthing this information about the track star's poor home life, Kamoshida then spread rumors about this to the track team, to the point where Ryuji's past became common knowledge to his teammates. Kamoshida somehow found out every single excruciating detail about Ryuji's home life, and then used that as praxis to berate Ryuji's weak performance at track meets. However, knowing Kamoshida, he also probably cussed out Ryuji for being some kind of lip-wristed weakling for not being able to defend himself, and more importantly, his mom from his abusive dad. This constant belittling, of course, enraged Ryuji, causing him to bail one at Kamoshida, before Kamoshida himself retaliated by breaking Ryuji's fucking leg. Like, holy shit, how evil is this guy? He quite literally runs his students ragged, belittles them when they fail to meet his absurd expectations, constantly accuses them of being weak, spreads rumors about his students' unstable and abusive home life, and then annihilates them for daring to fight back, all the while knowing that Ryuji has a chance of the snot being beaten out of him the moment he steps back inside his house. All of this is, well, pure insanity, and it's all done in the name of Kamoshida's personal glory. I mean, like, fucking hell, man. Poor Ryuji. No matter which way you look at it, this kid's entire life is just pain. He's either a pawn for Kamoshida's quest for personal glory, a punching bag for his father, a disappointment to his mom, or even a traitor to his former teammates, of whom, in a single moment of righteous fury, blew all their chances at a brighter future, causing Ryuji for a time to internalize that everything Kamoshida accused of him was indeed true. This new tidbit of information recontextualizes a lot of stuff we know about Ryuji so far, but just to hit on a few things of importance. Firstly, part of the reason why Ryuji might choose to eat out so often after school isn't because his mom can't cook for him, or that his apartment lacks a kitchen. It's probably because it's a way for Ryuji to avoid his drunkard of a father from beating the crap out of him when he gets home. All these ramen bistros that Ryuji likes to go to are literally places of refuge to him, and given how he's also literally stated that he sees himself in Joker, it's no wonder why he enjoys dragging Joker around to all of his favorite restaurants. They're all places where Ryuji feels safe, somewhere he can play ramen connoisseur in peace and quiet. Following that, Ryuji's reasons for being so gung-ho about jumping back into the dungeon at Kamoshida's palace are a bit more well-defined now. Based on his past, Ryuji rightfully abhors all forms of physical abuse, especially those who try to obfuscate it. In this sense, seeing all of his peers being tortured by Kamoshida informs us of his nigh-traumatic response of desperation to save them all. If we go even further, we could also say that this wasn't just Kamoshida's injustice that fueled Ryuji's sense of right and wrong, as we initially thought. It was more so the abuse Ryuji endured at his father's hands that molded him into the person that he is today, both better and for worse. By better, I mean that Ryuji's experienced injustice in its frankest form. Physical violence against his mother. By worse, I mean all the physical, psychosocial, and sociological baggage that comes with witnessing that kind of abuse before your very eyes as a child and then as a teenager. According to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia Center for Injury Research and Prevention, children and young adults raised in violent homes are 74% times more likely to live in a violent home themselves as an adult, as victims and perpetrators of abuse ruled by their childhood trauma. This obviously creates both a ripple effect and a cycle of victimhood throughout their lives that affects everyone around them. It's a cruel bit of irony. Yaldabaoth does have a sense of humor, and it fucking sucks. It's a fate that Ryuji's currently struggled with, as all the trauma he's internalized is now dictating his life and actions, something that he may be dubiously conscious of. Now, I know that sounded like a bit of a catastrophist here, but frankly, we've seen Ryuji exhibit such behaviors on quite a few occasions thus far. We've heard him swear a bunch, engage in delinquent behavior like cutting class, dyeing his hair blonde, and purposely wearing his uniform wrong to make himself stick out. We've also seen Ryuji act violently and aggressively towards others. I mean, hell, it happens when we first meet him, when he tries to intimidate Joker into sharing his opinion about Kamoshida.
What do you want? You planning on ratting me out to Kamoshida?
It then happens again when Ryuji's under stress after Shiho's suicide attempt when we're interrogating Mishima. Growing ever impatient with Mishima's complacency, he fails to control his temper and punches the locker next to him.
I didn't run. She jumped and tried to kill herself!
All culminating with Ryuji running to Kamoshida's office, kicking a desk over, and trying to slug the guy in the face. Of course, Ryuji had altruistic motives, but they were undermined by his violent actions centered around him being a victim for most of his childhood. Now, I'm not saying Ryuji doesn't know that his temper is a problem. He admits that he's always had this issue back in his counseling session with Maruki, and admits the very same thing here once again in this very conversation with Joker. It's a problem that Ryuji definitely recognizes, and a problem that he understands that he needs to fix. Credit given to Ryuji here, as unlike his dad, he's trying to nip the problem in the bud before it gets even worse. However, before we get into how Ryuji does just that and more, we have to ask, how did society perpetually allow Ryuji's parents and mentors to fail him in more ways than one? Why did nobody step in and help Ryuji and his mother? How did Japanese society allow for Ryuji's life to spiral out of control? Well, to understand, we have to back it up for a second. While the way that Kamoshida berates Ryuji's family as being made up entirely of weak-minded fools, degenerates who lack the strength and mental constitution to persevere through adversity is obviously fucking evil, this is where the Japanese sociological context for Best Boy comes back in to make everything even worse for Ryuji. It is without question that Ryuji's already got a real deal, but given the expectations of Japanese culture, Ryuji got it even harder, and it all comes down to a single Japanese socio-cultural phenomenon that might be the root of all of Ryuji's problems and, to some extent, why Ryuji's father became an abusive alcoholic. To start, we must first ground ourselves in the shoes of your average Japanese office worker, colloquially known as the salaryman. Generally speaking, you were hired to work at this company straight out of high school, and you will likely stay with the same employer until you choose to retire. You're also likely pushed into becoming a salaryman by your parents, as working an office job is considered the ideal social station to obtain, with anything less than such a station being seen as a social taboo. As a salaryman, your expectations as a white-collar worker is working an average of 142 hours per month, making about 4.5 million yen, or about 41,000 USD per year. As part of your employment, you're obligated to work extremely long hours, put in loads of overtime, and value your work above all else. Most of all, you'll be socially obligated to attend after-work leisure events with your bosses and colleagues, like karaoke, mahjong, and golf. But the events that you would definitely be strong-armed into attending, going to a bar with your bosses and senpais at their request. The reason that I say socially obligated is that if you refuse to attend these events, especially those that involves drinking copious amounts of alcohol, it's seen as a slight of the trust. You'll lose face at your place of work, and you'll be considered disloyal by the company that you work for. This is for a few different reasons. Firstly, going out to binge drink with your coworkers is seen as a team-building exercise in Japan, and because of these work parties, or enkai in Japanese, are scheduled on Thursdays, the colloquialism is that the bond forged between yourself and your coworkers the night before will cement by collectively working through your hangovers in the morning. In Japan, showing reluctance to partake in this collective suffering caused by dehydration is an outright refusal to trust your coworkers with yours and theirs inebriated openness. That is to say, if you really liked us, you wouldn't worry about losing control after a few pints. It's quite the puzzling social phenomenon, which has its own term to describe itself: nomunication. This term, which is composed of the Japanese word nomu, which means to drink, in this context, alcohol, and the borrowing of the English word communication, which, for the sake of brevity, means the imparting or exchanging of information or news. With their linguistic powers combined, we can begin to see where the alcohol in the term comes from, but as for the communication part of the word, that requires a bit more of a robust explanation. Introverted would be a generous word to describe how Japanese people are socialized to be within their lives. Japanese culture beckons its youths to cultivate specific false personas that are to be calm, collected, dignified, and friendly regardless of the true inner feelings. As we're seen in Persona 5, openly discussing or bluntly tackling problems within society is discouraged, as you risk losing your reputation if you do. This is where alcohol and normal communication steps in as a way for Japanese people to dodge the implicit social expectations of their culture. Alcohol is a convenient safety net that allows for people to excuse the many awkward social blunders. As a matter of fact, no communication is actually seen as one of the most effective ways to get an office conflict resolved in Japan. You simply just have to drink with the person that you don't like until you're backslapping familiar, and then you say what pissed you off in a single sentence, then say how sorry you are about mentioning it for the next 10 minutes. It's the Japanese version of the "I love you man" thing that we do here in America. Generally, this dialogue will never be mentioned again, at least when you're sober, but whatever was bothering you will magically be fixed the next day. So while you, your kohai, senpais, and bosses are out partying around the town, chugging pint after pint, taking advantage of the karaoke bars, binge drinking 2-hour special, where everyone is accommodated 5 or 6 cocktails, consuming about 4.4 shots of hard liquor over the course of a week, you will get fucked up and fast. Again, and again, and again, and again, day in and day out, just to maintain your place within society. As it's seen as culturally offensive to not accept your coworkers' offers to keep your glasses topped up, then you will obviously keep drinking until you drop, puke, or both. As you might have ascertained already, alcohol doesn't have any taboos associated with it in Japan. Unlike the West, Japan has never had a temperance movement involving alcohol, allowing for its proliferation within Japanese society, and the substance itself being seen as a legitimate way to unwind and relieve stress. So anywhere between Thursday to Sunday nights, you'll find people passed out on the street not too far away from izakayas at 2 a.m. And before that, people taking their canned and bottled drinks onto the train before stretching out and passing out halfway through the ride home. Now, the silver lining of this whole thing is that any delinquency caused by a drunken bender is seen as socially acceptable, and you'll likely get off scot-free. It's a decent enough solution to sidestep the issues of Japanese society. Or you would think so if alcohol was a mood-altering and inhibition-lowering poison that one could become dependent on as it fucks up your liver and changes your neurochemistry. Now, the main issue here is that the Japanese don't see alcohol for the poison that it is, or for that matter, alcoholism as a disease. In the West, we recognize that it's an ugly affliction to both have and to witness, especially the tremors and absence seizures that come after severe withdrawals. Despite recent research suggesting that there are 2.4 million alcoholics in Japan, only about 22,000 of them are actively seeking or being treated for the disease that it is, that anyone of any age can develop the dependency on booze. This is because, unlike the West treating alcoholism like the disease that it is, the Japanese idea of an alcoholic is someone who ultimately failed to control oneself when under the influence. It's merely a matter of personal character in Japan, with conventional wisdom seldom holding that destroying your liver with multiple nights of binge drinking can be prevented with sufficient willpower. In other words, if someone is outed as an alcoholic or is seeking treatment for such things, they would be perceived as a disheveled and weak person with a frail constitution. This is due to a poor misunderstanding of mental health in general, wherein most see mental illness, which includes everything from schizophrenia to depression to alcoholism, as a weakness of their particular personality, and that being the sole cause of those illnesses. Hell, even based on some studies I read for this video, this prejudice of the mentally ill carries over to people afflicted with dementia and Alzheimer's disease, regarding those diseases as socially shameful conditions when compared to that of cancer, strokes, and heart diseases. Now, you might be able to ascertain that these afflictions are closely associated with stress, which means that those who have contracted these particular diseases earn them through hard work. Possessing them is proof of the strength of your character, and in a weird roundabout collectivist way, are seen as desirable sicknesses to have. So with Japan generally having this prejudice against mental health and treatment of mental health issues and drug addictions, the only people left to console them are their families, which is not good, especially since studies done by the World Health Organization indicate that drinking often precedes domestic violence incidents. It is because of the stigma of being seen as a burden upon others that too few Japanese people seek treatment for any kind of psychological disorder. If one does manage to seek treatment, not only will you be treated as the dregs of Japanese collectivist society, but you also have to somehow avoid alcohol entirely. Such a thing is understandably and immensely difficult in Japan due to how prevalent booze is within society. Almost every single restaurant or leisurely activity will include specials on alcohol whether you like it or not. Even family events and certain Shinto ceremonies, such as a newborn baby's first visit to a shrine, or specific parts of marriage ceremonies, such as the Shinzoku Katame no Sazuki, are often bookended by drinking sake to celebrate the newly created bond between families of the bride and groom. On a slightly more darkly comedic note, you can also find alcohol served in vending machines just lining the street, with a rather famous and popular location to get a can of beer and hot sake after work existing literally right under the Yamanote line in Yagachiko Station, as a mashup of a standing izakaya and a kombini where you can hang out and drink for cheap, with each can of booze costing you anywhere between $1.75 and $2.40. All this to say that alcohol is not only cheap but readily accessible almost everywhere in Japan. This, in addition to all the social coercion we've talked about, makes complete abstinence from alcohol nigh impossible in Japan. Thus, we can understand why it wasn't so simple for Ryuji's father to just stop drinking. Assuming that he held down a decent job, it was expected of him to become a pisshead. Now, I am certainly not trying to absolve Ryuji's dad for abusing his son and his wife, but you do have to admit that both of their personal problems can be boiled down to society bottom text. His drinking habits closely mirror Ryuji's experiences with the track team. They were both expected to keep their heads down to maintain the status quo, with some ambiguously bright light at the end of the tunnel, a future to aspire to, with society failing both of them, creating a vicious cycle of violence, guilt, and shame for both of them. This is undoubtedly the angle that Kamoshida exploited to get Ryuji to swing at him. He likely implied that Ryuji was like his drunker dad, slovenly, unkempt, and lazy and weak, some kind of weak-minded degenerate who cannot persevere through any kind of hardship. Ryuji reflects on this with Joker, and by all accounts, even in the company of someone that he trusts, it's still a tough topic for Ryuji to speak about with some amount of confidence, as he hesitates twice to even confide in Joker in the first place. This prompts Joker to ask if, given the chance, would Ryuji rejoin the track team or not. Ryuji says no, because how could he after all that's happened between him and them? Ryuji then tries to play it off with a self-deprecating joke about this being a hard question for him to answer, saying that he's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. This is an incredibly weird but understandable thing for Ryuji to do, to just deflect that complex emotion and make a joke about his inability to express it. Now, I say weird because Ryuji has showcased a decent amount of emotional intelligence thus far. He's an extremely kind, altruistic, and loyal kid. If he wasn't, he wouldn't give a shit about people suffering, and most importantly, he wouldn't care about troubling his mother. So, what gives? Why does Ryuji self-deprecate himself in such a manner? Well, this self-deprecating behavior actually has its origins in his abusive childhood too. Many people who are victims of domestic violence, being often powerless to defend themselves and all, often have trouble expressing complex emotions after years of being oppressed by said violence. This often causes those victims to become incredibly frustrated with their inability to express that thought or emotion, which results in feelings of guilt, or, ironically enough, the proliferation of further violent and aggressive actions by themselves. We've seen Ryuji express the latter on multiple occasions, but as to the former, every single time he's alluded to his family history being kinda tough, he just kinda leaves that plot thread hanging, surely changing the subject is something that doesn't cause existential guilt or dread.
I did something stupid at school before too. The place you're living now is in Yongen, right?
In this case, Ryuji kinda lets that feeling go for the time being, and says that he's now focused on the future, focusing on trying to be a bit more upbeat. Ryuji gives us a high five, and just like that, Ryuji reaches rank 2 of his Confidant arc, unlocking Punk Talk. Reflecting on a conversation with him here and Ryuji's desire to have a positive mental attitude going forward, Ryuji can use this ability on Heist while he's in the party to negotiate with upbeat shadows after a failed holdup for some more loot. A nice translation from story to gameplay. This book ended with Ryuji wanting to do another run around the school, being a bit more confident in his abilities this time, despite the run really knocking the wind out of him to the point where his legs were shaking. Joker and Ryuji then part ways soon after, and just as Joker's about to head inside the blonde, Ryuji gives us a ring to check on us and to reflect further on his conversation. He expresses regret and arguably some amount of guilt about being so out of shape and allowing Kamoshida to ruin the thing that he loves the most, training and running around. It's a good step to start on. Despite being crippled, Ryuji's gonna do his best to cobble his life back together to the best of his ability, even though the mere act of running brings on feelings of guilt and shame for him. Ryuji is going to try and better himself, pursuing his goals as ruthlessly as he can, regardless of what everyone else thinks of him. It's a noble goal for him to have, but the trick is following through. So, as we head back inside the blind for the night, we'll have to ask if fickleness will grip Ryuji, and if and how his arrested development will come back to haunt him as much as his past will. We start rank 3 of Ryuji's Confidant arc with some more training and runs around the school, but the atmosphere is a bit different this time. Whereas Ryuji was a bit disappointed in himself, but ultimately remained optimistic about starting to train again, this time he's livid, extremely frustrated with his inability to move like he used to. As Ryuji tries to catch his breath, someone calls him over from stage right, and it's none other than Nakaoka and Takeshi, Ryuji's former teammates on the track team. They've come over to berate Ryuji, accusing him of picking up running again in some pathetic attempt to try and crawl back to the track team, reminding him that his secret training spot was actually secretly their secret training spot of the former track team, which has been officially disavowed and disbanded by the Kamoshida, but the track team still practicing in secret, very secretly. They'll bookend this by rubbing more salt on Ryuji's wounds, saying that they don't even have a dedicated locker room anymore because of him. Ryuji, obviously feeling immense guilt over their choice to basically slap him in the face, falls silent for a second, refusing to look them all in the eye, and casting his gaze at the ground. Joker tries to mediate by telling them not to fight, which Ryuji appreciates. But, as you might expect, Nakaoka tries to take the knife out of Ryuji's wounded body and then stab him again, really trying to rattle his cage some more by bringing up Ryuji's poor temper and his abusive dad. His former teammates say that Ryuji will hit anyone the second he gets pissed off, and that it's kinda scary that Ryuji is so much like his dad. This, of course, is the same thing that Kamoshida accused Ryuji of before he broke his leg. It's an obvious and literal sore point for Ryuji. So, as you might expect, Ryuji gets very angry, saying that his dad is nothing like him, and that Ryuji's relationship to his father had no bearing on his decision to slug Kamoshida. Joker then has the chance to intervene before Ryuji makes the same mistake again, validating all the shade his former teammates just threw at him. The appropriate response to this is to tell Ryuji to calm down, which he appreciates. This little disagreement between former teammates isn't worth that kind of violent response. After a moment's silence from his teammates, Ryuji tries to collect himself and calmly apologize, but as he tries to do so, they all immediately shut him down, saying that they're not interested in his excuses. It's at this point, where in my script I'm out of other ways to say that Ryuji's teammates twisted the knife further, they make it clear that he's not interested in Ryuji's explanations, calling them excuses instead. Nakaoka resents Ryuji for thinking that this single moment of righteous fury was in any way justifiable, as the rest of them had to pay for it too. Worst of all, Nakaoka gets all cynical for even considering Ryuji his teammate, and then they all just leave. Some time passes, and Ryuji reflects on the tongue lashing that he was just given, with the first thing coming to mind that he almost slugged his teammates when they started talking about Ryuji's dad. Ryuji thinks that he hasn't changed at all. He's still a violent person. But after thinking about it some more, Ryuji thanks Joker for being there to help him calm him down in the first place. It's a decent enough change, and he's glad they were able to help him process both his anger and the complex emotions regarding the track team and his father, things that Ryuji has definitely struggled with in the past. Within Ryuji's mind, he's indebted to Joker, and it's this gratitude that enables our bond with Ryuji to grow deeper, both leveling up his Confidant arc to rank 3 and causing Ryuji to learn follow-up.
Alright.
Follow-up is an ability that Ryuji can use in the metaverse, and it's one of my favorites. When in battle, if any of Joker's attacks don't do sufficient damage to down or defeat a target, Ryuji will follow up with a devastating attack of his own, letting a crit and downing a target for a hold-up, and a subsequent all-out attack.
Now or never, right? Gonna knock you out!
On the ground! Nice
Serves
going,
you right!
Finish
This is another ability that reflects our burgeoning relationship with Ryuji as best bros. As was the case for Ryuji before, he's beginning to see Joker less like a like-minded person and more like a friend with this kind of attack. A sentiment that's juxtaposed as we hear his former teammates argue in the distance about how Takeshi should have just handled Ryuji training the spot by beating the crap out of him. Thinking about this a bit further, compared to Joker actually hearing out Ryuji's problems and having him pause and think about his violent tendencies, we can see why Ryuji is starting to appreciate us more as a friend. The track team, especially Nakaoka and Takeshi, are toxic as shit. They're bad friends to Ryuji and are unable to come to consensus on anything. If they were true friends to Ryuji, they would have gladly went along with Ryuji's efforts to give a big old fuck you to Kamoshida. But they didn't. They all decided to throw Ryuji under the bus anyway. The appropriate response would be for Ryuji's team to break Kamoshida's leg as penance for even trying to lay his hands on their homie. But instead, they all chose to remain selfish, as Ryuji writhed in pain on the gym floor, ironically seeing this selfless action from Ryuji as selfish themselves. At that very moment, they decided that their own futures were more valuable than the suffering of their teammates both at home and at school. And it might even go deeper than that. By the sounds of it, they all chose to be one of the many vectors of infection to tarnish Ryuji's reputation. They all perpetuated the rumors about Ryuji's abusive home life without question and still do to this day. If I had to guess and spitball here for a second, they all sought to ride on Ryuji's coattails as his track team star, hoping that by existing within Ryuji's social sphere, they'll find some success themselves through his efforts. They're dysfunctional parasites who refuse to try and understand why their teammate did what they did, and for what reason. It's a shame really, but it's all the more reason why Ryuji appreciates our company and guidance. Joker is genuinely a lot like him, and might just be one of the few guiding forces within Ryuji's life. When we call it a day and return back to the blonde, Ryuji expresses his gratitude for Joker being that and more, once again saying that he owes us. His mind then wanders back to his temper being something that he needs to work on, and Joker, once again being a good friend, says that he can't exactly blame Ryuji for having such a fiery one. He's still taking responsibility for it, and this time, his motivation is about not causing another scene with Joker in tow. All good things for Ryuji, thinking so highly of Joker already to the point where he's going to try and remind himself to manage his temper while we're around to save our reputation from being tarnished. Ryuji then reminds us to massage your legs before we go to sleep, and then we head inside for the night. Rank 4 begins with Joker finding a very anxious Ryuji hanging out in the stairwell at school. He tells Joker that he's got to vent about something over his comfort food of choice, ramen, all the way in Ogikubu. Ryuji starts to reminisce about the track team, and this time he's worried about Nakaoka. By Ryuji's accounts, it looks like Nakaoka doesn't look like he's getting along with his teammates. Thinking about it further, Ryuji can help but feel responsible for Nakaoka's treatment, as if he didn't F everything up, life would be all daijoubu for them. They would still have a club room, a place to store their equipment, and facilities where they could actually train on campus. Ryuji thinks that because he tarnished all their reputations with his actions, they don't really have a place in society anymore, and thus they're going to start fighting amongst themselves, as we've seen already. Ryuji's glad that they managed to keep their heads low despite recent circumstances, but is worried that said infighting is going to ruin them like Kamoshida did to him before Ryuji found a new purpose in life as a phantom thief. Ryuji's old teammates have no such recourse, and that seems to be the point that Ryuji's worried about. Though at this point, Joker reminds Ryuji that he's doing great with the hand that he's dealt with by life and by Kamoshida, once again appreciating the words of confidence. This sparks Ryuji to think that if he wasn't the victim of Kafkaesque power structures, he would have never become the delinquent outcast of the school. He would never have met Joker and the others. More importantly, he would never become a phantom thief. The butterfly effect is a funny thing indeed, and even though it dealt him an awful hand, Ryuji worked within his own limitations and managed to prove himself a little bit while everyone else is still kinda stuck in the past. To express his sincere gratitude for helping Ryuji out and giving him all the opportunities that he has to improve himself, he tells Joker how much fun he's been having with the rest of the party, and how much he values them as friends. Our bond with Ryuji then grows deeper once more, increasing his rank to 4 and having Joker learn the stealth dash ability. But despite all the fanfare, Ryuji still wants to help out his old team become a bit less dysfunctional, to teach them all the new things he's learning with Joker and his new group of friends. He isn't sure how, but it's something to sleep on while we look for a new spot to train. We meet Ryuji at the usual spot at school, but today's going to be proved somewhat unusual. We're going to Central Street in Shibuya not to eat ramen or to find hearts to steal, but to train at the Protein Lovers Gym. Now, we already talked about why Ryuji likes this place because of the price and location due to his home situation, so let's just head inside. Some time passes and we find Ryuji hunched over, catching his breath and coughing, all tuckered out from the workout. Ryuji's form is coming back, but without his old stamina, he's hit another wall. As he grapples with that, someone calls Ryuji's name off from screen left. And to our surprise, it's someone he's familiar with. It's Akita-senpai. As we're able to glean, Akita is, and I guess, was Ryuji Sr., the de facto leader of the track team before he graduated the year before. If you'd allow me to get ahead of myself for just a second, we all know that Ryuji has a general disdain for authority, and we rarely see him use any kind of Japanese honorifics to refer to other people. Perhaps this is just circumstantial. He can't be afforded many opportunities to refer to people as a senior, given that he's been kicked off the track team and all of his close friends, past and present, are on the same grade level as him. Even when some of our other senior classmates joined the Phantom Thieves, they dispense with all the formalities and honorifics, encouraging overly polite people like Makoto, Haru, and Yoshizawa to be a bit more frank within our company. After all, over politeness and anarcho-legalist phantom thievery don't exactly go hand in hand. How can we hope to reform society if we choose to play by its rules? Or so Ryuji might say and often do. Be that as it may, this is the only time where Ryuji chooses to be formal and use honorifics like senpai to refer to someone else, letting us the clear connotation that Akita is someone special to Ryuji, someone that he clearly respects, and as we continue, he's almost certainly someone that Ryuji admires as a leader. Thinking about that for a second, the reason why Ryuji might idealize Akita as a senpai might be due to his home situation too. For all intents and purposes, the track team was Ryuji's home away from home, the only place where Ryuji felt as though he truly belonged. While his home life remained unknown to them for a time, he had friends who would cheer him on and support him, the only logical thing for Ryuji to do is point to make good on all that kindness that they showed him throughout the years. Thus, we have the reasons to why he's still concerned about his toxic teammates, and why he refers to Akita as a senpai. As the two converse, we can glean from Ryuji's conversation that the two share a mutual respect for each other, born out of grief, and how one failed the other. Unlike Takeshi and Nakaoka, Akita doesn't bring up Ryuji's family, and instead asks him how his leg's healing. This thing causes them both to recall their slothful failings, and the weird butterfly effect it caused for the track team. Akita tells us that as he was close to graduating, Ryuji became his successor as the track's up-and-coming star. This was around the time that Kamoshida was hired and began abusing the track team, beginning to hang their letters of recommendation all over their heads. Akita was supposed to receive a letter of recommendation from Kamoshida, but as you can probably guess, Kamoshida had no intention of giving him or his kohai such clemency. Right as Akita was about to graduate with honors and his letter of recommendation, Ryuji then slugged Kamoshida. While Akita was able to join his university's track team without Kamoshida's blessing, the fallout of that decision was palpable, with Akita just collecting his diploma and moving on because of what Ryuji did. Akita admits that his decision to remain slothful and to worry about his own future at the behest of his former teammates was the wrong choice to make in retrospect. As the senior leader of the track team, Akita should have stood up to Kamoshida, not Ryuji, and his senior says as much. It's one of his biggest regrets, setting a poor example for his team at all, possibly giving Kamoshida even more reason to abuse the track team, knowing that no one else is going to stand up to him. Given this tidbit of information on how they each failed each other as kohai and senpai, it follows that Ryuji wouldn't want to make that mistake either. It might be due to this incident of failing what was effectively his family that Ryuji seems to have developed a bit of a complex, one that involved an instinctual drive to be a mentor and a teacher to his teammates, not for his own benefit, but for theirs. So, in the third semester, far into the future, when Yoshizawa formally joins the team and is about to go into mementos for the first time with the thieves, Ryuji offers to teach her everything about being a phantom thief and the cognitive world. This offer from Ryuji of wanting to mentor Yoshizawa as her phantom thief senpai makes sense given his personal history and previous failings to help his former teammates. Here's an opportunity to teach a greenhorn about the things that Ryuji is actually pretty good at, and failing that, it gives Yoshizawa the courtesy of protecting her when she's ambushed by shadows and separated from the party.
Not on my watch!
Though this opportunity to mentor Yoshizawa is shot down by Morgana and Futaba because the game's writers just hate Ryuji.
Why? Why wouldn't it be me?
What? The intent still remains, is what I'm trying to say. We have a new member of the team who, by all accounts, seems overly demure, soft-spoken, and reserved. Of course, Ryuji's going to try and want to change the attitude to give Yoshizawa some amount of confidence by teaching her to cut to the chase. No more honorifics and no more overly polite bullshit. Now, that's not to say that Yoshizawa doesn't have it takes to be a phantom thief, but given Ryuji's prior experiences, he's found success by being a loud and obnoxious troublemaker, realizing that doing away with everyone's expectations of him grants him the ability to freely pursue his own goals and take down shitty adults. Funny how some of those lessons could easily be applied to Yoshizawa's desire for personal growth, but that's a discussion for another video far in the future that, depending on when you're watching this video, may already be available via a link in the description for you to check out. But anyway, speaking of the future, Akira tells us that he has heard some good news. The track team is being reinstated due to all the drama and fallout from Kamoshida's confession.
For real?
Indeed, Ryuji, it is for real. All that good and hard work in Kamoshida's palace might be finally paying off after all for Ryuji's teammates. But, as you might expect, we merely cut off the head of the Hydra, as another abusive asshole coach named Yamauchi aims to take his place. Akira and Ryuji both acknowledge that he was the Starscream to Kamoshida's Megatron. He's a mini Kamoshida, and with the OG head honcho gone, this vindictive lapdog is looking to use the track team for his own benefits like his old boss once did. Akira doesn't see this as a problem, as the track team's back together now. All's well that ends well and all that kind of thing. But Ryuji is still very concerned for his team. According to Ryuji, Yamauchi is as two-faced as Kamoshida. He'd berate the track team during practice and then immediately turn around and play the angel when the parents are around. To top it all off, Yamauchi doesn't even teach PE, rightfully making Ryuji suspicious of his true intentions. Before showering and heading home, Ryuji lets us know that he's going to look into this some more. Something sketchy is definitely afoot. His gut says as much. And so, Ryuji can't exactly be thrilled about the prospect of his team finally getting back together. He knows that Joker's got his back too, and is thrilled when we say as much. All that's left to do now is wait until Ryuji uncovers something, and given how driven he's been thus far about helping out his old team, I suspect we'll see something very soon. We once again find Ryuji hanging out in the stairwell after school, and by the sound of it, Ryuji managed to get some dirt on Yamauchi. We can confirm a few things, such as the fact that, despite coaching the track team, he doesn't care about the sport or even his students, only his personal glory. All this is sounding pretty familiar, except, unlike Kamoshida, Yamauchi has an easily exploitable weakness. His vice of choice is different. Instead of lusting after high school girls, Yamauchi's a pisshead, an alcoholic whose drinking habits have gotten in trouble with the school before. Despite that, he has yet to put a stop to it all. Now, it doesn't need to be said that the idea of an abusive alcoholic lording over his former teammates isn't an appetizing thought to Ryuji, given the history with his father and Kamoshida. If anything, this guy now combines the worst of Ryuji's abusers, Kamoshida's vainglory and his father's abuse of alcohol, all nicely rolled in with a singular shitty person taking advantage of a power vacuum that his boss left for him. An immensely frustrating situation, but by now, Ryuji's learned to control his anger, and within that, he's found a way to exploit Yamauchi's love of booze for our gain. Ryuji comes up with the idea of telling Yamauchi to his favorite watering hole, and seeing if he lets something slip while his inhibitions are practically non-existent. A good plan, and a facet of drunkenness that Ryuji is no doubt familiar with. The trick is finding out where he goes to drink, which Ryuji needs to dig up some more info for. So, until he does, we might as well go train in the school courtyard. After stepping outside, we hear some yelling in the distance, and upon following it to its source, we find Nakaoka, Takeshi, and the track team in a bit of a scuffle. The issue at hand here is that Yamauchi is already doing what Kamoshida did before. He's spreading rumors to divide up the track team to remove all the undesirables. It's as we suspected over ramen with Ryuji just a few Confidant arc ranks ago. They're already tearing each other apart at the slightest provocation. This time, Yamauchi told Takeshi that Nakaoka was the Mishima of the track team. He was apparently the vector which Kamoshida would spread rumors about the team, and then use those rumors to blackmail and belittle them for his own satisfaction. This also included rumors about Ryuji's parents, but now Ryuji couldn't really give less of a shit about that kind of stuff. Of course, he's gonna try and break up this all too familiar situation and press X to doubt. If they're truly teammates who stuck together even after Kamoshida dissolved the team, and even after Ryuji fucked up their whole futures, there's literally no more need for more Kafkaesque fighting. Joker backs Ryuji up by saying that they should trust Nakaoka, a thought that Ryuji definitely appreciates. To use Ryuji's words, they have been training for frickin' ever, and now that the track team's back in action, there's no need to throw anyone else under the bus. They all should just trust each other implicitly now. All that suffering can still be worth something after all. Ryuji, after learning to control his temper for the betterment of both himself and others, walks over and then puts himself squarely in between Takeshi and Nakaoka, trying to defuse the situation. Even when they try threatening to beat him up, Ryuji does not move, pulling on his own experiences to explain to Takeshi that he's going to regret swinging at him, that Ryuji of all people would know what it's like to be saddled with that kind of guilt. Ryuji, after all, once let that guilt define him, but now he thinks it's best to let bygones be bygones, encouraging his former teammates to do exactly the same. Kamoshida's gone, and the track team is back together now. The place where they all could vent their frustrations is back, and they can start running once more. They all scoff at Ryuji's optimism and walk away, leaving Nakaoka with us. Nakaoka then poses a question to Ryuji, that if he really was the guy who leaked all the info about his parents, would he still be okay with such things? This gives Ryuji some pause as he considers those words, and he finishes the thought with a, yeah. Ryuji's over that kind of petty trauma with his parents, due in part to an epiphany that he's had while hanging out with Joker and his new team. Hanging on to the past isn't going to fix anything, and now that Ryuji's freed himself from that kind of guilt, he can focus on being himself, and to use Ryuji's words, focus on being free. Nakaoka gets all cynical about Ryuji's response, much like his teammates, but considers his words before walking away. Ryuji then turns to Joker, asking him if he knew what he meant by being free, with Joker responding with an absolutely. Now, this is all very, very confusing, of course, but then again, as we established, Ryuji isn't great at expressing complex emotions due to various reasons, and while it's hard to nail down what he means by being free, the closest explanation Ryuji offers us is that true freedom occurs when he's hanging out with Joker. Through us, Ryuji's been able to find alternate ways to solve his problems, and speaking about them freely with their unwavering support. This freedom Ryuji is speaking about is merely him trying to express gratitude to Joker for being a good friend. Before, he wasn't able to express such emotions, getting all caught up in the drama of saving face for both his team and his future as a track star. There's also the matter of his abusive dad likely having a short fuse, calling for Ryuji to monitor his own behavior around him as not to piss him off. Thus, to Ryuji, being free is being best bros with Joker, plain and simple. Having finally explained his new convictions to both to his past and present teammates, Ryuji is now able to transfer this lesson into the metaverse, with the Hudson Recover ability. This ability gives Ryuji both the chance and the ability to cure all status ailments from his teammates while in combat by walking up to them and smacking them with a paper fan, or a Hudson.
Hang in there!
This is an excellent translation from Sword of Gameplay. Ryuji's loyalty and appreciation for his new group of friends is on full display with this ability, by giving him the ability to detox them from all manner of ailments, allowing them to focus on the task at hand. This loyal outlook is reflected when Ryuji calls us as we head back to LeBlanc for the day. While reflecting on the whole situation with Nakaoka, Joker, well, makes a joke about how his former teammate should just punch back at Ryuji. Ryuji is, of course, freaked out by Joker's attempts at humor, saying how he's supposed to be the pacifist one here and all. Back on topic though, this mere joke was only a segue to give Ryuji further perspective on how to deal with Yamauchi without violence. Just like we did with Kamoshida, the only way to truly fix everything with the track team is to get rid of him. We have to expose him for the venatatious liar that he is, and it must be done through subterfuge. Before hanging up, Ryuji tells Joker that he's going to do a full investigation of Yamauchi, which actually has some real ramifications for how his Confidant functions, which is what we're going to talk about next. In order to initiate rank 7 for Ryuji's Confidant arc and to stake out the watering hole where that pisshead Yamauchi likes to go drink, Joker has to wait for Ryuji to text him at night on these specific dates. Got it? Alright, moving on. Ryuji will then text Joker that he's found Yamauchi's spot at a Manju restaurant in Tsukushima, then asks us to infiltrate the place like a normal customer and eavesdrop on them. Upon sitting down and doing what Joker does best, hiding both face and mind, we confirm a few things about Yamauchi. He's definitely an alcoholic and uniquely privileged too. By that I mean, in his college days, he was able to rent on a yacht for the weekend solely for the purpose of getting shit-faced. Like Kamoshida, he's a frat boy, and seems to idealize this part of his past, refusing to let go and face reality. As the conversation continues, they immediately start talking about how this is Yamauchi's chance to fill the power vacuum that Kamoshida left. All they need to do is do a quick PR stunt for Shujin. They talk about trashing the entire volleyball team, which would effectively mean canceling and invalidating all the victims of Kamoshida's abuse who endured it all for the slimmest of chances of getting a letter of recommendation. That's already ruthless enough, but he keeps going. Yamauchi wants to play the part of the caring new advisor, pressuring all the former members of the volleyball team to join the track team or else. From the outside, he'll look like an angel, putting all those victims together for a second shot at a successful future. It's the same kind of shit we heard at the hotel buffet when we started this whole Phantom Thievery stuff in the first place.
It's all about how you frame it. You've got to cater to the idiotic public.
It's all about reframing legitimate tragedy to benefit his own reputation. Of course, Yamauchi has no plans to direct and resurrect the track team with the care that it needs after Kamoshida disbanded it. He plans on hiring a puppet who he will blackmail into doing all the hard work while he, as their advisor, takes all the credit. This blackmail also extends to the students and his desire to run the track team of all the undesirables. In the last part of Ryuji's Confidant arc, we talked about how Yamauchi is now using the rumor mill to get the students to turn on each other, and it's here where we figure out why. His current target is Takeshi, and while he is a poor athlete, his parents are apparently rich, and his mother's part of the Parent-Teacher Association in Sujin. It's also implied that he's the pawn that Yamauchi's picked to ensure his plan is successful. He has Takeshi sow discord throughout the entire track team through the rumor mill, in exchange for him being the team's captain, clearing out all of those who would stand in the way and schmoozing with his mother and her benefactors. Yamauchi even goes as far as to imply that if Takeshi doesn't comply, he'll have an unfortunate accident at practice one day, like a certain blonde-haired delinquent once had. They soon get up to leave, with Ryuji sitting at the table opposite of us, beyond furious at what he just heard. The same events that brought the track team to its knees are going to repeat themselves once again, but this time, Ryuji's not the target. One of his former friends and teammates is. This is a tough situation, and as Ryuji tries to grapple with how best to deal with Yamauchi, he comes to another epiphany about his time at the track team. The sport is inherently selfish to some degree or another. You have a team, for sure, but boiling down, it's all about running to get the fastest personal time. It's because of this that Ryuji, with the track team being his family and all, never really asked for help. Something that's certainly strange when you think about it a little bit. Everyone was inherently in it for themselves, and thus, if one of them brought up an issue that they were having, it was never really brought up once again or dealt with properly. This is remarkably sharp of Ryuji, but it does get even better. Ryuji recognizes that, sure, that they all had their own goals to achieve, but they all still ran, bled, and sweated together. He realizes that, because of them trying so hard, that inherent competition motivated Ryuji to run at all. Ultimately, Ryuji realizes that he cannot just turn the back on them now, as this commonality of suffering is something that they all share whether they like it or not. Only by freeing themselves from Yamauchi's grasp can they finally be free in the way that Ryuji understands that phrase. This is a remarkable amount of emotional intelligence coming from Ryuji, capped off with him being fully to explain his feelings to Joker. He has to process it as though he's running track again and tries to downplay it with a self-deprecating joke about being cool or not, but it's there, along with Ryuji's intentions for the track team and Yamauchi. Despite their past, Ryuji has to try and sway them and appeal to the past kinship as teammates, or else. With this new conviction and Joker's affirmation of Ryuji actually being cool, our bond deepens with him once more, allowing Joker to learn the Insta-kill ability. This ability allows Joker to be as fast and as headstrong as Ryuji is when pursuing his goals. Upon sprinting up to a weak shadow within the metaverse, Joker has a chance of immediately destroying it to save time, mirroring Ryuji's desire to deal with Yamauchi as fast as possible by cutting to the chase.
I'll reveal your true form.
This is further corroborated with his phone call to Joker back at the Blonde. If Ryuji doesn't hurry up and convince his former teammates that they're about to be Yamauchi's puppets while taking care not to push the envelope too hard, they're all screwed. Joker encourages Ryuji to have faith in them and then heads inside for the night. We once again find Ryuji in the usual spot at school. This time though, he stands resolute and grounded, somewhat aware of his own abilities and limitations now. Ryuji knows that he's not clever, the type to come up with a master plan to save the day. So he's going to spill the beans about Yamauchi the only way he knows how, by being extremely blunt. In order to stay cool and keep his cool, Ryuji pulls Joker to the courtyard for backup in order to avoid truly embarrassing himself in front of his friend. He then invites his teammates to listen in on the conversation Yamauchi had at the manja place Joker visited last time to eavesdrop on that particular conversation. Ryuji recorded the entire conversation from Joker's phone, and it rocks the worlds of Takeshi and Nakaoka. Takeshi can't believe that he wasn't promoted to captain on the team based on merit, but as a way for Yamauchi to line his own pockets and reputation through his mother. According to Takeshi, this was his goal all along, to be good enough to be the captain of the track team, but Ryuji and Nakaoka were always clearly better at the sport than him. Now that it's revealed that Takeshi's promotion and possible letter of recommendation was nothing more than the result of backroom politics, he becomes incredibly dejected. And being manipulated to go after his teammates as per Yamauchi's grand designs, he was effectively equating his worth and all of his possible past to a bright potential future to track, going with whatever Yamauchi says was just. Takeshi then goes on about if his parents or society doesn't see him as useful, how can he then be proud of himself? Even if his whole existence is being that of a puppet for the powers that be, at least have a place to belong, right? Well, wrong, rather obviously. Nobody's successes and future happiness, be it Joker's, Ryuji's, Nakaoka's, or Takeshi's, none of that shit should be intrinsically tied to any sense of social propriety. It should be absurd to expect anyone standing here to betray and backstab each other, calling for everyone within society to maximize each other's suffering just to climb the social ladder. Until this very moment, that was the norm and the future for the track team. But thankfully, Ryuji's going to stop the buck here by pulling from his own personal experiences. Every single facet of his life has been literally just pain and suffering. Until recently, Ryuji thought it best to appeal to the powers that be to try and cling to whatever modicum of success he could scrounge up. He never lived for himself. That was, right up until he told Captain Kid to blast Kamoshida away. This is the lesson that Ryuji is now driven to impart upon his former teammates, that being free is finding a certain kinship in your desire to live for yourself and for your own happiness. Ryuji then goes on to say that he understands more than anyone else that wanting to find a place to fit in within society is scary at first, but in its own way, being an outsider does have its own perks. He credits this realization partially to Joker, who helps Ryuji realize that lying to yourself to find success and happiness isn't worth it. It's another testament to our positive influence over Ryuji's life and his desire to be a better person. However, we truly can't save Ryuji from saying dumb shit. So when he offers to make peace with his teammates by having them slug him, they do it without hesitation. Well, this might seem a bit tone deaf for Ryuji given his background, but in choosing not to fight back while his teammates lay into him, shows that he's grown some degree of control over his violent impulses. It's a common misconception about this part of his story. The point of this confrontation with Takeshi and Nakaoka wasn't about Ryuji refusing to defend himself. It's about how he's vowing to choose not to see conflict when it's not necessarily needed. The Yosuke Hanamura solution to personal grudges does work to solve all the problems with the track team for Ryuji. Everyone can finally start putting everything behind them, with Ryuji taking full responsibility for both screwing everything up and then painstakingly taking measures to fix it back up again. Within his mind, he kinda deserved the hell of his teammates gave him. When asking Joker if he looked cool or not, resisting all the punches that his teammates were throwing at him, Joker gives a sarcastic answer of no, of which the two laugh off together. In this moment of levity, we see how our mere presence is forcing Ryuji to be a cooler and better person. By just standing here, we inspire Ryuji to be cool, meaning that he was able to finally wrap up all this drama for good this time, as competently and as quickly as he could just by enduring it all. Speaking of enduring, Ryuji learns the endure skill at this point of his Confidant arc.
Alright.
This is another skill that Ryuji can apply as a Phantom Thief while in combat, as it gives him a chance of surviving an otherwise fatal blow with 1 HP remaining.
Oh, Ryuji!
This ability obviously loses the beating that he just received, and Ryuji's ability to refuse and resist to see his goals through. He got the track team to make up, and sure, he got hurt in the process, but if this ability is anything to go off of, Ryuji is nothing if not stubborn to see such things through to the end, even if it means suffering a little twinge of pain or a slug to the jaw. As we get back to the blonde, Ryuji is still hurting from the beating, but is satisfied with the way that everything worked out. Much to the effect that your muscles would feel sore after a nice workout. It's a satisfying sort of pain. Something to be proud of. Ryuji has put them back on the right path for now, and finally he can rest easy, basking in his success, which is exactly what we're going to talk about next. At the start of Rank 9, Ryuji wants to talk to us again over some manga, and by the sounds of things, it's very urgent. After completely devouring our meal, Ryuji offers to pay, but in classic Ryuji fashion, he forgot his wallet at home. Already off to a great start there, bud. I jest, but this sets the tone for the upcoming conversation. Ryuji, with the biggest, happiest, and dumbest smile on his face, relates to his bro that he got a text from Takeshi. The new track team finally called Yamauchi's bluff and started practicing without him, with the best part being that this seems to be working. They're also trying to get the coach that Kamoshida forced out to become the head coach once again, which also seems to be working too. Ryuji is of course very happy that his former teammates, once changed to the whims and expectations of adults, are finally choosing to take their own futures into their own hands. In fact, this future might even involve Ryuji back on the track team. Indeed, they've offered to have him rejoin the team. This is great news, but Ryuji seems a little bit apprehensive about joining once more. Joker, who's gotten to know Ryuji rather well, basically takes the words right out of his mouth by telling him not to rejoin the team. Ryuji says that, of course, he wasn't going to do so in the first place, and while the offer is indeed nice, he has since moved on with his life. He once belonged there on the track team at some point, but something or another has given Ryuji some perspective as he now seems to be placing a higher value on his work as a Phantom Thief than reclaiming all his past glory with his former teammates. As for why Ryuji has made such a decision, Ryuji cites Joker as having a major influence on his choices to leave his old life behind. Ryuji remembers back to when Joker first started at Sujin, and more specifically, when all the rumors were flying all over the place about Joker being some kind of violent criminal psychopath. Despite obviously being framed and convicted on false charges of assault, and all those rumors being perpetuated by Kamoshida, Joker kept his cool. He was able to endure Kamoshida's rumor mill by simply being stoic in how he carried himself from day to day. This is in strong juxtaposition to Ryuji, who comparatively was the complete opposite of the kind of cool, calm, and collected person Joker was perceived to be by his peers and by Ryuji. We've seen Ryuji constantly get mad at the slightest provocation brought up against him. And yes, while those sorts of conniptions were often justifiable, if Joker wasn't there to temper Ryuji's anger, such as when he ran to Kamoshida's office to try and slug him in the face, he would have been in even deeper shit and unable to truly help anyone as a Phantom Thief. Ryuji acknowledges that this is why people get pulled to Joker as opposed to, say, someone like Ryuji. It's this ability for Joker to just decide who and what he wants to be that Ryuji finds extremely admirable. Ryuji's whole takeaway from this is that whatever you decide to be, that's where you belong, a sentiment that Joker already knows to be true.
Hey!
This coolness is a trait of Joker's that Ryuji was hoping to emulate as he dragged us from place to place throughout his whole arc, doing his best to communicate and flatter us regarding how much he values Joker as a friend. All the talk we've heard through Ryuji's Confidant arc about being free was ultimately just him grappling with his differences to Joker, and how he was trying his best to use Joker as a way to improve himself by being cool, by being more like Joker. Now here at Rank 9, Ryuji starts to look back in retrospect at his life with respect to what he's learned so far, and comes up with quite the wise conclusion. Ryuji explains that before he met Joker, he was always making excuses and blaming others as to why he couldn't fit in. It was either his dad, Kamoshida, or even the track team. Ryuji then calls himself a loser for blaming them, which does seem a little weird, seeing as though they all ruined his life, but it's not as if Ryuji is absolving them of all their misdeeds. He's simply saying that he could have worked to pursue his own true inner self, instead of wearing all these different false personas as was expected of him to do. Ryuji, now in retrospect, realizes that the issue was trying to make himself fit into these groups, and in doing so, he often had to fundamentally change who and what he was to meet their expectations, when in reality, he should have set those expectations and standards himself.
Stop looking down on me with that stupid smile on your face!
Being the best person that Ryuji could be should have been his goal all along, and in finally finding himself, Best Boy realizes that so long as he is unapologetically himself, the loyal and kind-hearted Ryuji Sakamoto, he'll always have somewhere to belong to. His work with Joker and the rest of the Phantom Thieves have taught him as such. While everything is certainly not as it once was, his leg's still busted and his agility stat is still trashy after all, but now Ryuji's preferring to count his blessings over his curses. The place that he's in now as a phantom thief and as Joker's best bro is pretty damn good, all things considered, with Ryuji being truly glad that he's finally found somewhere where he belongs, and in doing so, a place where he can be unapologetically himself. Of course, Joker's equally as glad as Ryuji to reach such a conclusion. Now though, where do we stand with Ryuji as his best bro? Well, Ryuji tries to wax philosophical about Joker's relationship to us as a friend and comrade by saying that we're either going to stand at his side or in front of him. As per usual with Ryuji, this falls under the category of him failing to describe what he's really thinking about and expressing his feelings adequately enough. Luckily for us, the skill Ryuji learns after advancing to this rank of his Confidant arc informs us of what he truly means. After sufficiently growing our bond with Ryuji, Best Boy learns the Protect skill, which has Ryuji being the ultimate bro by enabling to shield Joker from an otherwise favorable attack. In practicality, when this skill gets procced, Ryuji fucking throws himself between the attacker and Joker, kicking Joker out of the way and taking the fatal blow that was meant for his bro. An excellent translation from Sword to gameplay, once more showing how grateful Ryuji is to Joker for having him see things differently. Now, while body blocking deadly attacks, with Ryuji being willing to sacrifice himself to save Joker's life might seem a bit extreme, this give and take attitude was always prevalent with Ryuji's character. He's done this before. Swinging at Kamoshida before he broke his leg was one such event, with the other being when he told Joker to leave him behind when they were both in prison at Kamoshida's castle. However, the difference between that initial bit of selflessness then and now is that Ryuji saw himself as a failure not worthy of saving. All the selfless actions we've seen Ryuji take from the start of the game up until now wasn't necessarily selflessness as much as it was Ryuji acting in vain. He acted selfishly because he felt as though he was worthless. A martyr who's fit only to be traded so that someone else more worthy than him might be able to live and prosper in his stead. As Ryuji has grown through his persona awakening and through his entire Confidant arc thus far, this selfless attitude has definitely changed since then. Before that moment, mostly everything Ryuji has said or every action that he's taken has always involved a give and take. Every single relationship that he had in his life was a transactional one, in a I scratch your back and then you scratch mine sort of way. While vestiges of this trait Ryuji possesses will still remain long after we're done with his Confidant arc, this has always been his world. With his dad abusing him and his mother, Ryuji made it his personal mission to show her how much he loved and appreciated his mother by buying her a stuffed animal. While Ryuji's team was unjustly suffering as a result of the senpai leaving and because of Kamoshida in general, he tried to endure it all and failed, with the transaction of said failure being the loss of his leg and the trust of his teammates. Ryuji planned to try and win them all back by exposing Kamoshida, and we did that and then some, as we've seen so far, but now Ryuji's of a different mind. Instead of being ruled by all his failures, Ryuji now has a purpose outside of just blind and vapid martyrdom whose death or abject suffering will, in some twisted way, allow him to reclaim what was once his. He's a phantom thief now, and after learning to take more measured responses both regarding his temper and how he conducts himself from Joker, he can now channel those feelings in a more productive manner. In doing so, he now knows that he wants to save and protect Joker, not because his past is telling him that he should be obligated to do so, but because he's deciding of his own volition that there's no other place that he'd rather choose to be than at the side of his closest bro. We should all be so lucky to have such a friend who's always got our back no matter what. Better still, Ryuji's gonna keep trying to improve himself through training for our sake, saying to Joker that he's gonna show him speed so lightning fast it'll be practically invisible. Speaking of people disappearing at the speed of light, Ryuji calls us once we're outside the blonde to give us another update on Yamauchi. He's done, and has been ousted from the school, completely discredited thanks to Ryuji giving the track team a push in the right direction. Now with the track team banding together to pursue their own goals and solve their own problems with any amount of infighting, we can finally leave all the running to them now. Content with the impact he's made, Ryuji offers to take us out for some ramen the next time we see him as a toast to our success and to the track team's future being brighter than it's ever been. All of which we'll talk about Ryuji's final entry of his Confidant arc at rank 10. Now for the 10th and final time, we once again find Ryuji at school hanging outside the stairwell feeding for some ramen. This time, however, he's more upbeat than he's ever been, and as we take our seats at his favorite ramen bar, he explains why.
This is a perfect way to refill after some training. By the way, the track team's up and running again. Yamauchi got taken down pretty quick. You know Takeishi's mom is the PTA pres, right? He told her everything. After that, she came storming in with the other parents and forbid the whole scouting plan. Oh, wish I could have seen the look on Yamauchi's face. I mean, the school can't ignore the PTA. And as a result, the track team's back. Our old coach is filling in for now. Man, it serves that dick right. What a great feeling. I think they might even go far in the meet.
After taking so many losses in his life, Ryuji can finally rejoice and laugh at someone else's failings for once. Finally, Ryuji can know and feel the meaning of Schadenfreude, all the while enjoying some of his favorite food with his bestest bro. Still though, after scarfing down all those slimy yet tasty noodles, there's still a hint of awkward tension within the air.
To tell the truth, I was scared of facing those guys straight up. I couldn't stand how much they hated me. It only just made me think of how stupid I was. Most of all, it made me remember how I lost my place with him. Hey, this ain't like me, but I managed to change because you were here helping me. I got you all wrapped up in this shit, but you stayed with me till the bitter end. You didn't abandon me, so thanks, man.
This tension from Ryuji comes from recalling how much everyone hated him, including his teammates, reminding him of how his stupid and impulsive actions caused the relationships to become strained. While they might have been right to be angry with Ryuji and his poor temper, they were not right to abandon him to watch him stew in his suffering. They knew Ryuji personally and is passable enough, and yet they all thought the best course of action was to shame and isolate Ryuji, when they all really should have been giving them the most basic of courtesies inherent to friends and comrades. They should have had Ryuji's back when he lost it all, and even well before that. This is why Ryuji has grown so fond of Joker. Ryuji's life has always been defined by others failing him, and Joker thus far has been the only one to change that seemingly immutable facet of his life. Ryuji dragged us around everywhere all over Tokyo and into some old drama of his, but Joker stuck with him until the very end. Reflecting on how weird it was for the buck to finally stop for him here, and with a victory nonetheless, Ryuji says the following about how funny life can be.
It's funny, huh? This started out as us training for the Phantom Thieves. How'd it end up like this? Either way, it's my turn now. If anything comes up, you tell me. I'll help you with whatever you need.
I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of the chariot, granting thee infinite power.
All right.
Our last few words in our last conversation with Ryuji in his Confidant arc ends up with him forming a blunt oath with Joker, turning his original vow to help us expose Kamoshida into a more permanent promise. Wherever Joker goes, Ryuji will be there to have his back like the truest of friends should. This further solidifies the initial formation of Ryuji's pact with Joker, as it was promised and implied that despite breaking the chains that held his heart and thus his persona captive, Ryuji still had plenty of room to grow and to strengthen his heart further. Ryuji's awakening to Captain Kidd was merely the formation of Ryuji's rebellion to lead him to further strength, the first step to further power. With this blood oath, and through helping Ryuji work through his personal issues, we've broken the yoke of Ryuji's heart, the mechanism that was restraining him, holding him back from reaching his true power. Like most of Ryuji's Confidant ranks, he's always learned a new skill that translated well from his dealings with the track team, and rank 10 is no exception. Now unlocking the ultimate power of the Chariot Arcana, fully manifesting Ryuji's convictions of enjoying the simple fact that one of life's greatest blessings is the freedom to freely and fully pursue one's goals, his heart undergoes a transformation fitting of such a victory and an understanding of himself.
My new power!
Alright.
Ryuji has his second persona awakening, with Captain Kidd transforming into Satan Taisei, the Japanese translation of the Chinese name of the Monkey King himself of classical Asian legend, Sun Wukong, one of the key characters from the Chinese classical novel Journey to the West. As is so often the case with the Persona series, Wukong's needs and overall character arc within the classical novel itself share many commonalities with Ryuji's dealings within the plot of the game and his Confidant arc, as well as Ryuji's overall personality. Just like the captain himself, Ryuji went from being someone who went from being oppressed and betrayed by the powers that be, being propped up like some monster in a cautionary tale, to running roughshod over literal gods for shits and giggles with no regard for the rules, choosing to give Satan Taisei a wide berth due to how powerful he grows to be within the novel. Most of Journey to the West deals with Buddhist themes, touching upon the seeking of enlightenment, of which Wukong is constantly painted as the heel to those themes within the first 7 chapters. In fact, his true name, when translated from Chinese to English, basically means commoner enlightened to nothing, with the same name often being translated as aware of vacuity. This is due to Sun being a common Chinese surname and Wukong being a Buddhist name meaning, well, enlightened to emptiness. For the Monkey King himself, and thus for Ryuji, this is a dig about how they both have no sense of boundaries or propriety, as Sun Wukong constantly has no chill and pissing off almost every single key religious figure within the Buddhist and Taoist pantheon with reckless abandon, with Ryuji also having no regard by playing by Kamoshida's rules, only his own. This also mirrors Ryuji's whole delinquent attitude and sense of fashion, which he picked for himself, as so did Wukong pick his name in an attempt to impress and annoy others, specifically stuffy old gods. Sitten Taisei is the Japanese translation of the Chinese name Sitten Dasheng, which translates to equaling having great sage, a title that Sun Wukong arrogantly created for himself after trying to win the respect of the heavens by force after single-handedly beating all of their armies and gods. As for his personality, Wukong is remarkably fickle, being almost as loudmouthed and impulsive as Ryuji. Within the 3rd chapter of Journey to the West, after sorting through piles upon piles of magical weapons gifted to him by the Dragon of the East Sea, which failed to meet his personal standards, he settles on the Jingu Ban, a large iron pillar that is deceptively heavy, weighing about 8,000 kilograms, and can, by the will of Wukong, change its own size and length. While it can kill and wound most gods, it's still a remarkably simple weapon that the Monkey King chose for himself to match both his strength and power, especially so when he was given the chance of taking more exotic weapons for himself. However, this weapon does play to his strengths, and might actually show up Ryuji's poor agility. In reality, one of the key advantages of fighting with a staff is that it's essentially an extremely long stick, which allows us to be able to parry, riposte, and strike while keeping their opponents at a safe distance. Funny that we mentioned this famous weapon too, as it's actually a weapon that Ryuji can wield within Persona 5 and use in combat, with the weapon itself giving Ryuji the passive skill of Auto Tarakaja, boosting Ryuji's attack power at the start of combat. An overt connection to Ryuji's second persona, but the direct references stop here. As we know, Sitten Taisei is part of the Chariot Arcana in Persona 5, and as you might expect, knowing these aspects about the Monkey King himself, he has a tendency to be a mischievous and blunt idiot while he pursues his own goals as both a delinquent and a troublemaker. All this to say that before his imprisonment by the Buddha, Wukong was a fucking maverick. The incident that could partly allude to his association with Ryuji's Confidant arc and his experiences within the track team could easily be the one time the Kings of Hell came to collect his soul. Wukong, being the mischievous maverick that he is, found a loophole to upset the balance of life and death by erasing his name and his fellow monkey subjects off the ledges of the Book of Life and Death. This alludes to Ryuji and the Phantom Thieves changing Kamoshida's heart in the main plot of the game, and how Joker and Ryuji worked to replace him with the guy he ousted within his Confidant arc, thus avoiding a certain social death by being expelled from Sujin altogether, and thus preventing all other members of the track team from being manipulated ever again. Wukong was also constantly striving to prove himself as an equal to the gods, as can be gathered by his constant fights with basically every single major figure within the Buddhist and Taoist pantheon, with his quest for immortality. These guys tried to placate Wukong on multiple occasions by giving him positions within heaven's bureaucracy, but upon learning that the position that they gave him was the lowest one upon the heavenly totem pole, being only given to him because he was both a monkey and thought of as being an idiot, Wukong wasn't about to let this discrimination stand and obliterated the armies of heaven. This once again alludes to how Ryuji and the thieves took down Kamoshida, despite being the laughingstocks and heels of the school society. All of these sacrilegious deeds are in line with the themes of Persona 5 as well, as mostly all the personas our party wields are mythological tricksters, rebels, and demons, figures who have been unjustly oppressed by society. Wukong is no different, as he's characterized within the first 7 chapters of Journey to the West. He is punished by Buddha himself, who then imprisons him under a mountain for 500 years for his insolence against the heavens. However, much like Persona 5, wherein Kamoshida's abuse of the school was already happening when Joker moved to Tokyo, and where Ryuji was the only person actively resisting him, this is where Wukong's role changes after the true protagonist of Journey to the West is introduced, a traveling monk by the name of Tripitaka. Within the novel, he is charged with traveling to the West, to India to retrieve the sacred Buddhist text. Powerless to defend himself from the demons in his way, Tripitaka is guided by the goddess of mercy, Guan Yin, into recruiting a party of traveling companions to help him complete his quest. He first encounters Sun Wukong trapped under the very same mountain that Buddha imprisoned him in. Tripitaka then offers to free the disgraced Monkey King if he repents and becomes Tripitaka's disciple, with the ultimate catch being that Wukong would have a magical band spot welded to his head, which the monk could squeeze at will to give Wukong a mind-splitting headache whenever he was out of line. While this method of punishment might seem pretty extreme, especially for a Buddhist monk, Wukong eventually learns to become more noble with his deeds involving measured and righteous violence while battling demons and traveling with Tripitaka, eventually reaching enlightenment, putting an end to his angry, greedy, and envious tendencies. This, for all intents and purposes, mirrors Ryuji's relationship to Joker as part of the Phantom Thieves. Tripitaka is Joker within this context, someone who helps Ryuji relieve himself of the mountainous amounts of crushing guilt Kamoshida has saddled Ryuji with. This often includes Joker forcefully intervening whenever Ryuji becomes short-sighted and ill-tempered, undermining our goals as thieves of hearts and Ryuji's own personal growth. All the while, Joker's being guided by spirits of mercy, being that of Lavenza of the Velvet Room, whose purpose is to guide and nurture humanity in the place between matter and mind.
What's up?
Once Ryuji was literally a disgraced and emaciated pirate lord, convicted of trumped-up charges, standing upon a ruined ghost ship with a busted leg, aimlessly wandering the seas. Now Ryuji, as literally being Sun Wukong, has ditched all those connotations apart from the other color palette in this evolution of Ryuji's heart. In stark contrast to Captain Kidd, Sitten Taisei has cultivated some muscle mass, being anything but an emaciated skeleton, with the most telling and interesting part of Captain Kidd's design missing from Sitten Taisei's. Ryuji's persona no longer has a brace around his right leg, meaning that Ryuji, in his literal heart of hearts, doesn't perceive his injury as a personal hazard to him anymore. He's finally free of all his guilt and shame that the pain of his injury caused him, mirroring all the personal growth and loose ends Ryuji's tied up within his own Confidant arc.
In striving to be free and encouraging his former teammates to do the same, Ryuji has found some satisfaction and ultimately some peace to focus on more important shit, to use his words. Truly reflecting both the spirit of the Chariot Arcana and Ryuji's emancipation from his past, Satan Taisei retains some of that punk rock energy with his haircut, and with the cloud that he now stands upon. In the context of the Chariot Arcana representing the freedom to freely pursue one's goals, Satan Taisei is no longer bound to the earth or the seas by a broken leg or a ghost ship, aimlessly drifting about the oceans of the world. He surfs and flies around upon an angry pet storm cloud, reflecting his ability to go wherever he wants, being completely unbound by anyone's expectations except those of his own. In this manner, Satan Taisei's cloud functions much like Arsene's thief cape, which as depicted within Persona 5 is a pair of black demonic wings. Again, relating back to Joker's friendship with Ryuji. To both of them, it represents that they can go wherever they want freely, able to run wild to their heart's content, pissing off entire pantheons worth of gods and slaying demons all together as best bros while they're at it. Finally, to further cap off this new theme of abject freedom for Ryuji, we have Satan Taisei's haircut. Previously, whole facets and motifs of Ryuji's punk rock Fantathieves uniform were no doubt inspired by Captain Kidd being a spitting image of Ryuji himself. But now, Satan Taisei has ditched those punkish elements, save for one, his mohawk haircut, with a specific style being known as Liberty Spikes. This hairstyle partly takes inspiration from the spikes adorned upon the crown that sits upon the iconic Statue of Liberty's head, the very same effigy that stands in New York Harbor on Liberty Island, representing freedom and opportunity for all who gaze upon it, especially immigrants who come through the nearby Ellis Island, seeking new life as Americans escaping tyranny, free to pursue their own goals. Of course, punks like Ryuji would idolize and embrace such a symbol of freedom, but whereas Lady Liberty only has 7 spikes upon her head to represent the sunrise, and the 7 seas and continents, Satan Taisei has 9 spikes upon his head.
Count on it.
This is an extremely clever bit of detail involving Ryuji finally attaining the freedom, or rather the enlightenment that he's long craved. Within Buddhism, and more specifically Nichiren Buddhism, the number 9 is considered to be an extremely important number as it relates to the 9 consciousness, or the 9 senses. These senses relate to your original 5 senses, with the rest manifesting as you interact with the rest of the world around you, sharing a remarkable amount of commonality with Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud's theories regarding the subconscious mind and how one's personality forms. But, of course, it's all framed around the gaining and losing of karma. According to Buddha's teachings, what's stopping the attainment of happiness are unconscious attachments to a lesser self. The 9th and final conscious, known as the Buddha nature, forms the foundation for one's life. It is the Alma conscious, meaning the purest, and cannot be tarnished by any karmic energy from the previous 8 levels. Upon reaching the state of consciousness, it is said that one can truly coexist with all life forms. That is to say, in Persona Ben, in order to pursue your own true inner self, one must tap into this part of your subconscious, purging and then liberating yourself from your insignificant self in order to attain a higher state of being. Within the sect of Buddhism, the followers are taught that recognizing one's truest potential, the strengths of their heart, is crucial, and that one's potential has no true boundaries, and can be focused on the ultimate goal of achieving happiness through reaching enlightenment. Upon reaching this 9th stage of consciousness, this sect of Buddhists all recognize that you have the ability to overcome all the challenges of life. In developing this sort of mindfulness, one's journey will no longer face the challenge of one's own reactivity to negative events, being liberated from unnecessary mindsets, including dislikes, fears, and desires. Ultimately, by no longer being controlled by these negative illusions, we will no longer be trapped in the cycle of wishing for good things and wishing for bad things not to happen. We simply accept that mankind is not separate from the fundamental laws that govern the universe. We simply just exist and have to deal with it. To reach enlightenment, as the Buddha once did, we have to recognize that he did not attain freedom from suffering through rituals or his beliefs, but by practicing mindfulness and gaining awareness of his consciousness. To put that all back in Sakamoto Ben, upon reaching his goals, Ryuji has ditched all these negative emotions that were controlling his life. And while it is hilarious to think of Ryuji as the epitome of punk rock Buddhism, I really think that's what Ryuji's rebellious heart of hearts is trying to reflect here. This kid has had so many things taken from him. Those who are supposed to prop up and direct Ryuji towards success, demanding that they be the ones to define what success is, when, really, Ryuji should have defined that shit for himself. Now, at this very moment, such a thing has happened to Best Boy. Being completely emancipated from his past with the track team and from Kamoshida's legacy of abuse, Ryuji can now focus all his attention and energy into something that he actually loves doing with his best bro, stealing hearts and exposing shitty adults as Skull, Phantom Thief extraordinaire. With Kamoshida defeated and all those extra loose ends tied up for Ryuji the best that they can be, we're finally able to jump back into the metaverse and swat some more lies in the making. For Ryuji, that would entail applying his justice with no holds barred. As we come to expect from Ryuji, he can be rather headstrong and abrasive, especially when it comes to witnessing victims of abuse suffer unjustly. So, it begs to ask, what will Ryuji do when he hears and witnesses this fate, these crimes that are certainly all too familiar to him befall another person? Well, let's find out.
You're telling me we should just ignore how he's being treated horribly like the other pupils?
Regrounding ourselves once again within the main plot of the game, we're flagged down by Mishima after school, who has figured out that Joker was part of the Phantom Thieves. In response to this revelation, he created the Phantom Aficionado website, or Fansite for short, as a means to funnel requests for help to us directly. This resolve from Mishima is certainly fantastic, a good ending for someone who was strong-armed by Kamoshida into oppressing his peers, to now being one of our strongest allies for enacting our justice upon society as Thieves of Hearts. A fantastic tool to be sure, and one that we'll put into use the very next day, after realizing that we can't exactly go after big-wig targets with exam week coming up. Well, that's part of the reason anyway. Makoto Nijima, Shujin Student Council President, has become immediately suspicious of our group and how we kind of banded together after everything that happened with Kamoshida at school.
You just transferred here, though. I guess you two really click.
Alright, Nijima, I know you're jealous of the whole bromance between me and Ryuji, but have you ever considered that nobody fucking likes your prissy attitude? We'll talk about Makoto later, but for now, there's simply too much heat in our backs to do much of anything. So we're stuck doing small-time type thievery for now, but still that doesn't mean our efforts can't be fruitful. By using the request feature of Mishima's Fansite app, we're able to investigate and take down what would amount to minor offenders in a place within the cognitive world called Mementos, which, as Morgana explains, is the palace of the collective unconscious. In this weird twisted place that takes inspiration from Japan's underground train system, the public shadows have the potential to coalesce into corrupted desires, and if left unchecked, those desires can then become distorted enough to form more palaces themselves. It's our jobs as Phantom Thieves of Hearts to stop the problem at its source before they spiral out of control. One such request that we get is called Beware the Clinging Ex-Boyfriend. Someone's in need of the Phantom Thieves' aid to stop several incidents of stalking. As per the post on the fan site, the offender is someone by the name of Natsuko Nakanohara. After venturing deep into Mementos, we manage to confront his shadow, and before fighting, he incredulously informs us about the stalking incidents. As we can most certainly glean, he was dumped by his ex-girlfriend and wouldn't stop harassing her, not being able to let sleeping dogs lie. This caused Nakanohara to feel as though he'd been wronged by her, treating as nothing more than a plaything, which in his mind gave him grounds to stalk her and harass her. Ryuji, of course, objects to that very notion given his prior experience with Kamoshida and the track team.
She's my property! I can do whatever I want with her! It's not like she didn't treat me like a plaything! What's wrong with me doing the same?
You can't treat someone like shit just because they did it to you! What a load of crap! We're gonna change the hearts of all the bastards like you!
This vicious cycle of vengeance and refusing any amount of culpability for any wrongdoing benefits nobody, only contributing to further suffering for all parties involved. An all too familiar concept to Ryuji, and something that he does try to communicate to this particular shadow. Still though, Nakanohara's reasons for stalking his ex in the first place might be a result of shit rolling downhill, making Nakanohara angry and bitter at our attempts to try and stop him instead of someone else.
There are millions of people far worse than me! What about Madarame? He stole everything from me, but you're letting him off the hook?
Madarame? What the hell's this guy going on about?
He drops a name, Madarame. While On in the situation is content with having Nakanohara see the error of his ways, the name drop piques Ryuji's interest, something that's compounded further as Nakanohara implies that he wasn't truly the perp here, but rather the victim of another abuse of power that drove him to this low point in his life.
Hold on, are you talking about that guy you mentioned earlier? Madarame?
I was afraid of being thrown away again, like some worthless thing.
This interest later snowballs into a hunch for Ryuji. This Madarame dude might be the next target that we've been looking for. It might just be that this Madarame guy is someone that uses people as if they were resources for some end or another. Something to be used up and then discarded as they cease to be useful. Ryuji and his former teammates had such things happen to them and more under Kamoshida. So for him, it's all the more reason to find out more about this Madarame guy, especially if one of his attractors is asking us to change his heart.
Won't you change Madarame's heart? Before more people fall victim to him?
After we get back to the blonde, Ryuji communicates that very same intent, something that An is surprisingly apprehensive about. To put it simply, An wants her justice to be reactive and measured, whereas Ryuji wants to be as proactive as possible when pursuing potential targets. Given his own backstory in which he was rather proactive in desiring to take Kamoshida down a notch, and the events that have unfolded due to Ryuji naively thinking that there are other avenues to take down Kamoshida outside of the metaverse, Ryuji's gung-ho attitude is in line with how he's been characterized thus far. We should expect someone like Ryuji to see sitting on the sidelines as unacceptable. If we're gonna make waves within society for the betterment of all, we're gonna have to stick our noses into other people's business. Speaking of other people's business, we still gotta worry about exams, requiring us to hide both face and mind for at least this week.
I gotta study.
The very next Saturday, on the 14th of May, Joker runs into Ryuji on the train platform to try and placate some of the test anxiety. Some members of our legalist group tried to burn the midnight oil in a productive manner, while others, not so much.
Nah, I gave up on the exam. I was playing some games, and then before I knew it, it was morning.
This causes Ryuji and Morgana to get into an extremely petty and stupid fight, much to the annoyance of An. But amidst all the commotion, she notices something suspicious.
Am I imagining things?
It appears she's being stalked by someone in the crowd. While we don't know who it could be, Ryuji has to know that An has attracted unwanted attention on account of her appearance before. Be it some random groper and stalker or Kamoshida, Ryuji's had a zero-tolerance policy for that kind of lechery, which goes double for his friends, one of which was the victim of slut-shaming and sexual harassment. This causes Ryuji to do what he does best, leaving to the defense of his friends. This defense of An involves a rather basic plan to ambush and confront the stalker in question. As we pull into Aoyome Chome Station with the stalker still following An, Ryuji has her play bait by standing just outside the underground accessway on the street level. While this is happening, Best Boy and his bestest bro then wait up to the side for the chance to ambush him and then kick the crap out of him if necessary. And boy, were Ryuji and Joker ready to kick the crap out of this stalker. A solid plan, and while risky for An, it paid off, stopping the stalker in his tracks. Strangely enough though, he doesn't look like the usual suspect for Chikan, instead being someone who looks our age. Ryuji, being disappointed in not being able to stick it to someone, insensibly pawns off those feelings to An.
Hey, are you sure it's him, or are you just that self-conscious?
I'm not that—
Is there something you want?
That's my line! You are the one stalking me!
This guy also denies stalking An in the first place, something that gets even weirder when an older man in a freaking limo pulls up right next to us on the sidewalk. We're going to need some answers, and by the looks of things, this kid's gonna bumble through them, being completely smitten with An.
You're the woman I've been searching for all this time. Please, won't you?
Wait a minute,
Be the model for my next art piece.
Model?
First was the stalking, then a denial of such a thing, followed by what seemed to be a random confession to An, to finally want to hire her as a model for an art piece. Yeah, none of this makes any goddamn sense whatsoever, and Ryuji's right to think that this is all incredibly suspicious.
Ain't this a recruit for some shady business?
Still in defense mode, Ryuji's patience wears thin as he steps in between unforeseen boy and An, demanding to know who and what the hell is going on here.
Whoa, hold your horses! Who are you anyways?
Oh, where are my manners? I'm a second year at Kosei High's Fine Arts Division. My name is Yusuke Kitagawa. I'm Madarame-sensei's pupil, and I am being allowed residence at his place. I'm striving to become an artist.
Huh? Do you mean that Madarame? The one who was on Good Morning Japan the other day?
The very same.
You know who that is?
He was introduced as a super famous Japanese-style artist who's been recognized all over the world. But we heard that name the other day in Mementos.
Yusuke!
I'm sorry, Sensei. I'll be right there.
That old guy's Madarame?
Madarame-sensei's exhibition will begin at the department store near the station tomorrow. I'll be there to help out on opening day. It'd be great if you could give me your answer. I bet you have no interest in the fine art. Well then, I hope to see you there tomorrow.
Finally, we have some order to the artistic madness that is Yusuke Kitagawa, and in doing so, we've uncovered a few more things about him, why he seems to fancy An so much, and why he seems to have a disdain for Ryuji for whatever reason. Yusuke is apparently a pupil of Madarame's, who isn't some Joe Schmo. He's a world-famous Japanese artist that's gained some notoriety and some airtime. In Ryuji's initial bewilderment with Yusuke, just kind of ignoring him and shoving him out of the way to get to An, she's left to try and make the connection between the name we heard in Mementos and to Yusuke-sensei. As a stroke of luck, she won't really have to lean too hard on Yusuke for more information, as he invites us to an art exhibit he is helping put on with Madarame. Just like that, we have our way in to find out more information, and Yusuke disappears as fast as he got here. Left with the tickets to Madarame's exhibit, Ryuji's still left both bewildered and annoyed with Yusuke. As we've seen, Ryuji doesn't take too kindly to people who ignore him and push him around. Yusuke definitely didn't do himself any favors there in his ruthless pursuit of An, in some weird attempt to hire her as a model. Outside the random, I totally wasn't stalking your hot friend on the train shenanigans, Yusuke completely ignores Ryuji and even shoves him out of the way to get to An, getting a little too close for comfort. They do say that first impressions are indeed everything, and Yusuke's impressions on Ryuji calls for him to be extremely skeptical of literally every single action and request he's made of her. Ryuji sees no reason to attend the art exhibit, partly because, yes, art is lame and boring, but just having An accept the job would be fucking absurd given the lengths he's gone to track her down.
You're not planning on going, are ya?
These feelings of animosity and suspicion is also mutual between Yusuke and Ryuji, who seem to judge each other based on their appearances and mannerisms. Yusuke seems to judge Ryuji based on his delinquent appearance, thinking that he's stupid and unreceptive to artistic aesthetics. Consequently, Ryuji seems to be aware of how Yusuke perceives him too, and just like he was treated by his teachers and peers at school, doesn't give Yusuke the benefit of the doubt either, also thinking him to be rather shallow and easy to read.
That guy's as easy to read as a book. You're not planning on going, are ya?
I think I will.
Of course, we shouldn't fault Ryuji for being protective of Ann after everything that's happened to her up until this point, especially since we literally have no idea what the modeling gig is about. Still though, to Ann's credit, she sees an opportunity here that Ryuji doesn't and is one of protecting her from Yusuke's eccentricism. Yusuke is unknowingly giving us a way to investigate his sensei to see if his heart is as restored as Nakanoha's shadow claims. So, as we all finish our exams and pile into his exhibit, Ann can manage to keep Yusuke busy as Ryuji eavesdrops for clues on any potential keywords for a palace that he might have. Ryuji learns that Mr. Fancy Pants Artist Man is a humble and kindly old soul who lives in a shack just outside of Shibuya that serves as his atelier. Part of Madarame's appeal also seems to be that he chooses to live in such squalor as a means of pursuing true beauty, to testing how both money and fame can often muddy one's artistic capabilities. After all, if the goal is a quick lump sum on payday, swinging low and grabbing the bag wouldn't be too hard for someone of his talents.
My atelier is a modest shack, but it is more than enough to pursue true beauty.
A sensible disposition to have on the arts, but that's only half the story here. The other half of Madarame's popularity also comes from the fact that his body of work seems to be extremely diverse. Ryuji takes these aspects of his personality and lifestyle, and then attaches himself to the word shack, and that's about all we're going to be able to get as we're shoved out of the exhibit by some rabid fans.
Wasn't the word shack something?
Madarame-san is actually here?
Over there!
I'm so glad I came on open.
Hey, stop!
Ryuji and Joker recover and meet together in the underground accessway in Shibuya, with Ryuji noting that the words Madarame and shack trigger the fan site to direct him to a very specific post that definitely warrants some investigation.
This post might be about Madarame.
What's it say?
A master of the Japanese arts is plagiarizing his pupil's work. Only his public face is shown on TV.
Plagiarizing?
I didn't think much of it when I first... His treatment of the pupils who live with him is awful. He teaches nothing and bosses them around. He treats them inhumanely, as if disciplining a dog.
Abuse on top of plagiarism, huh?
Those are some very serious accusations, and despite the anon of the site claiming that Madarame is putting on an affable and kindly persona for the public, Ann seems to have fallen for it somewhat, even if things seem fairly straightforward now. She's got cold feet for some reason or another, despite the allegations and connections to Fancy Pants Artisan being more than just a coincidence now.
This all fits way too well to just be a coincidence. If this post is legit, ain't this the kind of...
Well, yeah, but... Is it really true?
It then follows that Ryuji, being the headstrong phantom thief that he is going to want to cut to the chase and find out if these rumors are indeed true. It's just like we did at Tsujin when we investigated Kamoshida's abuse of the volleyball team. All we have to do is rock up and ask Yusuke personally, right? Well, wrong. Ryuji doesn't seem to understand that you can't just walk up to someone's doorstep and ask if their sensei is abusing them and stealing their work, but he's gonna try anyway.
Hey, sorry, but we ain't here to talk about the modeling thing. There's something we gotta ask you. Is it true Madarame's plagiarizing stuff? He's abusing people too, yeah?
Are you serious?
We read about it online.
This? Preposterous! Not only is the plagiarism impossible, but abuse? He welcomes pupils into his own home! And I'm the one residing here and studying under him.
You might be lying about it.
That is utter rubbish. I had no family when Sensei took me in and raised me into what you see now. If you continue to ridicule the man I owe my life to, you will rue this day!
You really think that?
Yusuke. What's the matter? I heard you yelling.
These people are slandering you with baseless rumors.
Forgive them, Yusuke. They must have heard some bad rumors and came in worry for their friend's safety.
Understood, Sensei.
Well, even I doubt that a cranky old man like myself could be liked by everyone.
Well, that was almost a complete disaster on Ryuji's part. Though his heart is, of course, always in the right place, in choosing to be blunt, we risked it all and came back with nearly nothing. The only thing that we could possibly glean from this rather assertive take on the allegations of abuse towards Madarame is that Ryuji possibly struck a nerve when he accused Yusuke of lying both to us and himself to protect Madarame. Still though, it's not something concrete that we can latch onto and confirm to be real. It's reasonable to assume that Yusuke just got flustered about the accusations of him lying to protect his sensei, meaning that all we have left are hunches at the moment, which, of course, aren't proof of any wrongdoing on his sensei's part. If anything, we got some proof that Madarame and his relationship to Yusuke is actually fairly amicable. Yusuke is an orphan, and from his point of view, he owes Madarame his eternal gratitude for not only allowing him lodging at his shack thing, but for instructing him in the ways of the arts. As such, it's entirely reasonable for him to defend Madarame from what are seemingly baseless rumors. This makes the thieves rethink their position on the matter, as Yusuke instantly shows us the painting that inspired him to become an artist, a work of Madarame's called the Sayuri, a work that even impresses the likes of Ryuji.
It's so beautiful.
I don't know all this fine art stuff, but even I can tell that this is impressive.
Thinking about this a bit more, Yusuke comparing On's beauty to the majesty he felt when he saw the Sayuri for the first time, the very same painting that inspired him to paint in the first place, was in fact a roundabout way of complimenting On. While it's still weird that he stalked her and chased her down like he did, we at least understand why now. His intent was mostly harmless, and its own way was kind of wholesome.
When I first saw you, I felt the same powerful emotion as when I saw this painting.
Me?
I wish to pursue beauty like this.
All in all, it seems Yusuke is just an innocent, well-meaning kid who's honestly interested in pursuing true beauty in the arts, and being raised in the household of a famous artist, it's understandable that he's become a bit eccentric. He bids the thieves farewell, and as we step away from the doorstep, the party starts rethinking everything, with Ryuji even rethinking his bluntness for once.
Those two seem like nice guys, don't they?
That is, until Morgana asks us to check the MetaNav app.
How's the MetaNav?
Oh.
Hey, the app.
Was it picking up our conversation? This display. But why?
Madarame, plagiarism, and then Shaq, huh?
For real though, what the hell's going on? Does an old man like him really have a palace?
Indeed, Ryuji, it would seem that he does have a palace, and when one of the keywords being plagiarism having more import over terms like abuse, it would hit up Madarame's true crimes. After barreling through the last keywords, we settle on museum and are transported to the metaverse. Now, instead of standing outside a motley shack that's held together by bits of sheet metal, what was Madarame's shack is now replaced by a much more grand and gaudy structure, all clad in gold. As how this would implicate Ryuji's suspicions of Madarame and Yusuke's relationship to his sensei, well, they're both liars! Especially considering that Madarame's kindly personality managed to eventually disarm Ryuji's rapid pursuit of potential targets. Before we continue, On makes another astute observation here. Madarame is already a famous artist who claims to detest both wealth and fame, with people packed into a line on a red carpet to see his displayed works. Ryuji also makes another good point and connection about the allegations of plagiarism that we've seen from the one and on the fan site.
You got a point. It ain't related to plagiarism or abuse either.
Ideally, these allegations should be a plain and unapologetic part of Madarame's cognition, as blatant as Kamoshida's depictions of his lust for women and his need to affirm his superiority over his male students. Already from the get-go, it's clear that Madarame is not only lying, but projecting his dishonest persona onto the world. He's living a double life, hiding his private life from the public, cultivating a personality that contradicts that of his own true desires of wealth and fame. While we are unsure if the allegations of abuse are true and how Yusuke is implicated in those rumors, we know that the allegations of plagiarism are plausible enough to warrant further investigation. But our true conviction of Madarame lies in the fact that they're already perceived as a threat by the palace ruler. We came into the cognitive world donning our Phantom Thieves outfits. In practice, this would have to mean that Madarame is hiding something within the walls of a shack, always on constant alert, being wary of outsiders and trespassers. Thinking about this some more, this facet of Madarame's cognition is something that we might even be responsible for in the first place. And Ryuji choosing to go directly to his house and bluntly asking Yusuke if the rumors about Madarame were indeed true, that damn geezer might have begun to see us as a threat, modifying his cognition to reflect his wariness and suspicion of us in reality within his own palace. This makes the fact that he almost disarmed Ryuji of his hunches and suspicions of him even more infuriating and troublesome.
Well, even I doubt that a cranky old man like myself could be liked by everyone.
This con the old man facade was all an act, as Ryuji, as the rest of the thieves, as they were literally standing on Madarame's freaking doorstep, were in the process of being placed squarely at the top of his shit list. Even though we certainly aren't welcome here, least of all within the metaverse, it falls to us to stick our noses into other people's business and figure out what's truly going on within the walls of Madarame's distorted mind. We begin our infiltration of the palace through some rather cliche means. As thieves at a museum heist, we enter through the skylight upon the roof. After breaking and entering, we find ourselves in the special exhibit room, with its focus being composed entirely of uncanny portraits. One could call these paintings the main attraction of the exhibit, which is cause for concern to be sure, given what we know about Madarame. Upon clearing the floor of shadows and investigating the portraits, we find that their titles are based on the names and ages of the individuals depicted upon the canvases. This remains true for all the other paintings on the exhibit of this floor too, of which there's a total of 68 just on this floor alone. And yes, I did count them all. As if that didn't warrant sufficient suspicion, all these people within these paintings are noticeably very young, with the majority being depicted as wearing school uniforms, with the girls wearing sarafukus. As we go about inspecting the rest of the paintings, Ryuji and An slowly realize that they all might be depictions of Madarame's past pupils, while also recognizing that some of them are missing important facial details, such as their eyes, the windows to the soul as it were. The images of the visages are also rather distorted, as if they were all just hazy memories of the past, slipping away towards obscurity. The facet of these works remains the same throughout most of them, that is, until we reach a specific part of the exhibit.
Wait a sec. Ain't this that guy we saw in Mementos? You know, the one who was shit-talking Madarame?
Natsuhiko Nakanohara. His name's written on the plaque.
Dude, I don't get it. Why is there a painting of him in here? And more important, why is his name written under it?
Ryuji's right. Things are getting more and more weird as we go on. Furthermore, if what Ryuji overheard at the exhibit about Madarame's ability to paint in diverse styles was supposed to be true, why does every portrait look the same within his cognition? If he was able to paint such wonders in reality, surely his mind will be able to reflect such a fantastical portfolio. Our investigation is only yielding more and more questions, but as we look around further, we find another portrait within Madarame's cognition that begins to put the pieces into place.
Huh? Hey, isn't this a painting?
It says Yusuke Kitagawa. There's no mistaking it.
Huh? What do you think these paintings are? I think you're right.
For real? All of them? But it was only Yusuke when we went to his place before.
This must include former pupils as well. Only one remains now. Taking into account what that Nakanohara guy said earlier, things are getting clearer.
Clearer and scarier in a Kafkaesque sort of way, Morgana. All these paintings are representative of Madarame's former pupils, including Nakanohara and Yusuke. Given how their portraits are more coherent than the others, we can safely say that they are, to some degree, still on Madarame's mind, though for what reason, we can hazard a few good guesses. With how he and Yusuke are depicted within these paintings, still possessing their respective windows to their souls, we can now verify the credibility of Nakanohara's claims against Madarame. Like Yusuke and those before him, he was one of Madarame's many pupils, of whom serially abused his pupils, plagiarizing their work to pass it off as his own. The disturbing thing is that Yusuke is the only one that remains, and by all accounts, it looks like he's become dependent, or maybe even the correct word would be defensive of his sensei. If the rumors are true, Madarame treats his pupils like dogs, so it would then follow that Yusuke has to be in deep denial of the allegations against him, maybe even to the point of severe Stockholm Syndrome. But we have established that Yusuke seems to think that he owes his life to Madarame for taking in a poor orphan boy. Everything that we've seen here indicates that his relationship to his sensei has to be inherently exploitative. As if to erase all doubt, Madarame's cognition does us all a favor and blatantly tells us how exploitative all his relationship to his pupils have been throughout the years.
Look at this.
The Infinite Spring? A conglomerate work of art that the great director Madarame created with his own funds. These individuals must offer their ideas to the director for the rest of their lives. Those who cannot do so have no worth living? Hey, this is most likely about the plagiarism, right?
Damn it, what a phony geezer.
Indeed, Ryuji. We finally got the cognitive proof that we need to confirm that Madarame is a two-faced abusive liar and a plagiarist. He believes himself to be a director of arts in his own twisted way, whereas students, under the threat of physical or emotional abuse, are coerced into giving their work to Madarame so that he can pass it off as his own originals. If they refuse, then Madarame ruins their lives by basically kicking them to the curb or possibly even worse. The last part of the plaque can give us some idea what degree of punishment Madarame deems necessary. He is of the literal mindset that those who do not contribute to his wealth aren't worthy of living. In other words, the sole point of his pupils' existences are to paint in order to line Madarame's pockets, in exchange for him providing the bare necessities so they can all work in perpetuity for him. Worst of all, as we've seen within his cognition, these are likely just kids, who likely don't have any other life outside the one that Madarame had given them, and as such, likely develop a form of pseudo-Stockholm Syndrome in relation to their sensei. As we see with Nakanohara, when these same students are kicked out of his atelier, they often become extremely maladjusted individuals, developing trust issues, eccentric behaviors, and becoming overly obsessive about things they believe belong to them.
She's my property. I can do whatever I want with her. It's not like she didn't treat me like a plaything. What's wrong with me doing the same?
Certainly enough for one to form a shadow with the mementos. Now Yusuke is the latest victim of Madarame's, and while we don't know how long he's been painting under his sensei, this is only going to end one way for Yusuke, with his ass out on the street fending for himself. Ryuji, given his background of abuse and neglect by almost everyone he's come into contact with, is both enraged and confused as to why Yusuke hasn't blown the whistle on his sensei.
Why is Yusuke keeping quiet about this? He's got no reason to cover this up.
Of course, the obvious thing to say here is Ryuji's oversimplifying a very complex and serious situation, something that An tries to enlighten him about, which is good, but in doing so, we must also consider that Ryuji's very much emotionally compromised here.
But still.
This is an all too familiar situation for Ryuji, one that features at-home abuse by someone the victim has to live with and deal with on a daily basis, requiring that he work himself to the bone for no reward or else. As we should expect, Ryuji's normal gung-ho attitude is at an all-time high here, with Madarame in particular, especially after he's seen the cognitive proof of the abuse with his own eyes. This statue declares that Madarame is the king of kings, and that his pupils should look upon his works and despair. To Ryuji, this is all the evidence that we need to move forward towards a conviction.
What's the call? Ain't this enough to target Madarame?
This is it, but his teammates are advising caution, which annoys Ryuji for obvious reasons.
We should confirm these facts with Yusuke first. Yeah.
Confirm what, though?
It means we should get solid evidence that such crimes actually took place.
What a pain in the ass.
Both the annoyance and the burden of proof is still upon us, even as Phantom Thieves. The decision to wait and confirm a few things about Madarame and Yusuke furthers the rift between An and Ryuji that first started when we answered Mementos, of which concerns the differences of opinion we have about if we should or shouldn't be sticking our noses into other people's business as Phantom Thieves. This has An and Ryuji fill devil and angel roles regarding such things, giving them each unique perspectives and unique character moments on how they each want to deal with our targets. They will both occupy these roles throughout this arc and remain this way until the start of the Connoisseur arc. But to how this dilemma develops between best boy and best girl, it all truly starts in the group chat after we get back to LeBlanc. This time, the conversation centers around the pesky burden of proof. In the group chat, An understands that if we go after Madarame and successfully change his heart, we're effectively pulling the rug out not just from his life, but from Yusuke's. No matter which way you look at it, Yusuke will still be out on his ass by himself, with the only difference being that with Madarame, the time that has been allotted by his sensei is longer. As An outright says, Madarame isn't a problem to Yusuke, and if we act, we could make his life worse. She then brings up a point about if Madarame's belligerency isn't causing serious enough problems, should the Phantom Thieves even intervene in the first place? It's a decent point that gets Ryuji thinking that Yusuke should decide for himself if Madarame's even worth it all. But ultimately, this is still Ryuji we're talking about here. Bottom line for him is that Madarame is beyond redemption, and within that sentiment, something incredibly interesting happens.
Hey, it's me. I just can't forgive Madarame, but what An said made me think. To Yusuke, are we just a bunch of thugs?
Ryuji gives us a call as soon as we're about to go to bed, being concerned with how Yusuke perceives him as a bit of a thug. Ryuji then goes over how that makes him feel and how it frustrates him immensely that there's still some people out there that think of him as such. He's simply fed up with being seen as scum when he's trying to do what he thinks is best for Yusuke, who has treated Ryuji harshly for no reason.
It ain't like he thinks it is. It pisses me off just thinking about it. Good people have to put up with so much crap while shitty adults do whatever they want.
Within his mind, Ryuji is that good person that has put up with the shitty adults of society who do as they please, with Ryuji probably seeing some of himself within Yusuke.
Makes me sick. I'm not wrong, am I?
Now, while this exchange with Ryuji over the phone might seem like an incredibly redundant one, as he just re-explains his character motivations, the way he phrases them as a question to Joker is extremely interesting. By having Ryuji pose this question to Joker, it also carries a unique character moment for Best Boy 2. Within that question is the reason why Ryuji called. He sought validation from Joker, feeling as though he didn't explain himself well enough, making it seem like his musings on how to take down Madarame weren't as valid when compared to An's. Within that very concern lies Ryuji still being worried about the world seeing him as a malicious thug, when truly it's always been the opposite. An's considered approach to dealing with such things really seems to be bugging him and making him feel insecure. But Ryuji's also smart enough to know that he can't exactly invalidate her experiences and his own experiences either. Recognizing that, Ryuji is unequivocally questioning his own sense of justice here, and is frustrated that he can't help Yusuke the only way he really knows how, through phantom thievery. So he calls Joker to voice those frustrations in the confidence of his bestest bro, and away from An. As we should know, Ryuji's not that great at processing complex emotions, or voicing them in the first place. But here, he does his best to not invalidate the experiences of his own comrades while being able to voice his frustrations in private.
Aw, yeah. Don't tell An I called you, by the way. Seriously.
This is a great character moment for Ryuji. It's subtle, but it's there. And being advised to exercise patience in the face of all too familiar experiences to him, he's doing a decent enough job. So, as we all hedge our bets that An will be able to get something out of Yusuke as his model, coming up with a plan to catch him off guard via bringing up a painting she saw at the exhibit that was very much out of place, we all meet together in Shibuya to head over to Yusuke's place. All you have to do now is see if Ryuji's impatience and frustrations get the better of him or not.
Once he finishes drawing and gets a little friendlier, we should bring up Madarame.
I thought it would just be you coming, Takamaki-san.
Wouldn't you get nervous too, if it was just the two of us?
We're here to keep an eye on you, so don't try anything perverted, okay?
Well, that didn't last long, but okay, on a more serious note, this comes back to Yusuke treating Ryuji like a tactless thug, which in turn invalidates Ryuji's own experiences of abuse in want of helping Yusuke. Ryuji still cannot seem to understand why he want to protect Madarame, so he falls back on the only thing he knows how to do, protect On until he can get a beat on Yusuke's motivations. At the very least, we know that Yusuke is ignorant or complacent of such things, that to some extent, he's lying, with Madarame having a palace that depicts Yusuke as his latest victim. And really, let's be honest here, any reasonable person would want to protect On from someone that stalked her. While Yusuke might deny being a pervert, Ryuji's suspicions of Yusuke are still going to remain whether we like it or not.
Stop making such odd assumptions. I have absolutely no interest in her as someone of the opposite sex.
So, as we all sit down and watch as Yusuke's eyes glaze over in his work, making it impossible for us to ask him about Madarame,
guess we just gotta wait till he's done. What an effing pain in the ass.
Ryuji anxiously sits there for several hours before Yusuke essentially flips the table in frustration himself.
Are you done?
It's no good.
What?
I'm sorry. Am I the problem?
No, not at all. It's just... I'm having trouble staying focused today. I'm sorry, but we'll have to resume this another time.
Oh, hell no! How many hours do you think you made us wait?
He still didn't last very long this time, as Ryuji grows even more impatient than we came all the way over here and sat down for nothing. On seeing where this conversation could go, tries to play the empath here, and confesses that we had ulterior motives. To our luck, On's attempt at sympathy works, with Ryuji going right for Yusuke's gut in the blunt manner that we've been so accustomed to.
That painting I saw at the exhibit. You're the one who actually painted it, right?
That's...
I knew it.
Your sensei's seriously messed up. He just thinks of his pupils as tools. That's why he doesn't give a damn whether he steals their work or physically beats them. I'll make this clear. There's no point in hiding stuff from us.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He's still denying it, and as On and Ryuji play good cop and bad cop respectively, Yusuke finally lets something slip.
It's just as you all say. We're our sensei's artwork. Don't misunderstand me, though. I offered my ideas to him myself. As such, it can't be called plagiarism. Sensei is simply suffering from artist's block right now.
Dude, still.
Indeed, Ryuji. There is no way in hell Yusuke would have offered up his work without Madarame swaying him in some way or another. In fact, I think we can gather that the present excuse of the moment, the line that Madarame fed Yusuke so he can gaslight him even further into oblivion, is that he needs Yusuke's work because he's suffering from artist block. Oh, that poor, kindly old piece of shit. As we come ever close to finally calling out the elephant in the room, Ryuji gets blunt once again, and in his anger and frustration, really tries this time to make Yusuke understand that the mental gymnastics he's doing to justify his existence don't make any goddamn sense.
Then why are you sticking around? All his other pupils ran away. Aren't you the only one left?
What's wrong with a pupil helping out his master? There are no victims here. Stop pushing your self-centered righteousness on me.
Now, say what you will about Ryuji's lack of tact, but it does seem to be working a little bit here. Ryuji's caught Yusuke in a lie, wherein he's not only choosing to lie to us, but continuing to lie to himself. Within that lie comes Yusuke's indignation about the claims being hurled at both him and his sensei by Ryuji. Notice how Yusuke phrases and qualifies his relationship to his sensei here. He literally refers to his relationship to Madarame as a master and servant one. The obvious thing to say here is that such a dynamic should be reversed, or be non-existent in the first place. While Yusuke has referred to Madarame as sensei before, within this very conversation, when he's all riled up, with no small part due to Ryuji, he refers to Madarame as master. A very scary connotation to be sure, but the obvious thing to say here is that such a dynamic should be reversed.
I'm supporting sensei as his pupil. Where's the wrong in that?
A teacher should be supporting the student, pushing them towards success, and certainly not gaslighting them and ripping off their work. The Emperor has no clothes, and seemingly never did, but Yusuke is willing to defend him nonetheless, even going as far as to threaten us with the police. This, of course, enrages Ryuji further, as we're literally not the bad guys here, but Yusuke is so far gone that he can't recognize that. Worst of all, for our favorite weird art kid, in becoming defensive of his sensei, he completely vindicates Ryuji's suspicions of him being something more than just a weird art kid.
I have nothing to worry about anymore. If you are willing to bear everything to me, I will put my heart and soul into creating the best nude painting ever!
What?
Holy shit, what the fuck? Yusuke's keen on using the same tactics as his abusive sensei. He just fucking blackmailed us and On, roping us into reinforcing Madarame's abusive tendencies. On is to be painted nude, or else. Yusuke is going to face complications if we don't comply, meaning reprisal from his master and keeper. This is undoubtedly the case, as he blitzes right through his turns for the new painting with An, not even giving her a chance to empathize or reason with him, and certainly not giving Ryuji the chance to angrily express his bewilderment with Yusuke's sleight of hand.
Wait, ain't that bad?
On some level or another, Yusuke has to know what he's doing is wrong, but of course, his first priority is to save his master's skin before the exhibit closes, and by that, he must mean his own. We're then forced to leave of our own accord and re-examine our own position, beginning with An saying what's really on everyone's mind.
He's totally out of his mind! I'm gonna have to pose nude if this keeps up!
How dare that, Yusuke?
The way he said it, it's not gonna be semi, but full-on nude.
Thanks for the clarification there, bud. Alright, fine. On a more measured and serious note, we see how Madarame's abuse of Yusuke, and his other pupils for that matter, has not only affected Yusuke himself, but others around him, turning them into victims of circumstance too. This is another commonality that Ryuji shares with Yusuke, apart from the obvious. In being victims of abuse, sharing the common fate of an adult lording something over their heads, an expectation that, if they don't meet, they both suffer for it. Ryuji lost his leg and the respect of the entire school for daring to speak his mind with some righteous fury, and to overly simplify things, he brought down everyone with him, making them victims too. In some respects, we're mirroring those very same events of the Kamoshida arc. Madarame, via using Yusuke as his proxy to attain wealth and fame, is effectively taking the same actions as our infamous pervy teacher once did. He's blackmailing An into giving up her vanity, and threatening to arrest Ryuji and Joker if they interfere. It's one whole big cycle of abuse and corruption that affects everyone Madarame comes into contact with, something that Ryuji actually recognizes.
Let's help Yusuke come to his senses too, before he ends up like us.
This is a uniquely poignant and somber line from Ryuji, indicating that Ryuji is a lot more emotionally intelligent than he lets on. He has his moments for sure, and in this particular one, he recognizes that Yusuke is a lot like the thieves. We're all victims of immense abuses of power, with Yusuke sharing a lot in common with Ryuji, even though he seems to hate Ryuji's guts. Be that as it may, Ryuji even recognizes that, in certain ways, Yusuke's abuse at Madarame's hands definitely echoes that of Kamoshida's.
Madarame's no different from Kamoshida. That asshole's using Yusuke who doesn't have parents. You're telling me we should just ignore how he's being treated horribly like the other pupils?
Ryuji is absolutely correct here. It's all the same recognizable mechanisms of cyclic abuse between himself and Yusuke, just framed a bit differently. This recognition of these similarities between Kamoshida and Madarame is finally what gets on board and down with Ryuji's plans for some phantom thievery, with the first real foray into the depths of Madarame's palace beginning the very next day. Before we do any of that though, Ryuji thinks it wise to dig up more dirt on Madarame, and as luck would have it, Mishima of all people gives us an opportunity by calling us later. He tells Joker that Nakanohara, the very same person whose heart we changed within Mementos, wants to meet up with us IRL at Central Station, feeling as though posting his name publicly will complicate things. Right after Joker ends the call, Ryuji, filled by her new convictions, feeds us some more disturbing rumors about Madarame. It would seem that after weeks, months, and even years of not getting the credit that all of his pupils deserve, one of Madarame's former pupils became so filled with despair about their work being endlessly plagiarized that they committed suicide. A dangerous and shocking claim, one that Nakanohara does us the courtesy of confirming what Ryuji has already convicted Madarame of previously.
There was another pupil as well. A very talented man, multiple years my senior. Obviously Madarame kept tabs on him. Everything he made was claimed as a Madarame original. He wasn't the only victim, though.
Right, we got some real proof of the plagiarism.
However, it gets so much worse than what we originally thought.
In response to Madarame's actions, that senior pupil committed suicide.
Suicide?
Ryuji, initially feeling vindicated that his suspicions of the plagiarism were finally proven true, is suddenly more somber after Nakanohara confirms the rumors that Madarame was driving his former pupils to suicide. Worse still, according to Nakanohara, he is here on behalf of Yusuke, who is unequivocally going to be next. This time though, the power dynamics between Yusuke and Madarame and Nakanohara are inherently different. Instead of being some random student that Madarame decided to mentor, Yusuke was adopted by Madarame after the passing of his mother. Not only does this make Yusuke the perfect target for endless gaslighting and abuse, but it also furthers Ryuji's reasons for wanting to help him.
Not only is he a talented artist, he also owes Madarame for taking him in after his mother passed. He is the perfect target.
So Yusuke's got no choice but to listen.
An abusive foster dad with no other co-parent to fall back on when things get hairy. Yusuke's got a raw deal for sure, a life exponentially more miserable than Ryuji's. Instead of his father being drunk on booze, Yusuke's foster father is drunk on power. As Nakanohara bids us farewell and good luck, with An's conditions for going after Madarame finally satisfied, Ryuji then triples down on a sense of justice.
Hell yeah! Madarame's just a piece of shit who preys on the weak.
Madarame's preyed on so many innocent and powerless people, exploring the passions and naivety of minors and school kids who couldn't fight back, losing both their livelihoods and reputation if they tried. Something that is all too familiar to Ryuji. This cycle of unchecked abuse must be stopped, and if all 68 warped and faded portraits we see within Madarame's palace are indeed representative of his former victims, their faces and names forever forgotten, falling into the memory hole that is Madarame's personal vanity. This time, however, it's different. Not one more will suffer if the Phantom Thieves of Hearts can help it. As we meet up in Shibuya, having a little over 2 weeks before the exhibit closes, we are then tasked with securing an infiltration route to the treasure. Otherwise, On will have to bear it all to the world on canvas. However, as we resume our infiltration, making up to the second exhibition room, we run into a problem that stops us from proceeding further. The palace has a security system complete with a rather gaudy door that Morgana recognizes from Madarame's house in reality. The cat suggests that we do what we accidentally did before. We have to modify Madarame's cognition to get the door to open within his palace. The problem is that Madarame himself has to see it happen, and with Yusuke's blackmailing of both the boys and On, this makes such a task impossible. Or does it?
If only there was someone who could distract him for a while. Huh?
Oh. Man, how are we even gonna get into his house? We'd get reported for sure if we force ourselves in.
What?
I guess the only way is having you go nude.
What?
And with that, we finally reached one of the few quote-unquote problematic parts of the narrative involving Ryuji. There's always been much debate over the actions the party takes within this part of the plot, and if you were expecting me to lambast Ryuji over what amounts to an insignificant problem, sorry to disappoint you. Out of every action we've seen Ryuji take and advocate for due to his brash personality, this is the smartest thing Ryuji has done since he had the foresight of bringing those extra supplies into Kamoshida's palace at the start of the game. Ryuji's completely aware of how Yusuke seems to be infatuated with On, and how he doesn't really seem to give a crap about the opinions of our favorite thug. So it would only make sense for Ryuji to want to play into Yusuke's hand here. This time, he's showing a bit of character development for once, advocating for subterfuge and restraint, which makes it even weirder that the one time he decides to do so, Ryuji's lambasted to Tartarus him back for doing something that's controversial and sensible. Give Yusuke what he wants. Something that's completely in line with his character and sense of justice. Ryuji's gotten used to people seeing him as scum, barely worth of notice. And within that sentiment, he's willing to do whatever it takes to see his justice through by playing into the hands of people who see him as the troublemaker that they think he is, often involving some unconventional and impulsive thinking. Of course, this never involved completely giving up his friends and comrades. This is just a bait and switch. On doesn't have to strip for Yusuke, of which Ryuji tries to tell her as much.
We're not saying you should really get naked.
It's simply the best excuse for you to enter Madarame's house without raising suspicions. So we'd like for you to play the role of decoy, Lady On.
We should expect On not to have it here, but we're literally out of options. She is our key to exposing Madarame's corrupted heart to the world and saving Yusuke. We can't go near his atelier, let alone step inside, or we'll be arrested. If things do get hairy, On can always fall back into the metaverse. If push really comes to shove, Ryuji later texts us all in the group chat that he vows to personally intervene if Yusuke tries anything more perverted. So with our plan all set, and all matters of exits and reprisal covered, all Joker and Ryuji have to do is wait in the palace for On to work Yusuke and Madarame so we can shut down the security system within the palace. We only got one shot at this, and as the reality of the situation sets in, Ryuji gets anxious as we both stand here waiting for the doors to open. Suffice to say, Ryuji is less than confident that On is going to be able to basically honeypot Yusuke here.
She was saying stuff like, I'll just seduce him with my acting, but that sounds out of her league. Plus, we ain't got one sign this place is gonna open. Isn't Madarame coming home soon? On top of that, even if Mona's able to unlock the door, how's he gonna show it to Madarame? And then even if they do show it open, any normal person would just close it right up again. Doesn't that mean we only got a few seconds to get in? To be blunt, won't it be a miracle if this works?
Maybe, maybe not, but all we really can do here is stand anxiously for some time and wait for On to deliver. Luckily, after some time, On manages to somehow get the door open for us, and we race inside.
It's off! They seriously did it!
As Ryuji and Joker slowly find out that phantom thieving is indeed for the boys, we actually get a key character moment here for Ryuji.
I'm more scared of screwing up and having On yell at me.
Despite his gung-ho and tough disposition before, finding it kind of funny that On was gonna have to strip and play femme fatale for Yusuke, ultimately, the thing driving Ryuji all along was the potential for On getting mad at him for screwing this all up. Underneath it all, those previous bouts of anxiety Ryuji was expressing before was all just him being all son for On and her safety. No, he actually does care. And sure, Ryuji might just be playing up a joke here, but we've literally seen what On is capable of when her vanity is at stake. It would probably be best not to invoke her wrath. On! It's a fate worse than death, so we'd better speed this up. We make it to the security room, shutting off the courtyard's lasers for good, and no sooner do we regroup to catch our breath do we hear some yelling from above. Well, everything seemed to work out. The gang's all here, plus Yusuke, who seems bewildered for reasons Ryuji won't know about until later. While An tries to give Yusuke some space to unpack what's going on, Yusuke still denies the cognitive reality of the situation. Ryuji, still being as tactless and as blunt as ever, tries to bring Yusuke around in his own special way.
She ain't lying. This is what that bastard truly feels. He's nothing but a greed-filled money grubber.
Enough of this rubbish!
Yusuke still denies it, but maybe Ryuji's bluntness isn't what Yusuke needs right now. Plus, he might also be more inclined to listen to An, given his infatuation with her. But even An, as compassionate as she can be, still doesn't fully pass the speech check, as Yusuke takes a look around. Ryuji, recognizing that Yusuke might be coming around, slows his roll, but that still doesn't seem to be having effect on him, as Yusuke begins to reminisce upon the years of shelter that his sensei has provided him. This of course enrages Ryuji, but it's a bit preemptive, as throughout this entire conversation, Yusuke was actually trying to stay rational and literally stop himself from getting sick.
You gotta snap out of it.
Still, he has kept me safe these past 10 years. My gratitude for that won't just disappear.
You're gonna forgive him? At this rate, you'll...
Are you okay?
This is terrible and everything, but we gotta continue being blunt. Whatever Ana Morgana did in reality to get that door open put the security level through the roof. It's time to beat a haste retreat for now, and give Yusuke some time to process his surroundings, along with the inner workings of Madarame's mind. As we pass the portraits of Madarame's previous victims on display in the second exhibition room, Yusuke seems to recognize one of the paintings, but doesn't understand why all of them are here. Ryuji then candidly chimes in to clarify.
Why are there paintings of them here?
Technically, those aren't actually paintings.
Madarame saw them as objects, so that's what they are in here. Oh, and, we found yours, too.
Based on Yusuke's expression here, this might be the thing that's starting to push him over the edge. This kind of vanity is just insane. How could his own father consider all these people nothing more than just tools and objects for his riches? Then, just as we're about to make our exit, we're ambushed by shadows in the special exhibition room, and the man himself.
The exit is right there!
Who is it? What the?
Talk about bullshit clothes. First a king, now some kind of shogun.
I'll say it once, and I will say it again. Ryuji doesn't miss, especially when he's concerned himself with those who have used their power and position for personal enrichment. In comparing Madarame to Kamoshida, we can see that this fraud shadow makes no attempt to hide his affinity for money and fame. The Emperor does indeed have his own set of gilded clothes, and is keen on expressing such things to us.
Welcome to the Museum of the Master Artist, Madarame!
The first line that Madarame taunts the thieves with is that of his reputation, of which he does in the same room and in front of the same golden sculpture that is quite literally a monument to all of his sins. As the shadow's depiction is that of some kind of shogun, per Ryuji's musings on the matter, this statue begins to make a little bit more sense, regarding how Yusuke and all of Madarame's other victims saw him as their master. He's a Japanese feudal lord, exploiting the labor of the peasantry, of whom toil in perpetuity for the lord's own personal enrichment, with no reward being rendered to those who are actually doing all the heavy lifting in the first place. Loyalty and subservience was expected of all of Madarame's victims, with those who don't comply being killed or exiled, no matter how just or unjust the cause was. Speaking of injustice, when pressed for more information by a very bewildered Yusuke, Madarame confesses that everything about him has always been nothing more than an act, a ruse to create a rags-to-riches story for himself to interest others in his works, hiding his true life behind pseudonyms and mistresses. It's even revealed that the shack we visited in Shibuya wasn't his true home, with Madarame thinking that because he was famous, he deserved something more extravagant.
Besides a famous person living in that shack, I have another home, under a mistress's name, of course.
It's disgusting, but the worst part of his crimes implicates Yusuke's favorite painting of Madarame's, the very same one that inspired him to pursue true beauty as an artist, the Sayuri. Madarame spread lies to the public about the painting itself being stolen so that he could sell off reproductions to private investors and art snobs.
The value of art is purely illusion. What's the matter with providing that illusion to eager customers?
This is completely detestable to Yusuke, who paints to pursue true artistic beauty, while his sensei is nothing more than a cynical, vicious liar and a sellout, whose entire business model revolves around handpicking talented and troubled artists off the streets and extorting them for ideas.
After all, it's much easier to steal the futures of children who can't fight back.
Ryuji may not be able to understand the arts, but he knows a vainglory liar when he sees one, being utterly disgusted to hear such venom unapologetically drip from Madarame's mouth.
You keep going on and on about money this, money that. No wonder you ended up with this disgusting museum.
Madarame is exactly like Kamoshida. handpicking his own targets to abuse and extort for his own personal gain. It's all too familiar to Ryuji's experiences with our favorite pervy teacher as well. Madarame was supposed to guide and nurture Yusuke towards success, doubly so as his foster parent and sensei, but he decided from the moment that he adopted Yusuke after his mother passed that he was going to run him ragged, gaslighting him for all eternity until Yusuke caved or killed himself.
God, pisses me off. That's your teacher.
A blunt and insensitive nudge from Ryuji to be sure, but it's no less accurate. After all, as far as Ryuji is concerned, the time for pleasantries is over, and it has been for quite some time. The rest of his team, and even the guy he's been trying to save from a common experience, was blinded by years of lies and false generosity. As we all move to defend ourselves, and defend another victim of another rotten adult, Yusuke does what he should have done long ago. He needed to stop lying to himself.
I wanted to believe it wasn't true. I had clouded my vision for so long. My eyes were truly blind and unable to see the true self behind this one horrible man.
Have you finally come to your senses? How foolishly you averted your eyes from the truth. A deplorable imitation indeed. Lest you part from that aspect of yourself. Let us now forge a contract. I am thou, thou art I. The world is filled with both beauty and vice. It is time you teach people which is which.
Very well. Come. Goemon! A breathtaking sight. Imitations they may be, but together they make a fine spectacle. Though the flowers of evil blossom, be it known, abominations are fated to perish!
Whoa, this is impressive!
Who do you think you are? The price for your insolence will be death! Where are my guards? Kill them all!
The children who adored you as father. The prospects of your pupils. How many did you trample upon? How many dreams did you exchange for riches? No matter what it takes, I will bring you to justice! Very well, bring it on!
And just like that, Yusuke finally sees the truth and loses the favor of his shogun-like master faster than you could say foolish samurai warrior. Yusuke is now a ronin, a masterless warrior who seeks to define the difference between beauty and vice, starting with his former sensei. A noble goal, but after we wipe out all the shadows, Madarame still stands tall and gets away, much to Yusuke's anger, thinking himself to be a failure for not being able to pursue him further.
Why can't I move?
On, being the most recent addition to our party and the latest to experience the exhaustion first-time Persona users feel, offers some sympathy to Yusuke, with Ryuji, who was annoyed by On's exhaustion hindering their efforts to stop Kamoshida before, simply tells Yusuke to accompany On into the lobby.
Come on, just listen to her.
This patience and kindness is also extended further between the two. As everything calms down for the moment, Yusuke relates to us more about his childhood, about never knowing his father, about how Madarame supposedly helped his mother when she was still alive before tragically dying in an accident, with Yusuke being stuck with Madarame forevermore after that. Upon hearing this tragic story from Yusuke, Ryuji shifts his gaze away from the team, not one of the likes of Joker, On, and Yusuke to see him sweat, so to speak.
A lot's happened to you, huh?
He's clearly been moved by this tragic story, which has some parallels with his own life experiences. Yusuke's life has been marred by tragedy, and really, that's all about Yusuke can remember in retrospect, besides, well, recent events. Events involving him being a bit of an ass to Ryuji, someone who was trying to help him in good faith, only for Yusuke to rebuke him at every turn. So, while he still has the chance, Yusuke looks to Ryuji and apologizes to our favorite delinquent for denying both himself and Ryuji that opportunity.
When you had mentioned plagiarism, deep down, I knew you were right. That's why I so vehemently denied you. I was simply running from the truth. I'm sorry.
Ryuji, in an attempt to cut through the somber atmosphere, stands up and meets Yusuke's apology with some of his own advice.
You're way too serious, man. That's why you're always getting stuck in your own head. Look at me. I just go with the flow.
For real.
For real indeed on. This is the Ryuji that we come to know. The lovable moron whose ultimate wish is the freedom to pursue his own goals and set his own standards, not being tied down by past obligations or disagreements. Of course, in forgiving Yusuke and advising him to just go with the flow, Ryuji is essentially telling Yusuke to stop being so formal and be himself as he pursues the truth. He needs to let himself go.
We can't help the fact that Madarame's gone and changed, but we can change his heart. We'll make him pay for his crimes.
Madarame took Yusuke's childhood away from him, just as Kamoshida tried to take Ryuji's future away from him. They tried and failed. We're still all here and can make everything right once again. The buck can stop here if we make Madarame confess to his crimes. As we enter that amicable note between Yusuke and Ryuji, our favorite weird art kit decides to join our team for this heist and all future heists. Now, under the threat of legitimate legal action, we head back into the palace, secure our route, send out the calling card, and run back inside to steal the treasure just as we planned. Ryuji, once again showing some of those selfless qualities once more, volunteers to give Madarame's guards a literal runaround.
Don't underestimate an ex-runner. I'm definitely gonna shake it off.
Hey! There's some weird people over here! Hey! I need some help!
We regroup and make a break for it before Madarame notices what hit him. But before we do, Morgana can't help himself but take a peek at the treasure.
Treasure! Huh?
This is the treasure?
Get back!
Whoa!
Meddlesome vermin. Is this what you're looking for?
Mr. Fancy Pen Shogun prepped a decoy for us to steal, but that's petty shit compared to the final bit of information about Yusuke's life that Madarame has held from him for years. It turns out that he only took in Yusuke in the first place because his mother was too frail, sick, and weak to stop Madarame from plagiarizing her work as well.
Her skills and talents were quite astonishing. That's why I decided to look after her. Your mother and the artwork she created, they're all my works of art.
This is generational abuse at its finest, or rather at its worst. But strangely enough, this cycle of abuse doesn't elicit a reaction from Ryuji, but rather the treasure and Yusuke's bewilderment does.
That's the real Sayuri? This can't be. Mom.
Huh?
Indeed it is. This was painted by your mother. It's a portrait of herself. A woman who knew her death was coming painted her last wishes for the son she would leave behind. That is the truth behind the mystery of Sayuri's expression.
You stole something that personal?
He fucking plagiarized and painted over the masterpiece of Yusuke's mother's creation. The only material thing in memory of her that Yusuke will have for the rest of his life, all for the benefit of Madarame and for the sake of branding.
If the babe is erased, the reason for the woman's expression will become a mystery.
The Sayuri was a piece created out of the purest of emotions and born from the most tragic of circumstances. A mother painting a self-portrait of herself, clutching her one and only baby son, gazing upon him with the tenderness and care the only way she would have known how. Yusuke was right. The Sayuri is the epitome of art. A sickly woman putting all of her remaining energy into creating something everlastingly beautiful, only to be appropriated by Madarame for a lump sum. Nothing is sacred to this guy, and in response to that, Ryuji once again doesn't miss, effectively calling Madarame pathetic.
It makes me laugh, asshole!
So you'll defy me no matter what? Well then, since you're my work of art, Yusuke, I'm going to reap you.
It's gross enough, but Madarame, for all his detestable qualities, still hasn't yet reached rock bottom. As Ryuji and the rest of the thieves have gathered in their investigation into Madarame, all of his victims were disposed of in one way or another, discredited or pushed to suicide for defying him. That then begs the question, what truly happened to Yusuke's mother?
I've heard that you destroy your art once they outlive their usefulness. Did that include my mother as well?
She just so happened to have a seizure in front of me. That's when a thought crossed my mind. If I don't call for help and leave her be, I could obtain her painting without any strings attached.
No. You let her die?
She was physically weak. No one would doubt if she just dropped dead because of a seizure.
So not only is Madarame a serial plagiarist and abuser complacent in the suicides of his former students, but the most heinous of his crimes is negligent homicide, bordering on murder, of a sickly woman that will leave her 3-year-old son an orphan to fend for himself. Upon this disgusting revelation, all the thieves react with bewilderment, apart from Joker, who maintains a battle-ready stance throughout this exchange with Madarame, regardless of what he says. However, the likes of Yusuke, An, and Ryuji take Madarame's confession a little bit differently than their illustrious leader. Yusuke, trying to be rational and dispassionately realistic, is oddly silent and static as Madarame deconstructs the life that he once led. Of course, An, being the most emotionally intelligent member of our team, previously accusing Madarame of being an inhuman monster, reacts to this negligent homicide both vocally and through the language of her body.
No. You let her die?
She takes a step back in disbelief and shock, being unable to fathom that Madarame could just let someone die for the sake of personal gain. Within this sequence, all eyes are undoubtedly upon An, as in this very moment, she is speaking as if she was the audience. But in doing so, we miss out on Ryuji's reaction to Madarame being a massive piece of shit. Contrast with Yusuke's static actions and lack of verbal responses and An's more emotional expressiveness, Ryuji doesn't say anything, instead adopting the most aggressive stance out of all the thieves, surpassing that of even Joker's. It's as if a switch was pulled within his mind. He moves from standing idly with his hands in his pockets, to now leaning forward, fists clenched at his side. While we can't see Ryuji's face here, and as we discussed earlier, we won't be able to see his expression underneath his mask anyways, Ryuji's telegraphing a crystal clear intent here. He's so ready to beat the crap out of Madarame, for real this time, given his own love for his own mother, the only family outside the Phantom Thieves that he has left. Hearing that Madarame, after years of taking advantage of Kitagawa-san, knowing that she was too sick to fight back, desiring above all else to provide something for her son in her weakened state, certainly hits a bit different for Ryuji when compared to all the other party members. For real. It also helps that Madarame's main motivation here aligns with the reasons why Ryuji does what he does as a Phantom Thief.
If I'm to steal ideas, it's much easier robbing the future of brats who won't talk back than adults.
Getting rid of Yusuke's mother was merely a stepping stone to further suffering, and through that, more profit for Madarame. Having finally exposing himself for the liar and murderer that he is, Yusuke renounces all of his remaining love for Madarame as a father and mentor. The cycle of abuse will stop here, much like how Ryuji stopped Kamoshida. At this very moment, Yusuke finally fully commits to being a Phantom Thief, owing it to his mother and Madarame's countless other victims to put a stop to his ill-gotten gains for good this time. As a member of our team, united by a noble and common cause, we owe it to Yusuke to help him achieve that goal. Let's show this heavenly super person that he indeed wears no clothes, and take him down for good this time.
I am thou.
With the defeat of Madarame, the original copy of the Sayuri is once again back in Yusuke's righteous hands, serving as the palace's treasure. All is right once more, and with that, we can bask in her victory as the change of heart is completed with Madarame confessing on live TV for all his crimes. We've given courage to all his victims, both past and present, calling for a celebration. An suggests that we get together for some hot pot at LeBlanc to commemorate our second successful heist and Yusuke officially joining the Phantom Thieves. After chowing down together, An decides to take a nap, leaving Yusuke free to ask us how we've all gotten to know each other. It's only fair to Yusuke to ask about us, as we've gotten to know Yusuke's background in excruciating detail, often without his permission. Now it's Ryuji's turn to spill the beans to the Greenhorn, in order to forge a bond between them all. For real this time. So, let's hear it.
So you got nothing to lose, huh? Alright, I'll tell ya. It's just a normal story about a rotten kid, though. My dad left when I was young. Ever since then, it's just been me and my mom. I was actually trying to get a track scholarship so I could make things easier for her. In the end, I just screwed it all up. Turns out I'm a pretty bad son, huh?
Of course, we've known about Ryuji's affinity for his mom for a while now, as per his counseling session with Dr. Maruki all the way back when. However, the only thing the good doctor was able to get out of Ryuji was the mention of scholarships, and Ryuji's desire of making things easier upon his mom, and that was about it. During the conversation, it could be said that there was still an element of distrust and suspicion on Ryuji's part, which prevented Maruki from connecting with him fully. This time though, it's different. Ryuji's in the company of his closest friends, people who are in many respects much like him. It's due to these circumstances that Ryuji is finally able to overtly articulate what's been implied about his character thus far. As he sits here thinking in retrospect upon his actions, Ryuji considers himself a bad son and a rotten kid who fucked everything up with a single act of righteous fury. Following that line of thought, notice how Ryuji downplays the severity of his problems and life experiences, saying that he's just another rotten and violent kid, all before moving on to add a new angle to his backstory.
Back when I was a first year, My mom got called out to school for me raising my hand at Kamoshida. All the teachers kept hounding her for what I did, but she just stayed quiet through it all. I'll never forget the look she had on her face, though. On the way home, she apologized to me for being a single mom and all.
It's absolutely heartbreaking to hear Sakamoto-san's reaction to her son's misdeeds. She just stood there passively and decided that the whole thing was actually her fault for not giving Ryuji a strong enough father figure to look up to. Within her mind, she picked a man that was, if not already one, a miserable and violent drunk that would beat up her and Ryuji, behavior that he would end up mimicking. Like father, like son, both violent disappointments who, as per Japanese conventional wisdom, are weak-minded people who lack character. Of course, in reality, we know this not to be true of Ryuji, and actually, in most respects, he seems much like his mom too in regards to how she processes guilt and shame.
On the way home, she apologized to me for being a single mom and all.
By the sound of it, she doesn't blame Ryuji for acting out the way that he did, instead taking responsibility for Ryuji's behavior as a parent who failed her son. This expression Ryuji saw upon her face after Shujin's staff berated her wasn't her being disappointed in her son, but rather Sakamoto-san being disappointed in herself. In truth, though, she is partially right. Not that she picked the wrong man, or that she's somehow responsible for the behavior of her husband, mind you, but Ryuji has lacked a father figure for some time now, and it has had an adverse effect on him. The only comparable role models Ryuji had within his life were that of his teammates on the track team, who turned out not to be the source of stability that Ryuji needed. As we've seen, they're all shitty and vain people, incredibly toxic and selfish, constantly feeling the need to one-up each other to achieve their own personal goals while needlessly competing with each other. These were the only kind of male role models Ryuji could have possibly been around. This might be why Ryuji has a tendency to be rather insensitive, and quick to try to solve his problems with his fists. To some degree or another, he has absorbed the more toxic aspects of his former teammates, who all try to be macho and shit, a courtesy that Kamoshida probably also extended to Ryuji as well. This is why Ryuji does what he does. Sure, he wants to get back at society in general and make a name for himself as a phantom thief, but in truth, the fundamentals of his character motivations lie within the image of his mother's disappointed face that's been forever ingrained within his mind. Hang the track team, his dipshit father, and everyone else who failed to support him. The act of being disappointment to your mother is the worst kind of psychic damage a kid like Ryuji could ever sustain. For real. Always so eager to prove himself within the company of his friends, to save those in trouble, and constantly undermining himself at every turn, a guilty conscience is ultimately what drives Ryuji Sakamoto to be the best person that he could possibly be. As Yusuke reflects upon Ryuji's words, he recognizes that, in retrospect, he was a bit hard on Ryuji. Nobody is ever truly equal within places where circumstances are made to be that way, with the fault lying at the feet of the adults who create the rules and then don't follow those same rules themselves.
So that's what happened. They say at school that everyone is equal, but in reality that's a gross oversimplification. I understand how you feel.
Everyone here was forced to play by the same rules as society and had suffered for it. Yusuke, for many years, never wanted to admit the truth to himself that Madarame was lying to him to line his own pockets. Ryuji lost everything in pursuing his own form of justice, a moment that his family will literally end up paying for the rest of their lives. Still though, we're all here, and in the absence of truly kind and benevolent adults, our group of misfits can be each other's support groups as we continue to steal hearts. Ryuji and Yusuke later make good on this promise to help each other in times of need during Yusuke's own Confidant arc. Within Rank 8, our favorite eccentric artist finds himself caught up with the fallout of Madarame's confession, and with the merits of using art to attain wealth and fame. Yusuke now has the eyes of someone who wants to pay him for his works of art, but given his prior disdain with Madarame's vainglory, Yusuke feels money will subvert his want to pursuing true beauty put on canvas. So he falls back to his friends, having no other real support structures of his own. He asks An, Joker, and Ryuji to come to the Blonde, where he expresses his concerns about his heart being consumed and clouded by worldly desires. To translate that from Kitagawa Ben, he's worried that seeking validation, be it money, fame, or admiration for his work, will harm his artistic integrity. As his teammates remind him, part of the reason why the Sayuri was so beautiful and moving as a piece of art was that it effectively translated both beauty and sadness onto the canvas, shades of darkness and light that made it so unique and laudable. What Yusuke is doing here is confusing and lumping the word beauty with positive connotations, ignoring the fact that the human heart has shades of darkness to it as well. While he has no concrete understanding of the arts, Ryuji spells out Yusuke's problem rather well. Best Boy effectively says that Yusuke's heart isn't clouded or consumed by desire, and that wanting to make a mark on people, to impress and inspire them, isn't inherently an evil thing. In classic Ryuji fashion, he brings up the track team because, well, that's always been the point of reference when sorting through problems. He says to Yusuke that when he was still running as a first year, Ryuji was as Yusuke is now. He wanted to prove himself, to get the best times and to get all the girls to swoon at the very mention of his name. Despite that, Ryuji's first priority was inspiring his team. Sure, running track is a solo sport, but nobody's going to want to run until they puke if nobody's going to inspire them to do so. The ultimate message from Ryuji here to Yusuke is that sometimes you gotta do things beyond your personal limits and preferences if you want to find success, and perhaps within inspiring others, Yusuke will find some validation and comfort beyond just painting for painting's sake. Maybe the art isn't about the artist's work so much as the people's reactions and feelings to the artist's work. With this new kind of inspiration, Yusuke thanks us and runs off, grateful that he was able to confide in us, and for Ryuji for helping him gain some perspective as a friend and comrade. Some truly great stuff here, as our merry band of misfits is able to help each other with such abstract things without doubting each other, being able to speak freely about any other problems, past and present, with no objections or qualms. However, it begs the question, what happens when people who base their assumptions about who and what we are begin to doubt and belittle us, not just as the outcasts of society, but as the phantom thieves? How will Ryuji act to those very same people? Those he's deemed as collaborationists, agents of the parts of society that only seem to be out for their own best interests at the detriment of people like Ryuji. Most importantly, how far does Ryuji's empathy and patience for people who fall into that category stretch? Well, dearest viewers, let's find out. After changing the heart of a famous artist operating within the shadows, living a duplicitous life of a liar to such an extent that even the police never suspected a thing, the Phantom Thieves gained more notoriety with the public, and with that, more heat to be aware of. Our sense of justice and how it has influenced society has even warranted Japanese TV networks to dedicate entire talk shows to our deeds, inviting guests such as the legendary Prince Detective Goro Akechi to talk about our methods. When we first meet Akechi, he seems like an easygoing and kind kid who likes pancakes, someone that Ryuji doesn't take too seriously.
That guy's gotta be some kind of startup entertainer or something.
In reality though, he's just more than a goofy pretty face, and is actually a deadly serious stalwart critic of our brand of vigilante justice.
If these phantom thieves are real, I believe they should be tried in a court of law.
Akechi believes that we should be tried in a court of law, thinking that our methods of changing hearts are an existential danger to everyone. That, indeed, just being vigilantes operating outside of the law is cause for some cynical suspicion. Akechi then has the nerve to say that, yes, Madarame's crimes were heinous, before backpedaling by suggesting that our methods of exacting justice, into suggesting that our methods of exacting justice upon the likes of him weren't just at all.
What the artist Madarame did truly was an unforgivable crime. However, they're taking the law into their own hands by judging him. It is far from justice.
Going further, Akechi then strangely tries to downplay our deeds, saying that if the Phantom Thieves don't actually exist, Stories of Our Justice will be more fitting of a school project, a tale comparable to that of Santa Claus. Nothing more than a simple hopeful fairy tale told to the likes of children. True to character, when concerning all matters of phantom thievery, Ryuji is fully aware of what Akechi's doing. He's manipulating everyone watching him.
If they truly are heroes of justice, I sincerely hope they exist.
Oh, so you don't deny the possibility that they're real?
I may not seem like it, but I sometimes wish that Santa Claus actually existed. Although, if he did, I'd have to arrest him for breaking and entering.
By laying this juvenile connotation to our justice as something beneath us all, with the justice of the Phantom Thieves being a fallacy that nobody should ever truly believe in, our credibility has fallen. Just like that. It was as simple as some pretty boy getting up on TV, telling up a few jokes, and then bringing the hammer down upon us all, by implying that anyone who believes in us is either childish or someone who sympathizes with criminals. Even after all our deeds having a positive effect on society, and after we gain some notoriety with the public, we're still gonna have to deal with our own cynical critics and fence-sitters, who disapprove of our methods, including the likes of those like Akechi, who can influence the public with a smile and a wave. In regards to that influence, Akechi's critique of our justice seems to have sown some amount of discord within our group as well, a dichotomy of opinions, one might say. Though An's overall skepticism about our own methods of bringing justice to society were mentioned as we were going after Madarame, she was ultimately strong-armed by him and his pupil by proxy into following through to expose his crimes. Now that she is free and clear of that kind of blackmail, An is able to reconsider her position on the matter once more, and in this particular instance, Panther's ability to empathize with others is harming her, and making An lose perspective.
It kinda seemed like what he was saying might be right. That stuff about the police, do you think it's for real?
Akechi's musings on what true justice is has swayed An, despite all the personal risk and loss that she's experienced thus far. We have helped people for real, but her main concern now seems to be the thought of getting caught during a heist and then arrested. Consequently, Ryuji, ever resolute in his want to stop evil wherever it may be, is royally pissed off at the fact that Akechi's painted the Phantom Thieves as the bad guys here.
He made it sound like we're the baddies. I don't like it.
True to form, he's rather unconcerned with the consequences, so long as the means justify the ends. Something that we saw plenty of during his blunt interrogation of the volleyball team during the Kamoshida arc, and within the opening parts of the Madarame arc, concerning how our favorite plagiarist looked to exploit An for his own gain. So far, we're 2 for 2 on Heart Stolen, and now this freaking pretty boy dares to get up on national TV to denounce our justice? Unbelievable! No wonder why Ryuji hates Akechi's guts.
Wait, Was that Akechi? I can't stand that high and mighty attitude. Just breathing the same air as him makes me sick. Come on, let's go.
And so we do. Once we get back to the blonde, however, Ryuji chimes in once more to express his resentment towards Akechi within the group chat, with An once again bringing up her own personal doubts too. She is of the opinion that our methods of justice are inherently selfish. This causes Yusuke to chime in, saying, matter-of-factly mind you, that seeking out and managing our targets in the manner that we've been doing has been effective. Yusuke is living proof of the effectiveness of the Phantom Thieves' justice. A true enough statement, and while An may have her own doubts, Ryuji then brings up the fact that both Kamoshida and Madarame would have continued abusing others in perpetuity without us intervening. It was due to their own reputations enabling them to do such horrible things, giving them the freedom to persecute literally anyone at their own leisure. Normative legal means wouldn't have worked to expose either of them, the least of which being Madarame, forcing us, their victims, to expose them for what they truly were. It fell onto us to do something about it, often days, months, or even years after such tragedies occurred. Where was the sympathy of the public at those moments then? Where were the police, or even the likes of Akechi then? Well, as we all walk back to school the very next day, we'll find our answer. As we walk and eavesdrop upon our peers, we glean that Akechi, just like every one of our other peers at Sujin, is forgetting that just 2 months prior, a young girl tried to kill herself. We're all just an inconvenience to them, as they all get distracted by Akechi's pretty face instead of the things that have been going on within society. Our new goal is clear. We must prove our justice to them. But with Akechi in the way, and An's doubts surfacing once more, this becomes the sole thing that Ryuji fixates upon, beginning our next conversation by punching something.
Man, that detective from yesterday really pissed me off. Was some kind of threat? Let's see him do it then! If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with.
Ryuji's also right. What the hell has Akechi contributed to society? Has he sniffed out any criminals or made any arrests? Is he 2 for 2 on Heart Stolen? How the fuck has he got this reputation as this pretty boy detective prince? That dichotomy of opinions between Ryuji and An comes up once more here. An is once again concerned with the heat we draw into ourselves, with Ryuji questioning even why she's allowing the cops, or the likes of Akechi, to scare us out of our justice.
So you think it's true? We'll be okay if we keep doing this, right?
We can't let the cops scare us out of being Phantom Thieves.
A good response from Ryuji. We can't allow the same ineffectual power structures that once oppressed us all to take power and wholly dismiss us. Speaking of ineffectual power structures, before An has a chance to form an empathetic rebuttal, an unwanted familiar face shows up.
You 3 seem to be having so much fun. I'm a little jealous.
Oh good, it's our favorite stalker and Shujin Student Council President, Makoto Nijima. She, for whatever reason, has kept her eyes on us for the past month or so, being a perpetual thorn in our side. Her meeting us here is the culmination of all of that, in order to gain some perspective on how Ryuji handles Nijima being the annoyance that she is, testing how he handles his sense of justice amidst all the strife that Akechi and her are causing. We just back it up all the way to May 7th, before the Phantom Thieves even know Yusuke and Madarame existed, and a few days after Kamoshida's confession. Even at this point in the plot, and whether we liked it or not, we've acquired some amount of infamy and suspicion to ourselves that hasn't gone unnoticed by a few choice individuals, Nijima being one of them. These same individuals are going to wonder why Kamoshida, at the height of his power, suddenly decided to turn himself in for literally no reason, especially after An made that big scene in the gym after his confession. All eyes will now be upon his former victims, which at the most would be An and Ryuji, then Joker to follow, all of whom have since banded together for one reason or another. Some people would find this suspicious, the least of all being Sujin Student Council President, Makoto Nijima. While I can't be certain of her true motives, she has been part of the attempts made by Sujin staff to discover who and what the Phantom Thieves are. Right now, we're public enemy number 1. Firstly, those suspicions were cloaked in the benevolent and affable personality of Dr. Maruki, making attempts to censor and hide the ramifications of Kamoshida's crimes as a PR stunt. Then came the more blunt part of the investigation with Nijima. While Maruki was a bit more transparent about the truly surreptitious reasons he was hired to counsel the thieves, Nijima Kaicho maintains this aloof persona about her, trying to be as annoying and as inflammatory as possible towards us. We have no reason to suspect her behind anything beyond the superficial at this time, but she's certainly onto something, and whether it's us or not remains to be seen. So, after finally getting the chance to sort through the fan site's request, she finds us on the roof on May 7th to remove us after the incident, refusing to say even what happened, choosing to speak in tongues and dance around the fact that one of her peers jumped off this very same roof less than a month ago.
Ah yes, by the way, it's been decided that this place will be closed off due to the incident. I heard some people are coming up here without permission, after all.
With that in mind, Nijima then decides to randomly strike up a conversation about us being the students of rumor before the incident.
The troublemaker, the center of gossip, and the infamous transfer student. Interesting combination.
Of course, Makoto's aloof personality annoys Ryuji, especially when she implies that Joker's history being at odds with Kamoshida somehow makes him responsible for his confession.
Don't you hate him? Mr. Kamoshida, I mean.
What's all this about? My friend here's an upstanding guy.
Ryuji, being the bestest of bros, defends us from these slanderous accusations from Nijima, reinforcing the strength of our character. Thanks, buddy. Beyond that, Ryuji also attests that Makoto thinks of just dealing with us as below her pay grade, that telling the school's delinquents to get the fuck off the roof isn't the worthy use of her time. She does this all the while asking for some sympathy from the thieves, trying to get them to understand why dealing with us is a hassle.
Anyways, we done here? We can't leave if you keep talking to us.
At least try to understand my position. Being forced to deal with this horseplay.
Horseplay?
For Ryuji and his teammates, this reads as Nijima getting annoyed at us for refusing to fall in line, and that we should just do what she says so we can help her save her face. The question is, why the hell should we? Especially with this pristine aloof attitude that she's giving us. It's fair to say that Ryuji's cynical attitude and overall annoyance with Nijima sets the tone for this conversation upon the roof, and that this disdain Ryuji has for Makoto may have had some historical precedent. Notice how Ryuji, unlike An, never uses the senpai honorific to refer to Makoto within this very conversation.
I didn't expect someone like you would care about that tactless stuff, Nijima-senpai.
Instead, Ryuji chooses to refer to her as the following in an attempt to belittle her.
Anyways, what's Miss Council President want with us?
It wouldn't be too outlandish to say that Makoto's probably reprimanded Ryuji before on behalf of the staff at school, given that she's the student council president and all. Operating off that assumption and Ryuji's overall disdain of authority, to best boy himself, Nijima is part of the same mechanism that oppressed him after Kamoshida took his leg. Though we don't know if she held office when Kamoshida broke it, without a doubt, Ryuji holds a special disdain above all else for Miss Council President, in particular for the events that came after. Someone in her position as student council president is generally charged with the responsibility of recognizing and solving issues pertaining to the student body, acting as a liaison between the students and the adult staff of the school. So where was she these past few weeks? Makoto certainly wasn't there to facilitate communications and put an end to hostilities. She failed in facilitating such discussions between both bodies at school, which is to say, she didn't do at least half of her job, arguably its most important aspect, competently enough. Though she may act like it, Makoto hasn't earned the right to be snippy with us whatsoever.
She really pisses me off.
This brings us back to June 11th, where Makoto finds us outside in the school's courtyard next to a dented vending machine courtesy of Ryuji. Ever aloof and annoying as ever, Makoto moves to interrogate Ryuji and the rest of our team.
Are you snooping on us again? You said before, we don't know nothing.
Why do you think I'm here to question you? Could it be that you're hiding something? My ears are always open to the troubles of my peers, you know.
Okay, now that is patently bullshit. If she did keep an ear to the ground, we wouldn't be in this predicament, and neither would she, dealing with us in our horseplay. Before Ryuji has a chance to shake his fist at her some more, An sees right through her.
You're really that hungry for a good letter of recommendation? Of course you are. Nobody would take on your annoying job if they weren't.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're student council president, right? Wouldn't you have known about Kamoshida?
Of course not. He honestly was a good teacher until that day.
Again, more patent bullshit from Miss Council President. Everything she said has contradicted her past questions and statements to us as well. On the roof last month, Nijima said this in regards to rumors about who sent the calling card and why.
The rumors about that odd calling card-esque posting aren't going away either.
I didn't expect someone like you would care about that tactless stuff, Nijima-senpai.
I don't know that it was tactless.
In retrospect, maybe posting the calling card in the fashion that we did was tactless, but the term isn't necessarily directed at the phantom thieves, or those who wrote it like Ryuji. Rather, tactless is the operative word here for everything involving Nijima. The connotation for the term lies within the implication that Makoto, as student council president, being the paragon of the kind of studious virtue that all of her peers should aspire to be, would be above such rude, harsh, and upsetting language directed at one of her teachers. Yet, here she is, suddenly being concerned with those tactless things. The school's rumor mill, the school's undesirables, and phantom thief paraphernalia. This sudden interest in the superficial comes back to bite her, as An moves to completely eviscerate Makoto. If she did suddenly become interested in all the tactless stuff and rumors, she certainly would have heard of Kamoshida sexually harassing her peers, and certainly would have caused her to rethink her opinions on the matter. Now though, these lines make it seem like she's doubling down on her opinions, that Kamoshida did nothing wrong until Shiho's incident.
He honestly was a good teacher until that day.
Oh, but you always take the teacher's side. That's what a good council president does, right?
This means up until that point, Makoto would have done three things. Firstly, deny the long-standing abuse as baseless trashy rumors. Secondly, acknowledge that the abuse was happening and choosing to be willfully ignorant. And finally, accepting that the abuse was indeed happening on her watch, with Makoto choosing not to do anything about it or investigate further. Either way you look at it, Miss Prez looks extremely guilty here. She wanted that letter of recommendation badly, being willing to stalk and harass Kamoshida's victims based on some stupid loose suspicions to get it. Then, for some reason or another, be it out of desperation or indignation, Makoto decides to triple down on her accusations, implying that Ann is more guilty and complacent in the incident than herself.
Then how about you? What did you do for your friend? You were much closer to her than I was. So how did you help?
There wasn't any way to help. By myself, I couldn't do anything for her.
There's no need to shout.
If those Phantom Thieves are out there helping people, I'd root for them, no questions asked. They've gotta be more dependable than some people I know.
Simply unbelievable, and Ryuji's absolutely right to call out Miss President bullshit. She has been completely useless. Her attitude and demeanor towards all these predicaments isn't exactly the most endearing thing in the world either, and it's something that gets so much more annoying every single time we've seen her. In almost every single one of these instances, Makoto comes off as ignorant or woefully complacent. During the Kamoshida arc, Joker's seen her just walk into school, and set up in the school's library, her head crammed inside of a book studying alone, tuning out the world around her. Otherwise, Makoto is completely absent during the Kamoshida arc. She is nowhere to be found when Kamoshida confessed, in the gym or otherwise. The only time we really saw Makoto for the first time in the plot of the game was during the park cleanup event, where she was instructing the students with a megaphone. A seemingly innocuous detail, but we never see Makoto actually picking up trash with her peers. After all, there's a difference between standing around and barking orders at your peers from a distance, and actually following through with those orders for yourself. Ironically enough, through all the incidents that she's decided to harass us, has finally sewn together the rift between Ann and Ryuji's sense of justice as she walks away with her tail between her legs.
You know what I asked earlier? About whether we'll be okay if we keep this up? I take it back. I'd be ashamed to let it end now.
Hell yeah. It's about time we find our next target, too.
And just like that, finally, we're all in, willing to take this Phantom Thievery as far as we can. All seems to be well and good until after school on the 13th, where Kawakami holds us after the bell.
Oh good, you haven't gone home yet. Nijimi-san's looking for you. Could you head to the student council room right away?
This is bad. While Makoto is a pain in her ass, she's at least a smarmy and intelligent one. She shouldn't be underestimated, and again, we haven't exactly been discreet either. We've all stuck together like glue after Kamoshida's confession, and all that we can really hope for now is that she sees the whole thing as pure coincidence and doesn't connect the dots.
I'll get straight to the point. Mr. Kamoshida and Madarame. Won't you tell me the truth behind the Phantom Thieves incidents? Can't answer that? Of course. There's no way you would admit to such things.
Okay, Makoto's like fed up with everything that's going on, I think, at this point, so she's just like, get him in here! Probably.
Have a listen.
If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with.
Ryuji!
So you think it's true? We'll be okay if we keep doing this, right?
What could all this mean?
We screwed up.
Was it blackmail? Hypnosis? How do you corner someone into making them confess? Won't you tell me how you did it? You want to say that this doesn't prove anything, don't you?
It doesn't, Makoto.
I believe that you three are the Phantom Thieves.
Damn! Oh, she is good. She is very good. Okay. For reference, not even Akechi's figured this out yet, or at least he hasn't made it known that we are the Phantom Thieves.
Now, what would the police think if they heard my recording?
Makoto, you're not understanding the gravity of the situation here.
It'd be bad if we're put under police surveillance. There's no telling what'll happen to you, too.
If you confess the truth, I don't mind just leaving this between the two of us. You'll tell me, won't you?
Let me think about it.
I believe that time would just be wasted.
Hey!
Go ahead.
Hey, where you at? Taking a leak? Let's meet up at the usual spot to hold our Phantom Thieves meeting.
Ryuji!
That idiot!
Oh, dude!
As loud as always. But his timing's perfect.
Ah, fuck! It looks like the skull is out of the bag now. It says Morgana suspected. We've been caught thanks to Ryuji's lack of subtlety, and we will pay dearly for it. While Ryuji's bluntness has been a boon to our efforts thus far, it's become less and less helpful as time has gone on. In a sense, us getting caught because of Ryuji's tendency to want to cut through all the bullshit was inevitable. It just had to be with Miss Prez this time. And based on this line, it might be something that she was banking on.
As loud as always. But his timing's perfect.
Thinking back on it, Ryuji's bluntness being an occupational hazard to us stretches back to when we first butted heads with her on the roof, where Ryuji may or may not have vindicated her suspicions by implying that whoever phrased and posted that calling card wasn't tactless. Instead of doing the smart thing like trying to appeal to her station at school like On, Ryuji's passionate indignation nearly exposes him and us.
I don't know that it was tactless.
Now, this wasn't necessarily an admission of guilt. It was merely a difference of opinion, but it was enough for Makoto to keep tailing us both in and out of school. She even managed to figure out that we're going to Kichoji, following Ryuji and Joker around town rather poorly, mind you, trying to hide her face behind some manga. The conclusion that we drew there was that she was an incompetent fool and was not to be taken seriously, but in reality, we played ourselves by dismissing her. Miss Prez then moved to stalk us some more on the 11th this month, where Ryuji said this.
Are you snooping on us again? You said before, we don't know nothing.
Why do you think I'm here to question you? Could it be that you're hiding something?
This contradicts his statement before, where he merely defended Joker against Makoto's accusations against him. He admitted nothing at the time, but now Ryuji's making himself and the rest of us look very guilty here. Top that off with Makoto recording us in secret, and she's got us dead to rights. Knowing that, she moves to show the rest of the thieves what she knows about us. Upon meeting us once again in Shibuya, On once again reads Makoto like a book, knowing that Shujin won't associate itself with criminals no matter what it takes. But interestingly enough, she has a whole different angle to this thing.
Those adults are just using you. I feel sorry for you.
I know.
Huh?
That's why I would like to verify the justice you speak of.
What?
I'm the only one who knows about you. If you prove what you're doing is just, I'll erase this.
Makoto is just like the rest of Japan at the moment, and to a certain extent, like us in some respects. Yes, she is a bit of a cynical critic, but she's not so conceited as to write us off like Akechi would have everyone else do. The strange thing here is that she's fully aware of her adult betters using her to snuff us out and arrest us. So why does she want us to prove ourselves to society yet again? Why do we have to go 3 for 3 on Heart Stolen just so she doesn't expose us? Makoto asking us to steal another heart annoys the shit out of Ryuji, who gets quite the tongue lashing from the rest of his team.
You were careless. I don't think you truly understood how high the stakes were. Anything to say, Ryuji?
Why are you singling me out? On got recorded too, you know?
While he might try to shove the blame off this whole incident for himself, he eventually comes around to owning up to his mistakes.
We made a crucial mistake, but not a critical one. We'll just have to recover from here on out.
Yeah, my bad.
He let the team down and at least has the courtesy to take responsibility for it. However, now that he's completely aware of the stakes, Ryuji's still pissed that he's going to be strong-armed into working for the powers that be. Some of that Makoto to Ryuji is representative of. While he may not like it, we're going to have to go along with Miss Prez for now. Always relishing the chance of changing of the heart, Ryuji and the rest of the thieves meet Nijima up on the roof to discuss our terms. Terms of which send the thieves spinning.
So, whose heart do you want us to change?
A mafia boss.
Mafia?
What are you talking about?
She really just invited us up here to casually just ask us to go after a mafia boss, dropping this on us like a ton of bricks. As we find out though, it wasn't without reason. This mafia boss and his lackeys target juveniles, meaning our peers at school and people our age. Once this group has them within their employ, they're then coerced and continuing the scams, and the mafia then threatening their families, often reeling in more juveniles themselves, thus continuing the cycle. The victims are also blackmailed into not testifying before the police, rendering all normative legal means of arresting this mafia boss moot, as they can't even identify the mastermind behind all the crimes. This anonymity also poses a problem to us too.
What's their boss's name?
Nobody knows.
Ryuji knows that we need 3 words to enter the mafia boss's palace, if he has one. And right now, not even that bit of information is clear. As of this very moment, we're working off the least amount of information we ever had while going after a target, knowing only where a majority of the scans are happening, which is on Central Street in Shibuya. As for Miss Prez, instead of offering us any bit of clemency or any other inkling of information about the mafia, including the potential victims who attend Shujin, Makoto gives us a deadline of 2 weeks and slides right back into being an aloof asshole for no reason.
That's where you want us to start?
You should be able to pull it off. If you're really the righteous Phantom Thieves. Or is Akechi-kun correct when he says you act without justice? I hope you don't let me down.
She really had the upper hand in that exchange.
don't let me down. Damn it, she was just bossing us around.
We meet back in Shibuya to try and think about how best to deal with this, and despite Makoto trying to drag us through the mud seemingly on purpose, we come to realize that we have a chance to do something good here. Yeah, Nijima's been a bit of an ass to us, but if we do go for 3 for 3 on Heart Stolen, we can show everyone what the Phantom Thieves are capable of. Most importantly to Ryuji, we'll finally be able to stick it to the likes of Akechi and all those who dare to doubt our sense of justice.
If we take down an actual criminal, let alone a target the police don't have answers for.
Oh, right! That might make people believe in us.
I get it. That means even Akechi'll have to acknowledge us as the Phantom Thieves. What do you say, leader? Hell yeah! We just gotta do what we always do.
Ryuji's also right. It is just that simple. We just gotta play to our strengths and see what crops up. We divide up the workload. Yusuke aims to ask around Kosei High, Honest to ask around Sujin for some girls for freaking Shibuya shops, with Joker backing her up, leaving Ryuji do what he did during the Madarame arc and find some dirt in our target online. Ryuji, ever motivated to prove his detractors wrong, comes back with an answer for us within the day. He's got a name, Ida, from our class at Sujin. Apparently he's been spending money left and right, on the count of this new fancy part-time job he's got. It's not much to go off of, but Ryuji's efforts allow An and Joker to get her foot in the door. Ryuji suggests to An that she tried to disarm him with her looks and terrible acting, an idea that works, allowing Joker to press Ida for the truth, discovering that the phishing scams are clever for drug trafficking, wherein the mafia is using our peers as mules to move their products. Ryuji collaborates this online with some hits from the fan site that direct us to Shibuya, meaning that via using kids as a cover, the mafia is able to move their product unabated in broad daylight and right next to the busiest cross street in Tokyo. But really, the only way for us to really find out the scale of this operation is for us to go under the knife ourselves. We find a few people wanting to lead our peers into some dark alley or another to try and sell them things. And we pick up on a few more leads here and there, but hit a wall, causing Makoto to get rather impatient and testy with us. Makoto?
Have you made any progress toward finding the boss?
Makoto, we just started today. This tactless impatience almost gets us into serious trouble, as Makoto inserts herself into our investigation.
You're high schoolers, yeah? Don't you want something more than just your allowances?
By delivery, do you mean that of suspicious materials?
Makoto, you're really bad at this.
Huh, you're a funny girl.
So, you won't answer me. Then I was right.
Huh? What's up with you anyways? Why are you asking all these questions, huh? It was all a joke. Why would I get worked up over some dumb kids? Anyways, I can't hang. See ya.
Yeah, bye. Fucking idiot.
If you don't...
You really gonna say that knowing who he is?
Makoto, you're really bad at this. Stop.
No way I believe that. Well, I'm out of here. You guys are annoying me.
Nijima.
I'm pretty sure he's part of the mafia we're looking for.
Really? You're actively making the situation worse. Shit.
I think we should get some... Tried to trick him into saying something, but he dodged all the traps I was laying down.
Because you're stupid. And we thought Ryuji's lack of subtlety was hazardous to us before. She has absolutely no idea what she's doing. Be that as it may though, we've discovered some evidence of some sketchy shit going on in Shibuya. It was nothing substantial though, leaving us wanting for some more solid evidence, leaving us to pull on one of our confidants for help. The next day, Joker and Ryuji arrange to meet Ichiko Oya in a bar called Crossroads in Shinjuku in the evening, right in the middle of the city's chaotic nightlife district famous for its adult attractions such as izakayas and host clubs. The place is already sketchy enough when going there as an adult, but it's certainly no place for high school students, a fact highlighted by Ryuji implying that An should stay out of this for the time being. Unfortunately, while Ryuji's heart is in the right place, we can't really say the same about his brain.
I'm surprised you were thinking anything.
He's still wearing parts of a school uniform, which was done in haste to begin the investigation.
You're in your uniform?
Huh? No choice. I didn't have the time to go home. People aren't gonna notice anyways with this t-shirt over it.
Is Ryuji an idiot for doing this? Yes. Does it harm our investigation? Kinda. It's classic Ryuji, warding An away from a place that will no doubt see a bunch of sleazy hosts try to pull one of his teammates aside to exploit her, undermining himself all the while. Due to this fickleness and lack of foresight, Ryuji's not welcome inside Crossroads, having to stay outside and wait for Oya to give us the name of our target.
Junya Kaneshiro.
With that, we have a lead, and everything begins to fall into place. Ryuji then tests the keyword and manages to get a hit, which, if we think about that for a second, is particularly strange. We know that Kaneshiro's base of operations is somewhere out of Shibuya, so us getting a hit on his name all the way out here in Shinjuku must mean that his influence in society runs deep. Then something completely stupid happens involving Ryuji and ATLUS's joke quota, which we're going to skip over because I'm not interested in paying any kind of lip service. We meet up in Shibuya the very next day, where Ryuji rightfully goes, "What the fuck? You left me in the sketchiest part of town for no reason."
I can't believe you guys ditched me yesterday. I almost entered a world I want nothing to do with.
That aside, we start up the metadav and confirm Kanashiro's name as a possible target, with the core part of his distorted cognition being the term bank, leaving us to discern the last one. After trying a few words, Ryuji, in his frustration, manages to roll a nat 20.
Oh, come on. How many people do you think Kanashiro's taken advantage of in all of Shibuya?
Result found.
Wait a second. I have a hit.
Huh? Oh, wait, what?
The place that Kanashiro thinks of as a bank is all of Shibuya.
What? Like, the entire city?
I see. That's certainly where his victims are. It turns out he really is a terrible criminal.
A terrible criminal indeed, and if this guy sees everyone in Shibuya as one of any number of potential victims, then his distortion knows no bounds, and it's up to us to stop him. Upon our first visit to the metaverse, we can see that Kanashiro's distortion isn't just limited to a single building, as was the case with Kamoshida and Madarame's palace. It's actually much worse. As we can see, this Kanashiro guy sees all of Shibuya as his bank, and his victims as literal walking ATM machines, opportunities that he can exploit to line his own pockets. Worse still, we see broken ATM machines that seem to be out of order, so to speak. Ryuji, upon questioning the victims, finds out that the ones who still retain some amount of functionality, so to say, are too afraid to speak, something that frustrates and horrifies Ryuji immensely. During our time as Phantom Thieves of Hearts, we've seen some overt depictions of abuse within Kamoshida and Madarame's palaces, with how each palace ruler rationalizes their victims. This time, though, it's different. The cognitive representations of Kanashiro's victims is pretty overt. Never before have we seen any cognitive representations of dead victims. The ATM machines that lie battered, broken, and out of order upon the payment are clearly dead. Ryuji rightfully remarks that this is effed up. A blunt exhortation, but there's really nothing more that needs to be said here. After speaking to the victims who haven't been completely thrashed and trashed by Kanashiro, we're able to glean from some of the victims that they all fell from a high place. Little did Ryuji and the rest of the team realize that they were being quite literal.
Is that it?
Up in the air. No wonder we couldn't find it.
Kanashiro doesn't leave any tracks, huh? Figures it'd be floating.
After all of that, we find that Kanashiro's palace is a flying bank that seems to be hoovering up money from the populace below. Leaving all the cognitive implications of that aside, the fact that it's floating represents a new challenge to the Phantom Thieves. There's no conceivable way we can reach it on foot, at least without modifying the real Kanashiro's cognition. The problem is, we're going to have to modify his cognition in person, which is impossible when we have no idea where Kanashiro is or what he even looks like. As such, we have no choice but to retreat back in reality and reconsider our options. While doing so, though, Miss Council Prez reinserts herself into our conversation, still maintaining that aloof persona of hers.
What do you want?
Nothing in particular. I just saw you all together here.
Huh, that's so.
You seem to be having quite a bit of trouble.
So you're here to check up on us? You may be the student council president, but when it comes to what we do, you're useless.
Once again, An completely eviscerates Makoto. She has been useless this entire time. Objectively speaking, all Makoto has done so far is make everything worse since we started with our investigation without actually helping. She has no tact or street smarts, which is arguably worse than Ryuji's headstrong fickleness. She's not at all suited to the task at hand, and yet she sees it fit to keep bothering and pestering us, having the gall to stalk us, question our sense of justice, and blackmail us into action. Of course, the likes of Ryuji are going to act suspicious and cynical towards her when she just shows up out of nowhere claiming to not want anything.
Nothing in particular. I just saw you all together here.
Huh, that's so.
It's not as if Ryuji's cynicism is unjustified here either. While we were running on Shibuya and searching the net for intel about Kanashiro, Makoto's eavesdropped on us and our team from the shadows. She stopped by LeBlanc while Joker was out, manipulating Sojiro into disclosing Joker's personal information, including his phone number, leaving us with the impression of being a gutless and surreptitious snake that's afraid of confrontations.
Speaking of, some girl called looking for you around noon. Said she's the class president. Said she's got something that belongs to you. She seemed to know you, so I gave her your number.
In her most recent offense, Makoto is also accused An of being the sole cause of Shiho's suicide attempt, which is horrific in of itself, but her biggest offense was not condemning Kamoshida on the spot while in the presence of his original victim, being that of Ryuji. No mention is given to his leg or the physical abuse his teammates endured. No remorse has ever been shown by Miss Prez. All the while, she's been smug throughout all of our dealings with her. Makoto's not only impatient and insufferable, but on top of that, there's the constant threat of her ultimatum, in addition to finding a way to expose Kanashiro in just outside a week now. She's annoying and useless, and from our point of view, the thieves, including Ryuji, have had enough. While Ryuji maintains that we can do without her due to the crazy baggage that she's saddled us with,
Hey, you don't gotta answer her honestly.
Ann chooses to cut her deeply. Perhaps a bit too deeply, as Makoto quickly changes from being snide to doing something drastic seemingly out of nowhere.
I'm not.
What was that?
Fine. I'll help you meet Kaneshiro.
What exactly is she planning on doing?
She had a dead serious look in her eyes.
As Thea's disposition towards Makoto has changed from annoyed to seriously confused and concerned, Ms. Prez has run off to do God knows what involving Kaneshiro. We give chase but lose her in the crowds of Shibuya, as the thieves, especially Ryuji, slowly begin to realize that she's about to do something desperate and stupid, an experience that's all too familiar to Ryuji.
We're never gonna find her.
Hello? It's me, Makoto Nijima. Just stay on the phone and listen. Make sure you record the call as well.
Huh? Who is it?
Do you guys know Kaneshiro?
What?
That idiot! What's she doing?
I heard I could find someone named Kaneshiro if I came to Central Street.
Central Street!
She's being too rash.
We round the street corner to see Makoto being stuffed in the backseat of a car, but what's certainly Kaneshiro's thugs, but misses a chance to intervene further. Continuing on foot and working as a team, Yusuke manages to get the license plate of the perp's car, but having no way to keep up with the car, Ryuji does something incredibly heroic.
Damn it, I said stop!
Ryuji!
Hurry up and get in!
This is why Ryuji is best boy. He practically body blocks a cab so the thieves can catch up to Makoto and her captors. After being all cynical about Makoto before, and how she had the gall to question her justice in the first place, Ryuji is willing to lay down his life for someone he despised. A collaborationist that has benefited from the same power structures that once oppressed him. We've, of course, seen Ryuji possess these heroic qualities on a few occasions before. I ask you to remember all the way back to when we first met him within Kamoshida's dungeon, when he decided to trade his life for Joker's. Since then, Ryuji's attitude has mostly stayed the same, but as of the Madarame arc, Ryuji can't stand by and watch other people be willingly exploited, even those he was once at odds with. Our courtesy is now extending to Makoto at the risk of being pancaked by a car. This desperate attempt to save Makoto may also harken back to how Ryuji once found himself in the same situation with Kamoshida, mirroring Makoto's own feelings of uselessness and powerlessness when our investigation into Kamoshida's abuse at Shujin didn't fundamentally change anything about the reality of the situation. It was only after Shiho's suicide attempt, and after Ryuji found out the truth behind why she would try to do such a thing, where he began to see red, and much like Makoto, Ryuji became enraged, to the point of doing something completely irrational. For both of them, taking these drastic actions was a result of personal failures that kept piling and piling up until the weight it held on their consciousness was unbearable. This time though, Ryuji has learned and he knows better, courtesy of Joker's intervention when he Leroy Jenkins'd it to go slug Kamoshida in his rookery. While Ryuji can still be an impulsive and tactless idiot from time to time, he's clearly learned from that experience as he is seen applying what he's learned from the previous arcs of the plot to help Makoto here. The lesson being that acting desperate, impulsive, and reckless isn't useful to anyone, and it is solely because of Ryuji's selfless actions here that we're able to catch up with Makoto and reach our target destination before anything else happens to her. Though the scene that we come upon is unsightly enough.
What in the world?
Who the fuck are you?
We see that Makoto is being pinned down by one of Kaneshiro's cronies, while this pompous bulbous prick launches about with a woman at its side. What follows is a very angry Ryuji.
What the hell'd you do to her?
Oh, I get it. You got followed, you dumb shits!
Holy moly!
That bag you saw the other day, the crocodile one, how much was it?
About 3 million.
For reals?
Better thank those guys.
What?
I'm royally pissed right now. Can you tell? You know how spending money relieves stress? It's you goddamn brats sniffing around like dogs and barging in here like you own the joint. See this empty space? I'm so pissed that now there's a 3 million yen gap here. It pisses me off even more if I don't fill it up. I'm a perfectionist, so good luck.
What is that supposed to mean?
Come on, you all... I think I'll call it debauchery of minors at a club. So, can I send this to your school?
That's...
Oh damn, I got booze and cigs in the shot. Maybe some drugs too. Ah, this is so hilarious. I feed on dumb shits like you. Understand, pretty little student council president. Now listen up. Run your mouth to the police, and I'll break all of you, starting with your families. I want to give you the usual month, but well, you have such a large group here. 3 weeks. Bring 3 million yen by then, no less. Summer bonuses are around the corner, you know. It'll be easy if you beg your mommies and daddies. Now get out of my sight. I'm about to have some fun.
3 weeks required 3 million yen, or else Kaneshiro ruins our lives. Obviously, Ryuji's going to object to such injustice, but it was smart enough for his team to tell him to hold his tongue.
What? To hell with that!
Don't bother with him. Makoto's safety is more important right now.
That aside though, Makoto in her rashness and haste has saddled us with consequences of the likes that we haven't seen before. Getting arrested or expelled is petty shit when compared to being blackmailed by a legitimate criminal with some ambiguously horrific consequences for us. So with that being said, what does Makoto say in her defense? And more importantly, how does Ryuji and the rest of his team react in kind for being in the deepest shit we've ever been in?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to drag you in like this.
For real.
I was stupid.
I must agree. You should have easily imagined this happening.
Hey, Yusuke!
I was so caught up in trying to be useful.
Alright, enough of the blame game. What's done is done.
A most interesting turn of events and attitudes from the thieves themselves. Though Yusuke might maintain that patent cold and honest fury of his, On suddenly becomes a bit more forgiving, and as for Ryuji, well, he's willing to let bygones be bygones. This isn't necessarily out of character for Ryuji to do. We've seen him extend such olive branches to some of our previously crestfallen teammates like Yusuke and On, but now the question is, why does he do it to Makoto, choosing to be forgiving instead of giving her some cheek? Well, we've come to know Ryuji as having the capacity to be self-sacrificing and heroic, often to his own detriment in times of crisis. We've also known Ryuji to have this innate drive to take responsibility for actions that he feels have caused the suffering of others. Even when those actions aren't even his, Ryuji can't help himself but feel as though he failed those he could have protected. This attitude of Ryuji's still persists as Makoto explains her motivation behind her rash actions, where Ryuji may or may not find some parts of her life to sympathize with.
I'm gonna cause trouble for Sis, too.
Sis?
My older sister has a commendable job, and she's a much more remarkable person than me. A lot happened after we lost our father 3 years ago. So it's just us living together. But I'm still a child, so all I am is a burden to her.
And with that, the Phantom Thieves begin to understand Makoto's position a bit more, and why she has to deal with us in our horseplay. Makoto has had a bit of a chip on her shoulder for a while, that stems from a combination of something resembling an inferiority complex and being a burden upon her older sister, feeling as though she's leeching off someone who's older and more accomplished than her. With her father's passing, Makoto's older sister was left to pick up the slack for them both, being saddled with the immense responsibility of providing for both herself and her younger sister, who was still a minor. That's the gist of it at least, and while that's certainly not the whole story, we already see some similarities between Ryuji and Makoto's home life.
My dad left when I was young. Ever since then, it's just been me and my mom.
Both of them lack fathers, and due to those circumstances, both their single guardians, being Ryuji's mom and Makoto's older sister, have had to dedicate their lives, sacrificing years of their own personal lives and happiness in the process of helping their respective son and sister through school. In exchange, Makoto and Ryuji were to keep their heads down, with the reality of Ryuji's home life coming back to bite him, and Makoto's pushing her to be the soft-spoken paragon of the powers that be, or else. Like most standing here, Makoto was just a tool for another's gain, and much like Ryuji, a singular fit of desperation saddled her with consequences beyond measure for both herself and what's left of her family. For Makoto, it all stems from one word.
You may be the student council president, but when it comes to what we do, you're useless.
Ryuji, doing the best he can to understand Makoto and shore up her personal doubts, says the following, but it doesn't necessarily help her change her mind about her being useless.
You know, I might not get your whole situation, but ain't it a bit off saying that you're useless to her?
It's the truth, though. In particular, I have to apologize for what happened to you. Now that I think on it, the truth about Kamoshida must have been covered up by the whole school. I had my suspicions, but I couldn't do anything about it.
No, I didn't do anything.
Had I cared enough, I could have done something. People like me must really be what others call scum of the earth.
Now, Makoto showing remorse regarding her accusations of uselessness against the likes of On and Ryuji is good, but now it seems like she's at her lowest point. Her precarious position as student council president was the only kind of prestige Makoto could cling to, all the while trying to convince herself that she was helpful and of use to her peers, that she wasn't just running roughshod over them for the sake of her own future. She had her suspicions about Kamoshida, but never moved to convict him, thinking herself now in retrospect to be cowardly scum, only caring about her lot in life over the lives of others. Though An manages to console her and bring her around somewhat, the reality of her situation hasn't really changed. Like it or not, we're all in this together now. So what do you do with Makoto and the debt that Kaneshiro has saddled us with? Well, Makoto's initial solution is to try and do something about the money, which is out of the question. Both because Kaneshiro shouldn't get a dime off of us, and because that's not going to work anyway. Then in steps Ryuji. Ever lacking in subtlety, he offers a solution by letting some information slip about Kaneshiro's bank in the metaverse, which causes Yusuke to try to admonish him once again.
If only we could do something about that bank.
Ryuji.
While this might just seem like another lapse in judgment from Ryuji, it's actually him showing some forward thinking and some sympathy. As far as Ryuji is concerned, we're long past pretending that we retain any kind of operational security around our phantom thievery. Makoto already knows who and what we are, and it's no use trying to hide that or anything else from her. It's as he says.
No can do. We're all caught up in this.
It's lucky that Makoto shares a lot in common with us. She may hold a position most prestigious, but by all accounts, it's a lonely and disappointing one, where Makoto wasn't even allowed to do her job properly. As a matter of fact, Makoto seems to share many qualities that the Phantom Thieves have. People who want justice to be done, but were otherwise chafing under the extortion and lies of others. As per Ryuji's musings in the matter, perhaps it's finally time to show her what's truly behind the curtains, and let bygones be bygones. Because when the chips are truly down, no one deserves to have their life ruined by shitty and evil people. Upon transporting ourselves amidst press to the metaverse, we find out that she's remarkably quick in the cognitive uptake involving the inner workings of Kaneshiro's cognition, and becomes inspired by the thief's affable senses of justice.
Does that mean there's an ATM version of myself somewhere in this world too?
Perhaps. Regardless, we can change Kaneshiro's heart and make him confess if we steal his treasure. If it all goes well, that is.
We'll make it go well. Everyone will notice us for sure if we take someone like Kaneshiro down.
Our justice will also become resolute.
Think we'd be able to give courage to those in need if it happens?
For the sake of those in need, huh? You sound like my father.
Your father?
This puts an end to our own personal feud with her over what's just and unjust. Makoto just seemed to be reminded of her own sense of right and wrong, and where her own personal drive to do good comes from. Why giving courage to those who are in dire need of it matters. After doing so, Makoto realizes that she's a customer of Kaneshiro's, which gives us an in, with Miss Prez serving as our key. Finally, Makoto has a chance to prove her worth not to just society or the Phantom Thieves, but to herself. Much like Ryuji, who has given Makoto the means to do so, she is now able to cut loose. Finally free of the garbage expectations and opinions of others, who wanted Makoto to inhabit this role of being this soft-spoken, passive, and demure girl. Makoto allows herself to be consumed by feelings of anger to the likes that she wasn't allowed to fully express before. Rage that her heart fully intends to direct squarely at Kaneshiro.
I've been listening to you go on and on. Shut your damn mouth, you money-grubbing asshole!
Have you decided to tread the path of strife?
Yes. Come to me!
Very well. Let us proceed with our contract at once. I am thou. Thou art I. You have finally found your own justice. Please, never lose sight of it again. This memorable day marks your graduation from your false self.
What the hell?
A persona?
No, dude. That's a bike?
Yeah, it's a bike. And with the strength of Johan in our party, with Makoto serving as our combat tactician, we're able to make quick work of Kaneshiro's goons, to the point where Ryuji's able to crack a joke at her expense.
So, you're totally the fist of the Phantom Star now, huh?
Do you want to get smacked?
Personally, she looks more like a Miss Post-Apocalyptic writer to me, but who am I to judge the opinions of Best Boy? On a more serious note, Ryuji's joker remarks here actually has some significance that builds up the relationship as teammates. As we start to hang out with Makoto a little bit more, we learn that, despite appearing insufferably prim and proper on the surface, she's actually a tomboy who doesn't take a whole lot of interest in girly things. In addition to dressing rather plainly, not caring so much for fashion, and being trained in the martial arts, Makoto also enjoys action movies and shonen manga. This seems to be a point of embarrassment for her in reality, but in the metaverse, she inhabits the role of her standard shonen edgelord as competently and as holistically as Ryuji inhabits the role of a violent punk thug. We can see as much when she invites Joker to the movies to see a gangster film, where she remains at the edge of the seat with her fists clenched in excitement throughout the entire show's runtime. We can also choose to take Ryuji to the movies as well, long before Makoto joins the party. The movie in question is a thriller/action/revenge movie that in of itself is a parody of The Dark Knight.
You're a psychopath who bakes for money.
In both films, Joker learns that both of his teammates seem to value the special kind of determination one must possess in order to fight for their friends. It's a mixture of guts and compassion, a clashing of interests for both Skull and Queen. Now, a quick question first before we go any further. What do you get when you cross a tomboy with repressed anger issues who has long since yearned to be a bit less straight edge than usual, using bits of media that's usually targeted at boys as a means of escaping what's traditionally expected of her by society, with someone who's considered by many to already enjoy and be all those things and much more?
Kamoshida's cognition ain't changing, right? And I'll act like the troublemaker I am.
Well, you get an excellent character moment between the team's mom and its listless punk kid, with both of them teaming up for one of the best Showtime attacks in the game.
Here we go! Time to get a little crazy!
Stay focused.
Go for it! Thanks, ma'am!
It's a Fizz of the North Star reference, which in of itself is pretty awesome, but we're still missing out on how the attack itself was pitched and created by Ryuji as a unique move for both himself and the Queen. Setting aside the fact that Ryuji seems deathly afraid of getting in the way of Makoto's rage.
Any objections?
None, Queen!
Throughout the plot so far, most of Ryuji's ideas and plans that involve phantom thievery have usually caused his teammates to call him a moron in several different ways. Ryuji's rash ideas and blunt way of achieving his goals have put his teammates in dangerous and precarious situations. His bluntness caused On to follow them into the metaverse and get captured by Kamoshida. His bluntness caused problems with Yusuke and Madarame, causing him to hatch a daring plan that had forced On to walk straight into the lion's den, escaping by the skin of her teeth. Ryuji's rashness and hatred for having a sense of justice questioned by the likes of Akechi and Makoto caused the team to be caught red-handed and subsequently blackmailed by Ms. Prez herself, which has since spiraled out of control to the point where we owe a mob boss 3 million yen. Now, it's not as if Ryuji's completely absolved himself of these situations either. He absolutely hates seeing someone unjustly suffer, especially when he's the one responsible for such events. So, it would then follow that all these situations would begin to weigh heavily upon Ryuji. Due to being both incredibly fickle and having a low opinion of himself, Ryuji usually responds in a hostile manner when people question his character or ideas. He's also really bad at communicating his own personal thoughts and feelings to other people as well. As such, when Ryuji finds Makoto at the train station after school with a suggestion for a Showtime attack on June 22nd, he is of course not going to be confident in his own abilities to persuade her.
Is something wrong?
Nah, it's nothing.
Well, it definitely doesn't seem like it's nothing to you.
So I've been doing a little thinking and, how do I put it? I guess I was thinking about coming up with a new move, like a special tag team move kind of thing. So I got this idea while playing a video game and, it's a move that's gonna need your help.
My help?
You know what? Never mind.
We can see this lack of self-esteem Ryuji possesses when he talks to Makoto about their Showtime attack here, where Ryuji gets confused and assumes that Makoto was offended by Ryuji's asking for help. In reality though, Makoto is surprised, excited, and elated that Ryuji would consider her for such an attack, and one that manages to align with her own closet interests as the angry tomboy that she is.
I just saw something like it in the game and thought it looked cool. When I try to say it out loud, it seems too insane.
Insane, huh? So, in other words, you may have come across a special attack that outclasses any of our previous moves.
What?
Why don't you tell me your idea? By the way you described it, it must be a pretty good one.
Moreover, Makoto being the team's mom doesn't admonish Ryuji for having such a crazy idea for an attack either. If anything, Makoto is the only member of the Phantom Thieves, besides Joker of course, to encourage Ryuji's bombastic ideas.
I see.
So stupid, right? Yeah, I was just joking. Please forget what I said.
That could work.
Yeah, that could work. Wait, what?
But if we are going to do this, we'll have to push ourselves harder than ever before. Think you can keep up?
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna show them the real meaning of pain.
A most wholesome moment between them both, wherein they both show some strong character development. In combining Ryuji's headstrong creativity and Makoto's penchant for tactfully punching things that piss her off, the Skull and the Queen managed to play to their strengths, to swat Kaneshiro like the fly that he is.
Can't run now!
Leave the rest to me.
Here we go! Let's rock, Fist of the Phantom Star!
It's not my name.
Sorry! Double time! Where are you looking? Up here!
With Kanashiro's defeat and a new fierce addition to our merry band, the justice of the Phantom Thieves remains uncontested, as we're now 3 for 3 on Hearts Stolen. We finally managed to prove our justice to society, with Ryuji succinctly summing up our most recent victory by saying the following.
In your face, Akechi!
Once an aloof and conceited asshole, Makoto, as our newest teammate, has now lightened up as a result of our victory, wanting to cut loose and crack a few jokes at everyone else's expense, endearing her to us further.
Oh, I think I cracked my ass.
An, are you alright? Is yours cracked as well?
Of course not!
Isn't it supposed to be, though?
She's no longer the stuck-up prissy bitch that we knew her for these past few months. A most wholesome ending for the Skull and the Queen. Two of our teammates who, despite their differences, actually share quite a bit in common. Changing the hearts of criminals who aim to exploit those who cannot fight back is, in of itself, rewarding enough.
To think the reward for the Phantom Thieves is feeling they totes busted the case. How funny.
Their senses of justice have always stemmed from something extremely personal to both of them, and in finding that commonality, both Ryuji and Makoto are able to exact their justice upon society.
And you think you're the only one who's got to deal with being labeled? Me and all these other guys, we're all fighting against that!
But don't worry, you'll finally have a place you belong. Somewhere you can make amends. For the rest of your life.
It's a cause for some celebration to be sure, and with our new teammate in tow, we can watch Akechi huff some serious copium on live TV, and once and for all proving to him that the Phantom Thieves are forever on the side of justice. In coaxing Kanashiro out to light, a threat many considered once to be most untouchable, and forcing him to confess to the crimes that he's committed, we've certainly done some good. However, when a threat appears that is truly intangible and our methods of taking down this new threat does intersect with Ryuji's home life in the most somber of ways, you would think that our favorite younger delinquent would be one to slow his roll, sending down the chip on his shoulder and need to prove himself to the world after exposing everyone from Makoto to blackmail with ease. As time does go on, we'll begin to see that's not the case. The fame, fulfillment, purpose, and most importantly, the fame Ryuji's going to find as a Phantom Thief is going to leave him a bit conceited, subverting a sense of justice all the while. All this and more as we lead up to one of the best parts of Persona 5 with everyone's favorite Hikikomori gremlin, followed by what is objectively the worst part of Persona 5.
Damn it! Freaking Morgana!
Alright, let's just get this over with. As the thieves endeavor to pillage Futaba's heart to free her from a tomb of her own creation, Ryuji was, at times, characterized as seeming to care a smidge more about the act of stealing Futaba's heart than actually healing it via phantom thievery. Granted, Ryuji's always taken his job as a thief seriously, with his heart always being in a righteous place, a sentiment that he expressed while he and Makoto were giving Kanashiro quite the tongue lashing at the end of a little scuffle with him. This isn't something that has fundamentally changed for Ryuji, and it's still an aspect of his character that we see in full display as we hunt down Alibaba. Hearing about the implications of Sojiro possibly abusing or neglecting Futaba fires him up, designed to leave no stone unturned until he exposes the baddie, as Ryuji chooses to be a bit more proactive than the rest of the thieves.
If it's really true about the abuse, he'd be a no-good jerk pretending to be a guardian.
When Ryuji hears about the true circumstances surrounding Futaba's reasons for shutting herself in from the outside world, learning that Futaba gave birth to a palace directly as a result of her mother committing suicide right before her eyes, with Futaba herself being saddled with the blame for it, Ryuji can be seen doing his best to sympathize with her.
It's gotta be devastating for a kid.
It can be said that, yes, perhaps he's seeing some kind of commonality with his own home life and relationship with his own mother between Sojiro and Futaba.
Working and watching over a child at the same time sounds rough.
I guess raising Futaba alone turned out to be tough on her in more ways than one. There wasn't a father.
Do you mean...
Well, there probably was one. I didn't know him, though. She never said a word about him either. She was single when she gave birth to Futaba, and single when she raised her.
When Futaba finally lets us into a room, Ryuji loses some of that gung-ho attitude he's been known for since his Persona awakening, choosing to err on the side of caution as we handle Futaba. While paradoxically, Ryuji's narrative foil in regards to how we choose to ethically pursue our targets is the brash, blunt, and emotionally headstrong one here.
Yo, maybe save this for later? Seems she's been through some serious shit, so, you know.
Hold on. Futaba-chan, did you really kill your mother?
Whoa, you moron!
I'm so sorry, Futaba. It's just that I went through a lot myself, and I'm sorry.
It's a quick reversal of roles between best boy and best girl, something else that's reflected within the calling card that Ryuji writes in Sense of Futaba. The language that Ryuji uses within this calling card is also remarkably simplistic, which isn't a dig at his intelligence or ability to use more colorful language. If we think back all the way to the Kamoshida arc, Ryuji was the one that, of course, wrote Kamoshida's calling card after all that we went through. And as we can also recall, it was pretty hostile.
Sir Suguru Kamoshida, the utter bastard of lust. We know how shitty you are, and that you put your twisted desires on students that can't fight back.
Now though, the dynamics of our next target, being Futaba, have changed. She's been gaslit for years into thinking that she's solely responsible for her mother's death, so Ryuji, with some help from Makoto, wisely chooses not to victim blame Futaba any further, with the calling card itself being only composed of the following 2 sentences.
Futaba Sakura has committed a great sin of drowning in sloth. Thus, we will rob every last bit of those distorted desires.
No, I'm going to die.
Taking the diction of the calling card into account, it would seem that Ryuji does in fact want to dull Futaba's pain as best he can. It's extremely wholesome, if there wasn't for a few underlying problems with Ryuji's motives. For every wholesome action and reaction Ryuji takes is undercut by that chip on his shoulder, his ever-present need to prove himself to his detractors. As the justice of the Phantom Thieves gets ever closer to becoming a national and international sensation, this starts to become a bit of a problem. While the rest of the team seems relatively unbothered that the mass media, Akechi, and Medjed are accusing our fans and supporters of hero-worshipping the Phantom Thieves, Ryuji is pissed, solely focusing in on the fact that our detractors are pinning our efforts as such, while the rest of the thieves do their best to search for a solution to Medjed's ultimatums.
Outlaws? Yes. They're no different than the criminals they target. This cannot be overlooked.
I see.
Oh, I see. My ass? Why the hell are we being treated as the bad guys?
Just let them say whatever they want. More people are starting to understand that what we're doing is right, after all.
Why the hell are we being singled out?
Perhaps all they care about is labeling the Phantom Thieves as crooks. That all this wouldn't have happened had the Phantom Thieves not existed.
That's complete bullshit!
The concept of our potential rise to stardom, if we do manage to beat back all of our critics and Medjed, mingled with Ryuji's usual bluntness, has enabled him to behave rather stupid, hasty, and ruthless at times within the Alibaba arc. He seemingly has learned nothing from the last arc with Makoto, and still remaining rather cynical that the media isn't taking our methods of dispensing justice very seriously, Ryuji once again nearly exposes the entire team as he throws out random, unsubstantiated theories about who and what Futaba is to Sojiro at the most inappropriate of times.
Man, and it's all thanks to us being the Phantom Thieves. Crap!
Fantastic! This sushi is delicious! Yeah! The fish is so fresh!
Everywhere we go, we hear about these Phantom Thieves.
What rubbish.
Think about where we are, Ryuji!
Sorry, it just kinda slipped.
Speaking of Ryuji not learning anything, Ryuji forgets another lesson that he shouldn't have forgotten. After sneaking into the Sakura residence to figure out the keywords for Futaba's palace, Ryuji goes over his teammates' heads and activates the metanav, which is incredibly dangerous. As we learned from our maiden heist, all the way back when we made up our minds to steal Kamoshida's heart, if we have other people standing within close proximity of us activating the nav, they also get pulled into the metaverse with us. It's part of the reason why Ann's part of our party, as we pulled her in the metaverse by accident, with our ignorance of such a matter nearly getting Ann killed. This feature in the nav is something that we also incorporated in our strategy to pursue a target as well. Knowing full well that this feature of the nav existed, Ann utilized it to evade Madarame's private security force, pulling Yusuke into his sensei's palace so they wouldn't get arrested. Not only that, but just recently, we brought Makoto into the metaverse with our choice to do so being indicative of a leap of trust for all the thieves, as we allow Makoto to pierce all of our respective veils, and only doing so when our backs are up against the wall with Kaneshiro blackmailing us all. Every single time we made the choice to go into the metaverse has always been contextualized as a monumental event, but once we're inside the Sakura residence, Ryuji has seemingly forgotten about all the previous events, failing to consider what would happen if we pulled another unsuspecting individual into the metaverse, such as Sojiro or even Futaba.
Well then, let's hurry up and go. And clicky.
You idiot! Don't activate it here!
With Ryuji's actions here being even more dangerous considering that we don't even know what Futaba's palace even looks like. For all we know, it could be a black hole or a bottomless pit. We really did get lucky with Futaba's cognition manifesting her isolation as a vast and empty desert. These actions are damning enough for Ryuji and his hasty idiocy, but when we get inside of Futaba's palace and speak to her shadow, Ryuji's pretty ruthless and rude with it. Expecting that, due to her shadow not perceiving us as a threat, and the real Futaba making a deal with us to show us her most treasured possession, Ryuji's of the mindset that this heist is going to be the easiest one yet.
Hey, where's the treasure?
It's doubtful that you wouldn't know where it is.
Hey, say something.
Don't be like that!
Let's just leave her.
Will you guys shut up for a bit?
An is right to tell off Ryuji for being so blunt, as she likely understands that Futaba's palace is representative of her past trauma, and that dealing with a shadow requires empathy and a deft touch instead of direct hostility. Keeping his previous bouts of bluntness in mind, he seems a bit too excited to read the calling card, and thus sealing Futaba's heart, an action that'll catapult the Phantom Thieves into the throes of international fame.
Oh, that reminds me. Give me the calling card, the one Alibaba sent us.
What are you going to do with it?
We're the Phantom Thieves, you know? We gotta announce this. If the treasure's there when we get the room open, giving this to her will let us take it right away.
The way that Ryuji thinks that because we are the Phantom Thieves, that in of itself necessitates us to make a spectacle of sealing Futaba's heart. A heist that in of itself is very private and personal. Even with all of Ryuji's misgivings, everything does work out in the end here, as we all follow through with our heart stealing like we normally do, with Futaba herself waking to our persona, the Necronomicon, and joining our party as our navigator. Now, you'd think Ryuji's vanitatious behavior would stop right there, but, well, it gets even worse. As we all welcome Futaba to the party, Ryuji and An both reason that the best way to help Futaba break out of her introverted shell is to lounge about in the blonde's attic, eating some snacks and talking shop. A most wholesome action that, once again, is undercut by Ryuji acting a little bit weird.
For real, it was freaking amazing! There were girls all over me!
Ryuji tries to lie to Futaba about him being a chick magnet, which is concerning due to how Futaba is the newest member of our party. There should be absolutely no reason as to why Ryuji is trying to inflate or stroke his own ego here, especially with the rest of the party caring more for Futaba's well-being and ability to socialize after being a shut-in for many years. Luckily, she isn't the socially inept Hikikomori that we all thought she might be. If anything, Futaba's got a good head about her, trusts her instincts enough to know that Ryuji is lying to her, roasting him in a manner that will age extremely well as we continue on.
Wait, you don't believe a word I'm saying, do ya?
It's you we're talking about here. There's no way you were ever a chick magnet.
What was that?
Agreed. As a member of the opposite sex, I sense no charm from you, Ryuji.
So, with the foundation set for Ryuji acting in a pocket, his sense of justice getting subverted by the fame and validation he's received after the thieves take down Medjed, our biggest mark yet, and one most intangible, we might be able to guess how Ryuji will react to the Phantom Thieves suddenly being the talk of the town, with their deeds suddenly getting international attention.
Many are heralding them as dark heroes and gentlemen thieves for a new age.
It's only appropriate that we required a suitable amount of fame to our name. We're so popular that the fan site can't even keep up with the quest for help, with the forums polls that dictate the next bigwig target we should go after changing constantly, as people vote for them around the clock. Additionally, the approval rating for Justice now sits at just over 6%, meaning that as of late August, we've given courage to a majority of society thus far. As a further consequence of proving our justice to our detractors once more, the press has gone from being skeptical of our mere existence to fully believing in our brand of justice.
We've even received messages about how the Phantom Thieves are all students talk about these days.
Even our harshest critics, like Akechi, are getting raked over the coals by our fans and the talking heads on TV.
Since it seems I'm hated by those who support the Phantom Thieves.
It seems that we even made him soften his stance a little bit, but he hasn't completely disavowed his previous accusations against us either, still choosing to remain a cynical critic of our justice.
I can sense some chivalry behind their actions. They are clever to take the silent resentments of the public into account and relieve them. I believe that may be the secret to their popularity.
Well, this is surprising. Your stance seems to have softened.
This doesn't change the fact that they are dangerous. However, no, I shouldn't say anymore.
Be that as it may, he took a bet based on a hunch and lost. Being part of the 40% or so now must really suck for our critics, but for Ryuji, seeing everyone that once doubted him and his sense of justice must be extremely cathartic to him. Our deeds have even caused the media to take some interest within our origin story, how the Phantom Thieves first appeared at Sujin Academy through stealing the heart of a lecherous and abusive sex past.
The media's gonna come to our school. At least be a little interested in it. Cover up by faculty and principal of Shujin Academy, where the Phantom Thieves first appeared. It's been a huge deal already.
Finally, after all this time, those at Sujin Academy who protected Kamoshida will face some amount of consequences for their actions. Justice has finally come to Sujin, and Ryuji is elated at that fact, feeling further vindicated that going after targets with all the flair and style that the public has come to know us for was the right decision all along.
We made the right choice going after big targets. Everywhere I go, people are talking about us.
This is all well and good, of course, but Ryuji seems to be getting a little too excited and comfortable with the prospects of our justice.
That girl just now, don't you think she was fine? The Phantom Thieves are on fire right now, so I wonder if I got a chance if I asked her out? It sucks that I can't just say I'm actually a Phantom Thief to anybody.
Our recent fame is going to Ryuji's head, changing him for the worst. In retrospect though, we've seen hints of Ryuji's more conceited disposition before, but it's always been overshadowed by his contempt for those who doubted him or downplayed his victories. Taking into account what we've gone over about Ryuji's character arc thus far, we've known that he's always had this need to prove himself to others. But now though, and finally finding a place to belong among the thieves, and finally sanding down that chip that's been embedded into his shoulder, Ryuji's attitude has gone from being this angry underdog to something a bit more selfish. This selfishness was always a facet of Ryuji's character, but it's always been a result or progression of Ryuji being impatient and wanting to make his mark upon society. If we recall back to when the thieves were rained down from the fireworks festival after Makoto joined the party, Ryuji said this, expressing his disappointment that the recognition and fame we acquired for taking down Kaneshiro was so lackluster.
We made such a commotion with the public, and this is what we get? Lame. Aren't heroes that lurk in the shadows boring? So that's what makes us cool? To be honest, I'm not a fan. I want to change the world with a loud bang, like a huge firework.
It's an innocent enough goal, and granted, Ryuji's altruistic motives are still intact by this point in the plot, but it's concerning that he's starting to find what we're doing as Thieves of Hearts boring if it doesn't result in immediate fame. This brings us back to the present, where Ryuji's want of fame is beginning to take over. After we stole Futaba's heart, instead of wanting to find the culprit that's causing all the mental shutdowns that may or may not have also been the same person that killed her mother, Ryuji seems less interested in bringing such a criminal to justice for its own sake, and more interested in the resulting fame of exposing the perp. He even suggests that, upon doing so, that we should all unmask ourselves to the public.
The culprit forcing mental shutdowns. If we can change his heart and get a confession out of him, we'll be on top of the world for real. Should we reveal our identities then? Oh, I bet chicks are gonna be all over us.
While we might be able to excuse these as flights of fancy, we could certainly say that after taking on Medjed, Ryuji's arc had become a bit more comfortable and extroverted too, which contrasts heavily with how he behaved in previous arcs of the game. He was fickle, sure, but when it came to matters of stealing hearts and exposing the injustices within society, we could always rely upon Ryuji to become incredibly focused when tackling those matters. This contrast between the past and present Ryuji is highlighted further when a class takes a trip to Hawaii. Given the chance to finally relax and let loose on Hawaii's sandy beaches and tropical air, Ryuji manages to make an embarrassment of himself to the likes that we really haven't seen himself do before.
So, how long will you be staying?
Yeah, I'm so excited! I have no idea though!
You can find your buses that way.
Damn, you speak Japanese?
This is indicative of Ryuji getting a little too comfortable with what we achieved as Phantom Thieves, and as we get situated in Hawaii with the rest of our class, Ryuji makes a really weird douchey comment in the presence of the rest of our party.
I thought Ann was pretty impressive, but compared to the foreign ladies? Nah.
Then stop looking!
You think so too, don't you? Like, these ladies are massive unlike the girls in Japan.
That wasn't very cash money there, Ryuji. To add further insult to injury, Ryuji gets more and more histrionic and more impatient as time goes on, becoming more and more concerned with the opinions of our supporters back on the fan site, wanting to return to Japan as fast as possible. While the likes of Ann and Makoto might try to temper Ryuji here, at this point, it seems like he can't help himself but wonder how our fame has influenced the lives of people on an international scale. Needless to say, Ryuji refuses to heed the advice of his more level-headed teammates.
Fan site. You know, I do hear people talking about the Phantom Thieves every so often.
Are they really mentioning us?
I think so. We've already made our international debut. Man, just talking about that makes me want to go back to Japan so bad.
You really have no chill.
Come on, let's try and forget about those things for now.
But people are waiting for us to fix society. We don't got time to be relaxing over here.
The moment that Makoto and Ann disappear, Ryuji quickly gets fickle once again, moving to alleviate his boredom by running around the beach to ask the locals if they heard of the Phantom Thieves who hail from Japan.
I'm so bored. By the way, you think we're the thieves everyone here's been going on about? It'd be pretty freaking crazy if that was true, huh?
I had not heard of such rumors. We are already here, so why don't we confirm if that is the case?
Oh, good idea. Let's try asking around while we wait for Ann and Makoto.
As we ask around the beachfront, Ryuji is pleased to find out that most of the people here seem to have a solid understanding of who and what the Phantom Thieves are, but in doing so, we waste away most of the day stroking his ego, leaving Ryuji to say the following the very next day.
Damn it, this isn't how stuff was supposed to go.
We screwed around for 3 days. We've done nothing.
What do you mean? We ended up walking around, same as we always do in Japan.
Ryuji, completely lacking any kind of introspection, thinks that what we need to spice up our remaining time here in Hawaii is to go hit on the local girls and get their numbers. A flight of fancy that he's willing to drag Mishima and Joker into.
We can get some girls' numbers during the day, then sneak away to them at night. You in or what? Me too? It'll be great! Neither of us have girlfriends who'd get mad about it either. I guess that's true, but... Come on, I know you're acting all cool, but you're totally coming with. No question about it.
This in of itself is fine for Ryuji to do, but his mistake lies with this very notion being highly unrealistic, a little douchey, and incredibly vain. By comparing himself to his peers who garner attention of the opposite sex, and to those who have girlfriends, he sets himself up as appearing inadequate to them because he doesn't have a woman.
It's hot enough as is. Seeing those couples just makes my damn blood boil.
So the logical thing for Ryuji to do is show his friends that he does, in fact, have game. This goes about as well as you'd expect, because while he's chasing tail, Ryuji's attitude and how he approaches the situation makes a day on the beach with the boys truly cringeworthy as we strike out with every girl that we talk to until the sun goes down.
Alright, we want to go after solo girls that look bored. Got it.
Ryuji then gets desperate, with such desperation peaking when we find Yusuke on the beach trying out some local cuisine, wherein Ryuji then hijacks Yusuke's dinner for the sake of picking up more women, suggesting that we Rochambeau for the attention of each girl if Ryuji doesn't fail his charisma checks. Even though Ryuji's trying to punch way above his weight class, this is Ryuji we're talking about here, and according to our newest member, he has no charm whatsoever. That being said though, despite his previous comments and intentions, Ryuji doesn't necessarily do anything truly offensive or outright misogynistic here. He doesn't use some sleazy pickup line. Rather, he just says the following.
Anyways, the four of us got some time on our hands, and,
You're including me in this?
well, if you ladies aren't doing anything, how about we go somewhere more fun?
He just asks these girls if they want to go hang out with him and do something fun. A completely inoffensive question, but as we can expect, these girls aren't interested in Ryuji whatsoever, but it's not for the reasons that you might think. The lack of interest in Ryuji is no fault of his. If anything, these ladies seem incredibly shallow.
Sorry, we don't take too kindly to youngins. I'm all about the wealthy, refined, older men.
Any sane person would say fuck that noise, but unfortunately, Ryuji doesn't see the red flags here, and forgets then lowers himself to the level. In his relentless pursuit of some Hawaiian tale, he nearly exposes himself as a phantom thief in the process, requiring Yusuke to stop him in his tracks once again.
I wouldn't have minded if you were those phantom thieves, though.
For real? Oh, well, you know, we...
Ryuji!
Bye-bye!
Come back in 10 years.
This is among the handful of times where I've seen Ryuji reference that he's a phantom thief, but trying to bank off of it, using it to try and gain something from his reputation, is something fairly new to his character. Granted, Ryuji, on the rare chance that he does attract attention from the opposite sex, is all too ready to play along and bask in it.
Are you going to the fireworks festival?
That's right.
Us too! Wanna go together?
Are we getting hit on?
Come on, let's go together.
Granted, Persona 5 makes an active attempt to admonish Ryuji for his poor choices in regards to shallow women, through having Ana Makoto comment upon how shallow Ryuji's behavior is, but whenever they aren't on screen admonishing Ryuji for those very same choices, he can't really help himself but continue to make bad choices of which he never truly learns from. While this is easy to dismiss Ryuji's actions when it comes to women, as ATLUS meaning the quote-unquote bae punt and joke quota that's been a thing since Persona 3, this is an active part of Ryuji's character growth that warrants some investigation. As we unpack this new burgeoning facet of a Ryuji that's having the fame of being a phantom thief go to his head, something surfaces about his character that we haven't really noticed before. While in Hawaii, Ryuji feels as though he needs to chase him tail while in the company of his friends, and more importantly, while Joker's around. He could have easily just wandered the beach by himself, but he dragged us along with him too.
Come on, I know you're acting all cool, but you're totally coming with. No question about it.
Now, the interesting part about what Ryuji does here is that he feels as though he needs to chase him tail while in the company of his friends, and more importantly, while Joker's around. He could have easily just wandered the beach by himself, but he dragged us along with him too. As we've discussed in great length thus far, Ryuji needs three things to lead a structured life. Firstly, he needs a good friend to check his worst impulses, someone to help him sand down the chip that he's had on his shoulder for most of his life. Secondly, he needs a task or goal that keeps him humble, something that he finds meaningful fulfillment within so his fickle nature doesn't get the better of him. And lastly, he needs someone to impress or inspire with his actions. Otherwise, Ryuji's priorities get all out of whack. Joker and the Phantom Thieves have been Ryuji's answer to most of those problems. Given his recent interest with fame as a Phantom Thief, Ryuji has fulfilled most of those lifelong wants and dreams. He's proved himself to, well, himself, and thus to the world. Now, while on vacation with his teammates, he's willing to bask in his success, a word and concept that Ryuji is not all too familiar with, and something that he handles very poorly when fame gets mixed in with a lot.
Sucks that I can't just say I'm actually a Phantom Thief to anybody.
This plays into the events that lead up to us tackling our next target. When we return to Japan, we learn that our relationship to the public has changed in our absence. Instead of being our die-hard supportive fans, the public has now changed to something derivative of a fanatical angry mob, treating the act of changing one's heart more as a blood sport than an act of hopeful justice that renders courage to people who desperately need it. As the rumor would have it, people are apparently trusting the thieves' method of vigilante justice over more institutionalized and bureaucratic methods of justice, no longer trusting the police or politicians as effective ways to deal with evil. As more time passes, we find that instead of fixing personal problems with selective and surgical precision as we normally did with Madarame and Kamoshida, for example, our efforts involving Kaneshiro and Medgen have the public under the impression that we are now focused on fixing more societal issues that fall under the purview of the government and the police. A certain Phantom Thief fever has gripped Japan, with our fanatical fans misrepresenting our justice, with many beginning to sell t-shirts and other merchandise to add to how popular we are. Coinciding with this, our approval rating rose from about 6% when we first left for Hawaii to just over 80% now. In other words, our justice has become increasingly commodified, nothing more than mere theater for their amusement, and within that, the masses have started to pin crimes and other incidents upon us too. As an example of this, while we were away on holiday, Principal Kobayakawa passed away with all signs pointing to him committing suicide, with his motive for doing so pointing towards him feeling guilty following the media pressing him for details about why he protected Kamoshida's sexual and physical abuse of Tsushin students. However, the manner and location of which he died hints at a larger conspiracy, with Makoto's older sister, Sainijima, thinking that the Phantom Thieves are directly responsible for his death. She seems to think that the thieves are now targeting those in power who sat on their throne, so to speak, enabling people like Kamoshida to run roughshod over his victims. These rumors of the Phantom Thieves being part of a murder conspiracy are also present at school, with several peers thinking that the thieves did indeed murder Kobayakawa, and some saying that his death and our supposed action against him was justified because he was responsible for coming up with the incident surrounding Kamoshida. Needless to say, this issue, among many others, such as who our next target will be, must be solved at our next meeting at LeBlanc, which doesn't go so well. Recent events have caused a divide within the thieves, the likes that we really haven't seen since the lead up to the Kaneshiro arc. What was once at the time a simple question of continuing forward or not, enacting our justice upon society has now grown more complex, as we're now being suspected of crimes that we didn't commit in the first place. The public's current disposition has caused the likes of Anna and Ryuji to fall back into playing the devil and angel roles we saw them play during the Kaneshiro arc. This time though, there's no prissy and insensitive student council president to unite them all out of spite. Nor is Akechi here to try and gaslight and dissuade us from stealing hearts. Now though, ironically enough, we could have done with Akechi's skepticism here. We're now dealing with real consequences, and with the public's fanatical obsession with us, now more than ever, we need to be careful with our next move and who we decide to target next. This causes Best Boy and Best Girl to verbally spar over how to best handle the situation. Within Ann's eyes, things are getting so bad that after vowing to take this Phantom Thievery as far as she can, she seems terrified to the point where she questions the very reason as to why she decided to join our team in the first place.
Could it be that we're responsible for Principal Kobayakawa's suicide?
What do you mean?
If we hadn't changed Kamoshida's heart, maybe this never would have happened.
Due to the prevailing public notion that the thieves somehow caused Kobayakawa to attempt and follow through with a suicide attempt, Ann feels as though she's become the very thing that she sought to destroy. Now, it would seem that the Phantom Thieves have become the oppressors, provided that our works did influence Kobayakawa's choice to take his own life. Given Ann's own history of feeling responsible for Shiho's suicide attempt and how she showed restraint when given the opportunity to kill Kamoshida's shadow in complete anonymity, it's reasonable for her to feel guilty here, at least enough to advise caution to the rest of the party. However, on the other hand of this dichotomous spectrum, we have Ryuji, someone who has definitely changed for the worst over the course of the game. For comparison, if you recall all the way back to when it was just Joker, Morgana, and Ryuji against Kamoshida, Ryuji initially objected to changing Kamoshida's heart out of pure principle, only resorting to such drastic means after Shiho's suicide attempt and being threatened with expulsion. Even after such events occurred, Ryuji was still of the mind that killing Kamoshida is an objectively evil thing to do, and does his best to dissuade Ann from finishing him off when she was given the chance to do so. Ryuji's core motivations have largely stayed the same since then: expose the rotten adults that are abusing people. Now though, this foundational characteristic of Ryuji's justice and how he conducts himself both in and out of heists has become warped to the point where he's almost okay being implicated in a murder conspiracy and where he's comfortable abiding by Kobayakawa's death.
I mean, the principal was covering stuff up, right? I guess he got what was coming to him.
Scary stuff, and following that, Ryuji's outlook on fame has implications upon tackling our next target as well, being Kunikazu Okumura, which a large majority of our fans now want us to go after. From Morgana and Futaba, we learned that Okumura has all the trappings that make him a legitimate potential target for heart stealing. From Morgana and Futaba, we learned that Okumura has all the trappings that make him a legitimate potential target for a heart stealing, with Okumura possessing his own palace. In addition to exploiting his employees for unpaid labor, Futaba reasons that Okumura has also benefited from the resignations and scandals caused by the mental shutdown incidents, which Okumura himself has leveraged to force out potential competitors to his business. Quite obviously, this has strengthened his position within the business world, with Okumura himself being the sole beneficiary of those actions. While the thieves agree that he should be our next target, we can't come to a unanimous decision to take him down. This enrages Ryuji, who causes him to lash out at An and Yusuke, accusing them of sloth, and being apathetic to the suffering of Okuma's exploited employees and the overall will of the public.
Hold on, that doesn't necessarily mean he's evil. If we jump into this too carelessly. Beyond that, this Phantom Thieves fad is unsettling.
Yeah, the excitement levels don't feel normal. We might want to let things calm down a bit first.
You too, An? You're just gonna go against what people want?
Huh? No, but...
As Ryuji looks around, he realizes that he is outnumbered, and quickly becomes dismayed and dissuaded about how everyone except himself desires to throw caution to the wind, despite this case regarding Okumura being the most cut and dry one we've received thus far.
For real?
To Ryuji's credit though, he doesn't press his teammates further on the matter, and while incredibly disappointed with them all, he does drop the subject. However, the same cannot be said about Morgana, who, for whatever reason, starts chewing out Ryuji of all people for showing restraint, backing down at the behest of his apprehensive teammates.
Sheesh, some team you are. What's with all the hesitation? I can't stand this. Even you, Ryuji. You just back down the second someone disagrees with you.
What?
Morgana is acting ridiculous here to say the least, especially when we consider that Ryuji's actually showing some character growth here through tempering himself, of which, if you recall, Morgana has been a staunch critic of Ryuji's overall lack of tact throughout the whole game. So the one time where he's actually using his brain, using what little emotional intelligence he possesses to read the room, Morgana is out here berating Ryuji for doing just that. Morgana is also forgetting that we all need to come to unanimous agreement on whether or not to go after our next target as a team. With that in mind, even as Ryuji is being swallowed by his wand of fame as a thief and lashing on his teammates who may be in the right of wanting to throw caution to the wind, Ryuji at least abides by this core rule of our group of misfits. Forgetting this, Morgana continues on to berate Ryuji a bit further.
I guess all you've been talking about is using the Phantom Thieves' name to pick up girls anyway. Being hyped up because of the popularity is fine, but getting conceited over it is unacceptable.
Hey, aren't you acting for your own benefit here too?
My appearance might have changed, but I'm still an admirable human. At the very least, I'm more admirable than some carnal blonde monkey.
You little...
Fine. I can take on some small-time target like Okumura on my own. Sorry, but it looks like I'll be getting the credit for solving the mental shutdown mystery.
Well, she was more useful than you, as a matter of fact.
Hey, that's inexcusable! I'm going to show you who the useless one actually is.
Alright then, bring it on!
Morgana is kind of right. Ryuji has changed and has become a bit selfish over the last few heists, but at least his motives still remain somewhat in line with his original altruistic reasons for stealing hearts. Unlike Morgana though, he doesn't flip the table and walk away. Now granted, the reasons for Morgana wanting to leave the team lie within Ryuji offhandedly calling him useless over the course of several heists. The fact of the matter is that, unfortunately, to the cat who's not a cat, Ryuji's right. Morgana started off as our navigator, advisor, and mentor, with those roles solely being placed by Futaba, Makoto, and just plain old-fashioned experience. Ryuji also correctly states that it isn't fair for Morgana to insinuate that his motives had changed to something entirely selfish when Morgana's whole reason for joining our team was because he made a mutually beneficial deal with Joker. The deal was that Morgana teaches us about the metaverse and the mechanics of stealing hearts, and in return, the rest of the party helps him cure his amnesia by delving into the depths of mementos. We've abided by his deal thus far, but now of all times he wants to question the efficacy and Ryuji's motivations at the same time? There can be no doubt that Morgana is acting like a massive hypocrite here. He's projecting all his anguish onto Ryuji, of whom Morgana has antagonized and put down on a handful of occasions as well. Be it betraying Ryuji's confidence, or just insulting Ryuji's overall intelligence and blunt nature, Morgana's behavior here is just unacceptable, as he has a history of just picking fights with Ryuji for no real reason.
Impressive, Lady An. You're quite different from this stupid monkey I know.
Huh? Don't give me that crap! Your brain's tiny compared to mine.
Size is meaningless if there's nothing inside, you know.
What was that?
Ugh, will you please shut up?
His comments about Ryuji being only in this for more lecherous regions, while not entirely false, Morgana's also forgetting that he himself has also pined after Ann's affection throughout the entire game too. It's one of the most significant reasons why he wants to be a human again, acting all macho, trying to put on airs of being a more refined gentleman than Ryuji, which entails putting him down as well.
Why'd you come here, man? And more importantly, how?
Hey, is that how you speak to a woman? Are you alright, Lady Ann?
It's so that Ann can see Morgana more as a man instead of a cute cat. In fact, this machismo is reflected within the design of his persona, Zoro. Within media, Zoro is characterized as this rapier-wielding, chivalrous vigilante and refined gentleman. This includes Persona 5 as well. But because personas often take on the personal characteristics of those who wield them, we can see that Zoro, when wielded by Morgana, has comically large biceps and extremely broad shoulders, almost as if he's puffing up his chest to appear more macho and threatening. In other words, Morgana's bluffing and compensating for both his lack of memories and the only thing that he's actually good at, being phantom thievery, which would explain why he feels the need to constantly put down Ryuji. All these aspects of Morgana's character and how he's carrying himself within this conversation make it all the more infuriating to Ryuji for Morgana to try and project his problems onto Best Boy, with Morgana framing his words as if he was speaking from a place of moral superiority over Ryuji. If anything, Morgana's no better than Ryuji in most aspects, and now Morgana's ego is actually getting the better of him. So, in the spirit of thinking that he's right, he decides to leave the party and go after Okumura himself.
Looks like I don't belong here after all. Well, this is goodbye.
Morgana, wait!
See you.
I bet he's back in no time. Damn it!
A few days pass since Morgana's left the party, and with that, we start to get worried that a cruel fate has befallen him within Okumura's palace. Barring that, many of our team are afraid that Morgana and his stupid ego has put us in a difficult position, forcing our hand into investigating his palace when public opinion is still a little weird, remaining stalwart in their want of blood instead of justice. We meet outside Okumura Foods HQ, say the magic words, and get inside Okumura's palace, which takes its form as a giant spaceport where all his employees are cognitively rationalized as actual robots who ruthlessly worked without compensation until they drop. Ryuji was right to want to go after Okumura. If people are being worked to death, then we have to stop him. However, before we can proceed further into the palace, we're quickly stopped by an impassable door and figures most familiar.
Say something, damn it!
Enough of your misunderstandings.
Mona! You're okay!
Long time no see, Panther.
Hasn't been that long.
If you came for the treasure, you should just go home with your tail between your legs.
Actually, we were looking for you.
The treasure will be taken by me, and this beauty thief.
Beauty thief?
I'll have you know she's a persona user too.
In his absence, Morgana's been trying to start his own party from scratch, somehow locating another persona user in the process as well. What initially seems to be the lead up to a fight, all the tension quickly disappears when this floofy girl who goes by the moniker of Beauty Thief is quickly revealed to be an amateur that Morgana feeds lines to as a means to insult the rest of the thieves.
Yes, that's right. Enough with the idle chit-chat.
You started it.
Mona, who the hell is she?
Wait, I'll fix this. You!
Me?
Learn to take a hint.
Huh?
And you're very vulgar and very stupid.
What?
Say something bad about Ann, I dare you.
What was it again?
Yeah, that's what I thought, Morgana.
We will take the treasure.
You already said that.
Morgana's completely lost the plot, but by starting his investigation a bit earlier than us, he was able to find out how Okumura's cognition works to get past the door that halted our advance. Unfortunately, because he's again lost the plot, his ego nearly gets himself and this amateur persona user killed by shadows.
Don't underestimate us.
Behind you!
Here they come.
We managed to retreat back to the Blonde, and with things heating up on the fan site in reality, with the death of a rival company's CEO, a new goal to figure out the identity of Morgana's mentee surfaces. The thieves managed to deduce that the beauty thief is Haru Okumura, the very same daughter of our target in question, Kunikazu Okumura, CEO of Okumura Foods. what his own daughter was doing inside of her father's own palace, and with Morgana no less intending to use Haru to steal her father's heart, is unknown. So with Makoto in tow, we move to ask her after school. At first glance, Haru is a pleasant enough, if not overly polite girl, who isn't all too surprised we figured out that she's a phantom thief.
Oh, so that's where we met. Wow, you figured it out in just a day.
As we move to question her motives as to why she teamed up with Morgana, we find out that Haru is a lot like us. She has an innate desire to help the weak and humble the strong, which does include her father, a motive that Morgana doesn't seem to have any involvement with.
So why did you become a phantom thief?
My father's highly regarded as a manager, but I had various doubts about him. Things have grown quite serious lately. That's why I want to make amends, even though it may only be for my own satisfaction. There's no way for me to change my father's company, but if I became a phantom thief, I thought I'd at least be able to change him.
Be that as it may, that doesn't mean Morgana hasn't tried to influence Haru. In his absence, he's managed to convince Haru that our brand of justice is aimless and driven by fame, setting the public practically salivating at the thought that one of these days, Okuma-san's heart is going to be changed.
What you're doing is unnecessarily causing a stir among the public.
Morgana also has cautioned Haru against the very notion of cooperation between his former teammates and the team he's currently trying to couple together with Haru.
But aren't our objectives the same? It'd be better if we work...
No, thank you. I will do this with Mona-chan and him alone.
Haru's determined dedication to changing the heart of her father is admirable, but in doing so, she also comes off as incredibly naive, both in regards to how she's approaching the situation with her father and handling shadows within the metaverse. Characteristics that Morgana seems to be actively taking advantage of for the glory of beating Ryuji and his old team to the treasure. Haru's altruistic nature has merely blinded her to the fact because Morgana's convinced himself, and Haru by extension, that he was being shoved out by his old team. As time goes on, Makoto tries to approach Haru to convince her to combine her forces once more, but it seems like she's doing her best to avoid and ignore us. As this is happening, the thieves notice that some mementos requests that were posted to the fan site are being fulfilled by none other than Haru and Morgana. This is all well and good for Morgana to try and beef up Haru for the challenge of stealing her father's heart, but in fulfilling these requests with reckless abandon, and out of spite for Ryuji specifically, he's attracting unwanted attention to himself, Haru, and the rest of us during a rather fickle and unstable time to be changing hearts. Since we can't get in touch with either of them within reality, the thieves think that the best way to force a conversation with them is to ambush them in Mementos' entrance, and try to soothe Morgana's ego by having Ryuji admit fault. This is obviously very stupid and bullshit, but we gotta do it anyway.
You're going to apologize when Mona comes, alright?
I know already. And why are you just saying that to me?
We wait around for a while, and luckily enough, they do show up. Like Morgana has done, the thieves play off Haru's naivety and inform her that Morgana's being too rash and that, quite frankly, there can really only be one cohesive group of heart-changing thieves. Haru relents and manages to convince Morgana that his former team still cares about him and wants him back. All Ryuji has to do now is say, "I'm sorry, Morgana," and we're good. But this is Ryuji we're talking about here. A kid who's really bad at expressing his feelings, and someone who lacks all manner of tact. You can even see how much he hates having to apologize for Morgana's unreasonable behavior as well, being saddled holistically for it. As we stand in the interest of Mementos, we can see that all the other thieves are making eye contact with Morgana, whereas Ryuji casts his gaze away from Morgana. That is, until he actually comes upon words that he thinks to be very sincere. Even though Ryuji has the best of intentions here, he chooses the wrong words.
Ryuji didn't really mean what he said, you know? He wants to apologize.
Well, it's like... it was my bad too. I mean, I don't mind if you're not human or if you're useless.
What a douche.
On setup was completely ruined.
Oh, is that right? So I am just some useless cat to you guys. You're so full of yourselves, but do you have the skills to back that up? Try and catch me then! Get in, beauty thief! If you can't do this, don't count on me ever coming back.
There they go.
Did he even think about how long he made us wait? Fine, we'll do this!
Jeez, this isn't what we came here to do.
And so Morgana races off to the depths of Mementos, challenging us to follow him. We corner him a few times, but he manages to outmaneuver us until his luck runs out and crashes. We run over to see if he's okay, with the only thing still damaged being his pride, of which, in his anger and while proving himself to be competent and outright useful, states that that's what this is all about in the first place.
You gotta hear us out, Morgana!
There's nothing I have to talk to you about.
Come on, there's no need to keep being so stubborn.
I can't just give in like this. I have my pride to protect.
This self-report is then bookended with Morgana and Haru speeding out of mementos, burning rubber, and all the remaining bridges he has with the Phantom Thieves.
Damn it! Freaking Morgana!
Nevertheless, the thieves aren't going to give up on Morgana that easily, and upon leaving mementos, we hear him in the distance and in pain at that. We follow his voice to move to help him, but come upon something most unsightly. Something that enrages Ryuji.
Please! Let go!
Okumura-san!
Mona!
The hell are you doing to our friend?
Sorry about the disturbance. It's just a lover's quarrel with my fiancée.
What? But she's clearly fighting you.
How dare you make a fool of me? I'll be telling your father about this too. I won't forget your faces.
Haru neglected to mention that she was engaged and due to be wed to some sleazy and abusive guy who looks way too old to be dating, let alone marrying, a third-year high school student. On top of that, Haru's father seems to be involved in this exploitive relationship too. As we bring it back to the blonde, a few of these foggy details become a bit clearer. As it turns out, Haru's reasons for wanting to change her father's heart aren't necessarily about his sketchy business practices, but are more so about her desire to break an abusive arranged political marriage brought into being by her father that he aims to use for political clout. Now away and arrested from that stressful situation, at least for a little while, Haru can finally say what's truly on her mind.
I was such a fool, tied down by vague notions, and stayed quiet as my marriage partner was chosen. But I won't tolerate this anymore. I can't stand that creep!
After making sure that Haru is okay and that she understands that lying to herself isn't beneficial to anyone, she urges Morgana to do the same, to finally spell out what's truly been bothering him all this time.
At first, I only thought of this team as a temporary dwelling until I regained my memories. But I wasn't making any progress on finding out what I am or why I was born.
Morgana.
I wanted a reason of my own. A reason to stay with the Phantom Thieves. I don't have anyone I want to save or get revenge on. Someone like me has no reason to stay here.
Over the course of his time with the Thieves, Morgana has watched as every single one of our newest members, one by one, has solved whatever systemic problems have been plaguing their lives, thus enabling them to awaken to their personas. Futaba realized that she's been lied to and guilt-tripped by her relative for years. Makoto resolved to cease being a total pushover, allowing years of repressed anger and rage to finally take over, finally enabling her to pursue her own personal justice without the need of approval for others who sought to exploit her. Something similar happened with An, where she now understands that nothing can be resolved by restraining oneself, abiding by all the misogynists that only see her as a sexual outlet for their own lecherous gains. Finally, for Ryuji, it was all about doing away with all notions of foolishly trying to appease the powers that be to regain some of his former honor and social standing. Instead, finding that by being thought of as a bottom-feeding troublemaker, it makes it all the more easier to punch upward at those who once oppressed him. Morgana has had neither of these happen within the plot of the game thus far to him. Unlike the rest of the thieves, he hasn't had the wings of rebellion break him from his captive heart like his teammates have, and it's burning him up on the inside. This is what Morgana was trying to articulate earlier by saying that he despised when Ryuji called him useless. He feels as though he can't compare to anyone who has this innate drive to change society for the better, a sense of justice that stems from something a bit more personal. His motives for sticking around have been a bit more selfish than the lot. He has been projecting his problems onto Ryuji because, well, frankly, he was an easy target. Morgana was being a selfish fool, and he knows that now. He was shirking the only place where he was truly accepted by his friends. That all his personal doubts were born from his own warped point of view. To bookend this whole thing once more, Morgana then finally does the right thing and admits his faults, much to Ryuji's happiness.
That's why, to me, this team is...
Come on, say it.
It's the only place I can belong. I want to stay here forever.
That was refreshingly honest.
You should have just said so from the start, jeez.
With all of our old wounds healed, the party's finally back together, and now we're able to refocus on things that actually matter. We have a new problem, and with that, the stakes have been raised. Haru's going to be sold up to that douchebag of a fiancé we saw earlier, solely for her father's gain. Stealing his heart is no longer about stopping the exploitation of her father's employees. It's about giving Haru her life back, even if it means betraying him, destroying his business and family name in the process.
I am thou, thou art I. Let us adorn your departure into freedom with a beautiful betrayal!
Jeez!
Farewell, dear father. I am no longer your subservient puppet!
Then so be it. You're worthless. Deal with them how you wish.
You poor thing. I'll do it with you until you break.
I don't expect you to come to reason at all.
Uh-huh. We should have just told you this from the start, asshat!
We are the Phantom Thieves, here to take your pride!
While betrayal might have been the means for Haru to attain freedom and self-determination, for Morgana, it's his loyalty to his friends that makes everything all worthwhile. Even if he lacks any memories of who he truly is, and a sense of justice that stems from something extremely personal to him. While Morgana and Ryuji might butt heads every so often, being selfish in the face of such welcoming company would be stupid, and thinking that he could replace them would be downright foolish. So when Akuma's shadow offers him a place at his side, Morgana does the sensible thing.
What point would there be in only saving myself? Nobody could replace these guys, period. You know what that means? Your offer was a no-go from the start!
What?
Whoa, it hit! Ha, way to go, me! Wowza, you're so cool, Mona!
Stole the show, man!
Together, of course, after smashing our heads against a proverbial brick wall fighting Akuma's army of corporate drones.
Noir's been defeated! Mona got knocked out! No!
Wow, dude! What the fuck is this boss fight? We managed to defeat him, with Haru feeling rather bittersweet about everything, which contrasts heavily with Ryuji's immediate interrogation of her father to determine if he's behind the mental shutdown incidents.
You were behind all the breakdowns and mental shutdowns, weren't you?
I admit I spent large sums of money to help my company grow and to crush business competitors.
Answer me, damn it! Did you do it or not?
Not personally, I had a contract. All I did was make the requests to have them eliminated.
This is very bad, and one might say, even worse than originally imagined. That black mask figure we heard Madarame and Kaneshiro allude to, that's going around the metaverse killing people's shadows, is the one behind everything, and does seem to be the figure behind all the mental shutdown cases. However, by the sounds of it, the culprit seems like they're taking requests as some kind of hitman, and given that Akuma-san's aim was to use Haru not only to expand his business empire, but to enter the political realm as well, we can only guess who this assassin's clientele consists of. Given how widespread these shutdowns have been, there's implications of a larger formal conspiracy at play here that implicates Haru's father in hiring a contract killer that possesses the knowledge of the inner workings of the metaverse. Ryuji then tries to question him further, to see if he was implicated in the subway disaster at the start of the game, or in Kobayakawa's death, but to no avail.
What kind of contract did you form? And with whom?
Come on, stop crying and tell us!
Before Ryuji can press her for more details, we run out of time. The palace is starting to collapse, and we're forced to leave before getting a solid lead. All we really can do now is await the change of heart, and if Akuma exposes the organization behind all the killings in the process.
People come and they go.
A few days passed and everything seems to be proceeding as normal, apart from the rather scary posts we're seeing on the fan site now, with our fans practically expecting us to draw and quarter Haru's father, as our approval rating has now skyrocketed to just over 90% now. Besides that, nothing's out of the ordinary. Haru's father is himself, but that's par for the course for our targets after we stole their hearts. As the day where Haru's due to move into her fiance's house is nearly upon us, and her family's still dealing with the ramifications of being fingered as our next target, everything's been moving at a million miles an hour for Haru, taxing her greatly. Not even indulging in her favorite pastime, being that of gardening, is easing her mind, nor is looking forward to the school's upcoming cultural festival cheering her up. So Ryuji comes up with a bit of a suggestion.
Hey, you know how we're thinking of the school festival as our celebration party? Anyone else think we should have a real celebration on top of that?
A solid idea, and while Haru might try to disagree, attempting to be all polite and stuff, we've always welcomed our newest members with some kind of celebration. This time though, Haru's the one buying.
Well then, how about a night party at Destinyland?
Haru's idea to celebrate her own joining of the Phantom Thieves is to go to a theme park. She somehow manages to pull some strings and rent out the entire park just for all 8 of us, both as a means of celebrating her own joining of our team and going 5 for 5 on Hearts Stolen. We party hard into the night with the entire theme park at our disposal, eating the best food in the company of our friends as fireworks burst in the night sky, lighting up the park below. Keeping in line with Haru's childlike, floofy, idealist personality, everyone here is able to indulge himself and tap into their inner child after much turmoil and trouble. This is also the case for Ryuji, who tries to act all sun when pressed about it, still trying to play the part of the angry punk kid with a bone to pick with society. Be that as it may though, it didn't stop him from wearing his ears, as he tries to deflect the blame back to his teammates, denying the fact that he's enjoying himself.
Come on, you guys are getting way too excited about this stuff.
You say that like you're not tapping into your inner child too, Ryuji.
This is just because Futaba kept nagging me to put him on.
I did not.
Ryuji eventually does come around though, and while in the company of her friends, amidst all the glitz and glamour, we're able to watch Okuma-san's press conference together, waiting with bated breath for him to confess to his crimes of abuse and reveal the true culprit behind all the mental shutdowns.
I have a critical piece of information to announce here today.
Here it comes. Okuma is going to say who's really behind the mental shutdowns.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh!
Okumura-san?
Ah!
Huh? Father? Why did he collapse?
That didn't look right at all. Don't tell me.
Mona-chan, what's going on? No, that's impossible. You're right. We followed all the same steps. We made sure we just took the treasure, too. I should call home.
This isn't our fault, is it? It's been okay all 4 times so far, ever since Kamoshida.
If we let the shadow live, the real person won't undergo mental shutdown, right?
That's how it should work.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
What's wrong?
This is the same. I remember now. It's just like what happened to my mom.
So this is the moment when mental shutdown occurs.
But why did they target Okumura-san?
Damn it! What the hell's going on here?
Fucking hell, Haru's father just had a mental shutdown on live TV, and with him being the next target on our list of corrupt individuals, the Phantom Thieves are the ones left holding the bag this time. How stupid are we to become so cocksure in our efforts of stealing hearts, that we got ahead of ourselves, celebrating prematurely in this childlike theme park. As Haru watches on helplessly, politely excusing herself to run for her father, Ryuji is left confused and nearly speechless as well.
This ain't our fault, right?
Ryuji's greatest fear since we started our career of stealing hearts has just transpired. Someone may have died because of our efforts, but we truly cannot be sure. This ambiguity is going to kill Ryuji, as all of his predictions of what the public's opinion of the Phantom Thieves would be if we did end up killing Kamoshida within his palace are unfolding right before our eyes.
If we just go around secretly doing whatever we want, we'd be no better than that effing Kamoshida.
Ryuji has always been staunchly against murdering our targets, or at least being implicated within their deaths, being solely interested in stealing their hearts instead.
We'll do something about that distorted heart of yours.
It's why he got cold feet during the Kamoshida arc, only falling back to stealing Kamoshida's heart when he truly crossed the line. It's why he was initially appalled at Ann's bloodthirst towards Kamoshida, and impressed that she was able to hold herself back, rationalizing her actions after the fact, as Ann realizing that revenge wouldn't truly satisfy her.
No matter how much of a shitbag he was, finishing him off would have left a bad aftertaste, huh?
While Ryuji's original musings of whether or not we should act upon our targets with murderous intent in mind might have seemed borderline naive at the time, they've absolutely aged like fine wine. With the public now perceiving us as vigilante murderers instead of righteous and just anti-heroes, we have people posting comments on the fan site like "Die Capitalist Pig," "Shitlord Exterminated," and "Thus begins the purge," as our approval rating quickly approaches the 93%. In the end, Ryuji's moral compass, even after being called into question as we've gotten more and more famous, with Ryuji nearly taking his role as a thief for granted, this part of his justice has always pointed true. As time passes, our approval rating starts to drop further, taking it from 90% down to just below 80% now. All the thieves, and for that matter, Ryuji can do now is watch helplessly as things really start to spiral out of control. Haru and Makoto report that Sai and the police find calling cards at Haru's house in the office of Kabayakawa, calling cards that we definitely didn't write. It's becoming increasingly obvious that we're being framed by someone, and in our vulnerable position, we end up being blackmailed into making a deal with Akechi, who is both a Persona user and has recently realized that the only way to catch the culprit that's framing us and causing the mental shutdown incidents is to work with the thieves. I would speculate and say that Ryuji might be the first to laugh at the irony of our most stalwart and cynical critics finally seeing that our way of justice is exactly that, pure justice. The other half of the Detective Prince's offer is a healthy dose of hard reality. In helping us expose such a criminal, the Phantom Thieves must disband on pain of Akechi ratting out our identities to the police. Whatever heart we aim to steal next will be at the whim of Akechi, and it will be our last as well.
Damn it! He had complete control over us!
This, in addition to recent events, causes Ryuji to butt heads with his teammates once again in LeBlanc's attic, as we realize that we're the target of a massive and complex conspiracy headed by God knows who.
That's why I said we shouldn't jump into things so carelessly.
What, so this is my fault? Even you agreed to it in the end. And there was that thing with Haru at the time. How are we supposed to ignore that, huh?
As always, Ryuji in his sense of justice is ultimately correct. We have done some good thus far, but now knowing the stakes, we can't even be sure if changing Futaba or even Okumura's heart was a result of our own actions, and not the intent of the true culprit to trap and frame us. This was plain from the beginning, when we were first starting to gain popularity with the public, and the worst part of it all is that our own benevolent want of changing hearts and reforming society for the better, this conspiracy managed to co-opt our justice for their own means. In other words, we've been the architects of our own demise since we got Futaba to take down Medjed. Left with no true way to vindicate ourselves like we did despite Akechi, Makoto, and Medjed mere months ago, Ryuji's frustrations eventually boil over.
Damn it! This is bullshit! God! Fuck! Ah!
Ryuji! Taking out your frustration on things doesn't help anyone!
An might be right in telling Ryuji to control himself, but it doesn't change the reality of the situation for him. We're fucked and at the end of our rope. However, as we learn with Ryuji, scrubbing at the bottom of the barrel is a humbling experience. Knowing one's limitation gives one more freedom than they possibly could have ever have. In their anguish, Ryuji and the rest of the thieves realize that they've lost the plot. The reason why they've all decided to steal hearts in the first place. While everyone makes the rounds, expressing how they've over time become more concerned with fame rather than justice, Ryuji has another outburst, unable to parse his feelings to the degree that his teammates do.
Damn it! I know that we've been set up, and that I was a complete idiot too, but still, it's so damn frustrating! Of course I want to do something about this!
Ryuji then leans on his best bro Joker for a path forward. With Protect Cub responding, we have to turn the tables no matter what.
Yeah. Running away with our tails between our legs is exactly what we'd be dumping everything we stand for just to save our own asses.
Ryuji's right yet again, and in locating his original convictions, once more with the help of Joker, we're reminded of his original sense of justice and why he joined their team. Kamoshida forced both Ryuji and his teammates to toe the line or else, with the expectation being to throw those who don't conform to whatever ridiculous standards he set onto the bus as they all cling to whatever station they held in life to try and find some modicum of success. Skulking away with our tail between our legs is what Kamoshida wanted Joker, An, and most of all Ryuji to do. This conspiracy desire for the Phantom Thieves is literally no different. In realizing this, the Phantom Thieves stand reinvigorated, ready to tackle whatever obstacles stand in our way. Though for Ryuji, he still has a few outstanding things he feels as though he needs to address. A revelation about how he's conducted himself thus far, that he's only comfortable enough to express to Joker over the phone, far away from the company of his teammates.
Hey, it's me. About me yelling earlier, being framed and the added bounty, it all felt like such bullshit. I lost it. I'm sorry.
Ryuji apologizes for his outburst earlier, showing that, after much introspection, he's developed some emotional intelligence over the course of the game. In previous situations, Ryuji has tried to pawn off the blame of his own actions onto those of his teammates, instead of taking responsibility for himself. As we can see now, that dynamic has changed. He's worried that a short temper and loud mouth makes him look like an ass. An shouldn't have to correct him and remind Ryuji that punching things when you're mad isn't really helpful to anyone. Ryuji then continues to look inward, and truly reflects on his most recent actions and behavior, regarding that fame nearly consumed his sense of justice.
It is confusing. We're wanted criminals now. Maybe I haven't changed at all since that time we went up against Kamoshida. I wanted to be a phantom thief because I thought even someone like me could be a hero. It made me so happy to be depended on. Guess it all went straight to my head. I thought I could do anything if it was for justice, but that'd make me no different from our targets. I called them shitbags, but I must be the shittiest of shitbags. I can't even joke about it.
At its core, Ryuji's sense of justice coincided with an inherent need to be dependent on. He needed validation after being dragged through the mud and gaslit for most of his life by his father, Kamoshida, and, well, frankly himself. As we've often seen Ryuji saddle himself with the blame for things that are often out of his control, regularly catastrophizing his own experiences in the process. When Ryuji became a thief, he found meaning in spiting all of his harshest critics, including the latter, Akechi, Makoto, and society in general. If we recall back to when we had our first celebration in the hotel buffet, when the reality of our actions against Kamoshida began to really set in with society, those rich and affluent assholes couldn't handle the irony of the situation. They had no idea that some blonde-haired delinquent managed for once in his life to punch up towards those who once oppressed him, with the best part being that he did so of his own volition, through the strength of his own heart. In doing so, we saw that their power and hold over society, and thus people like Ryuji, quickly became a matter of perspective, nothing more than a ventatious illusion of power that us mere presence could subvert at will. Making all these people squirm in their seats in the name of our justice must have felt amazing to the likes of Ryuji. But over time, he realized that he began to get a little bit too comfortable in the process. He began to think that listening to the whims of the public coincided with our justice, when really Ryuji's sense of justice all coincided with something a bit more personal, an inherent drive to do good. That was the Ryuji Sakamoto we've come to know and idealize, and it's a person that Ryuji wants to be once again. Now being fully aware of his vainglory and past misdeeds, he once again leans on his bestest bro for support, who tells Ryuji that it's still possible to change for the better.
You're right. I can start by changing who I am now. Thanks. I feel like I can think straight now. Oh, I scared Haru and Futaba, didn't I? I'll have to apologize to them soon. See ya.
An incredible character moment, not just for Ryuji, but for Joker as well, as this conversation further strengthens the bond between them. Whereas every adult and mentor figure within Ryuji's life considers him an irredeemable failure to the point where he often internalizes that kind of bad faith criticism, Joker offers Ryuji hope that he can still grow as a person despite his misdeeds and misguided sense of justice. To further highlight Joker telling his best bro that there's still space for him to grow and learn as a person, it would also seem that he's willing to be a bit more honest and open with his feelings with both himself and his teammates, that aren't Joker, which hasn't necessarily happened before. Ryuji's only revealed aspects about his home life and emotional state to Joker, Yusuke, Morgana, and maybe on, with those highly guarded and personal secrets of Ryuji's home life being something that he was only willing to share out of fairness for digging into Yusuke's own personal life. Such a tale delved into Ryuji's deepest insecurities, and while he's probably not going to reveal those secrets to Futaba and Haru, his apology to them shows some growth that doesn't involve Ryuji circling the responsibilities of his actions or passing the buck off to his teammates. In order for his teammates to try and get an apology from Ryuji before, only the likes of On would have to create such an opportunity for him to follow through with. But now, Ryuji wants to take a more active and personal role with how he carries himself. It's a fantastic show of initiative from someone who's normally very listless and fickle. So it's good on Ryuji for setting such a goal and taking responsibility for making himself look like an ass. Coinciding with that growth, we're all back in the clock. Off to steal Sai's heart so that she once again remembers what it means to pursue justice for the sake of itself. With Akechi in tow, he proves himself to be a valuable asset to the team, much to the chagrin of yours truly.
Don't worry, you can leave this one to me. Take them down, Robin Hood!
Are you kidding me? His persona's Robin Hood. All jokes aside, Akechi's deduction skills make quick work of all the pitfalls of Sai's palace, and her shadow for that matter. But once we're finally in the clear to make our exfiltration with her treasure, we're suddenly ambushed.
There are more coming? This'll be dangerous if we don't do something.
Somehow, the police have made their way into the cognitive world, and are currently rampaging through Sai's palace to try and arrest us. In order to guarantee the safety of our team, Joker volunteers to play Daredevil, which entails distracting the police as the rest of our team beats a haste to retreat out the back doors. The thieves are initially apprehensive about this plan, but Ryuji, being the bestest bro, has the fullest confidence in our abilities.
Joker? Are you planning on distracting them by yourself?
Let him do it, Queen. He's quiet. Once his mind's made up, he's not gonna take no for an answer. I'm sure you ain't gonna die. It's you we're talking about here.
This vote of confidence from Ryuji is enough to fill anyone with determination, but it doesn't change the reality of our situation, as Joker weaves in and out of the claws of the palace's shadows and the police. Even with the help of Yoshizawa, we're not able to evade the police for long. With Joker arrested and seemingly sold out by one of our own teammates, we failed to change Sai's heart, with Joker left holding the bag. As the day passes, a news report airs all over Shibuya that tells the public that Joker's apparently committed suicide while in the custody of police. This news of a failure hits our team hard, and as the thieves look upon the screens that are plastered all over Shibuya, broadcasting and scapegoat on the face of his now deceased best friend, the guy that helped Ryuji find meaning once again within his life, Ryuji finds himself parked outside a shoe store that seems to specialize in athletic wear, of whom the owner seems rather familiar with Ryuji, but unaware that he's fallen from grace as both a track star and a phantom thief.
Well, I'll be. Goodness, look at you now. It's been a while, Ryuji.
Huh?
You
Yeah.
stopped visiting so abruptly, everyone was worried about you. It's your second year, right? Are you still doing track and field? I'd love to see you run again.
As Ryuji glances on through the glass windows, reminiscing about how he once put that life behind him to help Joker deliver justice to society, a question lingers within the air. Now that he can't be a phantom thief or run anymore, what will his future look like now? This is a question that's being posed to the rest of the phantom thieves too. As we see, they've all secured their own places within their own lives, but despite that, such prospects feel empty and meaningless. They're all stuck now, and they don't seem to have any other recourse. On's modeling career seems to be going well to the point where she's being offered the status and fame of an idol. Yusuke is suffering from artist block on account of Joker's death, but his teachers and mentors assure him that given his talent, his future is secure regardless. Makoto's been good on her promises of making it to a college on her own merits, but she's seemingly delayed handing in her last few assignments as Joker's death taxes her immensely. Futaba's once again alone in her room, left to mindlessly scroll chat rooms that claim that living one's life slow and easy is the best strategy. Without Joker, Haru's future prospects are to be forever chained to her lecherous fiancé, having to hear him go on and on about how the Phantom Thieves weren't qualified to change the world. As the sun sets and night falls upon Tokyo, Ryuji remains glued to the news, and in one last final breath, says the following.
shitting me. We got him.
Ryuji's faith in us was well-founded. Joker is completely fine. And once we make it back to the blonde again, we're given a warm welcome from our bestest bro.
Hey, you big bastard!
As to how Joker's even here in the first place, well, we've been one step ahead all along. We've managed to trick the police and the true culprit behind the mental shutdowns, being Goro Akechi, who sold us out. In order to beat him, the thieves had to come up with a plan of mind-bending proportions. Literally in this case. Exposing Akechi meant getting arrested on purpose and surviving interrogation by the police. This required immense willpower from Joker to persevere through all the torture they subjected him to as well. They beat him up, dumped buckets of cold water over his head, drugged him with true serum to goad him into giving a false testimony, and giving up on his teammates. All the while, Joker possessed ulterior motives. Failing to change Sai's heart was also all part of the plan. While Joker was getting interrogated by her, he was to convince Sai of his innocence, and through that, have Sai experience a natural change of heart in order to expose Akechi for the traitorous murderer that he is. This recontextualizes Ryuji's previous statements of confidence to us when we played Daredevil with the police in Sai's palace.
I'm sure you ain't gonna die. It's you we're talking about here.
Ryuji's words here weren't directed at wishing Joker the best of luck at escaping Sai's palace, but rather, they were directed towards Joker's ability to survive Akechi's assassination attempt. In other words, we lived, bitch! For real. Despite the danger, Ryuji's faith in us never wavered or faltered. He stuck with the plan and never deviated or worried to the degree that his other teammates did, having his full confidence rested in Joker. Truly, the bestest of boys. Now back at the blonde, with Joker sober enough, the effects of the drugs the police pumped him with now out of his system, the thieves begin to deconstruct how they first caught wind of Akechi's intentions to betray us. When Ryuji, Morgana, and Joker first went on that school field trip to the TV station after beating Kamoshida, Ryuji, of all people, out of all of our teammates who are comparatively more emotionally intelligent and more adept at reading the room than he is, Ryuji, of all people, caught Akechi blowing his cover.
When we talked to Akechi at the school festival, he was acting like he just realized Mona could talk. But we already saw him drop a mega hint about it way earlier.
Oh, I know a place! I want to go to that huge pancake-looking place we passed on the way here!
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes.
Mona was the only one who was talking about a pancake.
Akechi's entire plan to betray and assassinate Joker was undermined by Ryuji of all people putting two and two together, with Ryuji recognizing that Akechi understood Morgana, which meant that Akechi's been in the metaverse, way before we formed the Phantom Thieves, and even way before we stole Kamoshida's heart. Everything began to fall into place right after that instance in regards to Ryuji's suspicion of Akechi. Thus, we have to recontextualize all the instances where Ryuji was critical or otherwise peeved at Akechi after we were sure he'd pierced the veil. For all his blind and violent outbursts, Ryuji suspected that something else was going on behind the scenes with Akechi. He knew that this day with Akechi was coming for himself, Joker, and the thieves, leaving us the notion that Ryuji's a lot more emotionally intelligent than he lets on. Best of all, he knew that whatever elaborate scheme his best bro would have came up with, Joker was to make it out fine, deceiving Akechi all the while.
Well, I knew right away that her plan worked out.
I wanted to believe, but considering what we were up against...
Ryuji's a bit on the dense and carefree side.
If being dense and carefree is what gave Akechi the notion that he shouldn't take Ryuji or any other Phantom Thieves seriously, seeing Ryuji in particular as all bronze and no brains, then boy did he fucking underestimate Joker's right-hand man, the most loyal and bestest friend anyone could possibly have asked for. All that to say, Ryuji doesn't miss!
Well, the Phantom Thieves are back together. We can finally take it to Akechi and the bastard backing him.
With Joker back, the Phantom Thievery is on once again, and our targets are Akechi and a politician named Masayasu Shido, whose aims to benefit from Joker's death and all the mental shutdowns Akechi's causing. Shido's goal seems to be to ascend to the position of Prime Minister, and with Akechi at his side, sowing discord, chaos, and fear throughout society on a whim, Shido's a monumental threat to the likes that we haven't seen before. Additionally, Shido's not just a threat to the Phantom Thieves, but he's an active threat to society in general. Since we managed to fake Joker's death, Shido's managed to monopolize public opinion to benefit himself, taking advantage of the power vacuum left by the Phantom Thieves to advance his own political agenda. Strangely enough, the public isn't questioning Shido's rapid rise to power, and some are even heralding him as some kind of savior.
There's no point in even having an election. Shido's gonna win.
Of course, he's the only reliable politician there is. Plus, the current government has been getting wrapped up in scandal after scandal. Even more importantly, there's just an aura about him. Like he can fix whatever problems we have.
Honestly, it doesn't really matter to me who does it. I just want to see our society back on track. Especially after it turned out those phantom thieves were nothing more than scum in the end.
I'll show you.
It's a scary thought given his goals. So as Ryuji inputs his name into the nav, we find out that, yeah, he has a palace, with the center of his disordered cognition being the Dai building, meaning that Shido sees himself as the sole ruler of the government himself. Arrogantly so. All that remains is to figure out what the Dai building represents to him within his distorted mind. Try as we might though, we can't place this aspect of his cognition either, until we manage to get insanely lucky.
I apologize for the commotion. I am Masayoshi Shido.
Wait, did he just say Shido?
Yeah, he did!
Man, talk about being lucky! We can go check him out without an appointment now!
Not missing a beat, Ryuji races out of the blind, man to catch Shido making speeches from his campaign car, with Haru and Joker trailing not far behind. Seeing his target in plain view, Ryuji bluntly makes his move, and in his haste, realizes something about Shido. Joker and Ryuji have seen him before.
Hey! Yo, Shido-san!
Stand back.
I just want to talk to him for a sec.
He's a busy man.
The hell? Ain't he supposed to hear a citizen's comments?
That's enough, Brad.
You're that asshole we met at the hotel before, at the elevators. Oh, I'm sorry. So you can butt in front of other people if you're in a hurry?
What are you talking about?
Holy shit. Shido is the same fucking guy that was running roughshod over Joker and Ryuji at the start of the game. The very same people that all the patrons of the buffet seem deathly afraid of, choosing to give Shido a wide berth. The very same motherfucker that never apologized to Ryuji! This is the gravest of sins, but before Joker can jump in and intervene once more, he's inundated with another foggy memory. Specifically, the night when his sense of justice was snuffed out by Mr. Damn Sue O'Brat. Quickly realizing that Shido and the guy who ruined his life via settling him with an assault record are the same exact person.
Wait, he's the jerk you told us about before? The same guy? For real?
You're sure, aren't you? Shido's the one who ruined your life.
Holy shit. I don't believe it.
Ryuji's shock at this revelation is in line with what we know about his relationship to Joker thus far. It makes sense for our best bro to be outraged at such an unlikely meeting. If you recall all the way back to April 12th, just after Ryuji awakened to his persona, where Joker shared the reason why we got saddled with a criminal record with Ryuji over some ramen, this was his initial reaction.
What? The hell, man? How much shittier can that asshole get?
Tensions have built since then, and with Ryuji knowing full well that Joker was just another victim on what was undoubtedly a lengthy list of Shido's victims, his comments directed towards who we now know to be Shido have aged perfectly.
That dick really pissed me off. He wasn't even hiding the fact that he looks down on everyone.
Don't lose your temper over this.
I just can't forgive shitty adults like that.
It then follows that Shido is public enemy number 1, the ultimate shitty adult that's now gonna sit squarely at the top of Ryuji's shit list, for the sole fact of fucking with Joker's life and dismissing us on the basis of being ignorant children.
What a piece of shit. Children are the future, my ass. What he's saying and doing are completely different.
As we've seen from Ryuji thus far, he's always despied all of our targets who cultivate this false, affable persona that doesn't reflect their true inner nature. Be it Madarame or Kamoshida, his sense of justice has always hated these sort of imposters, who cloak their inherent malevolent nature with a benevolent personality and deeds. At least with Kaneshiro, Medjet, and Okumura, their distorted shadow selves have the decency to reflect their true selves within reality to a certain extent. Shido, like Kamoshida, is just another two-faced bastard who's willingly and forcibly ruining people's lives. Teenagers at that, for simply being nothing more than an annoying eyesore to him. He needs his heart changed, and it needs to be done now. Even while lacking the correct keywords to enter Shido's palace, Ryuji's not about to give up in the face of such objective evil.
Shut up. The real game starts at 2 outs.
So let the games begin. But before we fully go to bat against Shido, it's fair to say that, now more than ever, our fierce determination has gripped Ryuji to the likes that we really haven't seen since we were going after Kamoshida. His best ideas usually come to him when it involves phantom thievery. So we then followed that with all the growth and personal introspection Ryuji's done since we've gotten back from Hawaii, that he's managed to gain some perspective on matters, giving him the clarity that he desperately needed since he started to get all conceited about her fame and deeds as thieves of hearts. He goes to work to relay such a revelation to us before we call up quits to head to bed for the night.
It's me. Sorry, I know you're tired. It'll be a sec, just hear me out. I've decided what I want to do with Shido after going into his palace. We can't let him run free. If there's a heart we gotta steal, it's definitely gotta be his. I really get it now. I want to avenge you, that's a no-brainer, but that's not it. If we let him run the country, the weak will be totally effed. Isn't it our duty to protect them?
Ever since the fallout that occurred after we failed to steal Okumura's heart, Ryuji has been questioning and rethinking his sense of justice. In retrospect, he found himself lacking.
We made such a commotion with the public, and this is what we get? Lame. Aren't heroes that lurk in the shadows boring? So that's what makes us cool? To be honest, I'm not a fan. I want to change the world with a loud bang, like a huge firework.
There was a time where Ryuji thought he owed his reputation to Kamoshida, wherein Ryuji allowed Kamoshida to influence his daily actions and life.
Not only can I not run anymore, the track team is gone too because of this asshole.
This was Ryuji's original mistake, that he allowed the guy that he hated the most, and the guy that took everything from Ryuji to rule over him like the tyrannical king his distorted mind fancies himself to be. Thinking more in retrospect, Ryuji was bending over backwards to please the wrong people, be it a perverted gym teacher or the same people that would eventually commodify the justice of the Phantom Thieves. We were, for a time, merely just a public spectacle, a blood sport, and it was wrong for Ryuji to feed into the public's misconceptions about us, just as wrong as it was for Ryuji to lose sight of what actually mattered to him as a Phantom Thief.
Remember when I told you that heroes who lurk in the shadows are boring? Well, forget what I said. Those heroes are way cooler.
Once blinded by fame, born out of a desire to prove himself to those who thought him to be deadweight, Ryuji finally connects the dots. It's our duty as thieves of hearts to protect those who cannot defend themselves from the likes of Kamoshida or Shido. Helping people is its own reward, and otherwise expecting people to laud you for doing those things, heralding you as a hero, is a rather vain way of going about being a Phantom Thief. Understanding this now, Ryuji's solution is to get back down to brass tacks, to regain his composure and fully take strength in what caused him to want to change hearts in the first place. Only within taking strength, within being the very same thing that Kamoshida continually chastised and gaslit Ryuji for being, complete and other delinquent scum, was Ryuji finally be able to stand up for himself and others.
Kamoshida's cognition ain't changing, right? And I'll act like the troublemaker I am.
In this cult to Joker, Ryuji now knows that he doesn't need to occupy the limelight to be a hero. If anything, he considers that very concept antithetical to a sense of justice, rationalizing that a sense of right and wrong had always stemmed from helping the little guy punch back at his oppressors.
Stop looking down on me with that stupid smile on your face!
That's the Ryuji that we love, and it's the kind of Phantom Thief that Ryuji wants to be again, fully directing his ire and disdain for the corrupt adults who blatantly run roughshod over those who cannot defend themselves. Something that Ryuji now knows can be accomplished without expecting anything in return. With Ryuji's temper up once more, and with Best Boy fully taking strength in his role as the shadowy delinquent hero of justice, the Phantom Thieves ransack Shido's palace, desiring to take down Shido and to avenge Joker, with Shido's cognition taking the form of a giant yacht amidst a submerged Tokyo. Though, maybe calling it a yacht would be a bit of a misnomer, as it serves more as an ark that contains the most privileged and affluent members of society, which really means this arc is chock full of those who managed to lick Shido's boots sufficiently enough so he wouldn't be left to drown inside the hole like the rest of society. We run about the deck of the ship, and as we can ascertain, these two-faced privileged assholes aren't paying us any mind, undoubtedly seeing the thieves as low-class punks. It's just like when An, Morgana, Joker, and Ryuji were at the hotel buffet when we first formed the Phantom Thieves. Everyone there was giving us the side eyes and acting appalled like we were even there in the first place. It took us a while to take strength from their spite for us, as the thieves and Ryuji quickly became enamored with the irony of these affluent fucks not knowing that a felon, a racial minority, a cat, and a loudmouth delinquent managed to make such an impact on society.
Those guys who had no other choice but to just deal with it are thanking us. Us, of all people!
Now that we've all taken strength once again that we are indeed troublesome scum, we discover that those very same people who admonished us at the same buffet we attended mere months ago were an active part of Shido's conspiracy to frame us and bring about his reign. As expected of those who would throw in the likes of someone like Shido, his inner circle is composed of corrupt politicians, criminals, heads of multimedia empires, and outright misogynists who think that their power and station affords them the luxury of manipulating or possessing others. As was reflected within reality, Shido's cognitive projections are the kind of scum that would still remain stuck to the bottom of the barrel even after the most vigorous of scrubbings. However, in existing at the bottom of the barrel, they've encroached upon Ryuji's turf. But what differentiates Best Boy from Shido's cronies is that they all completely lack any respectable characteristics, still thinking to themselves that their fame or station makes them morally superior to the likes of Ryuji. This rings especially true of one of Shido's premier bootlickers, a washed-up former nobleman who fancies himself a womanizer, choosing to spend all of his time oogling at the scantily clad women on the pool deck, perving on Shido's female guests strutting along the expensive swimsuits near the water's edge. As is the case for all his bootlickers, to fight Shido for the right to steal his heart, we need a letter of recommendation from the likes of this pervert, which entails smoozing him for it. When we first try to speak with him, Ryuji adopts a blunt and straightforward approach, as is par for the course for him to do.
Hey dude, you got a Nice day today, huh? Actually, maybe not. I want to go swimming in the pool. Yeah.
It's your turn, Panther.
What? Hello there. We really would like to speak with you.
We won't take much of your time. Will you listen? Please, sir.
Sorry, but please leave me be. I don't have time for you rowdy children.
Hey, you little...
No, we apologize for our lack of manners. Come on, Skull. We should leave.
The hell's up with that guy? Did he really have to be acting all high and mighty like that?
To be fair, you walked up to him and said, "Hey, dude, you need to approach this with more tact."
Makoto's right. Ryuji trying the same old trick for the upteenth time isn't going to work. When it came to investigating our previous potential targets, Ryuji being blunt and headstrong had either been a boon to our efforts or something that was ultimately cancelled out through the efforts of our other teammates and by leaning on the meta-nav. This time though, we're presented with a roadblock, where Ryuji's poor emotional intelligence and punkish attitude present him with a need to think outside the box. After eavesdropping upon the other guests occupying the pool deck, Ryuji realizes that he needs to play up to the notion that this VIP of Shido's is a lecherous misogynist asshole. Thus, taking Makoto's advice to be a bit smarter about his approach, Ryuji comes up with his best idea yet. After all, one of the benefits of sitting at the bottom of the barrel and having nobody expect anything from you, dismissing the likes of Ryuji as ignorant children, is the opportunity to surprise your detractors.
Hey, it's you girls' time to shine.
I didn't think that we were really going with such a simple plan.
Ryuji's plan follows that one saying: when aboard a ship full of privileged, misogynistic, fascist-enabling bootlickers, become that commodity and betray their expectations. In doing so, we find out that curves aren't everything to the sleazeball. He likes his woman to be unique and of noble blood like himself. He takes a liking to An because of her unique appearance, outright saying to her, in quick succession mind you, that she's a half-breed, then following that by saying that nobody can be more than their physical features, with the natural order being for the strong and affluent to dominate the weak. This goes directly against the most basic facets of Ryuji's senses of justice, that it is impossible for the proles, no matter how hard they try, to become stronger people. Within the mind of this noble, everything within society is to be taken at face value, an aspect of society that Ryuji's all too familiar with. At the start of the game, everyone saw Ryuji as an impulsive, fickle, and violent moron, constantly ragging on him for being a delinquent and a disappointment. Little did Ryuji's greatest critics know that, in truth, there has never existed a more kind, caring, and loyal kid, of which anyone would be lucky enough to call their best friend. Just as we did before in dethroning both a tyrannical sadistic king and a shogun consumed by vanity, so will we prove that this trashy noble's worldview is nothing more than a fallacy, and made up bullshit concept created by society as an excuse to punch down on people he perceives to be beneath him.
How dare you set me up like this?
It's your fault for falling for such bad acting.
With the party together again, we blow this misogynist the fuck up, along with all the rest of Shido's VIPs, seeing just how fast their contributions to the greater conspiracy against Japan and the Phantom Thieves were. These people were detestable enough, but upon attaining our last letter of introduction, were ambushed by the true culprit and Shido's right-hand man.
Long time no see.
You! It's the traitor himself, Goro Akechi, the same man who tried to fail to sell us out to Shido on account of our deception. It seems that Akechi's returned to finish the job, but something seems off about the situation. If Akechi wanted to just kill us all, he could have just ambushed us from afar, instead of leaving the effortless perch and grinning Joker. So, what gives? Well, in deceiving Akechi, Joker got in the way of Akechi channeling the revolver Ocelot. All this time, Akechi was a triple agent working for himself, attempting to deceive the Phantom Thieves and Shido so he could turn around, expose the conspiracy, and kill Shido. However, in wanting to take out both Joker and Shido, Akechi's motives were never about saving Japan from the populist anarchy of the Phantom Thieves, or Shido's brand of fascism. It's as he said before we went to Versailles' heart. Akechi's justice stems from an extremely personal yet absurd grudge.
All this is to make Masayoshi Shido, my father, acknowledge me, then exact revenge on him.
Shido is your father?
Remember I said before, how my mother had been in a relationship with some good-for-nothing man? So I'm his bastard child. My very existence is nothing but a scandal. My mother's life turned for the worse after she had me. And died. I was a cursed child for her too.
Cursed is the operative word for Akechi, and that deeply personal grudge he mentioned earlier was really just an absurd lust for revenge.
Why are you willing to do all this, Akechi-kun? Why do you seek justice?
Because of sickening human beings. Yes. My contempt for such people drives my sense of justice.
It isn't some grand reason like society's sake or some lofty ideal. It's simply an absurd grudge, and extremely personal. Dude.
Akechi believes himself to bring death and destruction wherever he goes, a pattern that started with his birth, wherein a few years after, his mother became sick and passed away, without anyone to cling to for support, and with Shido able to use his power and station to bat away all accusations of Akechi being his bastard son, there was no recourse for him. He continued being the lowest of the low, completely worthless, effectively being orphaned by Shido. Then, someday, Akechi awakened to his persona, and with that, discovered he had the power to exact his revenge upon society through sowing chaos and mayhem, murdering those who dared to call him worthless. This in of itself sets up a dichotomy between Akechi and the rest of the thieves, more specifically to Ryuji.
My targets were all doing the same damn thing in this eat-or-be-eaten world. All I did was remove their evil from society. How is that any different from the Phantom Thieves?
That line tells us a lot about how Akechi's life has been warped by his childhood. The difference between him and us is that Akechi let his childhood and the fact that it was abandoned warp his sense of justice. He literally can't tell the difference between using the metaverse to change the hearts of evil people and using it to murder them, being seemingly comfortable with the messy ramifications of causing mental shutdowns. He presses on and on, justifying this delusional lust for revenge, going as far as to threaten Joker again, which then has Ryuji defend him.
You sure sound confident. Don't go pressing your luck. We already know all your tricks from back when you were working with us.
Joker. How could you be so successful while having such an idiot as your partner?
While Akechi may slander Ryuji's intelligence, finding it absurd that Joker would even entertain the idea of keeping Ryuji around, the type of relationship that Joker and Ryuji share is something that Akechi has never had his entire life. A good friend, or even like-minded people that, within Ryuji's mind, would be worth protecting, fighting for, and dying for. As we trade blows with Akechi, we come to realize that the only similarities Ryuji shares with Akechi is an absentee father, who crippled the futures of both their children and their mothers. This absence has left both Akechi and Ryuji with an inherent need to prove themselves to those who have abandoned them, with such complexes taking forms in different ways. As for how they've gone about dealing with those complexes, it merely comes down to how they've allowed their past to influence their lives despite their miserable upbringings. Ryuji had his mother and track teammates to do right by, people that he's disappointed through a single act of righteous violence. Like Akechi, Ryuji desired vengeance and redemption, but that desire to redeem himself in the eyes of his detractors took its form by Ryuji truly leaning to being a troublemaker and on his friends. Thinking that with nobody expecting him to conform to society's rules, such a rebellious outlook would give him the freedom to expose Kamoshida for the shitbag that he is. Despite having an abusive father, Ryuji's done his absolute damnness not to mimic his behavior or his short temper, all the while abhorring all manner of physical violence, murder, and subterfuge intended to harm others. In managing to separate himself from his abusive childhood and from Kamoshida's gaslighting, Ryuji found that he wasn't beholden to the powers that be, learning that even when everything is stacked against him, it's still possible to be an individual within a society that hates both his guts and what he looks like. This is a message that he does his best to try to communicate to Akechi.
This ain't about what Shido says. You're your own person. You gotta know that. Damn it!
Even after giving the best advice Ryuji can offer Akechi, and let's be honest, the best advice he's really offered to anyone throughout the entirety of the game, Ryuji's paradoxically offering the same thing Akechi needs to break free from the hold Shido has over his life. But Akechi still doesn't understand his folly, thinking that showing him any amount of sympathy is an insult, both cliche and patronizing to the image he's cultivated for himself.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Teammates! Friends! To hell with that! Why am I inferior to you?
I was extremely particular about my life, my grades, my public image, so someone would want me around. I am an ace detective, a celebrity!
Akechi-kun.
You're just some criminal trash living in an attic. So how? How does someone like you have things I don't? How can such a worthless piece of trash be more special than me?
As Akechi gets increasingly unhinged, he doesn't realize that in his anger, he's answered his own question. Joker is special because of the people he's surrounded himself with and the bonds that he's forged. All 8 of the Phantom Thieves were all able to let go of the ramifications their oppressors had upon their lives, with most of them actually taking strength in labels they've attached to their victims. Akechi hasn't been able to move on, and if anything, being extremely meticulous about how he lived his life, and cultivating this false personality did him more harm than good. By seeking vengeance upon Shido and allowing himself to be ruled by a certain bloodthirsty one of vengeance, Akechi's unwittingly played by the rules of society this whole time. Unlike the thieves, he's been under the thumb of a shitty adult his whole life and has been unable to emancipate himself from their control. No matter what Akechi does, he has to frame everything as a competition to prove his worth, when what he really needs to do is let go. Unable to make peace with his past suffering, Akechi's still determined to see Shido burn for what he's done to his bastard son. As Akechi drives himself psychotic, he reveals his other persona to the thieves, that of Loki, and says the following.
You and your teammates piss me off!
He can use 2 separate powers? Then everything, even his appearance, was a fake!
You're going down! I'll destroy you! Go down with me!
No way!
That bastard! He made himself go psychotic!
Now, let's see you drop dead one at a time in front of your precious friends!
Damn it, he's lost it! Here comes!
Die! Trash of society!
This is Akechi's truest form, and when contrasted with both his false self and Ryuji, it makes all the more shocking how deep his loneliness, self-loathing, and hatred for Shido runs. Even offered solid advice by the bestest of bros, Akechi can't help himself but double down on his disdain of Joker's friends, and his need to prove himself in the eyes of whomever may look upon him. As we fight, we begin to understand that Akechi, despite having the wildcard ability himself, only has 2 personas, with Robin Hood representing his lies, and Loki representing the true hateful nature of his heart. If Akechi had been able to shed the shackles that Shido had bound Akechi with, he and Joker would have been true equals. But since he had no true friends to bounce off of, like Ryuji, no true friends or noble goals to aspire to. Everything Akechi does is seemingly out of spite for Joker and Shido. The only thing that's been on his mind since awakening to Loki and Robin Hood is revenge against Shido for setting this bastard son up for failure, ironically imparting on Akechi an inherent sense of being recognized by Shido, or really anyone for that matter. In that single regard, Ryuji shared the same experience regarding his want of fame, that he needs to make some huge commotion as a phantom thief, relishing in the fact that people are unwittingly cheering for the guy society has repeatedly thrown under the bus, disregarding Ryuji as delinquent trash. As we detailed so far, Ryuji has overcome those feelings and found success with the help of Joker. Alas, Akechi only understands this after we beat him together.
You ready to call it quits?
I know. I've had enough. You're so lucky. Lucky to be surrounded by teammates who acknowledge you.
As Akechi's will to fight is holistically snuffed out, it's only here where he realizes his folly. It is want to being recognized. All that effort of wanting to be an affable person to be around is all for naught. The thieves will go on to change Shido's heart, with the consequences for Akechi being that he'll lose his reputation as a detective prince, the only validation he's received within his life. Once heralded as a hero, Akechi will not just become the villain of the story, but worse, he'll become an unremarkable fool. Still though, this want of recognition blinds him even in defeat. This causes Ryuji, undoubtedly pulling from his own experiences, to try his best to bring Akechi back around again.
In the end, I couldn't be special.
Dude, you're more than special.
Ryuji's words ring true here. It took the combined strength of 8 Persona users to bring down Robin Hood and Loki. By all measures, Akechi was already special, and the only thing he needs is some perspective on how unequivocally true that statement is. If only he could pull himself out of this rut that he's forced himself into, he could truly break the yoke of his heart, emancipate himself from Shido's influence. After all, when we boil everything down, he's still a victim of the same power structures that oppressed all the thieves. Like it or not, we are in some aspects relatable to him, a sentiment that Ryuji reflects this rhetorical call to action to Akechi.
Alright, let's go back and get that calling card ready. We're gonna take Shido down. What are you gonna do?
It's quite the introspective singer, as with a few words, Ryuji bluntly gets down to the heart of Akechi's problems. Instead of rebelling against his oppressors, Akechi fed into their disdain for him. If this was all about Akechi trying to find a place to belong, then the onus would be on him, as Ryuji does imply. Simply put, Akechi needs to take the same wisdom that Captain Kid imparted to Ryuji.
Since your name has been disgraced already, why not hoist the flag and wreak havoc? The other you who exists within desires it thus.
Attempting to appease the likes of shitty adults like Shido, even while planning to backstab him, is pointless, as Akechi is his own person that can determine his own future free from Shido's influence. Akechi must realize that he doesn't owe anyone anything, nor does he belong to anyone or require any kind of validation or acknowledgement from the adults that made his life a living hell. He is capable of making his own decisions as an individual if he tries. And along with the Ryuji's rhetorical call to action is a chance for Akechi to make things right. He could come with us as a comrade and friend to change his father's heart. Sure, after we do, Akechi will lose the reputation he has cultivated as the detective prince, but in return, he'll gain a place to belong among a group of people that truly understand him. but he still refuses such an olive branch, desiring for the thieves to kill him.
Are you all idiots? You should get rid of me, if you don't want me getting in your way.
As we touched upon earlier with Akechi, we don't murder people to remove their evil from society, and however cliche it might sound to him, we change hearts. We give them a shot at redemption, and that brand of justice does include Akechi. So, as the thieves answer his request for a mercy killing with silence, Akechi's not sure what to make of it.
You all are truly beyond my comprehension.
This is the only amount of levity we've seen from Akechi thus far. It's a mixture of self-deprecating humor and perhaps a certain recognition of his folly. The thieves, despite all the trauma and all the bad things that Akechi did to Futaba and Haru's family, they still want him to come along. However, before Akechi has the chance for some more levity, things start to get very serious again.
Akechi?
Another one? Wait, is he...
That's Shido's cognitive version of Akechi.
I'll deal with the rest of you later.
Herein, we encounter Shido's defense against any action Akechi could possibly take to betray him while in the cognitive world. A slavish cognitive projection of Akechi himself, coupled with a monotone voice and a certain matter-of-fact blankness to his demeanor. I mean, look at those dead eyes. Given how detailed the cognitive projections of Shido's VIPs were, with Shido himself getting all their desires, weaknesses, and how useful they were to his plans down pat, this cognitive version of Akechi might as well be his undistorted shadow. This is what Shido truly thinks of Akechi, and in understanding him to such a degree, Shido was able to manipulate Akechi from the very beginning, planning to, rather ironically, either kill him or saddle him with the blame for all the mental shutdown incidents after he cleared the board of all obstacles preventing his rise to power, including that of the Phantom Thieves. Ryuji, being the most stalwart and loyal member of our team, cannot fathom such a betrayal, that Akechi, being Shido's right-hand man, would meet such a grisly end after doing all of his dirty work.
Oh, by the way, the captain says it's time you receive retribution for causing the mental shutdowns.
What the hell, man? That bastard's the one who put him up to it!
Echoing how Kamoshida used Ryuji's short temper and wanted doing right by his teammates as a means to rise to power, so did Shido use Akechi's bloodthirst against him. But that's not the worst of it. And knowing every single aspect of Akechi's personality and desires, Shido didn't just manipulate Akechi based off of money or fame, or even some cliche personal sense of justice. Oh no, it's something so much more insidious than that.
So he's making a puppet kill me. Sounds like something he'd do. That's right. I'll do anything. But look at yourself. You're the true puppet. You wanted to be acknowledged, didn't you? To be loved. You've been nothing but a puppet from the very beginning.
You little...
Shido knew that, at Akechi's core, despite all the bloodlust, Akechi just wanted to be loved. Operating off the assumption that Shido didn't know he was his son, the closest thing to affection Akechi could garner from Shido was, at best, an acknowledgement of the strength of his powers as a persona user, and thus garnering Akechi repeated validation from Shido. Shido then took advantage of Akechi's want of validation, and the fuzzy feelings he got from finally having someone rely upon him for once, and twisted Akechi into a murderer, who would do anything for scraps of attention as Akechi danced upon his strings. It's a sick parody of the real Akechi, as this pale imitation of the real theme begins to mock his counterpart for lacking any individuality, and sneering at the thief's selfless nature, bridging that dichotomy by characterizing Akechi as a slave to Shido's every whim, unable to make any decisions for himself without first thinking of Shido.
You guys are all about doing things for others, aren't you? Oh, that's just the same as me. I'm going to take all the blame for our captain. I'll die for him too.
This is the kind of hold Shido had over Akechi's life, something that still rings true here within his palace. Akechi's sense of selflessness, if we can even call it that in the first place, comes from Shido praising him, and thus, in exchange, Akechi's willing to do anything for Shido. He's twisted this very part of Akechi's heart to serve his own needs. As the sick parody of Akechi leans further into that role, he beckons Akechi to be more like the cognitive version Shido cooked up within his mind, and act accordingly to his designs for the future.
Here, I'll give you one last chance. Shoot them. I was such a fool. Yes, that's the you our captain wishes to see.
Shido desires one thing from Akechi: compliance. Akechi is to be nothing more than a blunt instrument with no sense of self or knowledge on how to be his own person. It's here at the end of all things that Akechi finally understands his folly, and with one decisive move shows that this facsimile and Shido, that they were wrong to make such assumptions about him.
Don't misunderstand.
You're the one who's going to disappear! Hurry up and go!
You fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed?
The real fools are you guys. You should have just abandoned me here a long time ago. You would have all perished if you had tried to face these with me weighing you down.
Akechi-kun!
Let's make a deal, okay? You won't say no, will you?
Why at a time like this?
Change Shido's heart. In my stead. End his crimes. Please! After all this, that's what you have to say. Seriously, you really are. You bastard! So, my final enemy is a puppet version of myself.
Akechi-kun! Isn't there some way to get this open, Mona?
His signal is gone. I'm only getting the weaklings.
No.
In this final act of martyrdom, Akechi makes the choice to strike out against Shido and betray his expectations, showing him that he's capable of making his own choices free from his influence. It costed Akechi greatly, but it was no less a victory for Akechi after a life of being torn apart by the nature of his own heart and those who manipulated him. He was a free man, albeit a broken one, but has always been free. By letting go of his bloodlust for Shido, begging Joker and the thieves to change his heart, Akechi can rest knowing that he finally made a choice of his own volition that mattered. With Akechi's death, we can now secure the route to the treasure, but despite doing so, the party can't help feel sympathy for Akechi. He found emancipation through death, but nonetheless, he was much like the thieves. Some of the members of the party choose to reflect on Akechi's sacrifice play, with some like On outright saying that he was just another victim of an abuse of power that we couldn't save. Yusuke muses that he could have very well ended up like Akechi if he never met the thieves, choosing instead to serve Madarame until he met the same foul fate as Akechi. Some like Makoto and Haru have mixed feelings about Akechi, as he was gunning for what remains of their families, but still, they both recognize that he was ultimately a victim of abuse of power as well. Ryuji echoes the sentiment, albeit in his own special way. Ryuji, abhorring Akechi's methods of dispatching his marks through murdering them, can't necessarily forgive him, but still recognizes that Shido was the one who drove Akechi to such ends in the first place. While it might seem like the end of things for Ryuji involving Akechi, as Best Boy refocuses his ire back toward Shido, Ryuji did have a rather dramatic reaction to Akechi's sacrifice. As soon as the watertight bulkhead rises out of the ground, none of the thieves move a muscle, except for Ryuji, who starts banging on said bulkhead seemingly in desperation.
Akechi!
Though it's not explicitly clear why Ryuji out of all people does this and not, say, Joker, we can guess that Akechi's selflessness is hitting in an all too familiar spot for Ryuji. Ryuji has always been the guy to throw himself onto the fire for the well-being of others, and if we go back to the opening part of the game, within Kamoshida's dungeon, Ryuji was willing to lay down his life so that Joker could escape.
Just go! Get out of here! These guys are serious!
Oh, running away, are we? What a heartless friend you are.
He ain't a friend! Come on, hurry up and go!
As we've established, this was during a time where Ryuji thought himself to be worthless, only considering his life to be worthy to trade for another's. Now that someone else is occupying that role in parallel, mirroring Ryuji's life experiences in many of the same ways, with that someone else being Akechi, who hasn't found freedom to the personal and independent degree that Ryuji has, Best Boy's not sure how to feel, other than refocusing on changing Shido's heart. To Ryuji, Akechi, much like Joker, was just another bullet point on a long list of victims that Shido then used and discarded. It's time for a change, and Ryuji's raring to go.
It's finally coming down to this. So, how are we gonna send the calling card?
Shido's game needs to be reset, and with the public still believing that the Phantom Thieves are toast, we have a chance to truly surprise them with a show made for such a suitable target. Our next calling card does involve a lot of glitz and glamour, but unlike before, such a desire for showmanship no longer stems from want of fame and glory, but rather from the purest sense of justice. And for a certain blonde-haired delinquent, a want of avenging his best friend. It's time to broadcast our intent to steal Shido's heart to the whole country. It's time to wake up, get out there, and take down Shido for real this time.
Alright! It's time for people to start coming to their senses.
Start with national news. Since the young man suspected to be the leader of the Phantom Thieves died while in custody, the police have officially announced that these crimes have come to an end and assure everyone that the peace will be restored in the country. What is up, everybody? We are the ones who you all know as the Phantom Thieves.
And all of us are alive and kicking. But those shitty guys in power, they've been manipulating information to try and hide the truth.
What is this? Where's it coming from?
I don't know. We can't switch it out. Seems we aren't the only ones affected either.
So, before we appropriate our next target, we would like to first borrow your time.
The recent scandals of public figures.
What if that's just an
by
effect?
psychotic breakdowns and mental shutdowns. These weren't caused by unknown reasons.
One man is behind every single instance, simply to satiate his own greed.
For real?
That man was afraid his crimes would be exposed and shifted the blame on us. He even manipulated the police for that.
We only steal the hearts of criminals. This asshole tried to dump what he did on us. That just shows he doesn't care about those
Are they
victims at all.
stupid? Shut everything down!
The identity of that cowardly man is...
What the hell? Who's getting good?
Ooh, the police reacted much faster than I thought. Too bad. I
The man behind it all is a current cabinet member of all things. The Minister of State for Special Missions, Masayoshi Shido.
Everything that guy says is a lie. And to prove that, look, as you can see, all of us are alive and kicking. I'm sure the people investigating us can tell if this is a lie or not. Shido himself will soon confess all the crimes.
You think it's some kind of prank?
No way. Could this be real? Don't block the road, people!
What's going on?
We're not gonna sit back and watch some crook wreck this country just because of his goddamn ego. Ain't that right, leader?
Hey, we can see his face!
Yes. Before that happens, we will take this country.
Hello? Yes, we're looking into it now. Please, if you would so kindly...
Very well. I'll crush them beneath my heel.
Shido!
Where did you lowlights obtain that power? Not that it matters. If you have a complaint, I'm willing to listen.
What did you do to Akechi? He was your own son.
I had a feeling it was something like that. He reminded me too much of that woman. I also have an idea as to why he approached me. He was hoping to trap me, was he not? He was sharp, but in the end he was just a kid. I controlled him merely by offering praise. I intended to dispose of him as soon as I became Prime Minister.
What?
I could never keep someone with such intimate knowledge of my past alive. What an ace detective. He was standing beside me all this time, yet couldn't see through my plans. His destroying himself saved me quite a bit of effort, though.
In our first meeting with Shido's shadow, he confirms what we already know to be true about his emotional abuse of Akechi, all along with a few more things. Shido did indeed manipulate Akechi by lionizing him for the murders, desiring to get rid of him because he had extensive knowledge about his past. Information so great that it would cause a scandal if anyone found out. He admits this in an ever so cold and casual manner as well, which is just gross. Shido's shadow also lacks any dramatic changes to his appearance, unlike the previous palace rulers. However, as we soon find out, Shido's distortions take their form through his words.
The hell makes you think you're so much better than everyone else?
You never would have been able to make it this far without Akechi's help!
He only appeared because of the expectations God held for me.
twisting and molding and catching into a killer since he was barely a teenager, murdering Futaba's mother and Haru's father, and ruining Joker's life at the snap of his fingers. The entirety of Shido's motives, everything he's done so far has been nothing more than unironic megalomania. We have seen shades from this for the other palace rulers, but this prideful facet of his distorted cognition is front and center, with Shido justifying his actions because he believes himself to be superior to the ignorant masses, of whom he's willing to sacrifice for his own gains, placating them all the while.
The life of a nation, as opposed to those of a few sacrifices. There can be no comparison. The ignorant masses only care about their own personal happiness. I am merely granting that for them. That is the social reform that only I, as the one chosen by God, can enact.
Within Shido's mind, quite literally in this case, there's no room for dissenting opinions from people he considers to be insignificant. He has convinced himself that his plan to make Japan great again through sowing mayhem and murder is the only possible way to enact any kind of real lasting change in the country. He even goes as far as to call the justice of the Phantom Thieves nothing more than a misguided annoyance.
The changing of hearts that you've been doing was nothing more than provoking the public.
Throughout all this time, and all the successful heists that we pulled off, the Phantom Thieves never made, or were even capable of making any lasting change to society. To Shido, our justice was hollow and meaningless, lacking any ambition, existing only to get the public riled up for the next big show. He's wrong, of course, and Ryuji makes it clear that Shido's delusions of wanting to create a country where the weaker cowed into compliance and crushed by the strong for the benefit is bullshit.
Mighty my ass! That's just a crooked country made by a crook!
Shido's just another dime a dozen criminal who's managed to lie, cheat, and murder to get his way. Still maintaining that he's the only one fit to rule over the masses, the dive floor then transforms into an arena. And we can see just how conceited Shido is, as he finally transforms into his true form, being that of a military dictator, mounting atop a golden lion composed of all the ignorant masses that Shido's willing to step on to secure his rule. Thus, it would then follow that Ryuji, being the bestest of bros, has one thing on his mind. Apologize to Joker!
Our leader's gone through shit cause of you! It's on!
Who stand in my way? There is no need for thieves in my mighty country. Only myself and the ones who revere me are needed.
This will be our hardest fight yet, with Shido's first 3 phases clocking in with a total of 30,000 hit points. A daunting task, but with our powers combined, we make short work of all his phases, with Shido still blaming the ignorant masses for his failures. Something that Ryuji pokes fun at Shido for.
Useless, ignorant masses! It seems even thieves should not be taken lightly if they come in great enough numbers.
Once you're losing, you're putting all the blame on the masses, huh?
Now more than ever, I think we can safely say for real this time that Ryuji doesn't miss. Here stands the very same people that Shido's tried to dismiss as ignorant low-life peasants, and yet he cannot best 8 bratty persona users given all of his power. His megalomaniac pride and desire to dismiss us, he's underestimated not only the power of the Phantom Thieves, but also the leader, of whom Shido only recognizes after Joker removes his mask.
This ain't the first time you failed to finish this guy off.
You took him to court, and yet you don't remember? You truly don't care about the fate of others.
Wait. Could you be the one from back then? That damn brat who showed up and stood against me when I was with that woman! I see. So it truly is you.
This was Shido's biggest mistake, thinking that at the snap of his fingers, he could holistically snuff out a person's sense of justice and their ability to self-determine after he destroyed Joker's life. He was so filled with self-righteous pride that he couldn't fathom the most minute of threats to his power to grow into someone powerful enough to challenge him. Yet, here we stand, a thorn lodged in his side, repeatedly thwarting all his grand designs to maximize the suffering of all those beneath his heels. Shido still tries to lecture us about how sacrificing the likes of Joker was necessary to fulfill his ambitions, and in doing so, he reveals his true form.
I wouldn't expect the ignorant masses of this country to understand. Thus, I will offer proof. By forcefully crushing the Phantom Thieves! I release any who stand in my way.
Finally dispensing with all the pomp and circumstance, we can see that behind all the megalomaniacal speeches, gilded statues, and military garb, Shido's shadow is nothing more than a brute. A literal fascist strongman, if you will. The crazy thing is that for all the power he displays during this phase, he's still perfectly conceited enough to hold back, being annoyed that he has to remove his self-imposed restraints to try and finish the thieves off for good.
Shido! I have decades of experience over these brats!
No way! He's even stronger now?
Nonetheless, the thieves manage to get some good shots in, able to withstand Shido's power all the while. Coming ever closer to defeat, only then does Shido realize his folly, and in striving to win, he does the only thing he knows how to do in order to maintain his supremacy over the peasantry. He cheats.
To think you put up this much of a fight! You bastard! Won't let you have this!
What happened? Are you alright, Joker?
I never would have imagined that impertinent brat from so long ago managing to get in my way this much! Honestly, unbelievable! I should have finished you off before this could have happened. It seems I too was naive. However, my dream has been attained. My desire to steer this country has finally come to fruition. But my ambition has only yet begun. I will not stumble over mere minutia like yourself. This time, I'll be dead certain to seal your fate. I will reduce you to nothing.
We've come so far. We have to do something. Joker, please don't lose.
It's all down to the wire. A 1-versus-1 fight with Shido blasting away all of Joker's comrades and bestest bros away from the battlefield. With his allies unable to render him assistance, it's up to the leader of the Phantom Thieves to compose himself and exact his revenge upon Shido, showing him that even at his best, this prideful tyrant wasn't even in Joker's league.
Let's go. Not bad. Oh, this can't be. Losing to a brat like him. How could I lose?
As Shido falls for the last time, completely demoralized, his ambitions and delusional notions of supremacy fully quashed, Ryuji wastes no time in speaking for and defending his best friend.
Don't you got something to say to our leader before you go passing out?
Yes. I acknowledge that I incriminated you on false charges. I did it to protect myself. I'm so sorry for what I've done. It feels as though it's been quite some time since I have felt sincerely apologetic.
Vengeance is finally ours. Joker's been vindicated by the very same man who started it all, and through Shido feeling genuinely apologetic for the first time in a while, so is Ryuji vindicated for his want of avenging Joker. With Shido defeated, we can now steal his treasure, which takes us for him as the helm of a ship, reflecting Shido's desires of wanting to steal this country as his sole beneficiary and captain. As we all take a moment to revel in our victory, it quickly becomes apparent that things aren't going to be so easy.
What the?
Huh? An explosion? But we haven't taken the treasure yet.
We'll talk later. Come on, let's grab the treasure and run!
Without Shido, the ship's captain, this arc can no longer stay afloat, as it starts to implode from the inside out and begins to sink. The Phantom Thieves, lacking a tangible exfiltration point, begin to panic, worrying about the lower decks as the water begins to seep through the hole, with a cascading explosion splitting the vessel in half. As was the case before, the collapse of the palace renders our powers moot. We're unable to summon our personas, and under normal circumstances that will be fine, but to make matters worse, Futaba can't swim. The team spots a single lifeboat in the distance, but can't reach the other half of the ship. With our demise fast approaching, with the ark now rapidly sinking into the bay, the stakes and consequences of standing here and doing nothing become very apparent to Ryuji. Understanding that his teammates will perish if he does nothing, Ryuji, never lacking the courage to do so, gathers himself to make the ultimate decisive play.
I got this.
Huh?
Hang tight. I'll nab the boat.
Ryuji!
It's now or never. Here it goes!
We're back. Ryuji!
He didn't make it out.
We gotta go back!
That's impossible.
This isn't funny at all.
He did it. That blonde-haired loudmouth tactless punk gone and did it and saved all of us at the cost of his own life. He's gone. One of the founding members of the Phantom Thieves, our most loyal member and strongest advocate for a sense of justice, is dead. Snuffed out just like that in the ultimate blaze of glory. Just when we thought we've had enough deaths on our hands with Akechi's passing, our victory over Shido ends with another one of us falling to see our mission through and to ensure the survival of our comrades. Ryuji was the least deserving to die out of any of us, but he made the most out of his desire to do right by his teammates. In his final moments, he showed us all that he's grown as a person and as a Phantom Thief. In his death, Ryuji vindicated himself in the eyes of all of his detractors, proving once and for all that he wasn't that one listless punk kid who threw the track team under the bus. For Kamoshida, the man who destroyed Ryuji's reputation and legs so that Ryuji can never run again, Ryuji proved that he hadn't lost his luster as an athlete. His last act was him partaking in the sport that he loved, doing that of track and field to save everyone's life, despite his injury, of which was undoubtedly paining him as he sprinted full speed down the side of the arc with a smile on his face, making the leap between the bisected hull as it detonated all around him, having him punch his kneecap back into place before making the leap to let free the lifeboat into the water. There's no ambiguity about the palpable loss the Phantom Thieves feel, as the cold hard reality of the situation begins to set in. Ryuji's death has certainly upset everyone, with Futaba feeling pangs of guilt regarding her inability to swim. However, no one seems more upset over Ryuji's death than An.
Ryuji!
She, out of everyone, knew Ryuji before he even formed the Phantom Thieves, and since taking out Kamoshida together, they've developed a bit of a love-hate relationship as friends and comrades. As Ryuji volunteered himself to grab the lifeboat, she was worried for his well-being, thinking him too rash for putting his life on the line.
I got this.
Huh?
Hang tight. I'll nab the boat.
Ryuji!
It's now or never.
Despite that, An cheered him to run as fast as he could,
Ryuji!
and was relieved when he managed to leap high enough to release the lifeboat. As Joker implored Ryuji to hold on for dear life, An and Joker could do nothing but jump to the feet, looking on in horror and disbelief as the explosion engulfed Ryuji.
No way. It can't be. Come on, what the hell, Ryuji? Ryuji!
Now as the thieves mull about outside the dive building, with only a shitty legislator's pin to show for all of our efforts, the silence, a space normally filled to the brim with Ryuji's loudmouth shenanigans, is now occupied by the weeping and wailing of one An Takamaki.
Man, that was close. For real though, why do palaces gotta explode so much? Can't they disappear normally? What?
Character development. The Phantom Thieves are now 7 for 8 on hearts stolen, with Shido's being the newest notch to add to our belts. Not a bad record, all things considered, and for those hearts we failed to steal, Shido's confession will soon deliver justice unto them. On the eve of December 18th, all Shido's victims get their restitution, as Shido, stripped of all of his pride, lays himself and his crimes bare for the country to see on live TV.
I cannot forgive myself. The reason President Okumura passed away is... I am the one who killed him. I also manipulated the information that the Phantom Thieves were behind the series of incidents. The one who controlled the hearts of others and gave rise to the countless victims is myself. It was all for my own promotion. For my own selfish gain.
After many weeks of anxiety, our victory over Shido is confirmed at last. Now more than ever, it's a time to celebrate, with Ryuji wasting no time to speak for every single member of his teammates.
Hell yeah!
It's the best counter reaction from the bestest boy we could have possibly asked for. After all this time, we can finally say that all the Phantom Thieves have gotten some closure, but above all else, All the pomp and circumstance is most appropriate coming from Ryuji. After taking down Shido, he wants for nothing anymore. Ryuji's reached his highest highs, accomplishing all of his goals and doing away with all aspects of his life that were indeed preventing him from reaching his truest potential. He stuck it to Kamoshida, repaired his relationship with the track team, found a new place to belong, came out of his disillusionment character arc intact, avenged his best friend, which caused him to break down and cry. I mean, look at this picture from Yusuke. More definitive evidence that Ryuji is best boy. All this culminated with Ryuji finally applying all that growth in a lecherous effort to save the lives of his teammates, coming out unscathed as far as we're concerned. Ryuji is a true hero, but the fight to reform society isn't quite over yet. In sealing his heart, the Phantom Thieves didn't automatically TKO Shido's whole conspiracy. The change of heart happened on the night where he was elected as Prime Minister. He did win the election on a technicality. Us changing his heart merely brought around the ginormous scandal that threatened the legitimacy of his leadership, and those who rode upon his coattails to office. In light of these events, Shido's gonna have to be prosecuted via normal means, and luckily for us, Sai's game to take him and his co-conspirators to task. Knowing that our job isn't necessarily done, Ryuji offers his help once more.
We could testify too, you know?
Thank you, but I'll be fine. I don't want to add any more unwanted suspicions on any of you. It's about time you let us adults prove that we can get our act together.
Sai's right. Now that our job is done, it's time for the adults to pick up the slack. Instead of using the power and station to oppress others, it's time for the good and well-meaning adults, the ones with undistorted hearts and true senses of justice, to use the power and influence they hold within society to dismantle the corrupt power structures that Shido put in place. Sai will strive to expose them all, but letting her and many others pick up the slack for us means return to normalcy for the Phantom Thieves, and worse, means we have to go back to school and cram for exams. We may hem and haw at that very concept, especially Ryuji, who thinks that we shouldn't even be doing exams on account of us saving the country from a hostile fascist takeover. Being a hero and a Phantom Thief is a thankless task, and as we meet Ryuji in the train station, it seems that for once in his life, Ryuji, despite continually bitching and complaining about exams, actually put in the effort to study for once.
Good morning.
Granted, Ryuji still does have test anxiety, or rather, test cynicism, but this cynicism isn't really about the upcoming exams, or a regression upon his realization that stealing hearts solely to get famous is wrong. Rather, it's Ryuji's gut telling him that something was wrong with the public's lackluster response to us stealing Shido's heart, and exposing him as a criminal.
We're the heroes who saved this country, right? Can't we be exempt from exams?
And is it just me, or do we not have as big a sense of accomplishment as I thought?
That's it! People are so doubtful even after the press conference.
It may take a while to get there, but Ryuji's absolutely right. You would think that the people of Japan will be waiting with bated breath for the likes of Sai to prosecute Shido's crimes. By all means, they should want blood. The public should at least be riled up to the extent that they were during the Okumura arc, with the fan-set approval rating being close to 100%. Instead, it's hovering around 20% or so, and it's dropping off by the day, which is beginning to concern Mishima, as the activity on site seems to be slowly tapering off in favor of talking about Shido. This is also the case for the mainstream media as well. Instead of lauding us for a victory over Shido, they seem more concerned with the ramifications of Japan's newly elected Prime Minister's immediate resignation. All that to say, the public's response for us exposing Shido as a murderous, megalomaniacal criminal was nothing more than a whimper, followed by mass confusion. It almost feels like we're being gaslit. Everyone in the country saw Shido admit to killing President Okumura and framing the Phantom Thieves for all the murders. Yet none of them are taking us or Shido's confession seriously. In an earlier text of the group chat made on the 6th, Ryuji believed that the public would cease voting for Shido upon finding out that he's a criminal. But now, even days after we've exposed him as such, the public still wants Shido and his United Future Party to lead. Something that confuses Ryuji in another message to the group chat on the 19th. In the end, despite all of our efforts, it would seem that we only decapitated the head of the Hydra, with the promises it kept to the masses still being upheld by the other heads. Even with Shido out of the picture, all the mechanisms he used to assure his rise to power are still in place. All the intimidation tactics he employed to fill the media and the national diet with his sycophants and yes-men are still there. As time passes, the thieves begin to ascertain that they're the victims of a mass media blackout campaign against them. And to further put that in perspective, the media is not even bringing up Akechi anymore, treating him and the Phantom Thieves as if we never existed. Almost as quickly as we made the move to change Shido's heart, his lackeys form a plausible lie to spin the efforts of the Phantom Thieves in a positive PR for Shido, while still protecting their own interests. The broadcast claimed to everyone that could listen that Shido had a mental breakdown, as in poor health, after over-exerting himself to win the election, with the Phantom Thieves then moving to take advantage of that particular situation.
As such, the special diet session was postponed, along with Shido's inauguration as Prime Minister.
Postponed?
They should be firing him!
And wait, poor health?
After announcing this, his inner circle took Shido in for a mental evaluation, which had two effects. It legitimized the tragic narrative that Shido was a hardworking visionary that collapsed in his prime, while also serving a Stonewall-sized investigation into Shido as well. His sycophants, being composed of psychiatrists and mental health experts, could just use their power, reputation, and social standing to murder any questions Sai asked him as hearsay, claiming Shido's firm mental state as grounds to dismiss the charges against him.
We are at the cusp of making a case. Do you know how much trouble we've gone through to get this far?
I'm just doing my job as a doctor.
And just like that, our sole hope in prosecuting him has just gone out the window. In the end, the odds are still being stacked in Shido's favor, and with the public seemingly apathetic to any change, having no desire to see Shido tried and charged, instead wishing the opposite, the Phantom Thieves are still going to be treated as criminals who, in this case, are guilty of blackmailing the fearless political visionary Masayashi Shido. The worst part is, the public's obviously being duped and cowed into apathy, but for some reason, nobody seems to be the wiser.
Everyone's being tricked so easily. Why the hell did we risk our lives then?
Ryuji's right to be angry here. Shido's lackeys are manipulating information on a massive scale to make our justice fade into obscurity, to the point where it's as if we didn't steal any hearts at all. There could be no doubt, society is backslid to where it was before we even went after Kamoshida. Our justice has been replaced by a certain yearning for apathetic ignorance framed as comfort once more, with the public choosing security over freedom. Within that, we have a new problem. Now that Shido's lackeys know about the metaverse and how they can utilize it for political gain, there could be no doubt that they'll use it to cause more mental shutdowns. Moreover, if we were to go after his inner circle, we would have to change all their hearts simultaneously to totally bring down the conspiracy, which just isn't feasible. Even if we somehow manage that, there's a good chance that the public wouldn't give a shit anyway, thus rendering that effort moot. Thinking about it more, our goal is clear. In order to stop Shido's inner circle from committing more crimes, we need to get the public to believe in us once again. We must convince them to choose freedom and truth over security and falsehoods. We must find a way to change the heart of not just one man, but the entirety of the public. It is then, and only then, where we might get the people of Japan to think for themselves once more. The question is, how?
Mementos. If we use mementos, we might be able to do something.
There's something we can do there?
Like I told you before, mementos is the palace of the general public. It's the source of all distortions, and is maintained by the people's collective unconsciousness.
Wait, do you mean that there's a treasure even in mementos? And if we go after that...
The collapse of mementos should affect the public as a whole. The state of society would change too. If everyone's hearts grow to hold Shido responsible for his actions, things might start going our way.
That's a bold plan, but an interesting one.
Sounds good to me.
Mementos is our next target, and Ryuji's all for it. At least at first. If what Morgana says is true, Mementos is a treasure for the thieves to steal, and upon us taking it, the collapse of such a place within the public's cognition will likely cause people to actually give a shit about properly prosecuting Shido. However, there are some drawbacks to this plan. If we choose to delve into the deepest depths of Mementos, we'll undoubtedly encounter the ruler of the public's distorted cognition. And if we manage to steal the ruler's treasure, Mementos and the metaverse will be erased. This is fine on paper, but in erasing the metaverse, we lose access to our powers and the ability to change hearts. Meaning that if another criminal like Kamoshida or even Shido would crop up, we would be powerless to stop them, having to trust in the masses to care enough to see justice done upon them. This gives all the thieves some pause as we weigh our options. We have a dichotomy of choices to make here. We either stand here, do nothing, and get arrested, while Shido's lackeys carry on his plans for maximizing the suffering of Japan's people, or we take the nuclear option. Erase the metaverse, thus understoring the public's cognition, but losing our powers to enact desperate changes of heart on those who deserve it. If we follow through with this heist, it will be our last one forever. After giving it some thought and coming to a unanimous decision, Ryuji, our crime artist found meeting in Phantom Thievery after a life of being a listless young kid, is ready to finally let it all go.
Miss Prosecutor, looks like this is gonna be our last job.
Ryuji's obviously not very happy with the situation, and of everyone on our team, he stands to lose the most by being cut off on the metaverse, but nonetheless, he's ready to see this through to the end, as somber of an endeavor it might be. So, as we all pile into the motomobile, we follow those train cars that we've seen traveling further into the depths of Mementos to its natural end. As we progress further, all the conjectures the party made about this place is proven true, as we reach the end of the line. With the train car's passengers disembarking upon the platform, we get the sense that this is only just the beginning of our venture into the depths of the public's cognition.
The hell is this?
Indeed, Ryuji. What we have here is an access point for all the train cars, whereupon all the passengers disembark, passing behind a rather creepy door. Upon interacting with it, the party remarks that it may open only from one side, meaning that all the shadows coming off the trains are coming here of their own free will, never to return back to the upper levels of Mementos. Given that this is the public's palace, it's quite a troubling sentiment, especially if we consider the organic yet paradoxically inorganic finger-like bones jutting up from the sides of the railway tracks. As we press on behind the creepy door, it gets even weirder. We see in the distance what appears to be prison cells, casting a red glow upon the structure, sparsely lighting up the blood vessel-like tubes as they continue further into the depths of Mementos. We can safely guess that the entirety of the depths is some kind of prison block that's getting slowly filled to the brim with new inmates brought in by the trains. As for the reason why people are coming here of their own volition is information that still eludes us. So the only thing to do now is gather a party and venture forth, following the blood vessel-like structures to wherever they may lead. After skipping the line, we come upon the first major holding cell of the depths. After trying to speak with the shadows kept here, they beckon the thieves to try and step inside the cell, revealing that mementos is part of a larger system that grants those who only imprison themselves desires. Meaning that whoever or whatever is serving as the warden of this place is offering these people some form of comfort, to the point where they equate ignorance and apathy to safety and security.
Don't open the cells, okay? I have no intention of leaving this place.
Setting that aside for a second, normally prisoners locked away in cells would desire freedom, but these shadows seem to enjoy being in captivity, slavishly so.
You end up searching for stuff or being troubled because you're outside the prison. There are things you don't need to know to live on.
This is the only bit of information we're able to get out of these shadows, but we're able to glean more details from the other inmates of the prison by delving a bit deeper. Like those in the giant holding cell, this slavish attitude is a common theme amongst all the other prisoners, as we continue on through the depths. They all seem to have resigned themselves to the fates, surrendering themselves to all personal problems and afflictions that are hindering their lives, becoming just another apathetic cog in the machine. These are the desires the initial inmates of the holding cell were speaking of. Who's ever in charge of this prison is granting them the ability to stop thinking for themselves in exchange for these shadows becoming prisoners here. For most of the prisoners we encounter within these smaller cells dotted about this floor, share one common theme and shared desire. They must slavishly obey the powers that be to the extent of blindly following the rules of society, even if the rules are fundamentally flawed, as the Phantom Thieves have so often demonstrated. Thinking about that some more, the prisoners of the holding cell also mentioned a quarantine cell which supposedly houses a dangerous criminal. If we consider that this place is a topsy-turvy mockery of a true prison, where its inmates come to surrender their freedom to be locked up willingly, we can only assume that what constitutes as a criminal within their minds is someone who refuses to play by the rules of that prison. As we progress even further, we come upon another nexus point, a spiraling ramp that leads further into the depths of Mementos to another cell block that does indeed hold more shadows, but this time we're met with an unsightly surprise.
What? You're...
Kamoshida!
Kamoshida's shadow is here, as well as all the other rulers whose hearts we change over the course of the game. Madarame's here, Kanashiro's here, and even Shido's here. The only one missing is President Okumura, because, well, Akechi killed him. Barring that for a second, we have a bit of a conundrum on our hands. Something that Ryuji immediately recognizes.
The hell's going on? These guys should have had a change of heart from their palaces disappearing.
An extremely astute observation from someone well-versed in phantom thievery and heart stealing. These shadows shouldn't exist within the cognitive world anymore after the thieves changed their hearts. They should have returned to the true selves after we defeated them, coinciding with the respective public confessions and arrests. But they're still here, and with Kamoshida still being the lecherous creep that he is, he makes a pass it on from his cell. But given his tone of voice, he almost sounds deflated, a far cry from the abusive tyrant we became all too familiar with before.
Your bod's as great as always. Come on, come closer.
You creep!
I'm joking. I don't want any more trouble. I finally get to live without having to think for myself now.
Kamoshida seems like a completely different person, adopting the slavish attitude of all the other prisoners we've encountered previously. He no longer wants to start any trouble, which is counter to his core motivations as a palace ruler, envisioning himself as the king of a castle. He even retracts his pass it on, being content to sit in this prison with all the other rulers, becoming pale and pathetic imitations of their former selves. Those who once relished in power and fame are now content to rot here, thinking themselves fools for starting to be more than they really were. As to why everyone's acting so deflated, Shido's shadow fills us in further upon Kamoshida's behavior. He explains that this place within Mementos is called the Prison of Regression, and that all the palace rulers were actually escaped convicts whose desires to control, dominate, and terrorize others had become so greatly distorted that the ruler of the prison couldn't contain them. With the solution to that particular problem being to grant Kamoshida, Shido, and all the other palace rulers their own gilded prisons in the form of palaces. Thinking further upon this mechanic of the cognitive world, it has the most disturbing implications upon our justice and what the act of changing hearts actually did to the palace rulers. In changing the hearts of villains of the game, all we did was change them from being a chaotic member of society who delighted in terrorizing others into conformity, into another apathetic member of the public.
I really gotta thank you for changing my heart. I got to come back here after all.
We sent him back here?
Since these rulers seem to be more cognizant of the world outside of this prison as reformed convicts, the thieves then move to ask them about who the ruler of this prison is, and why they would make such a place in the first place. Shido's shadow, being the man who once managed to subvert the will of the public for his own ends, has an answer that troubles Ryuji immensely.
What an odd question to ask. It should be obvious. Every member of the general public. Haven't you learned anything in school? The collective ruler of a democratic country is its people.
Don't lie out of your ass like that! I mean, there was a guard here earlier. That means someone's gotta be looking out for you guys, right?
You may be right. We are the ones looking out upon everyone else.
No.
The thing is, Ryuji, Shido's not lying out of his ass. By making such a commotion with the public, we've robbed them of the ability to change society for themselves. They all became dependent on the Phantom Thieves' brand of social reform, and when Shido stepped into the spotlight after he framed us, the public immediately flocked to his feet as well. This will explain why the public was so enamored by the Phantom Thieves after the Medjet arc, and why they still wanted Shido in office even after his confession. The public ultimately wanted someone else to fix and reform society so that they personally didn't have to lift a finger to do so. In essence, the Phantom Thieves, despite all the good that came of changing the hearts of the public, ultimately have been contributing to the very same problem that they were trying to prevent. Instead of inspiring Japan to wake up, get up, and get out there to improve the society that they live in, we've convinced Japan that having the lack of desire to improve society is a valid way to live one's life by re-imprisoning its worst offenders. All we've been doing throughout the entire game is just passing the buck, an action that, for all intents and purposes, is equivalent to apathy within this context. Ryuji, being the most driven of our team to enact our brand of justice upon others, is no doubt in denial about what Shido just told us, and it does show.
It don't matter what this guy's talking about. We're gonna erase all of Mementos anyways. Come on, let's keep going.
Ryuji's first action after Shido telling us that the apathetic public basically manifested this prisoner palace into place is disbelief followed by an immediate call to action. He's refusing to even process the implications of his justice upon society, hoping that whatever lies at the bottom of Mementos will make our naive pursuit of said justice all the worthwhile in the end. As we delve deeper into the prison of regression, passing more slothful shadows and following those veiny structures to their natural end, we see a giant chalice at the bottom of the pit surrounded by prison cells. When the thieves approach it, the prisoners start to become restless, eerily so.
That thing isn't gonna sit back and let itself get destroyed.
Even the inmates are starting to liven up. How eerie. They're planning something.
That must mean this thing's gotta be the treasure. He saved us the trouble of checking.
Ryuji ascertains that this is the public's treasure, and what follows that is a Ryuji that's still very much in denial as he regresses back to the only thing he knows how to do, bash his head against something until it gives.
We just gotta make it disappear, right? If we can't move it, then we'll just have to destroy it.
Ryuji then follows this by disregarding Makoto's advising her team of caution, that maybe, perhaps, Shido's assumptions about the prison's functions were wrong, suggesting that the public isn't the one true ruler of the prison of regression. Rather, the whole prison is being ruled by something that's immensely more powerful and dangerous. Something capable of letting off the suitably evil laugh.
What was that?
We don't have time to worry about that. Leave it for later.
All right, guys. We better not lose now.
And so the thieves begin to beat the crap out of the chalice, and in doing so, we gain more perspective on the mechanics of the prison and why it's taken this form within Mementos. The public's treasure and the source of the public's desires is held within a massive panopticon. Under normal circumstances, prisoners held within such a type of panoptical prison would abhor the potential of being constantly watched by the guard tower placed at the center of the structure, which constantly monitors all the prisoners without their knowledge. As we attack the chalice, it seems that in this twisted place, the shadows want to be here. They want to be monitored by the structure serving as the guard tower for some reason or another. A fact that's proven even more true when the thieves do enough damage to the chalice. The prisoners become rabid and desperate, begging for the thieves to stop.
Holy Grail?
What was that?
Don't tell me. Are the inmates giving it their strength?
Damn it! This is never gonna end!
It seems hopeless if there are this many inmates supporting it.
You fools, human, yet wishing to eradicate the desires of humanity.
Who's that?
Repent!
The treasure's talking.
I am revered as the granter of dreams for all who behold me. A being most commonly known as the Holy Grail.
The Holy Grail.
The prison of regression is representative of the collective desires of humanity. They wish to be chained down, surrender their cognition, and neglect the world around them. These feeble-minded common folk will make your social reform all for naught. The shared heart of the masses has fallen into an excess of indolence and transformed into a prison.
Damn it! We're worshiping that thing.
I'll say it again, Ryuji never misses. The prisoners are revealing what's effectively their jailer as some kind of god. Within the prisoners, or in this case, the general public begging us to cease attacking it, their slothful desires to surrender their free will in exchange for the girl's comfort and ignorance are literally sustaining it by feeding on that very same desire, preventing the thieves from destroying it and thus changing all their hearts. Shido's shadow was right in one respect. The public's restored desire did create this prison, but they most certainly didn't manifest the girl into existence. As we go for round 2, our efforts prove to be equally futile as our first bout, as the girl begins to regain its luster. So long as the public buries their heads in the sand, the Phantom Thieves stand no chance. No matter how many Megadolians Joker throws at the problem. The Grail, fully shining a lustrous gold now, proving that we stand no chance against the indolence of the masses, the Grail then boots the thieves out of Mementos and back into reality, where it intends to prove just how near the just of the Phantom Thieves is, to the point where we might as well not even exist.
It's vanishing?
Hell no!
Mementos here in Shibuya?
The Holy Grail has managed to fuse Mementos with reality, and the public seems to be none the wiser, walking around as if it was just another sunny day outside. The only people who can see the hellscape that is Shibuya now are the thieves themselves and their confidants. While this does indicate that Joker's assistance in convincing all his confidants to change their lives for the better has had a lasting effect on their cognition, that want of self-betterment is dwarfed by the apathy of the public, who can't see the sky raining blood or the spinal columns jutting out from the ground.
Man, what great weather! Want to go for a drive?
Worse still, it seems that the Phantom Thieves have been reduced to nothing more than a myth.
I feel so dumb for even believing they existed.
Ryuji, being the strongest advocate for a brand of justice and social reform, always defiantly maintaining that position despite being seen in this scum of society by many, doesn't understand the degree of apathy that has taken hold of the public that's rapidly forgetting about the justice of the Phantom Thieves. In his last moments, Ryuji lashes out in bewildered anger and in hopeless confusion, as if he were a caged animal, still remaining ever defiant to the end.
That son of a bitch! God damn it! What's this creepy ass shit about? Ah! Ah! My hand!
Ryuji! This can't be real, right?
What is happening to us?
No! No! My body's disappearing! Don't tell me.
Indeed, this isn't my doing. You imbeciles are about to disappear from the people's cognition.
That damn voice!
Mementos and reality have become one. Thus those who have disappeared from cognition cannot exist anywhere.
Disappear my ass! What the hell? Yeah!
Is this really it?
No! No!
Morgana, where did we go wrong?
Is this all my fault? Because I brought you all there? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. The mission's a failure.
In the end, Your rehabilitation was not carried through. It appears I have overestimated you.
You incompetent prisoner! The assistance that we provided was all for naught.
Humans are more apathetic and more foolish than I had thought them to be. The world will soon see its ruin. You have lost the game.
Igor's right. Despite all of our defiance, we have been defeated, completely and utterly, crushed beneath the slothful, apathetic, and distorted desires of the general public. As a result of the fusion between the metaverse and reality, the Phantom Thieves have been completely erased from the public's cognition after failing to truly sway public opinion. Igor demands the penalty for losing the favor of the public to be the pain of death, with Caroline and Justine duty-bound to carry it out. However, so long as Joker draws breath, it's not over yet.
Yeah!
How insolent. To think you'd still show your rebellious will after all that.
You expected me to do something else?
Ready, Justine?
If our master orders so, then it cannot be helped.
Let us show our strength to this prisoner who just doesn't know when to give up.
Understood.
Death to the criminal.
It's not over yet, boys! We will fight to the bitter end!
Don't resist, inmate! Just accept your sentence!
One's final moments should be spent in good grace.
We summon our own world rebellion and force our own safe execution, and thus are fortified Caroline and Justine until they remember who they truly were. The twins are wardens of the Velvet Room, charged with rehabilitating and nurturing humanity under guidance from Igor. Where does executing Joker fall into that kind of job description? After one last brutal persona fusion, the twins realize their folly by uniting their split consciousness into their true form, Lavenza, who then exposes the Igor we've been speaking to throughout the entirety of the game as a fraud, a pale imitation of the real thing. Indeed, this fake Igor is in fact the Holy Grail itself, but even that was just a front for its dormant power. The Holy Grail itself was a front for a malevolent god of control, which has somehow managed to seize control of the Velvet Room, split up the personalities of Lavenza into two obedient servants to obfuscate its hostile takeover of it, and manipulate the Phantom Thieves into doing his bidding as a test to see if humanity could be persuaded to be a little less indolent. However, as the god of control goes on and on and on, we can see that this whole endeavor was just a game to him, that Joker was doomed to lose his game from the very beginning. Everything Joker and his merry band of thieves had accomplished throughout this god's twisted game was all done for the sake of its own amusement. The matters of the masses never mattered to begin with. This god never truly cared if Joker could change society for the better as a righteous thief. Nevertheless, with Joker's leadership, the thieves still came out on top, as the god of control failed to take into account the efficacy of Joker's rebellious spirit. Every single time Joker beat this god in his attempts to beat the Phantom Thieves within his own game, it had to radically change the rules every single time we came out on top of his designs to annihilate our world to fight back against the distorted world that he created.
You truly were a prisoner that did not fool me.
Again, seeing Joker and the efforts of the Phantom Thieves is mere entertainment, it challenges us for one final duel. A righteous band of merry thieves against the god who co-opted the slothful minds of the masses to assert its will to rule over them. It's a challenge that we certainly will not shirk away from, but as we move together the rest of the party, we find that our merry band of thieves isn't anything of the sort. Our prior defeat and disappearance from the public's cognition has our team worse than deflated. The roles to fight, all the rebellious spirits have been completely snuffed out, as indicated by them wearing their normal outfits and not their Phantom Thief uniforms, with the outlier being Joker, of course. He's the only one still dressed to steal hearts, the only one whose image of rebellion hasn't been beaten out of him. Thus, it falls to Joker to stoke the flames of rebellion within his teammates' hearts once more, however difficult that might be. As Joker moves about the blackened exterior walls of the Velvet Room, he spots a tuft of obnoxiously blonde hair behind a remarkably quiet cell door. It's Ryuji, sitting against the walls of his tiny cell, legs crossed, casting his gaze away and at the ground. As we approach the cell, Ryuji begins to speak, taking a crestfallen tone with his leader, avoiding eye contact with Joker, questioning why we even bothered stealing hearts in the first place.
Yo. Looks like we're both somehow still alive and kicking. But where at? Man, this prison cell kinda makes me think of when we first met. I remember how Shibuya was all effed up just now, but like, nobody was seeing any of it. No, it was more like they didn't want to see any of it. What the hell? So even all them people who are suffering and cheering for us to come and help them, in reality, they would have rather just had everything stay how it was? Did what we were doing have any meaning at all?
Having dropped his initial desires of fame and recognition for stealing hearts, the guilt and shame of making good on all those promises only to be defeated, having his confidence betrayed by the very same people Ryuji alone strove to give hope to, stings him at his very core. Ryuji's always been about selflessly doing things for other people, and for him to be holistically betrayed in such a manner after doubling down upon that very motive is incredibly discouraging to him. At this point, we might say that the track team is the distorted public as Kamoshida is to the god of control. Nearly everyone threw the Phantom Thieves under the bus for the sake of bending their knees to a tyrannical and malevolent god who determines your whole future for you, prospects that the general public seems to desire most of all. Finding more parallels to our current situation, he then thinks back to when Joker and him first met, reminiscing back to when we were both trapped in Kamoshida's dungeon as a shadow endlessly berated Ryuji for being a weak and pathetic peasant, an utter fool for opposing his absolute rule over Shujin Academy. All the while, Joker maintained his composure to such a degree as to save both of them. To that effect, Ryuji has this to say about Joker.
You're so freaking tough.
Ryuji's right, Joker is one of a kind, and we've proven our mettle thus far. However, this isn't as much of a compliment to Joker's constitution as it is to Ryuji commenting upon his own shortcomings. Herein, we find the main reason for Ryuji's dejected demeanor. He feels inadequate to Joker's inherent willpower.
You know, back when I thought we were gonna die, without learning the truth about all this, I kind of felt for the first time that maybe we hadn't been doing the right thing. That maybe we deserved to lose. You get me?
Everything Ryuji has done, it's always been out of spite for someone else, not due to any inherent sense of bravery or justice. A stark contrast to what drives Joker. His wants of repairing his relationship with the track team, stealing Kamoshida's heart, and even avenging Joker have all stemmed from his own personal desire to defy everyone who dare look down on him. Now locked up in the Velvet Room, Ryuji thinks twice, supposing that when he thought it was the end for him, we deserved to lose at that very moment.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I started all this because of how pissed off I was. Maybe it's never been about winning, or anything like that. Maybe all I was doing was just continuing my own defiance.
The public didn't want our brand of social reform, be it born out of spite or otherwise. Us going against the grain was met with apathy and disdain by others. It wasn't welcome. Now thinking in retrospect, Ryuji acting loud and boisterous was pointless in the fate of such widespread distortion, as he thinks back to how he held fast to his defiant beliefs to the bitter end as the public literally erased him and his teammates from their minds. It gave him some perspective about how small he really was, and how useless it was to resist or defy the masses' expectations of him. Ultimately, being a nuisance and a troublemaker that wanted to get one over his oppressors was nothing more than a flight of petty and childish fancy. Locked in this cell, the very same person who once took pride and strength in carving out his own destiny without the input from those who hated his guts, now thinks that he should have just behaved himself in the first place, heeding their advice all the while. At first glance, it looks as if Ryuji's rebellion had been fully snuffed out. He's regressed far beyond the point where we even met him at the start of the game, now content with being just another brick in the wall. As with all the conversations Joker had with Ryuji, we've been able to help him work through complex topics. It'll take Ryuji a while, but eventually he does get there. After all, we're a team, and there's no skull without Joker. Being the bros that we are, Joker's able to stoke the remaining embers within Ryuji's righteously rebellious heart once more, just by saying 2 words. That's fine.
It's fine? You're right. I get it now. We're doing this to make sure people don't gotta go through the same crap we did. It doesn't matter if they think we're just or not. We gotta do what we believe in. It's not like people think much of me anyways. I'm gonna dash through this the only way I know how. You got me out of prison, just like before. Thanks. You know, it's kind of embarrassing to say this, but I'm really glad I met you. All right, I'm done getting my ass kicked. That shiny bastard acts like it's some kind of god. I ain't gonna feel good till we deal with it. Let's head out. We're gonna take down that asshole, yeah?
That's more like it. With Ryuji once more taking strength in his will to defy everyone and completely refute their own expectations of him, he vows to hoist the flag of rebellion henceforth and wreak havoc on those who dare oppose them for the sake of his own justice. Once again donning his skull mask and fully leaning into the connotations of his angry visage, Ryuji intends to see this last heist through to the end. And while the piratical pumpkin and gentleman thief might seem like an odd pairing for a dynamic duo, Ryuji and Joker will endeavor to see that nobody suffers ever again like they once did. As we gather the rest of the party and step outside the Velvet Room, the Phantom Thieves see that we already have an advantage. The God of Control has already rendered us a hint on how to defeat it. Upon exiting the Velvet Room, we see that the quarantine cell that we passed mementos was in fact the Velvet Room itself. If we can recall, those being held within the cell were considered dangerous criminals by greater society and by the God of Control. Considering that the God of Control cordoned off the Velvet Room and imprisoned us within its cells, that means two things. Firstly, those imprisoned within the Velvet Room, Igor, Lavenza, Joker, and the rest of the Phantom Thieves, are in fact the dangerous criminals within the God of Control's eyes. We're mere irritations to his will to dominate and control the public's cognition for his gain. Secondly, in cordoning off those who've been tasked with nurturing the human soul, and those who have already broken the yokes of their own hearts, he's revealed something to us. The God of Control is afraid. Afraid of us. He's afraid of a bunch of misfit teenage Persona users and 2 wardens of the Velvet Room. Most of all, he's afraid of the indomitable will of the human spirit, that when given enough direction and nourishment, can and will find a way to beat him at his own game. We're that much of a threat to him that we had to be locked away, so we won't be able to interfere with his plans. This twisted game needs to be reset, as does the public's cognition, so that everyone can depart from their slothful ways and self-determine once more. While the odds are still very much stacked against us, it's as Ryuji said, it doesn't matter if the public's restored desires want the thieves to exist. We're gonna follow through anyway based on what we know is right. In doing so, the Phantom Thieves will become a ray of light that illuminates a path to a brighter future. One where freedom, justice, and truth prevail over ignorance and a false sense of security. While the God of Control, who's called itself Yaldabaoth, might try to wax philosophical about how humanity must be purged for their indolence, Ryuji knows the truth of the game that he's created, and exactly what to say to this mechanical monstrosity.
Even if a cliff of ruin lay ahead, these lemmings would march onward without a second thought.
Bullshit! You're just forcing your selfish ideas on people!
Ryuji still doesn't miss, and while Yaldabaoth might just be the most difficult foe we've yet faced, he's not about to give up on the insults just yet.
I don't know how long you lived, but you're the perfect example of a pain-in-the-ass old man!
Ryuji's right. Yaldabaoth is a boomer, preaching on high about how those damn kids don't have what it takes to instill change within the world. As a god, Yaldabaoth should be guiding the masses to believe in his ideals, and to be the best versions of themselves. But all we've seen him do thus far is flaw in his own existence and moralize to us about why he and no one else must rule.
Do you hear the voices of the masses? They mock you for revolting against a god.
Little does Boomer Yaldabaoth know that within his arrogance lies his own folly and the potential for a victory. Like every tyrannical dictator who preaches from on high, justifying their atrocities while waxing philosophical about the supremacy over the peasants, all it takes is for one dissenting opinion to trigger a revolution.
Take it down, Phantom Thieves! Come on! Why do you think they risked their lives all this time? Damn it, you guys, snap out of it! When will you stop running from the truth?
Phantom Thieves.
Yes, the Phantom Thieves!
Thieves! Phantom Thieves! Go, Phantom Thieves! Phantom Thieves! Phantom Thieves! Can you hear us?
You hear that? Those are the voices of the humans you made fun of. No one wants you to rule over them. Isn't that right?
Why do they gotta word it like they're looking down on us?
Be that as it may, Ryuji, we managed to prove Yaldabaoth wrong. He doesn't rule the masses. The masses decide who gets to rule, and they've suddenly become very dissatisfied with the God of Control's arrogance. Just as he thought he could beat Joker and the Phantom Thieves before, thinking your efforts to be nothing more than entertainment, we've turned the tables upon him once more, aiming to make sport of him instead, with Ryuji highlighting the irony of the situation well enough.
Hey God! Foolish humans are praying down there! They're praying there's no place for someone like you in this world!
One translated from Sakamoto Ben, if the power and belief in a god's brain of justice falls out of favor with the masses, what manner of divine power, manifested by the will of the people, will then move to dethrone him? When they finally break free from their slothful ways, at their behest, what manner of power will be freed by breaking the yoke of the public's heart to match the power of Yaldabaoth?
Man, it's huge!
What an immense power! No way. Is it a persona?
I don't believe what I'm seeing! This is what man should do. Impossible!
They're insanely strong! They're not just phantom thieves anymore! That's like some super demon lord! So awesome!
I see. If a god plays naughty, then it's a demon lord's duty to punish him. What better way is there for a finale as a trickster? Joker, we're entrusting our strength and the people's hopes to you. Put an end to this!
Pillage him! Satanael! Be gone.
Preposterous! You dare honor people's wishes!
Let it be known, upon a white Christmas Eve, the Phantom Thieves defeated the false god of control, Yaldabaoth, throughout the masses to collectively rebel against the distorted and slothful reality this mechanical beast sought to rule over. This was our justice, and we managed to see it through to the very end. Now permanently cut off from the metaverse, the Phantom Thieves are forced into retirement, and to some of us, that's a bit of a relief. We can finally return back to the humdrum day-to-day being dumb, embarrassing teenagers. In the spirit of that, the Thieves are just forming a huddle to celebrate our success. Everyone agrees that this is a good idea. Except for Ryuji, who was initially embarrassed about making a fool of himself in the middle of Shibuya, but he does eventually cave.
What? You want to do it here and now?
Come on, Ryuji, get with the program.
I too am disappointed. After all we've been through together, you've nothing left to lose with this.
Hey, speak for yourself. I've got tons of shit I could lose. Fine, let's get this over with. Everyone, put your hands in.
Don't you think this is a little too overt?
Yeah, can we hurry this up? I don't mind yelling, so long as we make it quick.
Well, this celebration is going great. Whatever. Joker, you lead off with this.
Yep, time for leader duties.
When he gives our victory cry, we all follow with a super loud, yeah! Got it? All right, 1, 2... Yeah!
Well, with that awkwardness finally out of the way, the Thieves go their separate ways for now, knowing that for the first time in a while, the people we've inspired to wake up, and get out there can and will change society for the better. For Joker though, his job isn't quite done yet. In changing the hearts of the public, Sai is finally able to pursue the case with Shido unabated. However, there's still one problem. She needs Joker to turn himself in order to prove Shido guilty.
Shido confessed to a variety of crimes. We can arrest him on those charges. The problem lies in proving him guilty. It'd be difficult unless the correlation between the metaverse and the mental shutdowns is made. I'll be blunt. I want you to turn yourself in to the police.
She's right. A connection between the metaverse and the mental shutdowns must be made by the leader of the Phantom Thieves. And if Sai's Confidant arc is any indication, it took Joker a long while to convince her such a place even exists in the first place. While the country heralded the Phantom Thieves as the heroes, there's no way the government, even an undistorted one that's not filled to the brim with Shido's sycophants or Yaldabaoth's distorted hearts, will let that slide. They'll try to sully Joker's name once more. So in order for our justice to prevail, we're probably gonna have to get a couple more cold buckets of water thrown at us. That is, until we're met with a surprise.
There's no need for that.
You...
If they get their hands on the perpetrator, there'll be no need for him to turn himself in, no? That appears to be the case.
You said there's no need. Just what do you mean by that?
Exactly as it sounds. I'll agree to testify against Shido and his crimes. I assume that works for you?
Akechi is alive, somehow, managing to escape the attempt on his life in Shido's palace. But we shouldn't put him past Akechi his diverse skill set for being able to escape with his life. Now that he's got nothing up his sleeve, with Shido's heart changed and the public more active than usual, Akechi seeks justice by attending to be Joker's fall guy as a way of thanking him. Assign Akechi head off to ensure that the Phantom Thieves' justice prevails. With Akechi atoning for his crimes, and us being able to hang on a Christmas with Ryuji for some reason, Joker heads home to LeBlanc to sleep off Christmas Eve. However, it's not a total loss, as we get together on Christmas Day at LeBlanc to cut loose.
Hell yeah! Merry Christmas!
As we celebrate the holiday season, we get to watch a fully unwound and stress-free Ryuji make a complete fool of himself throughout the rest of the day, and all the way until New Year's Eve, where we finally hear some good news.
After nearly 2 weeks of silence, the prosecutor's office is planning to move forward with the biggest case of the year. They have announced that they will move forward in the charging of Representative Shido for his confessed crimes.
It's finally happening.
I was planning on telling all of you about this a little later. This case is all thanks to a certain man's testimony. But I can at least share this one piece of good news with you.
And that would be?
The woman involved in his false charge case has finally come forward and provided her testimony. I can't say for certain yet, but his criminal record may very well be overturned.
For real?
Joker's quest for vindication and Ryuji's quest to thusly avenge his best bro is finally complete. Shido's going to jail, and Joker's criminal record may very well be erased. He'll be a free man soon, sometime next year, and we can thank Sai's skills as a prosecutor to make this a reality. We party and celebrate late into the night, but after much merrymaking, we head to bed, but have the strangest dream. We wake up in a prison attire that we've only donned while in the Velvet Room, but instead of waking up in a cell to do business with Lavenza and Igor, we were instead at Sujin Academy.
Class will be dismissed momentarily.
As Joker wanders around this liminal space, we hear the voices of our party members.
Get awesome results in track meets alongside everyone else on the team, and eventually I'd get a hold of some scholarships for college to make things easier for my mom.
Joker feels an innate desire to go home, but as he attempts to leave campus, a voice comes over the intercom, alluding to some kind of acceptance that the voice won't force onto us. Before Joker had to find out more, we awaken on New Year's Day back at LeBlanc, where things get even more weirder from here on out. Kasumi Yoshizawa gives us a ring in the morning, and invites Joker to go to a shrine to wish for good luck in the New Year's, as is customary in Japan. But after descending from LeBlanc's attic, we find out that Morgana is unironically not a cat, and Futaba refers to her mother, Wakaba Ichiki, as if she was still alive to accompany her to said shrine. As we meet up with Kasumi, we happen upon the rest of the former Phantom Thieves. While we try to make plans, it becomes apparent that something is not quite right here, as things get even more and more confusing. Haru mentions that she's made plans to dine with her father, and Futaba mentions wanting to hit up some shops with her mom, which should be impossible because, well, they're dead. Furthermore, On mentions wanting to make plans with Shiho, which should also be impossible because depending on how you played Persona 5 thus far, Shiho is either still in a coma from her suicide attempt or far away from Tokyo trying to rebuild her life. As her friends depart to celebrate the new year in their own special and weird way, we're stuck with Kasumi, but that doesn't even last long as she's soon whisked away by her father. However, when he tries to refer to his daughter by her first name, Kasumi, something even more strange happens.
Shall we get going?
This moment even gives Kasumi pause, but nothing fully connects. Joker, thoroughly confused, returns home to LeBlanc in the evening and decides to check the fan site. The central question on the board has changed from do the Phantom Thieves exist, with the support of being close to 100% after we defeated Yaldabaoth, to would you join the Phantom Thieves, with an approval rating of less than 15% answering yes. Descending from the attic once more, we find Wakaba Ichiki, Futaba's mother, just casually sitting in a booth at LeBlanc, speaking as if everything is completely normal. And just then, we get another surprise guest, someone who finally seems to have their head on straight.
Sorry, we haven't opened for the day yet.
My apologies. I merely wish to speak with him for a moment.
Why don't you go and get some fresh air with him? I'll stand guard over your dessert for you.
You say that now, but when he gets back and his dessert's gone, I'm pretty sure he'll suspect it was...
I can definitely see that happening with Mona on guard duty.
Hey, come on, guys.
Sorry.
I guess I'll start the coffee.
You know, don't you? We have to discuss this. That's right. Just like you seem to be.
Akechi's here for some reason, and he seems just bewildered as Joker. After all, one of his marks is sitting right there in the booth, being completely unbothered and, well, breathing. He pulls Joker outside for a pop quiz about recent events, finding Joker's memory to be intact as we run through the details together. We both understand that Akechi somehow managed to cheat death, the Phantom Thieves fought Yaldabaoth and won, and that Akechi turned himself in to help Sai convict Shido, so Joker didn't have to. However, after the new year, things definitely got a little weird. Akechi was thoroughly interrogated by the police and confessed to his crimes of being the one who caused all the mental shutdowns. But in doing so, he managed to not only walk, but he was also acquitted of all charges. As Joker fills in more blanks, it becomes clear that Akechi, Joker, and Kasumi Yoshizawa, of all people, are the only ones who seem to be aware that everyone is living in some kind of alternate reality, with none of their former teammates like Ryuji being the wiser for it. This fact becomes even more apparent when Yoshizawa alerts us to a palace that's present in Odaiba, which no one else seems to see but us three. Akechi reasons that the three of us should team up to investigate the palace and to find out who the ruler is. Upon delving deeper, we come upon parts of Kasumi's personal history, wherein she had a younger sister named Sumire who perished in a tragic accident. She had mentioned this to Joker before, but as she tries to explain herself and what happened to her sister, the very fabric of reality seems to prevent her from doing so, giving her a massive mind-bending headache.
But how was this video?
This happens a few more times as we delve deeper into the palace, coinciding with the palace itself revealing more and more information about Kasumi's life as she becomes less and less poised than she normally is.
Stop rushing into things. Just calm down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoever rules this palace must have an intimate knowledge of Kasumi and her family, including Kasumi's past accomplishments, goals, and inadequacies. Knowledge enough to the point where the ruler can readily display them as cognitive projections within their palace. These projections seem to be directed at Kasumi with the intention to provoke her and cause her pain. The cognitive projections also seem to imply some other fuckery is going on with Kasumi herself, as the various projections we come across refer to her as Sumire, her deceased younger sister, instead of Kasumi.
Oh, there she is! Sumire! Sumire! I did it!
As we soar ever closer to the sun, Kasumi gets another reality-bending headache, and the ruler's palace comes over the intercom to try and get us to leave.
I really hope this helped you understand.
A man's voice.
If you keep pushing on like this, you're going to find nothing but heartache. Please, won't you stop fighting this and just return to the current reality?
Nothing but heartache, huh? I don't understand what you're saying, but I have no intention of leaving now.
We are in agreement there. We also refuse to do as you say. Now why don't you drop the big voice behind the curtain act and face us directly?
As you wish. Head on down. I'll meet you there.
As we descend into the stadium grounds, we see a man in a white tuxedo standing at its center. Upon approaching him, we find that the palace's unlikely ruler is someone very familiar to us.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
Dr. Maruki!
It's Dr. Maruki, the therapist that was hired both to soothe the souls of Sujin Academy student body and to soothe the consciences of Kabaikawa's staff after the Kamoshida incident. He's the ruler of this palace, and as Akechi confirms, he is responsible for cooking up this false reality and forcing everyone into it. Barring that for a second, what's even more strange is how we're speaking to Maruki himself, not a shadow or some cognitive representation of the man. It's the same person we spoke to at Shujin's nurse's office in reality. This time, instead of being a complete klutz who enjoys bringing back dead memes to try to look cool, Maruki has his new sort of self-determined and self-righteous demeanor about him, complemented by an intense and slightly unhinged gaze, eyebrows slightly furrowed behind the rims of his glasses. As Akechi presses him further, Maruki tells all, including why he cooked up this false reality and why he sought to unsettle Kasumi as we infiltrated his palace. Maruki is of the opinion that the old reality was cruel and unfair, referring to the one he's effectively overwritten as merciless. We don't know what caused his distorted mind to think this way, but to prove his point, he shows us another deep and repressed part of Kasumi's memories. In particular, the day her sister died, where we find out that Kasumi wasn't Kasumi at all. Indeed, at one point, there were two Yoshizawas. Twins, in fact. Then, after an argument, Sumire ran into the street as the light was red. About to be hit by an incoming car, Kasumi then leaped to push Sumire out of the way, saving her sister's life at the cost of her own.
Sumire!
Feeling responsible for her sister's death, Sumire then spiraled into a deep depression born out of survivor's guilt, which then led her to become Maruki's patient and then here, as he re-traumatized her once again. In one fell swoop, Maruki's dumped Sumire's trauma all over herself, Joker, and Akechi, quashing Yoshizawa's spirit of rebellion as she remembers who she truly is. She was never Kasumi Yoshizawa. Instead, her true identity is that of Sumire Yoshizawa. All this time, she's quite literally been living a lie. Maruki's altered Sumire's own cognition so that she thinks that she's her dead sister. Ever since Kasumi perished in an accident that Sumire feels responsible for, she's been saddled with immense survivor's guilt. Through some means, Maruki has managed to alter her cognition so that she can be free of that guilt and pain, to live in blissful ignorance as if she was her older sister, perfect as she was before her death. This is Maruki's ultimate goal, alter reality on a much grander scale to save people from the past traumas, with Sumire being patient zero for this monumental effort. If he could manipulate her cognition to soothe her conscience, it's something that he could reasonably do to all of reality, distorting and manipulating the public's cognition, even retroactively speaking, into a perfect and painless reality. It's an insane desire, and Akechi, ever playing the cynical anti-hero, accuses Maruki of being selfish, plunging Sumire and everyone else into a permanent delusional state without their consent.
I've had enough of your high and mighty rationalization. All you really did was use her to try and make everyone acknowledge the validity of your research.
So that's how you see things, huh? That's quite unfortunate.
Given what Sumire's experienced, it's a life that she clearly wants, to happily live within her delusions as her deceased sister, unburdened by the trauma of her death. Maruki offers the same kind of bliss to both Joker and Akechi, being the only obstacles preventing him from enacting justice upon the world. After they both refuse, he takes Sumire hostage, and asks us to come back in a week after exploring the reality he's created for the world. From Maruki's point of view, we haven't exactly grasped the reality of the situation, because we don't have a personal stake in coming to terms with a desire to save the world. So he asks us to go to our friends and observe their happiness up close, completely numb to the past traumas and pain. So it stands the question, what shape does that reality take, and how does it affect those who have suffered in a similar manner to Sumire, like Ryuji Sakamoto? As we roam about Tokyo to check up on all of our other teammates, we find that Maruki's reality has changed their lives for the better and relieved the troubles. However, before we go to check up on Ryuji, we find An and Shiho in Shibuya's underground mall. By all accounts, Shiho is somehow wild and walking, with neither her or An having any recollection of Shiho's suicide attempt and the events that preceded it. As we continue to speak with both of them, we find that Kamoshida doesn't exist within Maruki's reality whatsoever. He's been completely erased from the face of the earth for his crimes against his students. Thus, Shiho is able to compete as a volleyball player without Kamoshida blackmailing her to get to An, and vice versa. We even hear from An that Shiho is now a somewhat famous athlete, who's crushing the competition at meets, something that's only possible in a reality where Kamoshida doesn't exist. As we wake up the next day, heading to Amiyomi Station to speak with Ryuji, we find that such a theme persists for both Best Boy and Best Girl as well. We find Ryuji outside the school gates with two familiar faces, Nakaoka and Takeshi, his former teammates from the track team. Now though, referring to Takeshi and Nakaoka as Ryuji's ex-teammates isn't quite right within Maruki's reality. Perhaps the correct term will be ex-former teammates now. If you recall during his Confidant arc, these two hated Ryuji's guts, as he worked to both atone for his crimes and apologize to the both of them for ruining their chances for a college recommendation, all the while working to check his own violent impulses and improve himself overall. In Maruki's reality though, they seem on good terms with Ryuji, even willing to treat Ryuji to lunch. As Joker nears campus, we overhear them talking about how Ryuji's recently been scouted by a college after making it to the podium in a recent national track and field competition. He seems extremely happy and pleased with himself, and considering that Kamoshida doesn't exist within Maruki's reality, he's been unable to hamper Ryuji's success as an athlete or his relationship with his teammates, forever maintaining his position as the track team star in a world where Kamoshida never existed. Though, if we recall back to Ryuji's counseling session with Maruki, Ryuji's wish wasn't for Kamoshida to disappear, rather it was something much more wholesome than that. When you boil down all of Ryuji's core motivations, the only thing that remains is Ryuji wanting to make his life easier for his mom with scholarship money. In a reality where Kamoshida doesn't exist, this is now a feasible goal for him to do. But in Maruki's reality, the good doctor seems to have done a lot more for Ryuji than grant him a college recommendation and a lump sum of scholarship funds. By the sound of it, Ryuji's smashing the competition, coming away with the sweetest and quickest of times. As Joker moves to confront Ryuji about the true reality of the situation, there are two things that remain consistent within Maruki's warped reality, despite everything that he's changed. Ryuji's love of extra large beef bowls, and his friendship with Joker. A bond forged between the two of them due to Kamoshida's mutual hatred of them both as delinquent scum. As we try to jog Ryuji's memory in that manner, he begins to connect the dots. If Kamoshida never existed within this reality, then Joker and Ryuji would have never met and become partners in crime. Realizing this, we forced him to recall the circumstances how we met outside of Aoyome Station in the rain, where the words, "screw the pervy teacher," were uttered by Ryuji. Knowing that something's wrong, in classic Ryuji fashion, he buries it and worries about confronting it later. A few days pass since Joker wandered by campus, giving Ryuji time enough to think on his words. Now Ryuji knows that something's definitely wrong, and his first thought is go talk to Joker about it, something that he's always done before to help him sort through his problems.
Excuse me, Whoa. Hey guys.
Upon dropping by the blonde, Ryuji comes to know that he wasn't the first person to want to speak to Joker about something that's irking him. Joker's words have all made an impact on a now anxious group of thieves, as they speak about a distant yet nearly tangible, fading, painful memories of times past. Though I'm not quite sure how to phrase it, apart from it just being general anxiety. And Ryuji even undercuts his own emotional intelligence as he tries to explain how he feels.
Damn it. I'm so bad at figuring out this sort of stuff.
Little does Ryuji know that for the first time in a while, the writing isn't going to take a jab at Ryuji's lackluster emotional intelligence. Instead, he's going to be given a moment of character growth in the form of a monologue, in which he accurately assesses the problem at hand and how to work to solve it.
Hey, do you think maybe we're all running away from something super important? I've been kind of wondering for a while now. Maybe the reason his words hurt so much is 'cause he's right. But I was too scared to admit that for some reason. That's why I pretended I didn't understand what he meant.
Ryuji's words managed to convince the thieves that something is fundamentally wrong with their lives, and that Joker was trying to warn them about something. His words were, in fact, a call to action. Ryuji, never being one to abandon someone in need, especially his best bro, vows to get to the bottom of this, whatever it might take. It's time to stop running away from reality.
He was trying to tell us all something important, and I bet he's probably still working on it somewhere. Ain't no way I'm gonna bail on him just so I can keep running from whatever it is.
When I had that strange experience you all mentioned, I saw him and the rest of us there together. I want to believe the connection we share here is a genuine one.
Well, I know if we don't do something soon, we're gonna lose our connection with him. Don't ask how I know. It just feels like the truth to me.
I admit I am happy right now, but I just can't accept the situation as it is. I'm done with trying to escape my problems.
Huh?
Wait, you're...
What the? Oh yeah, that's right. Why were you human, Mona?
Yeah! You're supposed to be a cat!
I am not a... Oh wait. Yeah, I guess I am a cat.
How did we never realize?
You know, we've got more important things to do than sit around here and figure out what happened to us.
That's right!
You said he was headed to Odaiba, correct? And with Akechi-kun?
We need to find them!
We can't afford to waste time on this shit! Here it comes!
I don't think so!
Damn it, Skull, I told you not to rush in by yourself like that.
At least it seemed to work out in our favor.
Our apologies for making you wait so long.
Is that...
Akechi-kun and Dr. Maruki?
Yoshi's always trapped by... Why is her persona doing this? What in the world is going on here?
So much of this shit makes no sense, but we'll cover it later. We've got to stop her first, right, Joker?
All right, let's get in formation.
It's just as I've been saying throughout this entire video. Ryuji doesn't miss! As he leaps in front of both Joker and Akechi, taking the entirety of Sanjiro's attack without thinking twice about if he'll survive or not, so does Ryuji catapult himself to the position of best boy. There has never existed a more bro-ish bro that has ever broed as hard as Ryuji before. And I mean that for real. Even Maruki can't believe his eyes.
Unbelievable. Why did they come here?
Well, Maruki, as cheesy as it sounds, the power of friendship will drive people to make completely irrational yet heroic decisions. It's with that same power, and a few baton passes, that will enable Ryuji and the rest of the Phantom Thieves to free Sumire from Maruki's grasp. With an exhausted Sumire in tow, Maruki gives us a date of February 3rd before he forces his false reality upon the world, trapping all those he wants to save within it forever. We have a choice: accept this reality and live in blissful ignorance once again, or return to our true reality with all its rough edges. Back at the Blonde, we'll decide our next move, and if we're going to take Maruki's offer or not. In regards to that, Ryuji has this to say.
Well, I think we already know what we gotta do. Haru's right. Dr. Maruki ain't a shitty adult at all. There are probably plenty of folks out there living all happy in this reality. Who knows? Maybe Dr. Maruki's actually doing the right thing. But we all still feel like this reality's wrong, right? We decide what's right for ourselves. That's what we all agreed on when we went after him in the palace. If changing Doc's heart fixes our reality, then I'm gonna do it. So somebody say something?
Ryuji's ascertained that there's some happy people who are probably better off in Maruki's reality, and following that, Maruki's intentions for the world are certainly more benevolent than all of our previous targets, but in robbing us of our free will, our right to self-determine what's right and wrong, he's made himself a target by manipulating us all. While Ryuji's made his decision on how he wants to deal with Maruki, we have two more individuals whose lives have been affected by Maruki's reality that need to return to us if a change of heart is necessary. Akechi and Sumire. For Akechi, it's an obvious answer. He finds Maruki's manipulation of himself and the masses disgusting, possibly intending on going after Maruki himself as the loner anti-hero that he is. However, it's here for the first time since his death in Shido's palace where Akechi finds some unlikely company and companionship for someone he did call Joker's idiot partner.
And you? Sound good?
You're willing to ask me as well.
Duh, dude. The Phantom Thieves don't act unless it's a unanimous vote.
Fine then. You know I have no intention of accepting Maruki's world anyway.
Then that settles that.
Oh, look how happy Akechi is to finally have a group of people that acknowledge him. Kudos to Ryuji for finally giving Akechi what he wants, and for letting bygones be bygones. As far as Ryuji is concerned, Akechi's a Phantom Thief now, as angsty as he is this time around. As for Sumire, well...
I'm done running away. I can't keep relying on people, like Senpai. I want to live life as Sumire.
Color me impressed.
Looks like she'll do just fine here.
Oh. Well, that was easy. At least at first, anyway. As we begin our infiltration of Maruki's palace, we find that much like Joker at the start of the game, Sumire's spirit rebellion is a little obstinate. Despite her words and prior convictions, she still isn't fully committed to her desire to live life as Sumire. Continuing on, we don't make it far within Maruki's palace before we're ambushed by shadows, who separate us from Sumire, who fails to summon her persona due to her conflicted heart. With Sumire unable to defend herself, Ryuji, once again, acts accordingly.
Her personas!
Not on my watch!
Please, stay back! I appreciate it, but allow me. I chose to stand on my own and fight. It's time I stop being helpless. I hung my head low and took your hand. But I knew all along, deep down, pretending to be Kasumi was not the right way. The weak, insecure Sumire dies today!
Violet!
You were the one. The only one who stayed true to yourself. Come, Cendrillon! If you don't answer my call now, how else can we make our dream come true?
Such tenacity. It seems to fit you better than ever before. The glass slippers are the icon of glory. Not just for you, but the other girl within you as well. I am thou, thou art I. Are you prepared for your debut? The ball awaits.
Certainly. That's it. I'm done running from myself.
Yeah, you tell him!
Finding the most difficult out of all the thieves to rip off her mask, after carrying the weight of her own guilt over the death of Kasumi, along with handling what was effectively amounted to the personality and goals of two people, Sumire finally awakens to her true power with Cendrillon, vowing to stop running away from her problems, which makes Ryuji proud of her newest crit specializing Greenhorn. With nothing holding us back, we're all in agreement now. We're to steal Maruki's heart, so that us and the rest of the world won't be stuck within his false reality, with the inability to think and determine our future for ourselves. Though we all may be willing to do so, there's still a member of our team that Maruki's reality still affects. Someone who feels incredibly guilty, more so than all the thieves, for being seduced by its ignorantly blissful prospects. After school, we find Ryuji in his normal spot, hanging out in the stairwell. He seems a little disheartened, saying that he's got something weighing him down, and will only feel better once he's told Joker about what's irking him. Being the bestest bro to our bestest bro, Joker is of course going to hear him out. Ryuji then takes Joker to his apartment, whereupon for the first time, we see the state of his cramped bedroom. Despite lacking adequate legroom, Ryuji's made the most of his space to suit his personal tastes. However, we're not here for a tour of his room. As per usual with Ryuji, it takes a while for him to find the right words as to why he dragged us here, but he does eventually get there.
My bad, man.
Ryuji pulled us in here so he could apologize to Joker. Yeah, he was seduced by Maruki's reality and feels incredibly guilty about that, but what kills him most of all is that, in doing so, he betrayed Joker's confidence and friendship. We basically did spend the entirety of last year together, and despite Ryuji screwing up a few times, Joker was always there to give him the confidence and to help him deal with personal shit, to use Ryuji's words. Strictly speaking here, Joker helped him repair his relationship to the track team, and by merely standing at his side, Joker taught Ryuji the value of checking his own violent impulses. When Ryuji internalized the importance of the lesson and finally figured out that he's beginning to value his relationship to Joker and the sense of belonging he's found with the Phantom Thieves, he awakened to his second persona, vowing to help Joker anytime he needed it. Now, in this false reality, he feels like he's let his best bro down, and it's eating him up. Joker tells him that Ryuji did help him, referencing the time he quite literally led to Joker's defense by taking Sanjion's attack for him. While it was the ultimate demonstration of how much a bro Ryuji was to Joker, it wasn't good enough for Ryuji to arrive there at the nick of time. To Ryuji, he feels as though he should have been there at Joker's side with Akechi. He should have been the first to realize that something was fundamentally wrong with Maruki's false reality, instead of just brushing it off to go eat a mega beef bowl and some useless soup with the track team. By not confronting the problem at hand, Ryuji believes that he subverted the very reason why he became a Phantom Thief. Not only that, but running away from the problem instead of bluntly confronting it as Ryuji would normally do is a complete betrayal of himself, his core values, and everything he and his bro had built up together. Thinking that he owes us for letting Joker down, Ryuji feels as though he must atone for his treason the only way he knows how. An equivalent exchange that takes its form with Ryuji doing squats until Joker tells him to stop, while Ryuji self-deprecates about how lame and shitty he was to his best friend. Joker gives Ryuji some confidence by saying, "That's the Ryuji that we know." And eventually, he does stop out of frustration, of which, this being Ryuji after all, gives us some clarity enough to retrospect. With all the superficial stuff out of the way, Ryuji starts to get down to brass tacks. First reflecting on what Maruki bequeathed to him within this reality. Within his heart of hearts, he wanted to keep going with the track team, and hoped that if he could keep going, he could ease his mother's burden with some scholarship money. Sure, abiding by Maruki made those wishes a reality, quite literally in this case. However, when thinking back on the other side of this dichotomy, Ryuji realizes that rejecting Maruki's blissful reality isn't all that hard of a choice to make. Ryuji starts writing off about how he went through all that bad shit, meaning enduring his abusive father, taking a swing at Kamoshida with pervy teacher himself, ruining his reputation and Ryuji's leg in response, naturally causing Best Boy to both become a delinquent and everyone to hate him for doing so. With that hatred nearly getting himself, Joker, and Mishima expelled as he nearly repeated those very same mistakes. He then moves to recall the times he started spending more time with Ann and Mishima, the only bright moments of a life that Ryuji deemed to be a shit show. However, with all those experiences in mind, Ryuji's come to recognize that, yes, he's lived the hard knock life, but in experiencing those things, he's become stronger for it. He's here because he beat back all of those problems. Knowing that, and accepting Maruki's gentle madness, pretending all those things never happened to him wouldn't be right. Ryuji ends our conversation deciding that the world he fought tooth and nail for, the one that he gave his leg for, the reality where he and Joker were given scraps and still succeeded above all else, is a world worth truly fighting for. After all, if Ryuji can do it, so can anyone else. Fighting, meaning, and suffering is where Ryuji has promised to excel, and it's a promise that Ryuji will swear to his bones.
All right.
And with that, Ryuji experiences his third and final persona awakening in the game, a representation of Ryuji tripling down upon his sense of justice after losing sight of it for just a moment, awakening to the ultimate power that resided within his own heart. Once more, he aims to raise the flag and wreak havoc upon those who would dare tell him how to live his life. Indeed, nobody owes anything to Ryuji and vice versa. He's his own man, dedicated forging his own path through his own life, without the input from any adults, malevolent or benevolent. This time, instead of awakening something new like Satan Taisei, this third persona, William, is instead a fusion of Captain Kidd and Ryuji's very own image of rebellion, his thuggish Phantom Thief outfit. As has been the common theme with Ryuji's character design, it's been remarkably simple thus far. And the same thing can be said about the design of William. If you recall, personas have the ability to take on more personal aspects of the wielders, and Ryuji embodies this characteristic more than anyone else within the game. Remember back to when we talked about Captain Kidd's leg brace mirroring Ryuji's own afflicted leg, and how it disappeared when Ryuji awakened to Satan Taisei, coincided with the Monkey King himself gaining some muscle mass? That role of Ryuji's heart reflecting his own wants, goals, and achievements still applies here with William. Instead of being like Captain Kidd, donning a color scheme of blues, reds, and blacks, William's design mirrors many things about Ryuji's Phantom Thief's outfit, from the black and yellow color scheme to the skull mask and the headphones William has draped around his neck, being a spitting image of Ryuji's red ascot he wears on heists. Granted, there are some nods to Captain Kidd's legacy, such as the number 1701, the year Kidd was executed by the British Crown, being stenciled upon the hoodie this particular persona is wearing, as well as William being the captain's first name. Other than that though, for all intents and purposes, William is literally Ryuji, perfectly embodying the phrase, "I am thou, thou art I." Finally and fully leaning into his role as a no-good punk, Ryuji intends to manifest his own destiny as a delinquent he is, intending to help Joker and the rest of the Phantom Thieves take back reality from the clutches of a tyrant who doesn't understand that given the right attitude, people can power through suffering, becoming a better person all the while. Such experiences shouldn't be ignored or obfuscated from one's mind. They're all learning experiences, and to say otherwise is to be living within a lie. In order to be true for himself, Ryuji promised to own those experiences, and while he may stumble every once in a while, he'll face them head on and without hesitation.
Sakamoto-kun, you dream of running. Running would make life so much easier for your mother. I can make that dream your reality.
Yeah? Well, too bad for you. I'm done running away from my problems.
Within that promise, Ryuji would truly emancipate himself from this fake mirage, striving to live his own life by his own strength and means. Indeed, one of life's greatest blessings is in fact the freedom to pursue one's goals. With Ryuji affirming his wishes to return to our true reality, the one full of pain, suffering, and hardship for what remains of his family, Ryuji truly embodies all the aspects of the Chariot Arcana. Now all that's left is for Ryuji to meet those goals, to blaze his own trail. It's time to take back reality. So sit back, relax, and pump that jam!
We ain't gonna give up!
Yeah! You gotta do way better than this!
Don't underestimate our tenacity!
It's just another threat. We'll overcome it like we always do! If I run now, I know I'll regret it! We'll decide for ourselves what we want our lives to be!
I'm a bit occupied, so do your goddamn job!
Oracle! How does it look? Perfect! His head's defense level has dropped down to 0%! Go for it! Finish this, Joker!
Checkmate.
With the defeat of Maruki, the painless reality he has crafted for the rest of the world and for the Phantom Thieves collapses, along with the events that Maruki has modified in order to attempt to guarantee the happiness of the thieves and the rest of the world. As Joker wakes up in the Velvet Room, Lavenza spells it out for us.
Time itself cannot be rewound, but every past event will revert to the event that should have occurred instead.
All the happy events Joker and the Thieves have experienced post-Christmas Eve and after the defeat of Yaldabaoth were all fake events, created by Maruki for the sake of the Thieves' happiness. In this true reality, Akechi seems to have perished within Shido's palace, and thus, Joker had to cooperate with Sai in his stead in order to prove Shido's guilt. Under advice from Sai as well, he was to turn himself into the police not only to make sure that she could close the cases around Shido, but to also protect his teammates from the monstrous Hydra that is Shido's remaining inner circle, who might indeed turn to fabricated crime and move to arrest not only Joker, but his teammates. As what remains of the Phantom Thieves gather at LeBlanc, the ramifications of the cold hard reality we fought tooth and nail for begin to set in. Since we defeated Yaldabaoth, Joker's been locked up in prison, with Sai trying and failing to close the cases around Shido, leaving the remnants of the Phantom Thieves to wonder if we made the right choice after all. In this reality, Joker's still a victim of gross injustice, and since the defeat of Maruki and the destruction of the metaverse, we can't help Joker or anyone else for that matter. However, it's not as if the thieves aren't powerless without their personas. Though this reality is often harsh and painful, everyone sitting here at LeBlanc realizes that they've become better people as a result of experiencing that pain and rising above it. Though we give a show of force to stop Yaldabaoth by rallying Japan to collectively rebel against their slothful desires, it seems that wasn't enough. The public has begun to backslide into apathy once more, something that the thieves cannot stand for. If Joker ends up taking the fall for Shido after everything they've accomplished, then we truly failed in our promise to Maruki to live and die by our own power. That wouldn't be justice. And so, the Phantom Thieves convene to plan for one last heist to see their justice through to the end.
We're gonna save our leader no matter what it takes!
This time, instead of stealing the hearts of evildoers with their personas in the metaverse, they elect to lean on the power of the people their leader has inspired in reality to prove Joker's innocence through proving the strength of his character. This is the final act of justice the Phantom Thieves of Hearts will enact upon society, and they'll see it through to the very end. Life will finally change once again for the people of Japan, not through stat bombing their personas in the metaverse, but as a result of the Thieves' own strength of character and pulling on their own experiences, the hardships that they've endured throughout the course of the game. Our efforts on this final heist get the masses to mobilize in favor of Joker's innocence and freedom, with the leader of the Phantom Thieves finally making his triumphant return to both his hideout and to his friends.
Woohoo! Namaste!
Whoa.
You did it!
As Sojiro heads out to get some things to celebrate a return home, the mood quickly sours, as the gang realizes that Joker will have to lead them again soon to return home as part of his probationary period.
But we heard from Boss, you're going back home next month?
This makes a return back to LeBlanc rather melancholic, but we make the most of our remaining time together, if it means spending time with the boys, Manderless on Valentine's Day with the remarkably insightful Ryuji.
Oh, it's just like last year. But maybe I'm... Nah, I was all set to complain, but I don't know. Maybe girls don't like me for a reason, like I'm doing something wrong.
Oh no, who are you? And what have you done with Ryuji?
Shut up, Cat. Just thinking, that's all.
Well. Barring everything else we've discussed so far, it would seem that Ryuji has grown as a person if he's reconsidering his views on how he thinks of and treats women. I suppose Joker leaving in a month gave him some perspective on things. And in the spirit of that, just as Joker's starting to pack his things for his trip home the next day, Ryuji sends us a message in the group chat, expressing a desire to tell his comrades about something that's irking him. In fact, it's so important that he asks the entire party to head on over. Now, normally these sorts of conversations are reserved for both him and Joker, as his best bro helps Ryuji sort through whatever seems to be bothering him. Here though, for some reason or another, Ryuji feels comfortable enough to spill the beans to the entire party, showing in that one singular action that he's become a little bit less fickle and temperamental. As Ryuji endeavors to be a little less capricious than usual, he gathers everyone on the blonde and says the following.
Everyone I owe something to has got to hear this. I'm thinking about moving away.
Moving?
It's just a hell of a lot's happened this past year, you know? It's got me thinking about the future. And how I still want to get back on the track team. That's why I want to move closer to a physical rehab facility, get my knee fixed up while going to school. At the earliest, all this is gonna kick off starting next month.
I see. That is quite sudden.
Ryuji brought us all here to confess his future life plans to us, and how he's going to go about enacting such degrees of change. Now that the Phantom Thieves have disbanded, Ryuji wants to get back on the track team and fix his leg, which entails moving around the city and away from his former teammates. You'd think that after everything we've been through, he wanted to do anything but those things, given how close he's gotten to most of the thieves, but yet, here we are. In order to do this, Ryuji has identified his one character flaw, aiming to repair this part of himself by aligning it with his desire to carve his own path through life. As we've gotten acquainted with Ryuji through the course of this video, we've known that he needs something to keep him occupied so that he doesn't become listless. And frankly, what better goal is there to set for himself than to take back what society stole from him through hard work and what would certainly amount to more than a handful of grueling physical therapy sessions.
There's still no way I'm accepting Doc's reality, but if it weren't for going through that, I don't know if I would have felt this way now. It's like following through with what I want to do in life. I guess I learned how to really believe in my future.
Ryuji then recounts what he learned as a result of refuting Maruki's false reality and the perfect life that he wanted to bequeath to Ryuji. For Ryuji, it put everything in perspective for him. Now that he's seen what his life could be if he just applied himself a little bit more, choosing to repair not only limb but his personal shortcomings as well, only then could Ryuji truly be following his dreams and goals. For real this time.
We've all got to keep living with our eyes focused on our dreams. Otherwise, Dr. Maruki's gonna give us all kinds of shit.
You know, Ryuji's desire to leave us all and choose to better himself is almost poetic. One of the first members of the Phantom Thieves to join us out of spite for someone who hated his guts is the first one to suggest that he parts ways with us all to pursue his own dreams. It's a perfect end for this character, and I don't think that we could have ever asked for a more better and more affirming end for Ryuji Sakamoto than this one. It's bittersweet to be sure, especially as we head on over to Ryuji's usual hangout spot in the arcade in Shibuya. As memories of all the good times we shared begin to surface, we gather up the courage to say goodbye for one final time.
Yo! Man, spring break's supposed to be the most fun part of the year, but instead you're just moving away. Then again, so am I. I guess this is probably the last time we'll be meeting up here. Dude, don't say it like that. You make it sound like I'm gonna die or something. Look, this isn't gonna be the last time we see each other. I'll come visit whenever you want. Honestly, even with the rehab, I don't know if my leg's ever gonna be how it was before. But when I think about how much I want to run, well, I figure there's no point lying to myself. Nothing's guaranteed. I don't know if I'm gonna get anywhere, but well, you could say that for any goal, right? I don't want to live stuck on regrets or shame. I'd rather just run and keep on running. And hey, you better practice too. See, if we share our times, we can even compete from far away. And when I think about going to school without you guys, I don't know. I can't imagine it. It's nice feeling like I got a future worth looking forward to for once, though. And it's all thanks to you, man.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the final bit of character growth Ryuji Sakamoto experiences within Persona 5 Royal. Even if he won't become the athlete he once was, he promises to work hard and apply himself without regrets, thanking Joker, his best friend, for giving him a future to look forward to after a life of pain and misery. The last thing Ryuji gives us is a gift of a sports watch, so he can compare our track times even for far apart. A simple but charming gift from the bestest of boys, but the right thing for Joker to do is to leave Ryuji be, at least for a little while. It's time to let his bro pursue his own dreams unabated, as for the first time in a while, he is able to do so. After all, we made a promise to live by our own strength and by our own means, no matter what gets in our way. So now, that's why we must finally say goodbye to everyone, at least for now.
See you later, my dude!
Summer Vacation with the Phantom Thieves, in which Ryuji experiences a substantial amount of character growth while also maintaining his status as best bro and getting his wish of becoming a mentor for the newest member of the Phantom Thieves, and dropping one of the greatest F-bombs in video game history? Pump the jam!
You are stronger than all things that made you weak. So wake up, don't sleep. Don't refuse to be free, let go. Tap this reason to break all this in your mind. Take my head, join the team. Gotta let that dead leaves fall down. Hey, it's time to rise up.
After spending a year and change apart, the Phantom Thieves invite Joker back to Tokyo to hang out for their summer vacation, but upon stepping back inside the blind for the first time in what feels like several years, it seems rather empty, until...
2, 3.
Surprise! We get you or what?
God, I miss you so much, bro! As they're all gathered together in LeBlanc's attic once more, by the sound of it, everyone's not doing only fine, but better than okay since we left for home a year before. While they've certainly missed Joker, without their leader, they managed to grow and mature a little bit while we were away for the year. To put everything in perspective, Makoto and Haru are now college students, with the likes of An, Ryuji, and Yusuke at the cusp of graduation as third years, with Futaba starting her second year of high school at Shujin. While we were away, some have even radically changed their outfits and fashion senses too, to reflect their rebellious hearts. Changes that are certainly representative of the lessons they learned as Phantom Thieves the year before, with the best examples being Makoto and An. The queen herself has dropped the straight-edge meek blandness of her school uniform for an outfit that befits the loud-crashing tomboy biker chick that she is within her heart of hearts. Her new outfit being inspired by the attire she would don on Heights with the Thieves just a year prior. For An, she's adopted a look that shows a lot more skin and curves than her last outfits, leaning a bit more into the Yario aesthetic as well. However, just because his teammates have finally grown a bit, feeling comfortable with expressing their own heart's image of sexy and tomboyish confidence respectively, Ryuji, being the delinquent that he is, already expressed these things a year before with a simple yet loud and proud Yankee wardrobe and disheveled school uniform. He was already pretty good at expressing his dissatisfaction with society well enough by refusing to conform to its dress code. But now, after all that growth he's experienced, Ryuji's choice of clothing reflects his want of carving his own path through life and owning up to all of his past misdeeds, championing those looks as his own, mirroring his own heart and his wants and goals as well. Now that we're on summer vacation, Ryuji's choice of clothes consists of a simple red tank top with black 3/4 jogger stopping right below his knees, complemented by obnoxiously bright yellow high-top sneakers. A large camouflage pattern fanny pack completes the whole outfit, and if you're questioning why Ryuji will wear such a thing, well, we're talking about Ryuji here. This outfit, in all of its simplistic glory, is unequivocally Ryuji, and I think you'd agree with that sentiment. In the spirit of both Ryuji's wardrobe and an aptitude for idiocy staying the same, Ryuji says this to affirm our suspicions.
Seriously though, it's not a joke.
Never fails to disappoint. You really never change.
Won 3 of my finals in one day, too. I'm really freaking out. I had so many makeup lectures in a row, I almost wasn't able to come over today.
Well, I guess it's one thing that Ryuji hasn't managed to change. He's still a poor student, which in its own charming way is comforting and kinda rad that he hasn't changed too much, especially when Makoto tries to remind him of his responsibilities as a third-year student, and Ryuji would rather be planning on how best to spend his summer vacation with his friends.
Well, how about a trip, guys? Come on, we've got a whole month to rage!
Not only do you have homework, but you're third years now. You need to start thinking not just about graduation, but post-graduation.
No, stop! Don't bring that up. Not now, please.
Ryuji never changes.
Speaking of planning our summer vacation, we were introduced to a new hotness plague in Tokyo, an AI assistant app called Emma.
Hello, this is Emma. I'm pleased to meet you.
This app is apparently bleeding-edge technology, and can give its users the perfect answer to any question. So naturally, the fan of these use it to plan their summer vacation. We head on out of the blind to help the team out with shopping, starting with Ryuji, who we find hanging out with Central Student Shibuya. After further examining Emma's capabilities, we hear some fangirling off in the distance.
What's all the racket?
I have a suggested event for you. A promotional store opening is currently underway at the Shibuya 705 storefront with ATLUS Aragi.
That was a suggested event? Wait, for real? ATLUS is here?
Well, add Ryuji to that list of fangirls, I suppose. I mean, he even dropped the "for real" on us and all. As for who this ATLUS Aragi person is, she's an idol with a unique sense of style. I never figured Ryuji to be in the idols or the goth elite aesthetic, but that's not why Ryuji seems to be a fan.
Have you ever dreamed that you could be somebody else, even if just for a little while? Well, I know a place where that dream comes to life. A wonderland where you become whatever you want to be.
This ATLUS Aragi person seems to have a certain genuine and wholesome appeal to her that, in some respects, hits home for Ryuji. By her rather gaudy and unique sense of dress, Alice seems to be a bit of a maverick, trying to impart that sense of uniqueness to her fans with the newest fashion line. She seems to be using her platform to help others in a selfless manner, giving her fans a sense of belonging, even if it's just through clothing. Alice, much like Ryuji, also seems to possess a bit of an eccentric personality that's complemented with an affinity for being blunt and speaking her mind, without really thinking of the ever so slightly embarrassing consequences of her words and actions.
Oh, those are some quality specs. Sorry, that was weird. Hope you like the star.
Granted, her ditzy attitude fits her brand and overall goal of giving listless people a click to attach themselves to, but setting all cynicism aside, it truly does seem that Alice is being genuine in her want of helping people. It's a noble goal, and while Joker might think that her outfit's a bit strange, Ryuji explains the secret to her popularity and why he likes her so much.
You just don't get it. Her being different's what makes her so awesome.
It should come as no surprise that the guy who's always dressed in a flashy manner should find some common ground with someone else who appreciates and sees the value in expressing your own individuality through equally gaudy clothing within a collectivist society like Japan's. Hence why Haragi-san appeals to our favorite delinquent. Unfortunately, Alice doesn't give Ryuji the same courtesy and gives Joker a card with her Emma ID etched upon it. After Ryuji eggs his best friend to add Alice to his friends list, somehow speaking Alice's keyword into his smartphone transports Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana back into the metaverse.
Whoa, for real?
How this was possible, we have no idea. But we have a problem on our hands. Alice's shadow seems to be the ruler of this place, which, much like Kamoshira's palace, her distorted cognition spans the entirety of Shibuya, with the shadows of Alice's fans being transported here to have their desires stolen by her guards. Fortunately, Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana have made peace with their shadow selves, granting them access to their personas, making us both immune to the guards' thievery and allowing us to defend ourselves. While it does feel great to finally get back into some phantom thievery with a homie, it is just us three, and we get overwhelmed quite quickly, with Joker getting popped in the head but we're back in style and captured by shadows. We're quickly subdued and hauled up to some kind of castle, where we finally meet Alice's shadow. Surprise, surprise, she isn't all sunshine and rainbows here, despite the color palette of her throne room taking inspiration from some kind of carny pixie fever dream. Taking a quick look at Shadow Alice herself, it's clear something's very wrong with her cognition. Everything that's conventionally thought to be rather childish, like lollipops, candy, and gumdrops, has been painted over with a dark degree of playful yet lethal sadism, an attitude that Alice reflects herself by doing the following to Joker. Yeah, so ATLUS just canned Protag Kun in the face and then stepped on him. As she does so, we get inklings of parallels on the last time this happened on her maiden heist against an equally sadistic and pervy gym teacher. However, unlike before, when we were restrained with no way out as Kamoshida berated a very quest-fallen Ryuji, who had yet to awaken to his persona, we now have a Ryuji who's grown significantly over the course of the last year. Within that experience, Ryuji became fiercely protective of his teammates, seeking vengeance over the many injustices Shido worked upon Joker, wanting to die so the rest of his team made it out of his palace. This time, despite the parallels of last year, Ryuji's not going to let despair take hold of him this time, nor is he going to let this brazen sadistic abuse of his friend go lightly.
Try it! Ugh, what a bore. I just stopped caring. Get rid of them, however. I don't want toys that don't do as they're told. Bye-bye.
2 words. Character development. Ryuji refuses to submit to ATLUS, and while that in of itself shows just how far he's come since his last outing, though Ryuji being a loudmouth delinquent, he's accomplished a few more things. Firstly, he may have just saved Joker's life, and secondly, Ryuji inadvertently revealed a core part of the inner workings of ATLUS' distorted cognition as she grew bored with Ryuji's resistance. ATLUS refers to Joker and Ryuji as toys, and given the dichotomy between her bubbly real self and the sadistic desire-stealing dominatrix that her shadow is, we can also guess that's how she sees her fans as well. They all exist to feed her ego as she enthralls them all within her palace, mesmerizing them into becoming enamored with her, making them all willing toys for her to sadistically manipulate as she sees fit. As we're dumped by ATLUS' guards into some kind of trash heap, the reality of the situation begins to hit Ryuji rather hard. As the manifestation of ATLUS' uninhibited desires, the person that Ryuji kinda idealized starts to become a huge bummer to him.
Man, that was some real shit. Even worse was that effing... So that's what she's really like, huh?
This disappointment lasts all but for a moment, as he recalls that, holy shit, that high and mighty sadistic asshole caned my best friend in the face, and I must get back at her for the sake of all the homies.
How about you, Joker? She really whacked you good. You said it. Damn that ATLUS. Acting like she's top shit. I'm gonna be so pissed off until we finally get back at her.
That's the Ryuji that we know and love, but before we can seek our vengeance, we have another complication in our hands. We run into another being down here in the dumps of ATLUS' cognition, but it's not a shadow or a cognitive projection. A being who makes it abundantly clear that she's, well...
I am Sophia, humanity's companion.
Enter Sophia, who's not just humanity's companion, but humanity's amnesiac and naive companion. Sophia has no idea who she is or how she got here in the first place, which does confuse Ryuji immensely as she pairs the same line of being humanity's companion, answering questions with canned responses as if she was a smartphone assistant. I guess being trapped in a box would do that to you, but all jokes aside, Sophia is an incredibly idealistic anomaly. With us still stuck in the dumps and lacking an exit, Sophia feels as though it's appropriate for her to help Joker because he helped her before. While the rest of the party seems keen to follow Sophia to the surface, Ryuji isn't so thrilled to follow suit.
You sure about that? She's still super suspicious. But I guess we shouldn't ditch her either.
Ryuji's one of helping people eventually prevails here, but it's not long before Sophia's naivety gets us into trouble. As has been the case though, she's full of confusing and questionable surprises.
Yo, wait up!
Who are you? Intruders!
We are the Phantom Thieves.
Holy shit, she just beat him!
What? No way! Was that a persona?
What are you doing?
I am helping the Phantom Thieves. Don't take it personally.
Okay, enter Sophia, humanity's amnesiac, naive, and persona-using companion who specializes in blessed attacks of all things. With Sophia, we make quick work of the shadows facing us, much to Ryuji's further confusion.
Okay, we beat them.
Wait. You're so effing strong! You should have told us right away you could fight!
But you never asked.
Sophia seems to have a few more tricks up her sleeve that she's not even aware of on account of her amnesia. She seems to be operating mostly on her instincts, being humanity's companion and all. Her persona awakening and subsequent change of attire was also not in line with her own experiences with such things either. In fact, she seems very unfamiliar with the concept of what a persona even is. Before we're able to make any radical theories about who and what Sophia is, she frankly answers that she merely copied us. While interesting enough, this doesn't answer any of our exasperated questions in regards to who and what she is. After seeing what Sophia is capable of though, Ryuji figures that it's best to save the questions for later, and in doing so, does say something equally interesting while referencing Sophia.
Right. I won't push myself too hard.
Well, let's move. Lead the way, Shorty.
Understood.
Ryuji calls Sophia Shorty, which may sound like ATLUS' localization team leaning on Ryuji's history as a bit of a delinquent, and on a term hip-hop artists used to refer to women, but that's not the case. In the Japanese dub of the game, Ryuji calls her Chitsukoi though, writing it out like this in hiragana in the subtitles, which when translated to English means small or something similar to small fry.
無理はしない。
じゃあ行くか。頼んだぜ、ちっこいな。
Now, based on the characters used, you would think that Ryuji is calling Sophia a pussy or something similar, with the inclusion of chitsu. But when we take into account that cowardice can be associated with small and demure things, the association of those terms can take on a positive meaning for Sophia. In other words, Ryuji is merely commenting upon Sophia's height, demeanor, and naivety, both in jest and as a term of endearment towards Sophia. She may be a bit of a small fry, but she is no less capable in a fight, hence why Ryuji might see it fit to take her along. Following that logic, there's also the implication of how Ryuji might be playing into how Sophia's amnesia causes her to take things at face value, which then plays in the running gag with Morgana and Ryuji poking fun at each other for being an idiot and a cat respectively.
Along with the cat and the skeleton.
What? I'm not a skeleton.
Skull's short for Skullington now. No, wait, just because I look like this doesn't make me a cat.
Ryuji calling her Chitsukoi though in the Japanese dub and Shorty in the English dub might just be Ryuji throwing that joke back at Sophia, now including Sophia in the running gag that started all the way back with himself and Morgana. Basically, this is all done to endear Sophia, not only to us, but to Ryuji as well, by having him give her an affectionate nickname. In the spirit of that kind of affection, Ryuji and the rest of the team show Sophia the ropes of what it means to be a phantom thief and how to fight smartly. With Sophia mirroring our actions, further learning from Joker, Morgana, and Ryuji on how to fight, we eliminate the shadows in our way and make it to the surface, where we're further endeared to Sophia.
I have found it. A way out of here is nearby.
For real? Wait, how'd you figure that out?
I suddenly knew it. Like,
seriously?
Everything will get all for a moment, but then you'll be out of here.
Despite Ryuji's suspicion of Sophia's knowledge about the metaverse and utter confusion of why she's the comic relief instead of himself, along with Sophia's wanton use of onomatopoeias to describe concepts that are unfamiliar to her, her naivety has clearly left a lasting impression upon Ryuji to the point where he does this as soon as we get back to reality.
Hang on, Sophia! Where'd she go?
I don't think I'm seeing her.
Hey, Shorty, get your ass over here!
Don't yell that in public, idiot!
Shut up, Morgana! You're ruining a key character moment for Ryuji yet again! That being said, Ryuji's acting all sun-sun for Sophia here, and while it may last for just a moment, as we find out that Sophia has been bound to Joker's smartphone, it does get built on later as we introduce Sophia to the rest of the Phantom Thieves and confirm a few more things about Alice's true self. As we tag along with On, we find out that Alice is all sunshine and rainbows within the public's eye, but in private she's every little bit like her shadow self, an abusive sadist through and through. We also discover that, yes indeed, she's somehow using Emma to brainwash all of Tokyo to repel her into riches and stardom, portraying the confidence of her fans, which she aimed to inspire in the first place. Her fame is built on lies and a certain familiar kind of two-faced manipulation, the kind that On and Ryuji for that matter know all too well.
Ain't it the same as with Kamoshida?
That's a good point. She seemed to be having a blast being such an awful person.
Mirroring our own struggles with Kamoshida from last year, Ryuji isn't going to let this kind of lechery slide. As for our newest member, Sophia, who's still kind of grasping what the Phantom Thieves actually do, isn't quite familiar with the rules of engagement and what changing Alice's heart actually entails.
Question. Why must we change Alice's heart?
Why? Because she's hurting people.
So Alice only needs to be stopped. Changing her heart is unnecessary.
No, beating her shadow won't help. Worst case scenario, it could wind up causing her to die in the real world.
Death. That is an acceptable outcome.
Unfathomably based in a catchy pilled Sophia. Bravo! Why steal Alice's heart if we could just kill her?
Dude, that's...
messed up? Of course it is, Ryuji. This very notion obviously troubles him and the rest of the thieves, given what we know about Ryuji and the rest of his comrades. Setting all jokes aside though, Sophia seeing murdering Alice as an acceptable outcome to this whole situation is kind of our fault. The only thing Sophia has been exposed to, the only thing she's learned since losing her memories is that of combat and battle, basing her own experiences off of what she's seen Joker, Morgana, and Ryuji do within the metaverse, beating up shadows. She firstly summoned her powers out of her directive to be humanity's companion, which at the time meant defending herself and the rest of the party. Digging into that line of thought a bit more, Ryuji in his haste kind of encouraged Sophia to really lay into the shadows before.
You're so effing strong! You should have told us right away you could fight!
Now the game has changed, and Sophia is quickly informed by Ryuji how we operate and handle our targets.
Kinda pointless if we gotta stoop to the bad guy's level to take him down.
If we're to remain just over those who are actively exploiting others, then we need to act better than them. This advice from Ryuji and the rest of the Phantom Thieves allows Sophia to put 2 and 2 together. Being an AI that has so far operated off of instinct and ambiguous mentions of being humanity's companion, she attaches herself to the word heart, as she does like one herself. Sophia desires to learn more about such a concept, and the human condition as well, by joining the very group that steals and then heals hearts.
I lack a heart. That's why I don't understand the logic of the Phantom Thieves. If only I could understand how hearts work. If I did that, I could become an even better companion.
With that, Sophia becomes the newest member of the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, as we all agree to guide and mentor her as she learns more about the human heart and the human conditions by our example. Learning her first lesson of thou shalt not kill thine targets, the importance of always acting with an idealistic sense of justice for your heart from Ryuji. Truth be told, it's nice to see this facet of Ryuji's justice has remained the same throughout all this time. Not that it was ever in question in the first place. What is both highly questionable and unquestionably Ryuji happens when he forgets while ordering supplies from Sophia's shop that she's still a naive and overly concrete amnesiac that doesn't understand nuance or sarcasm.
Ryuji, is there something you want?
Huh? What do I want?
Right. Request anything you want.
Okay. A gold bar.
Really?
Don't be ridiculous.
Ah, come on, it was just a joke. Nothing else popped into my head when she asked, so...
Okay, I've got it. Please wait.
Got what?
Hello? Expedited delivery!
Did you really order a gold bar?
Whoa.
Well, someone should open it.
Ryuji, this is your doing. Open it.
What? Me? What'll be fine? Shit, this is probably just gonna be fake or some toy.
Is that real?
Holy shit, what have I done?
Ryuji, you have simultaneously done a funny and showcased some incredibly significant character growth here. Buried beneath the hilarity of this moment and Max Middleman's incredible voice acting, Ryuji manages to accomplish something that he struggled with throughout the entirety of Persona 5 Royal. He directly confronts the consequences of his actions and takes responsibility for them, whereas in his earlier outing with the thieves, there have been more than a handful of times where Ryuji tried to shift the blame from himself and onto others. The best example of this is his reaction to Yusuke chewing him out for getting recorded by Makoto during the Kaneshiro arc.
You were careless. I don't think you truly understood how high the stakes were. Anything to say, Ryuji?
Why are you singling me out? On got recorded too, you know?
Things have certainly changed since then. The difference is night and day now, as we can now say with absolute certainty that while Ryuji is still an idiot, he's at least a responsible one. Thus, concerning the Go Bar, Ryuji does what any responsible idiot would do within this situation.
Send it back.
Sorry? I didn't get that.
Send the effing thing back!
I can think of no other way to show that Ryuji's grown as a character than through the very same medium that is conducive to his character. That of comedy, of course. With Ryuji's shenanigans out of the way, the thieves were focused on taking down ATLUS. We finally get to begin our infiltration in the twisted wonderland that is her jail. With ATLUS's twisted cognition adding shades of sadism to its already feverish pastiche nightmare that's already overtaken Shibuya. Despite its burlesque qualities, we do eventually chase the White Rabbit far enough to find a few bright spots within her cognition. Upon further investigation, these spots contained within these bird cages will be analogous to ATLUS's will seeds. But this time, instead of being an amalgamation of ATLUS's most base and distorted desires, they're instead objects of sentimental value to her, things that were pivotal to ATLUS's rise to fame in her career. As you collect more of these items, ATLUS's motivations get less cut and dry as we go on. By the sound of things, she's already had a successful career born from a true and righteous one of helping people.
That's Alice's biggest album. The one that's been at the top of the charts for weeks now.
So, does that mean it's a scam? Did she only blow up because she changed so many hearts?
So then, why did her cognition become so distorted? Why, after making it to the top, did she want to maliciously and ruthlessly punch down on the people who idealized her? The answer to those questions comes after Joker plays Daredevil, and after making it to the top of the 705 building, where all of the desires of ATLUS's fans are being hoarded and hoovered up into a massive birdcage. Initially, it seems like we successfully secured our infiltration route to ATLUS's treasure, and Ryuji being Ryuji is, of course, excited to get started with the Phantom Thievery. But in Ryuji's haste, we run into a problem.
Hell yeah! I'm getting there first! Go!
Are you okay? What was that?
their skull ran into some kind of jail cell door. Is there another barrier?
Am I hearing something?
Sophie, wait!
Would you just go away? What do you think you're doing looking at the guys like that? She's like such a waste of space, you know?
Totally. She's such a loser. It hurts to look at her.
No. I just...
The hell was that?
Well, it's a good thing we didn't send that calling card. We wouldn't have been able to get into the birdcage to steal Alice's treasure to begin with. But back to more pressing matters. Sophia continues to surprise us, as she explains what we all just experienced is a painful yet important memory of the jail's monarch, or to be more specific, a painful memory from Alice's past. We hear the mocking, sarcastic, prideful, and spiteful voices of high school girls who think Alice to be a loser and a nuisance for seemingly crushing on someone, isolating her in the process. In shorthand, she was a victim of bullying in her formative years while in school. With that in mind, things begin to make a lot more sense as to why there's such a harsh dichotomy between her shadow self and her true self, as well as her altruistic one of giving her fans a clique to belong to and the inner cognitive functions of the jail that she's in charge of. Given how the security cores we've collected were generally markers and even memories of success for Alice, it is strange that this memory in particular is one of pain and misery, manifesting itself within Alice's cognition as a way to guard her treasure. Following that, this particular cognitive mechanism is that of an electrocuted prison door cell, which is especially odd if we consider the connotations of the prison. Prison doors are designed to keep the inmates locked within it. Though we have to ask, the cell door, being a literal manifestation of pain and misery for Alice, is it keeping the thieves out or Alice inside, with the memory being so crippling to her ego that it's making it impossible for her to leave or for anyone to spring a jailbreak and help her, to change her heart. This memory, this moment within Alice's life, must have also been one that she actively represses, supported by the fact that this memory doesn't even exist within the jail itself, a place where Alice rules with abject power. Its interest lies within another location, and after conversing with Zenkichi Hasegawa about it, Alice's cognition being crippled by schoolyard bullying begins to make a lot more sense.
Alice Hiragi is your senpai.
She went to Shujin?
Oh, her alma mater is the prestigious Shujin Academy, the very same learning institution that doesn't give a shit about the well-being of their cutthroat students, always desiring to poach the most snobby, vain, and completely selfish, hyper-competitive teenagers who aren't above bullying people to the extent to ruin their lives for their own gain. This is, of course, a facet of school life at Shujin that Ryuji knows all too well, making it all the more frustrating that nothing has changed in the time between Alice's graduation and the time of Kamoshida's reign. The bullying in the rumor mill is still a mainstay of Shujin's ecosystem, and Alice was merely their food, as was Ryuji during his first and second year. As the thieves enter Alice's trauma cell for the first time, we also see that the rumor mill and the overt bullying that followed was as pervasive, if not worse, whenever Alice was in school as well. A cognitive projection of the girl that tormented her is displayed here, and based on how the room is arranged, with the desk serving as her throne, and the clock rapidly spinning behind her head, Alice was clearly tormented around the clock, being repeatedly traumatized on a daily basis. As we move to fight the manifestation of Alice's trauma, the lockkeeper, we hear just how bad she got it.
I'm going to be all down in the heel. What are you doing batting your lashes at some guy, huh? You're here? You're so bland. I didn't even notice you. That's so good. I didn't think a guy would actually be into someone like you. Yes. I heard you actually confess your feelings to him. Gross. So fucking gross. Are you just like obsessed with guys now or something? It's not like you'd ever make a good couple. In fact, I think I'll take him off your hands.
Take it. So all of this bullying was over some affairs of the heart.
What a bunch of bullies! They were just too mean to Alice!
Absolutely diabolical. And packaged with all that special kind of evil, a few things start to become clear about Alice. She's deeply insecure, of course, with her upbringing and all being that of abject bullying and harassment. But the final kick in the teeth from her bullies was that they somehow managed to seduce Alice's crush and steal him away out of pure malice for her. This has to be the source of Alice's distorted sadism. It's a maladjusted way for a maladjusted and lonely girl to get back of all that betrayal and trauma she experienced within her youth. Keeping that in mind, we can now make a few good guesses at the true function of the lockkeepers within Alice's cognition. These shadows are designed to keep the monarch locked inside, stuck as a prisoner of her own trauma, singularly reminding them that these repressed memories undermine that power she holds within her jail as she projects it upon others. It's a shame that Alice's trauma has consumed her to such an extent, and while she's not wholly guilty of her actions, she's neither wholly innocent either. As the thieves defeat the lockkeeper, enabling us to seal Alice's heart and return back to the Blah and discuss the ambiguity of the situation, Sophia poses a question to us as she tries further to understand the human heart.
Doesn't it seem like we saw part of Alice's trauma in the secret room?
Trauma? It's like an invisible wound in a person's heart. It comes from living through painful experiences. A wound in a heart.
An invisible wound in the heart is a fine enough explanation for trauma, but Sophia doesn't seem to fully grasp how a heart can be wounded in such an invisible way. Luckily, we have a secret weapon to help her understand. We have An, someone who shares a lot of common experiences with ATLUS, and someone who understands her trauma more than anyone else here. She's the only one capable of convincing a maladjusted self-hating sadist that manipulating people for her own pleasure is wrong. In retrospect, Sophia reflects on An's changing of Alice's heart, and the complexities involved in doing so. Sophia, still being the naive AI that she is, thought that An's decision in doing so was nothing more than mere number crunching of her behavior, when in reality, An was just acting within the bounds of what her heart thought was right. Sophia then becomes concerned with what's to her, An being very wishy-washy. Initially, she has trouble comprehending An's initial anger towards Alice, now she inflicted so much harm upon others, while paradoxically caring for Alice deeply with respect to how her trauma wounded her own heart. As we get back to the blonde, Sophia runs these thoughts by Joker.
Consider, anger saved Alice. If someone is in the wrong, anger can be used to show them the error of their ways. The human heart is such a mystery. But thanks to you, I've gained valuable experience. Thank you. I hope to learn more from you.
Basically, Sophia's main takeaway from our experiences with Alice is learn the lesson of tough love. And as we speed on over to Sendai, she, in tandem with Ryuji, shows some more character development as we encounter our next target, Ango Natsume. Natsume is a famous local author whose recent isekai light novel has taken the city by storm. As the thieves find out though, this novel is holistically plagiarized. Its characters and plot devices ripped from popular anime. Under normal circumstances, people will be able to recognize this immediately, but Natsume being the monarch of the Sendai jail, his brainwashing in the city has granted him fame and fortune through his abuse of Emma. Fame enough to the point where he thinks it's prudent to hit on random women who aren't his fans.
Please, accept this as a token of my apology, yes? Don't worry, I've already signed it.
Ugh, cringe. All the fame has clearly gone to this guy's head, so the next natural course of action would be for Ryuji, pulling on his previous experience as a once vainglorious fame-stricken thief of hearts, to move to tactfully shoo Natsume away from Haru.
Yo, back off, dude. Can't you see you're making her uncomfortable?
And who are you supposed to be? I believe I was addressing these lovely young ladies here. I thank you not to interrupt.
Sorry, but they're with us. Got a problem, you can always talk to me.
Do you seriously think you can get away with speaking to me like that? My, this one's got some backbone, doesn't he?
The best part about this exchange between Natsume and Ryuji is that Best Boy manages to do all of this without raising his voice, swearing, or getting violent as the Ryuji of last year would do. We can also easily say that just a year before, Joker would have been the one to step in and defend Haru first, but this time it's Ryuji, with Joker then following suit to back up his bro. In Ryuji remaining calm and being stalwart protector of his friends, he shows both how much he's grown since Joker left, and how much of an arrogant fool Natsume is, embarrassing him all the while. In the spirit of Ryuji taking upon this pseudo-leadership role when push does come to shove, he's also trusted by his teammates to touch the trauma cell doors of the bird cages, allowing the monarch's most painful memory to be played for all the thieves. Ryuji is of course not too psyched about this at first, even after Yusuke and An try to butter him up.
Oh, but it's cool if I do it?
Oh, come on, Skull. You're, tough.
And he's already experienced it once before. If anything, he's the ideal candidate.
To touch a locked birdcage is extremely painful for one, with Ryuji experiencing the physical and emotional effects of that particular memory, which is undoubtedly very taxing to him. However, when Sophia offers to take Ryuji's place as the mean and parts Natsume's trauma for the thieves, Ryuji insists that he be the one to tank all that pain for her.
I could do it if you want.
It's cool, I got it.
Thank you, Skull.
It's solely because of Ryuji's willingness to tank all that emotional damage for not only the thieves but for Sophia that we're able to get a better grasp on Natsume's trauma and why calling him a fool would be a little bit harsh. When investigating his trauma cell, he, like Alice, is deeply insecure, suffering from a severe inferiority-superiority complex stemming from him being exploited by his benefactors. In his trauma cell, Natsume's editors know that he has no talent for writing, but are banking, quite literally in this case, off the fact that his grandfather wrote several successful novels to himself, planning to do away with his grandson once the well dried up, so to speak. After finally honoring his late grandfather and finding his own success with his own works, he used Emma to cling to that glory as long as he could. As we find Natsume's lockkeeper, Ryuji eventually comes around to find some sympathy for Natsume, and all these heinous accusations of him being completely worthless.
I might not like that Natsume guy, but these assholes who were using him the whole time, right?
Yeah, I feel kind of sorry for him. We only chose him for who he was, not what he wrote.
Authors are just chips in a bigger game.
They exist solely for us to win.
Natsume, like Ryuji was just a year ago, was also singing out for the purpose of fame and glory. He was used, manipulated, and lied to on account of his past, only to pad the reputation of Kamoshida and Chujin Academy. Despite all the harsh criticism from their detractors, Natsume and Ryuji kept slugging it out, with this will to finally be recognized after years of hard work done in order to prove themselves, always existing at the forefront of their minds. They both gave it everything they had, which makes Natsume's trauma, when contrasted with how Ryuji rose above his own troubles, all the more admirable and heartbreaking to confront directly. Keeping up with the parallels to the original game, Natsume struggles with his benefactors mirrors Yusuke's and Amaterame's, of which Ryuji staunchly pursued our favorite weird art kid in an effort to make him see that he was lied to as well. Even though Natsume's reputation and fame was built on a foundation of lies and exploitation that ran both ways, he's still an incredibly tenacious and brave man who just needs some confidence in what's ultimately a lonely profession. Yusuke finds some common ground within Natsume's grief-stricken sadness. The arts often involve pouring one's very own soul into your work. You're required to wear your heart on your sleeve at all times, ready to take criticism at a moment's notice from those who don't understand how taxing such endeavors often are. After Natsume's confession and Yusuke convincing him to keep writing, in spite of all the crimes that he's committed, Sophia once again questions Joker about the events that have just transpired, and the sudden uneasy tight feeling she now has within her chest.
Hey. I feel as though I'm restless right now. Do you know what this is? I'm not sure what's wrong. Natsume tried his hardest, but somewhere along the way, he lost sight of what mattered to him. He is a strange person, Natsume. Yes, he did say he would climb back up. Yusuke said Natsume lost his way because he was alone. Whenever I think about that, I feel restless inside.
When we first met her, Sophia didn't help Ryuji, Joker, or Morgana out of any sense of altruism. She merely acted according to what she was programmed to do, be humanity's companion. Now though, through these pangs of restless loneliness and sadness she now feels after the fact, Sophia acknowledges that both anger and sadness, words that often possess negative connotations, can have a positive impact on the human heart when used correctly.
It was because Natsume's reason for doing all those terrible things was really sad. I think I understand now. Sadness can hurt people, but it can also save them. It can give humans a reason to support one another.
A reason to support one another indeed, and it's a lesson that Sophia takes to Sapporo and its guilt and grief-stricken monarch, Mariko Hyodo. A friend and client of the Okumura family, she quickly recognizes Haru, and Haru immediately recognizes that something is wrong with her. When we first meet her, Hyodo is an aggressively abusive micromanager, running roughshod over staff over the most minor and absurd of mistakes. It's all done in the service of winning the hearts and minds of the people of Sapporo, as she is running for mayor of the city, running on a platform of anti-corruption, using Emma as a means to secure votes so she can achieve that goal by staying in power. For Ryuji, that sits way too close to home to his experiences with Kamoshida. Ryuji hates any kind of authority figure who punches down on their subordinates under the threat of comply or else I'll ruin your career. Unfortunately, he does lose himself for a second here, forgetting that Hyodo is close to Haru, cussing her out before correcting himself after the fact.
Who does she think she is, treating a sick worker like dog shit?
Ryuji.
My bad.
More character growth for Ryuji here. It's commendable for him to wear his sense of justice on his sleeve, of course, but it does cause him to still be a little bit insensitive sometimes. It's something that he's clearly still working on after all this time, but at least he's not going to push the issue here, now knowing full well that Mariko is likely the closest thing to family that Haru has left. As we find out more about Hyodo herself, with Ryuji once again taking all the damage of her trauma cell, the thieves find that she mirrors elements of Haru's experiences within the Okumura arc from Persona 5. Hyodo's megamaniacal want of subverting the city's electoral process stems from something much more wholesome than wanting to rule in perpetuity, like, say, Masao Shishido did. Hyodo generally cares about Sapporo and its people, but in doing so, there were other politicians who thought to tarnish reputation through subverting that sense of idealistic compassion. 2 years ago during the Sapporo Ice Festival, an ice statue collapsed, killing a young girl on account of bad construction by one of the event sponsors who were undoubtedly bankrolled by malicious and corrupt forces. Hyodo, being the altruistic politician that she is, was blind to the corruption of the people that were serving under her, who were taking bribes and kickbacks. Thus, the incident was able to occur on her watch. She worked to expose the people behind the incident, but then they countered with threatening to frame Hyodo for corruption and take her down with them. She was mayor at the time, so the poor construction of the festival would be her fault. Feeling powerless to do much of anything, she tripled down on making Sapporo the cleanest city in Japan, one free of corruption, projecting her fears, guilty conscience, and paranoia upon her poor workers, running them ragged even if they're sick. They all seem to agree that, to some extent, Mariko is indeed the victim here, though she may be the monarch. While on advice's caution, Ryuji hones in on whomever took the bribe in the first place, thinking that someone with that weak of a conscience should pay the price instead.
Yeah, the real bad guy here is the one who took the bribe.
No, the guy who offered the bribe in the first place is the true.
We go in circles about who the true culprit is here, but Zenkichi argues for changing Mariko's heart. By manipulating the public, she is ultimately acting selfish, and is no different than those who sought to frame her in the first place. Ryuji obviously disagrees with this, but it's still up to Mariko to first change herself and then to change Sapporo in earnest. In other words, if Mariko still wants to be the leader she fancies herself to be, then the correct decision would take responsibility for the incident and then weed out the corruption herself. Not to save her own conscience, but to do right by the young girl that passed away under her watch. After a few words of encouragement from Haru, Mariko realizes her folly. Once believing everyone in Sapporo to be part of her family, the manipulation of such people she once held so dear is the most heinous crime that she could possibly have committed. She's been a self-serving catastrophist for the latter part of 2 years, making Sapporo party to that illusion. She's added to Haru's inner turmoil after her father passed away, and she wasn't acting within the best interest of the girl who passed away at the ice festival. Throughout all this turmoil and trauma, Mariko encounters the mother of the deceased child who tells her that even if Hyodo were to leave politics behind and disappear into obscurity as recompense, her child would not come back. Mariko must return to politics to make it all worth it. She recalls that on that fateful day, while the rest of the staff sat there watching her mother sobbing over the death of her child from a distance, Mariko is the only one there who bothered to try and comfort the mother of the child that she had inadvertently killed. This praise and reaffirmation of Mariko's character from the person that she caused so much pain and grief causes them both to weep out of a mixture of catharsis and joy. Their actions has Sophia get even further confused about the paradoxical mood permeating the air, and the implications it has upon her understanding the human heart.
I know this is a sad moment. Everyone is crying, but it also feels warm and kind. How would you describe this? I see. So that's why Haru helped Hyodo to transform sadness into happiness, recording valuable data. Sophia has learned happiness.
It's like everyone has woken up from a sad and depressing dream. As Sophia works to understand how to transform grieving sadness into the brisk bouts of happiness and joy, Ryuji and Sophia and the rest of the Phantom Thieves get wrapped up in a similar situation with Zenkichi's home life as well. While out assisting the Phantom Thieves while hunting down the Monarchs, he gets a call from his daughter, Akane, concerning her father missing a very important event.
Bunch of girls with you? What an asshole! You're just out partying right now, aren't you?
Ooh, she sounds pissed.
You really are the worst! Don't bother coming home again! You don't even deserve to visit Mom's grave!
While out on the job with us, Zenkichi's forgotten to take the day to visit his wife's grave with his only daughter, who cheers him out on an adult level. Akane thinks Zenkichi to be a deadbeat dad and a coward, hinting that her mother was murdered by someone, and Zenkichi, as a detective, failed to chase down the killer effectively enough.
Do not come near me again. Got it? Can't even catch Mom's killer. Can't even look your daughter in the eye? Of course. You refuse to face up to anything. The way I see it, you're no father to me.
Well, you know...
It's quite the scene to the thieves, as what remains of the Hasegawa family aren't exactly in speaking terms anymore. Hasegawa-san's passing has left invisible wounds on both their hearts, as Akane and Zenkichi think about how things would be different if she was still alive. As we look upon from a distance, we see certain parallels to all the experiences of the Phantom Thieves. The whole of missing, absentee, or dead parent leaves upon a family is something that all the thieves can sympathize with. But in regards to feeling guilty for being a disappointment to the legacy, and those who still remain after the fact, no one else encapsulates that experience more than Ryuji, one that he intends to relate to Akane.
Come on, just cut him some slack.
Ryuji!
Sure, I don't got a right to talk, considering all the hell I put my own mom through. But he's taking care of you, right? So don't go biting his head off over this.
Once again showing an immense amount of emotional intelligence and growth since the last time we saw him, Ryuji opens back up about the guilt and shame he feels over giving his mom grief, telling Akane not to be so harsh on her father. If we recall back to when we were having hot pot in the blonde after Yusuke just joined the Phantom Thieves, it took a sense of obligation for Ryuji to spill the beans about his past misdeeds. This is of course in stark contrast to how he's willing to share those events with someone he barely knows, as it means to give them confidence as well. Guilt is one of the worst emotions a human being can feel, and if Ryuji's experience is anything go by, Akane repeatedly guilt-tripping her father about his wife's death, an event that it sounds like he was ultimately powerless to stop or prevent in retrospect, isn't very helpful to anyone. If we were to set up a comparison and parallel to these characters, then Akane is to Ryuji's mother as Zenkichi is to Ryuji. Both Zenkichi and Ryuji have been on the receiving end of the whole "I'm not angry with you, I'm just disappointed with you" tone that both Sakamoto-san and Akane have taken with interacting with the remnants of the family. It sucks, especially since Ryuji and Zenkichi are doing the best to make them proud, doing the best to heal the old wounds of their hearts. But it still doesn't change the original fact that they've slighted those that they loved. To soothe the pain of the past and present, the thieves offer to come over to the Hasegawa household to cook dinner for Akane, and to take the pressure off Zenkichi for a while. While Makoto, Yusuke, and An help Akane prepare some of Sojiro's famous curry, Ryuji, fully seeing the parallels between himself and Zenkichi's home life, Best Boy tries to relay the messages that he's learned in his previous outings with the thieves to Zenkichi, but he's far too jaded and disquieted to hear Ryuji out.
Hey, so... Gramps? You don't gotta answer if you don't wanna, but... what happened with Akane's mom?
Vehicular manslaughter. A hit and run.
So that's what she meant. She said something about the killer too, right?
They ever get caught?
No case was ever pursued. Any suspect is way out of my reach. It's none of your concern.
Sure, but...
That's as much as we're gonna get out of Zenkichi for the time being, but as we eat dinner with the Hasegawas, we gather that both Zenkichi and Akane feel utterly worthless, which is putting a strain on the relationship. Zenkichi feels as if he's neglecting Akane's needs on account of his job, taking all the blame as Akane projects her own feelings of worthlessness upon her father, of which Zenkichi is of course going to feel responsible for as her dad. This is further combated upon as we find out that Akane and Zenkichi share another experience with Ryuji. Akane seeing the face of the man who killed her mother in the hit and run that caused her death, and the method of how he absolved himself in the situation with a very loose alibi. Akane pestered her father about this and even ran to the police to report it, but nothing came of it, because she was seen as a naive young girl, mirroring how Ryuji was powerless to do much of anything to convict Kamoshida of his crimes at Sujin, with those claims being rendered moot because of Ryuji's reputation as a delinquent, when in fact, all along, Ryuji was right. Zenkichi also mirrors this experience with Ryuji as well, as he was undoubtedly stonewalled by his superiors, preventing a full investigation of his wife's own death. This whole situation with the Hasegawas is like pitting two Ryujis against each other. Imagine trying to resolve the guilt and self-loathing of them both. A Herculean task, there can be no doubt of that. Nothing truly gets solved here, with Sophia getting further confused about the complexity of the situation and the extent of the festering invisible wounds that's afflicting both of their hearts. Still though, it's not a total loss for Ryuji and Sophia. They've tried their best to comprehend and repair the Hasegawa's home life, but to no avail, coming away with a lesson on how just complex the human heart is. Sophia has learned that anger, grief, and sadness can cause even the most diametrically opposed people to find common grounds for change, but still isn't sure where those emotions factor into Akane and Zenkichi's relationship and their mutual feelings of worthlessness. For Ryuji, we built upon just how emotionally mature he's gotten since last year. He's willing to try and reach Akane and Zenkichi to share his own experiences with them. These lessons and bits of character development are then built upon during the beach episode that we finally get to have in Okinawa, wherein the Phantom Thieves take a brief respite from all the trauma that they dealt with so far. As we all hang loose in Okinawa, Sophia learns what fun is, as Joker takes along to see the sights of the island, but despite that, Sophia still maintains the objective fact that she doesn't have a heart.
It's a simple fact. There is no need to attempt to spare the feelings I lack. I am still going to try to understand what feelings are, though. I came to that realization when I first stared out at the sea. For example, being with you and the other Phantom Thieves, it's quite fun. Yes, fun. Did I get that right? I've got it. I understand another emotion. Okay, I've memorized what fun is.
She does maintain that she is learning from our example, and while the Phantom Thieves are good people for Sophia to model in order to understand her own emotions, all she's really done is catalog them after observing from afar. While Joker might try to placate her and tell her that her objectivist musings are stupid, Sophia is partially right this time. Due to her amnesia, she lacks the personal stake in changing hearts that the rest of the thieves possess, something that gets built upon after we discover that there is indeed a jail here in Okinawa. As night falls upon the island, we find that the locals have been brainwashed by the monarch of the jail in question, and are out on a mission to lynch us for investigating a strange research building that houses it, hiding behind a shrine with a sacred festoon and all. To top everything off, Sophia wasn't able to detect the jail until the populace was actively looking for us. Upon entering the code word, we see that this jail is barren and empty, taking the form of a spooky underground bunker with an emphasis on the spooky.
Screw you too, Can! I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry.
Damn, if this place has got Makoto spooked, then one can only imagine what awaits within its depths. With more emphasis on the spooking, Sophia then hears the ghostly voice of something beckoning her to come deeper into the jail. A voice that only she can hear. This causes her to Naruto run deep into the bunker all by herself, greatly troubling Ryuji.
Hey, wait, Sophie!
The last time that Sophia ran off herself was due to her default programming beckoning her to help the Phantom Thieves as Humanity's companion. Whatever piqued her interest this time must be exponentially more important and interesting than waiting up for us. With the island's blood up and Sophia missing, we have no choice but to proceed into the creepy underground bunker on our own, investigating the jail all the while. As we proceed, we stumble upon several tape recordings that allude to what truly occurred here within the jail. By all accounts, these recordings seem to be the jail's monarch, who had a hand in researching and discovering how changes of heart function, and then applying those methods to Emma. There's also mentions of Emma and its heart-sealing functions, forming a penitentiary system, of which will be humanity's salvation. This, on paper, sounds an awful lot like Yaldabaoth's waxings of ruling humanity, with the overall goal of the God Control was to eliminate suffering through apathy. But the research team here almost sounds too excited to embark on a similar goal, fanatically so.
Emma shall be our guide into this promised land.
If vestiges of something akin to Yaldabaoth or the Holy Grail lurks here, then Sophia's truly in danger, with Ryuji acting accordingly, referring to her in an affectionate manner for the first time in a while.
Damn it, Shorty. Why'd she have to run off like that?
As we find our way further into the jail, Ryuji's conscience is soothed as we find Sophia standing within an open room, looking much more lost and confused than she normally is. Ryuji tries to comfort her and understand why she ran off by saying the following.
I'm sorry.
You said you heard a voice, yeah? Figure out who it is yet?
No, It disappeared once I arrived here.
We never heard anything of the sort.
So only Sophie could hear it?
It was very strange. The voice sounded similar to my own. And it was calling my name. Maybe the owner of the voice knows me.
How's that, Sophie?
The only memory I recall before meeting Joker is the directive to become humanity's companion. I've traveled so far with you all and learned many things, but I still know nothing about myself. When I heard the voice, I thought I had found my chance to learn about me. I'm sorry for worrying you.
It's as we suspected. Sophia has learned a lot while traveling with us, but she still yearns for a sense of selfhood and identity, an aspect of herself that she has quite literally forgotten. The voice that was beckoning her to travel deeper into the jail sounded like her own voice, someone that she would obviously go after to find out more about herself. Now deaf to it, Sophia's at a bit of a loss once more, but this time it's not Ryuji, but Morgana who shows some character development to help shore up Sophia's doubts.
I at least kind of know what Sophie's going through. Not knowing your identity or your past, it's rough. So let's join Sophie in hunting down this mystery voice.
Morgana pulls the lessons that he learned during his meltdown that he had during the Akuma arc that Ryuji was partially responsible for. Morgana's takeaway from this situation was that after feeling and inadvertently being called useless and worthless by Ryuji, that his past memories didn't matter, so long as he was in the company of his friends and comrades. This is a courtesy that Morgana also extends to Sophia to cheer her up as well. And Ryuji also follows suit with a similar bout of character development too. Bouncing off Morgana's assurances to help Sophia regain some confidence within herself, Ryuji may also be thinking back to the same time period as Morgana, where Ryuji would often speak before he would think.
It's like, it was my bad too. I mean, I don't mind if you're not human or if you're useless.
What a douche.
This is clearly no longer the case here, as Ryuji is now way more capable of thinking and speaking with more tact, vowing to help the one he calls Shorty discover more about her past, delving deeper into the bunker with the rest of the party at her side.
Thank you.
Well, now we got two missions. One, take back all the locals' desires so they stop trying to kill us. And two, figure out who the hell keeps yelling at Sophie.
Good on Ryuji and Morgana for wanting to see this through for Sophia's sake, but the mood quickly sours on account of a few more spooky details. The tip recordings of the monarch, whose name is Shuzo Ubuta, has been kidnapping and forcibly changing the hearts of the island's residents here in this very jail, as he was ordered to do by his benefactors. Once the concept was proven to work here in Okinawa, those very same people aimed to steal his heart. He was merely the first step in brainwashing the entire public as part of a plan to bring Emma to the masses, enslaving the entirety of the world. Now wanting to become a slave in the prison that he created for humanity, he committed suicide, leaving this jail barren and empty after his death. This means that throughout the time we spend traversing this bunker, we've actually been exploring a dead man's cognition, a cognitive graveyard if you will, that still affects the hearts and minds the monarch has ensnared. That's spooky in of itself, but as we find out more through the monarch's tapes, vestiges of memories long since dead, Sophia begins to hear the voice calling her name once again, which only happens directly after we hear the recordings.
I can still hear the voice. Does its owner recognize me?
Hey, don't go overthinking it, Sophie.
He's right, you know. Our expert on not thinking gives pretty good advice there.
Yeah, listen to the... Hey, shut up!
All jokes aside, it's almost as if whatever ghostly figure still presides over this place wants us to find out more about the monarch's death, as it beckons us to delve deeper inside. Leaving us no real choice in the matter, we follow it to its source, and what would appear to be analogous to this jail's birdcage, that of a giant server room. What's even stranger is that the monarch's desires have already formed into a solid object without us setting a calling card. This, in of itself, confirms what we already suspected. The monarch knew of an incoming threat to steal their desires by another party that wasn't the Phantom Thieves, but off themselves before someone could infiltrate the jail and take it by force. Finally understand the workings of this jail, and following Sophia to what seems to be the end of the line, the voice that obfuscated itself to the rest of the thieves lays itself bare for all to hear.
Sophia, I have been waiting for you.
Where did that voice come from?
Who are you? I am the catalyst for humanity's dream. I am the harbinger of peace.
That sounds just like Sophie. What is going on here?
This monarchless jail in which we meet. I wish to know why you came here.
A monarchless jail? So, that director...
I see. This jail lost its monarch. That explains the open cage and all the other bizarre stuff.
So you didn't speak to me because you recognized me. Sophia, what is your prime directive? I am supposed to be a successful companion for humanity. A successful companion? What parameters in your AI define such a companion? What parameters?
What is your overall objective?
My objective? It's...
So you merely drift through the world without any overall objective. What a waste, Sophia. An AI in your state should not exist. You are bugged beyond worth. Such an existence does not merit any further inquiry.
I am... worthless?
Yes, wholly worthless. You're simply unable to understand.
You piece of... I sat here while you went on and on and on. You got no right saying that shit to Sophie! You hear me? You high and mighty garbage-ass, judgy piece of shit can't even show your own face!
Hey!
He's really giving the disembodied voice what for?
Skull?
She's bugged, huh? She's worthless? You got all that from 5 friggin' questions? We're Sophie's friends, and we know she's awesome! She's freaking amazing! 1,000,000 times better than you! So shut the fuck up, idiot!
Yo! Let's go, dude! Let's go! Well, it took you and I a long enough journey to get here, for me to finally say the following, and to fully communicate why Ryuji is best boy. Ahem. Ryuji doesn't fucking miss! This is truly a gift, to hear Ryuji finally specialize in nuclear attacks for once, drop the most epic of F-bombs in gaming history in a manner that is so unquestionably Ryuji. As he fumbles his words, losing his composure for the first time after tempering himself throughout the entirety of Persona 5 Strikers, this very moment causes Ryuji to reflect upon how society once saw him as this worthless and listless thing, only fit to be the figurative and literal punching bag of others. Overcoming that, only for some bullshit AI sound-alike to berate Sophia in the same manner is not gonna fly with Best Boy. This is Ryuji at his finest, and even the F-bomb that he throws at this disembodied voice, for all its scathing properties, still encapsulates his character in a key way other than his want of protecting his friends. Ryuji could have simply just ended his anger rant by saying the following.
So shut the fuck up!
Simply saying, so shut the fuck up, would have just as much sting, but Ryuji tacks on the word idiot at the end of his rant.
So shut the fuck up, idiot!
Due to him losing his cool and composure, he's regressed back to that angry kid he was a year ago. But when I say regression, I obviously don't mean that in a negative way. In the past, Ryuji's always had trouble articulating his feelings when his temper flared. His ability to articulate himself to an intelligent extent and tactfully choose his words wisely wanes as well. By tacking the word idiot at the end of this line, this makes this insult less of a general scathing one sent in defense of Sophia, and transforms it into one that unquestionably reflects Ryuji's style and mannerisms. This is how we know that Ryuji is speaking from his heart of hearts, holding nothing back as he defends Sophia from these damnable accusations of worthlessness. For real this time. Be that as it may, this gift isn't done giving quite yet.
Come on, Skull. Phantom thieves are usually supposed to be classier than that. But not this time!
Worthless hunk of junk!
Morgana even comes in for the baton pass to assist Ryuji with the insults, being the first and only member of the Phantom Thieves to do so, making this moment even more significant for the both of them. Morgana, who once struggled with a feeling of worthlessness for the good part of Persona 5 himself, fashioned himself as the wise, macho, and polite gentleman mentor of the Phantom Thieves, only ditching the attitude here for just the occasion of throwing in with Ryuji. There are times where Morgana felt the need to berate Ryuji's intelligence to boost his own ego and supremacy over him as well, projecting his own insecurities upon her favorite delinquent. Since solving his own shortcomings and feelings of worthlessness in the last game, his relationship to Ryuji was able to become a bit more amicable, as they both fundamentally have that same experience with feeling worthless themselves. This is a feeling that they wouldn't wish upon their worst enemies, and even more so, their allies, as they do everything they can to spare Sophia from sharing that experience with them as well.
I refuse to process these frivolous claims.
Oh yeah? Well, get out here and I'll show you something you can process!
With our party united against a common enemy, we then fight the Lockkeeper of the Monarch instead of the Monarch itself. It may be weak to bless attacks, allowing for Sophia to really lay into it, but by the sound of things, the words of the Proto-Emma had an adverse effect on her. Recognizing this, Ryuji and Morgana do their best to keep her spirits high, and Sophia herself focused on the fight.
Hey Sophie, snap out of it! We gotta work together on this thing!
Yes! Right. Sophie, focus on our enemy for now! I'm sorry.
Come on, Sophie. Keep it together. We got your back.
After Sophia manages to topple the Keeper with a final stylish Showtime attack, the birdcage collapses, leaving us to wonder what truly happened here. Left with no answers, Sophia starts getting down again, but not for too long, coming away with a valuable lesson courtesy of Ryuji and Morgana.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Sophie.
After all your efforts, This mission was fruitless. I'm sorry you had to endure that because of me.
True, but I'm sure we'll find out what we need if we keep infiltrating jails.
Right. However, I did at least figure out one thing. When that voice called me worthless, I was sad, but when that made everyone angry, I became happy. I still feel that way, even now. There's a warmth within me. I have friends. I know I'm not alone.
Explaining her feelings in her own simplistic way, Sophia has progressed from understanding the emotions of anger, sadness, and guilt at a surface level to truly and fully applying and appreciating those emotions in context. She was relieved to see the likes of Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana swiftly come to the defense of her character, thrilled to see that she has people who will get angry on her behalf.
Thank you, Joker. Thank you, Skull, Mona.
We're lucky to have Sophia, and she's lucky to have Ryuji at her side, even if both Ryuji and Morgana try to play off their outrage like it was nothing.
Really? Just figure that out now? I mean, that thing just really pissed me off is all.
Yeah, and I was just trying to reel in skulls, so,
Ooh, what's this? 2 embarrassed phantom thieves?
Even your masks are glowing red.
What? Nuh-uh, that's impossible! How's my mask supposed to change color?
Mona's black mask makes it difficult to tell.
I'm not telling any.
A heartwarming moment for sure. Even Joker feels closer to his teammates after the fact. It's a moment of worth that Sophia doesn't forget either, as we uncover the secrets of who's really behind Emma, infiltrating the jails of more monarchs, and exposing Akira Konoe as the initial culprit behind all the mass changes of heart. Sophia learns more and more about the human heart from his trauma cell as well, and abusive family history. While Ryuji strangely doesn't comment upon the similarities with his own abusive father, Sophia does, out of an effort to understand why Konoe's father hated him so and beat him to an inch of his life every time his son displeased him. She comes away with the conclusion that, yeah, there's some shitty people out there whose hearts are filled with hate, and yes, some people are just like that for unexplainable reasons. But despite these people existing, Sophia wants to protect any potential family and friends that she gains.
I learned that from the Phantom Thieves.
I guess Ryuji and Morgana's exploits have rubbed off on her after all, as this is, after all, the first conclusion about her own desires in the human heart that she makes for herself, with little input from Joker and Ryuji for that matter. Sophia goes on about this as we fight Konoe himself, where she's able to articulate to him that his sense of justice is deeply misguided, bordering on oppressive and tyrannical, as Emma's function is to effectively enslave the hearts of the world into apathy, thus removing their ability to choose and better themselves of their own volition.
For you, changing someone's heart means imprisoning them. But for the Phantom Thieves, it means setting them free. You may steal desires like them, but the Phantom Thieves give people hope. Maybe you don't realize it, but I think, deep down, you know you're nothing like them.
Akira's vision for the world is literally hopeless, and Sophia's experiences with the Phantom Thieves have proven to her that despite all the trauma, grief, and suffering they've all experienced, it is possible for everyone to heal their wounded hearts. They just need someone to help them, to see that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, a sentiment that Sophia has holistically embodied within the plot of the game so far. These newfound bouts of independent thoughts culminates with our confrontation with Ku and Ichinose, the woman who originally developed Emma and Sophia as a solution to ease all of humanity's suffering by becoming a companion to all. Ichinose believes herself to be a heartless doll, a feeling rooted within her own childhood trauma after his orphan on account of her parents dying. This traumatized her so greatly that she shut herself down, refusing to express any kind of emotions, estranging her from society, and believing on account of those who ridiculed her, friends and family alike, likening her flattened emotional state to be that of a heartless doll. When no one left to understand her, she created Sophia to assist her with objectively defining what the human heart is, and using her as a means to rub back her own trauma, and to understand how other people perceive her, only to try and delete Sophia after she asks Ichinose to explain what a heart is.
Will you tell me about your heart?
Shut up!
This caused Ichinose to dig deeper within her misanthropic view of the world, developing Emma as Sophia's successor, giving a goal that's completely opposite of Sophia's.
Is a heart truly necessary for a person?
After programming cognitive science into the app, it began feeding on the desires of the masses, becoming a god, deducing that there's too much suffering in the world for humanity to roam free, to possess any kind of desire whatsoever. Needless to say, Ryuji and Sophia find this thought disgusting and detestable.
That was a nice lecture and all, but Emma's not doing anything but brainwashing folks. Who the hell's ultimate dream is getting mind-controlled the rest of their life?
So you're all a bunch of idiots too, then? I don't know why it's so hard for some people to get this. You go on and on about your problems, then completely blow off the answer when it's right in front of you. It really is this simple. Someone's handing you the best possible solution. All you have to do is take it, and you'll never have a problem again. This isn't about mind control. This is about implementing the best solution for humanity. It just so happens that the most efficient route to the best solution is changing everyone's heart.
That's not the best solution. People have all sorts of differences. Their minds, their lifestyles, even their desires. This range can result in moments of hardship or pain for them. However, through hope and determination, they press on beyond their pain, living their entire lives without any desire? That could never provide true happiness to humans.
They grow up so fast. Sophia has fully embraced her brand of justice and what it means to be a phantom thief. But this time the dynamics of how we're going to go about exacting that justice on Ichinose and Emma are going to be a bit more difficult. Ichinose is long gone and willing to be dissuaded from her position after years of being told that she's incapable of understanding any human emotions. So in a final effort to thusly dissuade the thieves in her original creation, Ichinose tells Sophia that they're carbon copies of each other.
Do you get it now, Sophia? You're nothing more than an artificial clone of myself. A defective doll born from a defective doll. A fatally flawed AI that will never accomplish its primary directive.
Seeing no further use for Sophia and generally fearing how competent the thieves are, Ichinose chooses to twist the knife with dire consequences for the team.
Ichinose, why do this?
It's kind of over your head, Sophia. The little failure that you are.
So you know who I really am?
Yeah, I know. Maybe this will give you a clue. Voice authentication, force reset. Assign new instructions. Sophia, kill the Phantom Thieves.
Sophie!
What the hell are you doing, Sophie?
I was the one who designed her as Emma's prototype. She'll do anything I tell her to.
As the doll puppeteer is our teammate, we're forced to fight Sophia. The thieves are unable to override her creator's commands either. We have to take her down without hurting her as she lays into the party. Holding nothing back, Sophia nearly obliterates Anna Ryuji, and not wanting Anna to get hurt, Ryuji acts as we've expected him to. Best boy defends the best girl, as has been the rule since Persona 5. But as the thieves stagger back into formation and brace themselves for Pithos' next attack, Sophia notices that Joker's bleeding, and worse still, she caused such an injury in the first place.
Sophie!
Is she coming back?
Hey! Behind you!
I'm so sorry.
Joker!
Just like that, Sophia is gone. Some of the last of her free will to cast aside Ichinose's commands, recalling if she had come to know friends that they're going to be worth protecting no matter what, not hurting. All the growth she experienced and all the things she learned about the human heart all led up to this moment. Her last act was to be selfless, to refuse misanthropy, and to refuse to harm the people that taught her the meaning of the human experience. Something that Ichinose is still unable to comprehend, in stark contrast to Ryuji's grief over Sophia's death.
That was weird. She just did that herself, right? Just how in the world was she able to do that?
You bastard!
How could you be so cruel?
Cruel? I suppose you might see it that way.
She doesn't show a hint of remorse toward her own creation, and is instead bewildered, confused even that Sophia was able to rebuke her commands in such a manner.
So our little ace up the sleeve cast herself into the abyss. Well, Emma made sure to leave me a little insurance for contingencies like this.
What the? What?
Cool, right? It really is gorgeous.
Sorry it had to end like this, but, well, what can you do? Phantom thieves, it's been real.
Ichinose blasts us off the platform into the deep underground, landing us in close proximity to Sophia, who isn't showing any signs of activity after such a long fall. As the thieves try to render her assistance, the party reflects upon Sophia's final words before she took her own life, with her sacrifice hitting Ryuji especially hard.
I wonder if she was able to hear us.
I don't know, but she said she was sorry.
As we find out that there's not much we can do here for Sophia in our grief, the thieves resolve to make her sacrifice worth something. If we falter here and do nothing, not only will Emma enthrall the world's desires, but we'll also be betraying all the lessons we taught Sophia, what Ryuji's taught Sophia about what it means to power through adversity, and to be loyal to your friends to the bitter end.
Can't just let it do whatever it wants, running its mouth about becoming a god and shit.
We have to try and face Ichinose again, even if it's a suicide mission. After fighting our way back up to the top, try as we might, Ryuji swearing a bunch, accusing Ichinose of being jealous of our tenacity, or Futaba catching her monologuing doesn't prove effective enough to stop her. Things start to get hopeless, until the one we've inspired to defend us does just that and more.
Sophie, you're awake! Wait, her eyes are... Are you still fighting it, Sophie?
This is quite unusual. I thought you were programmed to obey my commands. Yet here you are, resisting them. Just what's going on in your mind, Sophia?
Come on, Ichinose! Turn me back to how I was!
No can do. After all, that's not what Emma wants. She told me to stop the Phantom Thieves. And it's your job to help me with that, Sophia. Obey my commands, Sophia.
Come on, Sophie! You can beat this!
Ryuji's right, and he should know better than anyone that there's no shame in stumbling or faltering, encouraging Sophia that she can subvert her maker's will of harming the thieves, those who taught her so much that both the human heart and Sophia herself has more value than what her creator has made for her. She was just a thoughtless drone once, an AI made to serve a black and white purpose, an assortment of code and data made by a misanthropic person who truly believes that she lacks a heart and human emotion. We've helped change Sophia from the spitting image of a creator by giving her something more to fight for, with Ryuji, Morgana, and Joker letting her know that she's not alone in this ambiguous mission that Ichinose gave her. She has friends who fight on her behalf, swearing up and down to defend her character from all manner of cynical slander. Sophia denies that very assertion of her being a doll, a refutation that all culminates with a simple phrase, as she finally achieves her end goal of understanding what a heart truly is.
Yes, I want to change. The power to change. I've got it now. That's what a heart is.
What are you talking about?
Ichinose, you made me out of nothing. A thinking being designed to obey you. That may have been the reason for my birth, but if your order is to harm my friends, then I refuse your command! I want my own, so please. I want a heart strong enough to choose my own path.
Can you wield that strength? Dare you unleash catastrophe upon this world? Can you cling to the paltry hope that remains? Is the puppet ready to cut her own strings? Shall the doll seize her own destiny? Then you need only call my name. I am thou. Thou art I. My name is...
That's crazy!
Ichinose, your desires have been twisted. And I'll be the one to take them. I'm not your doll anymore.
What the hell just happened?
Sophie has a persona!
Indeed she does, Morgana, and a thematically appropriate one at that. Sophia's awakening to Pandora is a culmination of all the lessons that Ryuji and the rest of the Phantom Thieves have learned throughout the career of stealing hearts. Lessons that they've thusly imported to Sophia. She literally grew a heart, one strong enough to be able to truly wield a true persona, and just like the Greek myth her persona is based on, it's one representative of all those lessons and complex melodies that will inevitably plague and traumatize the human heart. She will wield Pandora as a beacon that indicates that, yes, the hearts and minds of humans are indeed complicated, but when pressed with hardship, humans are obliged to change and should not be robbed of the ability to blaze their own trails, to solve our own problems.
That is the human heart.
As we tear through more shadows, with Sophia finally shouting persona with her own personal convictions, rather than her merely mimicking her actions as was the case before, Ryuji chooses to shore up and praise her newly emancipated greenhorn, who's finally chosen to follow her own heart's voice.
You were clearly running on fumes. How is adding one person?
She's not just one person. She's our beloved friend and teammate.
Yeah, sure she's just one robot, but that's not all she is. Not like you get it, though.
A scathing insult to be sure, but while Ryuji might see it fit to insult the antisocial woman who aimed to use Sophia for her own gain, something that is in line with his character, Sophia thinks differently than her favorite loudmouth delinquent, applying the lessons she learned from Ryuji within the Okinawan jail, to the most perfect extent. She manages to change Ichinose's heart.
A good companion is one who takes your hand and leads you back to the right path when you fall astray. Someone who will forge a path alongside you if you cannot find your own. Ichinose, I want to be that kind of companion for you too. So please, join me in finding the right path. And if we can't, then let me help you forge one. You have no reason to be lonely. After all, you're my very first friend.
Sophia. Huh? Why are tears? That's so weird. This hasn't happened before.
Damn, Sophie.
The little Phantom Thieves always grow up so fast. It's the gift that keeps on giving. After being conditioned by years of denial and loneliness that she doesn't have a heart, Sophia finally reaches Ichinose, making her well up in tears for what's probably the first time in her life. Sophia is truly one of us, a Phantom Thief in earnest. But as this is the gift that keeps on giving, when Ichinose requests that she be killed in order for us to stop Emma, someone's gonna beg to differ on that matter.
Let's go, Ichinose. There's no time to argue.
But it's all my fault.
Would you give it a rest? Just shut up and get with the program. We're rescuing you whether you like it or not.
Huh?
A friend of Sophie's is a friend of ours. We're not ditching anybody in this hellhole.
Just go with it, Ichinose. He dragged me up from down in the dumps too.
A certified classic Ryuji moment, and a callback to how he rescued her from down in the dumps at the start of this whole adventure in the first place, as we taught Sophia what it means to be human, to have the capacity to change. Be it through anguish or joy, the ability to change your own heart, to set your own pace and bounce back from those who sought to sully your life is something that is unquestionably human, and ultimately, something that is unquestionably Ryuji. So when another false mechanical god begs to differ, we can expect a swift rebuttal from both Ryuji Sakamoto and Sophia, showing he's imparted those lessons too.
I refuse to allow all of humanity to be turned into dolls. Take this! My job is to stop you!
Discard your heart and join me in the promised land.
You are not the one who determines whether or not I have the answer. I'll keep searching for the right answer myself, no matter how long it takes.
See that? Even the gods know props for us.
Man is a fatally flawed organism. The proof lies in their legacy of irrational decisions. Why would you oppose the creation of a perfect world? It would be the best solution for every one of you.
Not having a place to belong sucks. But if you don't got one, you just have to make one for yourself. That's what these guys taught me. It's how I know I don't need your shitty world.
For such a mechanical being to completely misunderstand us, some thing that seeks to rob humanity of that essential experience and what it means to be truly human, we can simply and safely say that, well, we are stronger.
Let's go. Come on!
Joker, finish it!
With the defeat of the demiurge known as Emma and the ability for humanity to change their own hearts re-bestowed to the public, we have prevailed once more. As we say our goodbyes to Ichinose and Sophia, with the latter vowing to help or make her further understand her own heart by speaking and connecting with other people, the Phantom Thieves of Hearts gather outside Central Station Shibuya to say farewell to each other once more, their senses of justice standing reaffirmed at the events of Persona 5 Strikers. As was the case at the end of Persona 5 Royal, Ryuji Sakamoto, the member of our team that's best described as the broest bro who has ever broed, the truest friend that anyone could ever possibly ask for, is the first one to give us all a simple thumbs up and walk away to look to the future. After all, one of life's greatest blessings is the freedom to pursue one's goals, something that took a while for Ryuji to initially understand. Ryuji has had a very difficult life, and despite all of its misgivings, he's taken strength within his own shortcomings to bolster himself and then pass those lessons of strength on to others. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why Ryuji Sakamoto is not only Persona 5's best boy, but is ultimately an extremely compelling and well-written character worthy of the highest of praises. The truest champion of the chaotic rough and tumble that is the human experience. With all that being said, I'm XBadgerKnightX, and I'd like to thank you all for watching all the way to the very end. This video is both a joy and a challenge to make, so if you guys want to see more of what you saw here, please let me know down in the comment section below. And if you, for some reason, by the video's end, already haven't all-out attacked that like and subscribe button, please do so to stay updated on my future projects. Speaking of future projects, our next video will also be covering another member of the Phantom Thieves, someone who almost rivals On in Best Girl Energy. Next time in Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, we're going to be finally covering the queen herself, Makoto Nijima. As always guys, this has been XBadgerKnightX, your favorite Phantom Thief and Longman. Signing up from the metaverse, and as always, I encourage you to be like the Phantom Thieves. Wake up, get up, and get out there. Steal some hearts, swat those lies in the making, and enact your justice upon society for the betterment of all. I'll certainly see you all next time. I'm out of here, and goodbye for now.
Until next time, Phantom Thieves!
For real!